Chapter 101. I really envy my sister. Adrian, today is Grace's birthday. Aren't you going to celebrate with her? Ava looked up with clear, innocent eyes full of concern. You care about her that much? Adrian gave a cold laugh and sat down beside the hospital bed. Wasn't he supposed to be madly in love with you? How come he just left after your car accident? Ava's lips stiffened slightly, and something unnatural flashed in her eyes. Adrian, we were just dating with marriage in mind. There's no love. Ava lowered her eyes, hiding all the disappointment, acting completely indifferent. She'd given up on seducing Adrian precisely because she was with Wesley. It was a compromise she made for him. Wesley had said that talking like this was actually torturing herself, that she wouldn't be happy. Wesley really didn't understand her well enough. She was very happy. As long as she could make Grace sad, that satisfaction couldn't be matched even by performing on the best stage. Ava's hand under the blanket unconsciously moved to cover her lower abdomen. Did she want happiness? Impossible. Well, you played the part quite convincingly. Adrian's tone was lazy. He looked at her with a half smile. Ava suddenly grabbed Adrian's hand and said softly, Adrian, can you take me away? In your current condition, the doctor probably wouldn't recommend you leave the hospital. Adrian's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. But if I don't leave, he'll definitely come back later. We're over, and I don't want to see him right now. Ava looked pitifully at the man in front of her. The very picture of a delicate, pitiful little flower, like a jasmine standing in the wind and rain, fragile and pure. So sure he'll come back? Ava lowered her lashes and nodded slowly. Someone as heroic as Wesley, even if he'd really decided to break up with her, wouldn't just abandon her when something happened to her. They were different. Wesley was kind and sunny, full of goodwill toward everyone. She was selfish and dark. She should have realized earlier. She shouldn't have lost her heart. Adrian leaned forward and lifted Ava's face with his hand. If I take you away, how are you planning to thank me? The gleam in his eyes was completely undisguised. Ava couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. She'd just been in a car accident, and Adrian was truly a complete beast. Anything is fine. Ava's cheeks flushed with a pale pink, obedient beyond words. I'll listen to you, Adrian. You'd better. Adrian withdrew his hand. He stood up, pulled back the blanket, took off his suit jacket, and covered Ava's face with it. Then he scooped her up in his arms. Ava's face was suddenly covered with a suit jacket. The coat was full of Adrian's scent, a faint, cool, woody fragrance, along with the unique masculine scent mixed with his hormones. She really wanted to defiantly throw the clothes off, toss them on the ground, but in the years since she'd returned to the country, her exposure rate had been too high. She could only endure Adrian's suit jacket covering her face. He carried her out of the hospital. Whether they attracted attention, she wasn't sure. Her face was covered after all. The only one losing face was Adrian. Mrs. Quinn, make the chicken soup light. Ava's injured and the doctor said not to make it too rich. As Ava was being tucked into the car, she heard a familiar voice. The voice wasn't loud, but it drifted to her ears through the hot evening breeze. The car door closed. Ava turned her head and looked through the car window at Wesley leaning against his car 2 meters away. He held his phone in his left hand, carefully instructing the housekeeper about dietary precautions. A cigarette was held between the fingers of his right hand. This was the first time Ava had seen Wesley smoke. His inability to have children must have been a huge shock to him, plus Mrs. Hale's words. White smoke rings came from his mouth, making it hard to see his expression clearly. But Ava could guess. Without a doubt, Wesley still liked her, at least for now. She'd been in a car accident, and he would definitely take care of her attentively. If she didn't know Wesley had lied to her, during the time she was injured, their feelings would definitely heat up again, and she would fall even deeper. And then Wesley would continue to avoid. As the car started, Ava took one last look at Wesley and silently said, "Goodbye," in her heart. Ava and Wesley were completely over on August 23rd. From now on, she would still be the Ava who only loved herself, never compromising for anyone again. Didn't you say you didn't like him? You seem pretty reluctant. The cool tone pulled Ava's thoughts back. Her hand pressed on the seat cushion moved bit by bit to the right, finally climbing onto Adrian's thigh. She hooked onto Adrian's hand that was casually resting on his leg. Adrian, I'm not reluctant. I just don't know how to explain it to my parents. They were very satisfied with this match. She sighed heavily at this point. I'm not Grace. My parents don't have that much patience with me. They don't care about me either. They just want me to marry a good man and find them a good son-in-law. The Hart family assets have nothing to do with me anyway. Now that I'm not listening to them and broke up with Mr. Hale, I'm afraid even my allowance will be cut off by my parents. The girl carefully held onto the man's large, slender hand, her voice soft. If you listened carefully to her words, you could vaguely detect a faint sob. I really envy Grace. From the moment she was born, she was the heir to Hart Group. Mom and Dad love her so much, and she has such an excellent boyfriend like you. No wonder everyone says she's a winner in life. Didn't you dump me first? Adrian asked with a teasing lilt. Ava's carefully cultivated emotions were interrupted just like that. Didn't he hear what she said before? She wasn't playing the victim. She really was quite pitiful. Philip Hart, that old man, was truly shrewd and heartless. Before marrying her mother, Philip Hart had signed a prenuptial agreement. They'd done property notarization, and he'd established a will early on. All his shares and assets would be inherited entirely by his eldest daughter, Grace Hart. Ava thought her mother's brain must have been filled with mercury by her father. How could she agree to marry under such unreasonable conditions? After all, her mother, marrying her father, was marrying down. The Morgan family's influence in New Harbor was higher than the Harts. However, her mother had done many things in her early years that hurt her maternal grandparents for the sake of that great love of hers. It even got to the point of publicly announcing they were severing the parent-child relationship. For over 20 years, they'd barely had any contact. She did have some contact with her maternal grandparents and 2 uncles, but not much. Naturally, her grandparents' money wouldn't go to her either. Adrian, you misunderstood me. I never wanted to break up with you. Ava's tears came on command. She threw herself into Adrian's arms, sobbing softly. I know you have Grace now, and I shouldn't be delusional anymore, but being with Mr. Hale this time made me realize that being with someone you don't love is really painful. Ava tearfully confessed her love for Adrian. In the nearly year she'd been with Wesley, she'd posted quite a few lovey-dovey moments on social media, but she'd blocked Adrian from seeing them. Perhaps she'd never truly kept the promise she made to Wesley, to stay away from Adrian Pierce. Chapter 102. Grace won't be angry when she finds out, right? At the hospital, when Wesley reached the ward door, he found it wide open. Just as he was thinking it might be the Hart family visiting, the next second he saw a young nurse tidying up the hospital bed. There was no sign of Ava in the room. Wesley's heart sank. Excuse me, where is the lady who was staying here? When the young nurse saw that devastatingly handsome face, shyness rose in her eyes. It wasn't until Wesley asked again that she stammered, She was discharged. Discharged? Wesley asked in disbelief. He'd only been gone less than half an hour. Because he'd smoked, he'd waited for the smell to dissipate before coming back. She hadn't woken up before he left. How could she have been discharged so quickly? The only explanation was she'd been awake the whole time. Thinking about those words spoken in the hospital room earlier, panic rose in Wesley's chest and then quickly spread through his entire body. His hands hanging at his sides trembled slightly. He found Monica Mann's number and dialed. Monica, who had just brought back a cake from outside, beamed with joy when she saw Wesley's call. Is Ava home? Wesley's somewhat anxious voice reached Monica's ears. She asked in confusion, Did you two have a fight? Ava just likes to throw little tantrums. Don't take it to heart. Ava was in a car accident. She left the hospital right after waking up, so I wanted to ask if she went home. A car accident? Monica shot up from the sofa. When the front door opened, Mrs. Lynn came forward to greet them. When she saw the person Adrian was carrying, she froze for a moment. It had been almost a year since Miss Hart had come here. Seeing her so suddenly today gave her a feeling of disorientation. It wasn't until Ava greeted her that Mrs. Lynn smiled and called out, Miss Hart. Adrian gave Mrs. Lynn instructions about what to prepare for Ava's dinner while carrying her upstairs. Adrian, I'm sleeping here. Grace won't be angry when she finds out, right? Ava's voice was sweet and soft, her expression innocent. As she spoke, her lips brushed against Adrian's chin, whether intentionally or not. Adrian just glanced at her coolly without speaking. He bent down and placed her on the bed. Ava's head was still a bit dizzy, so she abandoned the idea of continuing to tease Adrian. Adrian straightened up and was about to leave when Ava clutched the blanket and said softly, "Adrian, are you going to celebrate Grace's birthday with her?" "Tell Grace happy birthday for me." The girl's pure, fair face couldn't hide her disappointment. The man didn't stop but continued walking out. The moment the door closed, Ava's expression changed completely. She looked coldly at the tightly closed bedroom door, the softness gone from her pretty, innocent face. In its place was a cold expression. She closed her eyes, about to take a nap, when her phone on the side rang. Seeing the caller ID, Ava's finger paused slightly. Finally, she hung up and added the number to her block list. After blocking Wesley's number, her mother's call came through. "I'm not coming home for dinner tonight." Today was Grace's birthday. Her mother was calling to tell her to come home for dinner, but she wasn't in the mood to see them right now. However, Monica's words were somewhat unexpected. "You were in a car accident?" She actually heard rare concern in Monica's voice. How bizarre. "How did you find out so quickly this time, Mom?" She was really unlucky today. Just as she was about to pass through the intersection, a car rushed out. Fortunately, she was quick to turn the steering wheel. Her car hit the guardrail. The car behind her wasn't so lucky. It was hit directly by that car. Her daughter's sarcastic tone made Monica frown involuntarily. "Where did you go? Wesley said you were discharged. Send me the address. I'll come pick you up." Ava's voice held confusion. "You're picking me up? Never thought I'd hear those words from you, Mom. How novel." A light laugh spilled from the girl's pale, red lips. She opened her eyes and stared at the ceiling. Her voice was very light, very faint. "Mom, I'm not that little girl who needs you to pick her up from the hospital anymore. You didn't pick me up when I was 5. You didn't pick me up when I was 15. Now I'm 25 and you want to pick me up. A bit late, don't you think, Mom?" Monica's heart tightened. What happened when you were 15? When her daughter was 15, Grace had gotten into some trouble abroad. She'd rushed over in a panic. 3 months later, when she returned home, her daughter had already started high school and had become increasingly cold toward her. She'd always thought it was because of puberty. Not much, just 3 critical condition notices. After saying this, Ava hung up. She casually tossed her phone aside. When she was 15, she'd gotten seriously ill. Before the surgery, she'd called her mother. When she heard the airport announcement for boarding on the phone, she told Monica she was hospitalized. Monica told her not to fake illness to compete with her sister for attention. Then she hung up. When Ava called back, the phone was off. On the other side at the Hart residence, Monica sat on the sofa for a long time, unable to recover. What did she mean by 3 critical condition notices? No one had ever told her. "Mrs. Quinn! Mrs. Quinn!" Monica shouted toward the kitchen. Mrs. Quinn, who was cooking, immediately came out. "Ma'am, what's wrong?" Was Ava sick the summer she was 15? Monica's hand holding the phone trembled unconsciously. Mrs. Quinn was stunned. It had been 10 years. Why would the lady suddenly bring this up? But just thinking about that year made Mrs. Quinn's eyes sting. The young miss kept calling for her mother while unconscious, but they couldn't get through to the lady's phone. When they issued the critical condition notices, if not for the Pierce family's overwhelming influence, the young miss might not have even been able to have surgery because no one could sign the consent forms. She and her husband loved the young miss, but they were just Hart family servants after all, with no blood relation. At most, they could only visit the hospital more often to care for the young miss. After the high school entrance exam, the second miss got very sick. She was hospitalized for 2 months. Mrs. Quinn briefly explained the situation to Monica. Monica collapsed onto the sofa. She'd been abroad for 3 months. During that time, her husband had also been abroad. She'd taken care of Grace while her husband went to work at the branch office. Her husband came home early every day after work. It was the happiest period of her married life. She never imagined her daughter had been on the brink of death in the hospital. "Why didn't you call me?" By the end, Monica's voice had dropped to almost nothing. She'd lost her phone accidentally before going abroad. Though she got a new phone overseas, she'd been using a foreign SIM card. Chapter 103. Don't Keep Grace. Waiting. "Mom?" Monica was still lost in Mrs. Quinn's words when she was suddenly hugged. Grace's voice was choked with tears. Monica snapped back to attention. She patted Grace's back and asked gently, "What's wrong? Why didn't Adrian come back with you?" Grace sobbed quietly. "Mom, I think we're going to break up." Her voice was thick with congestion. Clearly, she'd been crying for a long time. "Did you have a fight?" Monica patted Grace's back lightly. She'd originally wanted to say that Adrian Pierce wasn't a good man, but seeing Grace's heartbroken expression, the words reached her lips but wouldn't come out. "We didn't fight. It's just that he never forgot Ava at all." How would she dare fight with him? She was terrified that throwing even the smallest tantrum would make Adrian unhappy. It turned out that every time he used the life-saving Grace as an excuse to go to Ava's side, it was just Adrian's pretense. He'd known all along. He didn't care at all who had saved him. The person he cared about from beginning to end was Ava. Ava had been so heartless in abandoning him 6 years ago. She was the one who'd been by his side these 6 years. Why couldn't he just like her? Even just a little bit would have made her feel satisfied. "Mom, I'm so envious of Ava." The things she'd worked so hard to obtain were things Ava could discard at will. Even if Ava didn't want them, as long as Ava stood there, Adrian would love her. At those words, Monica's body stiffened slightly. Her daughter's childish voice echoed in her mind. "Mom, I'm so envious of Grace. Everyone likes Grace so much." Her younger daughter had been docile and quiet as a child, always sitting in the farthest corner when guests came to the house. "Why are you getting Justin Shaw's words cut off as he followed Dr. James Foster's gaze to see Ava lying on the bed. James's surprise was no less than his own. Someone please tell him, how did two people, one supposed to get married in November and one who'd been publicly dating that Hale kid just days ago, end up together again? Though he was a doctor who'd seen all kinds of situations at the hospital, something this melodramatic was truly rare. "What happened to Ava?" James asked. Justin's gaze also focused on Ava's slightly pale face. "Just a minor car accident. Adrian's being too dramatic. We just came back from the hospital and he called you over again." Though James's face showed nothing, he was muttering internally. This wasn't dramatic at all. When it came to anything involving Ava, Adrian had never been normal. Forget calling him over at this hour. In the past, his father had even been woken up by Adrian at 4 a.m. to treat Ava. Simply inhumanely extravagant. "Let me do an examination first." James didn't ask why she wasn't staying in the hospital after a car accident. Though Ava wasn't in the entertainment industry, she was still somewhat famous. Staying in the hospital wouldn't be convenient for Adrian to visit her every day, would it? While James examined Ava, Justin stood beside Adrian, complex emotions flashing in his eyes. He deliberately lowered his voice. "What are you doing?" "Ava has a boyfriend. You have a girlfriend. You actually brought her home and put her in your bedroom. If Grace finds out, what will she think?" Adrian leaned languidly against the sofa. He looked Justin up and down, his sharp gaze making Justin inexplicably feel guilty. "Are you saying all this for Grace's sake or for your own?" Justin avoided Adrian's gaze. "Grace and I have been friends for years. Of course it's because I don't want to see her hurt." His voice wavered slightly. Adrian tapped his chin. "Good. Isn't your mom pressuring you to get married? She likes Grace quite a bit. You can confidently pursue her." Justin's pupils constricted. He whipped around. "What do you mean?" "I'm not going to marry her." "That's exactly what I mean," Adrian said flatly. Justin was utterly shocked. The wedding was in less than 3 months, and Adrian was saying he wouldn't marry her. Justin instinctively looked at Ava, who was being examined. When he looked back at Adrian, his face was serious. "Don't tell me you're planning to copy your father's playbook with forced love?" Adrian's hand on the sofa back tightened. A faint anger rose in his eyes. "Justin Shaw, I suggest you watch your words." "Then why else did you bring Ava back? Doesn't she have a home? She has a boyfriend, parents. Does she need her ex-boyfriend to take care of her?" "How do you know she didn't come of her own accord?" A half smile played across Adrian's handsome face. "You don't understand her, so of course you don't know that no one can force her to do anything she doesn't want to do." He emphasized the words, "don't understand." Justin faltered. He really didn't understand her well enough. He'd always thought Ava was a spoiled child who used an innocent face and sweet smile to steal Grace's things. He'd watched as elders and peers who used to like Grace transferred their affection to Ava one by one. Gradually, Grace seemed to have only her parents and 2 friends left around her. It wasn't until last year when Ava was injured that he called Monica. That's when he realized he'd been prejudiced against Ava, always viewing her from a one-sided perspective. She has a boyfriend. If you two get photographed again, how do you expect her to face people? Justin said in a low voice. We won't be photographed. Justin really wanted to laugh sarcastically. Was it that they wouldn't be photographed, or that the photos wouldn't get out? Oh, I forgot to tell you, she's single now. Adrian raised an eyebrow slightly, his expression bland. But you still don't have a chance. Justin was still reeling from the shock of being found out when Adrian had already walked toward the bed, asking James about Ava's physical condition. A faint sneer appeared at the corner of Justin's lips. Right. He'd never had a chance. He couldn't blame anyone else, only himself for being a coward. After James finished the examination, he pulled Justin along to leave. Adrian's glare was practically riddling these 2 third wheels like a sieve. What a petty man. Mrs. Lynn knocked on the bedroom door. Sir, Miss Grace Hart is here. The next second, the man's hand was grabbed. Ava just lay there without saying anything, but her eyes, glistening with moisture, seemed to plead and showed reluctance. Finally, she pushed Adrian's hand away. Adrian, you should go. Don't keep Grace waiting. She turned over, her back to Adrian. Tears slid from the corners of her eyes into the dark gray pillow. Mrs. Lynn felt terribly sorry for her, but Miss Grace Hart was the Sir's girlfriend, now waiting downstairs. She had to tell him. Adrian turned Ava back around and pulled out 2 tissues to wipe the tears from her face. He didn't even look up. He spoke flatly. Have her come up. Mrs. Lynn's heart jumped. The second Miss Hart was still lying in the senior's bed. If the eldest Miss Hart came up and saw this, wouldn't this cause a huge disaster? Chapter 104. Repaying a debt doesn't mean you can only offer your body. Ava lay on the bed, clutching the blanket corner. Her body was angled toward the floor-to-ceiling windows. On Grace's 30th birthday, wouldn't giving her such a big surprise be too shocking? Knock, knock. The bedroom door was knocked. Even Ava's heart jolted. When Adrian went to open the door, Ava covered her face with the blanket, leaving only a pair of bright, innocent eyes peeking toward the doorway timidly. Can I help you? Adrian stood inside the door with his arms crossed, looking at the person outside with an indifferent expression, clearly with no intention of letting her in. Grace's eyes were still red and looked somewhat swollen. Her hand at her side clutched tightly at her skirt. She'd changed from her usual style, wearing a light apricot-colored dress. Her wavy long hair had been straightened and hung smoothly over her shoulders. Adrian, anything Ava can do, I can do too. Adrian's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could process the meaning behind Grace's words, the woman's well-manicured fingers had already moved to her shoulder straps. I just wanted to give myself to you completely after marriage. It's not that I'm unwilling. If you want, I can do anything. Grace looked earnestly at Adrian. After her brief period of sadness, she'd reflected on her own problems. They'd been dating for a year. He didn't take initiative, and neither did she. She'd scrolled through so many posts online. Everyone said that for men, sex and love were inseparable. They had no intimate contact, so of course it was hard for Adrian to develop feelings for her. Though she wasn't as uninhibited as her sister, she thought she was no less attractive. She'd inherited her biological mother's looks, the type who'd been praised as beautiful since childhood. She knew this comparative mindset was wrong, but she'd loved Adrian for too many years, loved him to the point where it had seeped into her bones. They were supposed to get married in November. She didn't want to give up, so she'd straightened her hair and changed her dress to find Adrian. She admitted she'd dressed this way deliberately, but she'd already walked into a dead end. There was nowhere else to go. She wouldn't act like you. Adrian's calm words made Grace freeze mid-motion as she was pulling down the strap. She lifted her face. Adrian, I also wouldn't be like her, leaving you in your most difficult time. Grace bit her lower lip, tears glistening in her eyes. Ava, lying on the bed, couldn't help but sit up at those words. Why was Grace still bad-mouthing her in front of Adrian? As the two were at an impasse, Grace caught sight of Ava walking out of the bedroom from the corner of her eye. Tears instantly slid from her eyes. Her gaze moved bit by bit to Ava. Ava was wearing a light pink solid-colored pajama set with matching long pants. She remembered this pajama set vividly. When Ava was 17, she'd run into Grace's room one day saying Adrian's taste was terrible. He'd bought her pajamas in such a tacky color. Grace used to love pink. After that incident, she never bought any clothes in that color again. Adrian had actually kept this pajama set all these years. Humiliation rose in Grace's heart. While she was desperately trying to save this relationship, the man she'd loved for years had brought her sister home and let her sleep in his bed in his bedroom. Grace, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have disturbed Adrian. I'll leave right now. Ava hung her head halfway down. Tears fell at just the right moment, dropping straight onto the floor. Grace, please don't fight with Adrian. It's because I broke up with Mr. Hale and I didn't want to stay at the hospital. I was afraid Mom would ask about the breakup if I went home, so I asked Adrian to take me away. I didn't know Adrian would bring me here. I don't have any improper intentions toward Adrian. I know Adrian is your boyfriend. You're getting married in November. From now on, Adrian will be my brother-in-law. I wouldn't be so inconsiderate. Ava's voice was barely audible. Her hands clenched into fists at her sides. After saying all this, her face was already streaming with tears. Seeing her sister like this, anger ignited in Grace's heart. Don't you have any friends? Why is it that every time something happens to you, you have to trouble other people's boyfriends? You broke up years ago. When Adrian was in trouble, you went abroad. You abandoned him. So why are you inserting yourself between us now? This was the first time Grace had gotten angry at her sister. Previously, because Adrian was Ava's ex, she'd been accommodating. But today, she couldn't hold it in anymore. Her sister was clearly doing this on purpose. She just didn't want to see Grace and Adrian happy together. I'm sorry. Ava dropped those words, covered her face, and ran out. If she didn't run now, she was afraid she'd burst out laughing. Did you have to speak to her so harshly? Adrian looked in the direction where Ava had disappeared, his tone tinged with displeasure. Grace looked as if she'd heard a joke. I'm harsh? Her eyes were red as she pointed at herself. If I were really harsh, I wouldn't have tolerated you going to see her again and again. Adrian, I used to think you were pitiful when she abandoned you while you were in a wheelchair. Now that I think about it, you really deserved it. Adrian leaned against the doorway and gave a detached, His bland response was undoubtedly another heavy blow to Grace's heart. The pain made it hard for her to breathe. Why? Grace's voice was hoarse. She didn't understand why Adrian loved Ava so much when they had only met because she had saved him. I was the one who saved you. I was the one who stayed by your side after she left. When you were drinking yourself into oblivion every day, I was the one who went to bars to bring you home. I was the one who encouraged you to pull yourself together. I was the one who stayed with you through rehabilitation. Why? Grace murmured to herself. Repaying a debt doesn't mean you can only offer your body. Adrian paused. Though I was drunk, I vaguely remember you weren't the only one who came to get me. Whether you coordinated with Justin to find out my whereabouts, I don't know, and I'm not curious. However, your comforting words were long-winded and annoying. I didn't remember a single one. I'm not a good person, but you don't need to take the moral high ground either. As for whether she abandoned me or was heartless to me, that's between her and me. I had just broken up with her then, and you wanted to take advantage of the situation with your own sister's ex-boyfriend. From this, you and I are the same. Neither of us are good people. Those last 7 words plunged Grace into an icy abyss. She'd loved him for over 22 years, and in the end only got 6 words. Not a good person. Then why did you date me? Why did you propose to me? Grace's emotions were breaking down. If he didn't like her, why give her hope? Adrian didn't answer this question. Instead, he changed the subject. Regarding the wedding cancellation, I hope you'll be the one to issue the statement that the wedding is being canceled because of you. At those words, Grace stared in shock, her eyes wide. Even her tears stopped. Chapter 105. Schemes win hearts. What if I don't? Grace's red eyes were full of stubbornness. She hardly needed to think to understand why Adrian was making such a demand. Because Ava was a public figure, Adrian wanted her to take the blame. That way, even if his relationship with Ava was exposed later, the public wouldn't label Ava as a homewrecker. Adrian's lips curved into a smile. "You will." His tone was absolutely certain. Grace's expression gradually changed. Ever since Adrian had started working at Pierce Group and Heart Group had always cooperated closely. More than half of Heart Group's business was related to Pierce Group. Even if she was unwilling, Adrian had plenty of ways to make her willing, because in New Harbor, no one could stand up to Adrian Pierce. For her sake, even to your lifesaver, you can be this heartless and cold? "Sweetie, are you okay?" When Ava came downstairs, she didn't notice the white ball of fluff at the bottom of the stairs. Her foot accidentally kicked something soft and furry. She looked down and saw it was actually a cat. She quickly crouched down to check on the cat. She felt like she'd seen this cat somewhere before. She suddenly remembered that 2 months ago, when Adrian had driven her and Grace home, they'd picked up an injured cat on the road. She'd been surprised when Adrian had the driver bring the cat into the car. She never expected Adrian would actually bring it home and keep it. The previously skinny and dirty cat had now transformed into a very beautiful, long-haired cat. The cat meowed softly at Ava. Ava's heart immediately melted. She really wanted to steal this cat. "Miss Hart, Dumpling needs to eat dinner." A relatively young-looking servant came over carrying a bowl with raw beef in it. "Dumpling?" Ava was utterly incredulous. Such a beautiful cat, and Adrian named it Dumpling. Ava stroked the cat's head, then handed it to the servant. She walked straight out of the villa's front door. She wandered around outside, waiting for Adrian to come find her. She'd been walking for 2 minutes. Adrian didn't show up, but she ran into a familiar face. "Ava, why are you outside in pajamas? What's wrong?" A concerned voice came from behind. She turned to see Mandy Cooper's face full of worry. "Mandy," Ava said with pleasant surprise. She and Mandy hadn't seen each other in a while. "Want to come sit at my place?" Mandy pointed to a villa not far ahead. "You moved out of your family home?" Before Mandy could answer her question, Ava's sharp eyes spotted Ryan Jong emerging from the front door of the villa Mandy had pointed to. She immediately understood. Mandy showed a shy, bashful smile. "We moved in together last month. His family bought this as our wedding house. We're living here ahead of time." Ava bumped Mandy's shoulder suggestively. "You landed him?" Mandy nodded with a smile. "It's all thanks to you." If it weren't for what Ava had told her before, she might still be wholeheartedly treating Ryan well in her own way. She used to think that as long as she was good enough to Ryan, someday he would see her. Later, after listening to Ava's advice, she used a few little tricks. It turned out schemes really did win hearts. "Then you'd better thank me properly, your love guru." Ava smiled. "Mandy? Why so slow?" When Ryan walked up to them, his eyes first went to Mandy. Only after speaking did he notice Ava standing beside her. "Ava, why did you come out in pajamas?" Ryan's eyes held considerable shock. Ava always appeared refined and beautiful in public, dressed appropriately. This was the first time he'd seen Ava like this. She was still very pretty, but it gave him the feeling that Ava wasn't so unreachable after all. She was just an ordinary person, too. Mandy elbowed Ryan, using her eyes to signal him not to be so nosy. Ryan pouted. A couple of years ago, he'd been a fool. Now in front of Mandy, he had no rights at all. Ava was pulled by Mandy to the villa she and Ryan were living in. However, she didn't stay for dinner. She really shouldn't be eating randomly right now. After leaving Mandy's house, she stood under a large tree, lowering her head to gently kick at the ground. "If I don't come find you, you won't go home?" A low male voice came from overhead. A gleam flashed in Ava's eyes, but it quickly returned to that pitiful look. "I was afraid of disturbing you and Grace. I didn't dare go back to get my clothes and phone." "I don't have any money? I can't get home." The girl's sweet voice sounded utterly aggrieved, especially with her head lowered, looking completely uneasy. "You've been standing here the whole time. Didn't you see your sister drive away?" The man's tone carried a faint sarcasm. Ava pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. Before she could pull back the eye roll, her feet suddenly left the ground. Adrian had swept her up into his arms. Her eye roll landed squarely in Adrian's view. Ava immediately put on a sweet smile. Adrian looked at her deeply, his tone meaningful. "Eyes cramping up?" Ava. Her eyes weren't cramping, but she wanted to hit him. "If you don't go back, the dinner Mrs. Lynn specially made for you will get cold. Then let's hurry back. We can't let Mrs. Lynn's hard work go to waste." Ava obediently wrapped her arms around Adrian's neck, resting her face against his chest. The strong, steady heartbeat sounded in her ears, reaching her eardrums. Ava suddenly felt her eyelids getting heavy. Though her injuries weren't serious, all this running around had exhausted her. Gradually, she lost consciousness without even realizing when. When she opened her eyes again, everything was dark. Irritation rose in her heart, like the aftermath of an afternoon nap. Ava was about to get up when a large hand at her waist pulled her back. Even breathing sounds echoed in the quiet, dark bedroom. Ava grumbled internally. Adrian really knew how to take advantage. While she was asleep, he'd simply climbed into bed to hold her. Ava turned over to lie on her side, facing Adrian. If she weren't injured, she'd really want to go home to see what Grace looked like right now. Perhaps her wish came true. Just as she thought of Grace, her phone on the nightstand rang. Ava carefully extracted herself from Adrian's embrace. When she saw the caller ID, Ava couldn't help wanting to cheer. It was actually Grace. She tiptoed out of bed, taking her phone to the balcony. She closed the balcony door before answering. Ava didn't notice that the moment she closed the door, the man on the bed had already opened his eyes. Grace. The person on the other end didn't speak for a long time. Just as Ava was thinking Grace might be too heartbroken to speak, she heard Diana Morgan's voice instead. She was a bit surprised. It wasn't Grace after all. Ava, why are you with Adrian Pierce? Diana's accusatory voice came through the phone. Chapter 106. Likes being abused. It's because of you that Adrian broke up with Grace, isn't it? Diana's voice rose slightly. Her voice, along with deafening music, reached Ava's ears together. They broke up. Ava's lips curved. No wonder Grace was at a bar drowning her sorrows. The breakup was actually initiated by Adrian. Why hadn't he mentioned a single word to her? Since they'd broken up, she just needed to observe for a while. If there were no signs of reconciliation, she'd retreat from Adrian's side. Diana, how can you assume that about me? I never wanted Grace and Adrian to break up. They probably had a misunderstanding because of me. Don't worry, I'll definitely talk to Adrian properly and tell him not to break up with Grace. As if. Diana was so angry her kidneys hurt. Ava, are you showing off? Showing off how Adrian follows you around like a dog? Diana, please don't be so hostile toward me. Grace is my sister. Of course I want her to be happy. How could I deliberately break them up? Ava's face was like an impenetrable wall. No matter what Diana said, she always responded in a gentle, sincere tone with fake words that Diana absolutely hated hearing. She simply hung up with a sharp click. Diana looked at Grace, who was still sitting at the bar ordering more drinks from the bartender. Grace, can you please stop degrading yourself like this over a man? If he wants to be Ava's dog, just let him. It was just a handkerchief he gave you once when you were crying as a kid. He's not worth your love at all. It wasn't like Adrian had saved Grace's life. She couldn't understand at all why her friend was so devoted to Adrian, falling helplessly in love just because he offered a handkerchief once when she cried. She could only say it was absurd. Even if Adrian was excellent, he didn't love Grace, yet Grace insisted on hanging herself on this one tree. She looked at her friend with the frustration of seeing potential wasted. When his legs were disabled, Ava dumped him like a dog. Now that Ava's back, with just a crook of her finger, he goes running. This kind of man is naturally masochistic. He'll never remember your kindness to him. I think he has Stockholm Syndrome. He likes being abused. He's a masochist among masochists. Grace looked at Diana with tear-filled eyes. But I just love him. I've loved him for so many years. Loving him has become something I must do. I can't stop loving him. Diana. All for nothing. Fine. Keep loving him then. Keep loving him. I don't need a fortune teller to know you will get divorced 8 times in this lifetime. Diana snatched the glass from Grace's hand and forcibly dragged her away. At the Hart residence. Why did Grace drink so much? Monica looked worriedly at Grace, who was being supported by Diana, completely drunk and unconscious. Because her daughter had been in a car accident and she couldn't find her, she'd been unable to sleep and had come to sit in the living room. She hadn't expected to see Grace being helped in by Diana as soon as she came downstairs. Mrs. Hart, I'm leaving Grace with you. It's late. I should go home. All right. Monica took Grace from her. Then she saw Diana, who had turned to leave, turn back around. Although this isn't my place to tell you, Grace has always been the type to share good news, but not bad. I don't think she'll necessarily tell you these things. "What's wrong?" Monica asked. "I just called Adrian to ask him to come pick up Grace, but Ava answered the phone." Diana paused, then continued. "I heard from Grace that Adrian told her they're breaking up, and the wedding scheduled for November won't happen as planned. As for the reason for the breakup, I think you can guess without me saying it." While Monica was still in a daze, Diana had already turned and left. Monica looked down at Grace, whose cheeks were flushed and whose eyes were swollen. She was almost instantly certain of the truth of Diana's words. This was indeed something her daughter would do. But didn't her daughter already have a boyfriend? Why would she still interfere between Grace and Adrian? Soon enough, Monica learned the reason. Early the next morning, just as Monica came downstairs, a servant said there was a visitor. Wesley sat on the living room sofa with dark circles under his eyes, his hair slightly disheveled, his clothes not as neat as before. He looked like he hadn't slept all night. An ominous feeling suddenly rose in Monica's heart. "Wesley, why are you here so early?" Monica had the servant bring Wesley something to drink. Wesley waved his hand, refusing the servant's gesture. "Mrs. Hart, I wanted to ask if Ava came home. I can't reach her." Wesley's voice was unusually hoarse. If when Wesley called yesterday, Monica had only thought they were having a disagreement, judging from Wesley's state today. And what Diana had said last night, she vaguely felt these two might have broken up. Monica. "She hasn't come back. Did you two have a fight?" Wesley's throat tightened. He didn't know how to broach this topic. He hadn't agreed with his mother to break up with Ava, because he'd already promised Ava before that he was willing to accept being child-free. But Ava must have heard those words and overthought things, which was why she left the hospital without a word. When he returned to the villa looking for Ava, the servant said Ava hadn't come home at all. He called, but Ava had blocked his number. He didn't want to make a big scene, so for now he hadn't asked friends to help him call Ava. After waiting all night, as soon as it was light, he came to the Hart house, never expecting that she hadn't come back to the Hart house either. Adrian Pierce's face suddenly flashed through his mind, but he quickly shook his head in denial. Ava had promised him she wouldn't have too much contact with Adrian. She couldn't possibly go to Adrian. Besides, Adrian was getting married in just over 2 months. After finishing breakfast, Ava walked upstairs with light steps. Just as she pushed open the bedroom door, she was pulled inside. "Adrian, I'm injured. If you're this rough, I'll get hurt again." Ava pouted, looking dissatisfied at the person holding her waist. "Why didn't you wait for me before getting up?" "I was hungry. I didn't eat anything last night. I woke up at 6 from hunger." She extended her index finger and gently poked Adrian's abdomen, her sweet voice full of concern. "I wanted to let you sleep a bit longer." The hand at her waist gradually tightened. Ava pressed infinitely close to Adrian. He lowered his head, his lips near her ear, and said in a low voice, "Early in the morning. Don't start a fire." Ava withdrew her hand as if startled. "Adrian, I didn't mean to." The girl helplessly twisted her fingers together. Soon she put on a forced smile. "Adrian, did you fight with Grace yesterday? When you go to work today, remember to find time to apologize to Grace. Girls care about face. As her boyfriend, you need to take the initiative, okay?" Chapter 107. The Surgery from 20 Years Ago. Take initiative? Don't you know whether you're the one who takes initiative? Warm breath lingered near her ear. It seemed to carry an electric current, drilling into Ava's ear canal. That tingling sensation shot to her fingertips. She coughed dryly and quickly pushed Adrian away. "I'm going to sleep now. Adrian, remember to apologize to Grace." Ava walked quickly into the bedroom and lay down on the bed. "Hello? Who are you looking for?" Mrs. Lynn looked at the elegantly dressed, graceful woman outside. "Is Ava here? I'm her mother." Mrs. Lynn quickly invited Monica in politely, though she found it somewhat strange. She'd heard that the current lady of the Hart house had married in later, so technically she should only be a stepmother to the eldest, Miss Hart. But the woman before her looked more like Grace. Though Ava was a wealthy young lady, she didn't carry this air of nobility. She had more of a pure quality. Purity mixed with an otherworldly air. Completely different from the temperament of this lady claiming to be Ava's mother. "Mrs. Hart, please have a seat. I'll go upstairs to wake Ava. She was in a car accident and is still recovering. She's been sleeping a lot these past few days." Monica's lips twitched slightly. After Mrs. Lynn went upstairs, a servant brought her tea and refreshments. She had no appetite for them. She didn't know where Adrian lived. She'd only tactfully gotten the address from Grace last night. She'd hurt Grace's heart. Both daughters had been settled, but now both had broken up, and her younger daughter was mixed up with Adrian again. If this got out, who knew how badly it would be talked about? Before long, Ava came downstairs alone. She walked around the sofa and sat across from Monica. "What brings you here today, Mom? Instead of staying in your own villa or coming home, you're living here at Adrian's all the time. What does that look like?" Monica scolded in a low voice. Ava leaned softly against the sofa and said innocently, "Adrian was worried something would happen to me living alone, so he brought me to stay here. Is Grace unhappy? If she's unhappy, I'll go explain to her. I never meant to ruin their relationship." Monica frowned. "The best thing you could do is just not appear in front of Adrian." Ava pressed her lips together and said nothing, looking like she was accepting the lecture. Whether she'd actually taken it to heart, only she knew. "Monica, are you feeling better? Not staying in the hospital after a car accident, actually leaving the same day. I think the older you get, the bolder you get. As long as Grace is healthy, whether I'm healthy or not probably isn't within your scope of concern, Mom." Ava's lips curved. Her fair face wore a sweet smile. "How much longer are you staying, Mom? The doctor said I need more rest and shouldn't receive visitors too long." "You're calling me a visitor?" Monica's voice rose, her eyes full of disbelief. This was the daughter she'd carried for 10 months, blood thicker than water. Now she was calling her a visitor. "Mom, this is Adrian's house. You're not the host here, are you?" Ava's smiling words blocked Monica's response. Monica was immediately furious. Every word her daughter said had a barb, stabbing at her heart with hidden pain. She didn't understand how it had come to this. She took a deep breath. "Why did you break up with the Hale boy?" Monica didn't want to continue that topic with her daughter, so she simply changed the subject. She had indeed come to see her daughter today, but her daughter's words left all her prepared words with nowhere to go. She was naturally very satisfied with the Hale family. Moreover, she could tell Wesley's sincerity was real. Such a good match wasn't easy to find in New Harbor. "The breakup?" Ava crossed her legs. Leaning against the sofa, she smoothed her skirt and looked leisurely at Monica's face, red from anger. She touched her lower abdomen and said softly, "Of course it's because I can't have children." "The Hale family doesn't need a daughter-in-law who can't have children." At those words, Monica shot to her feet. "What nonsense are you talking? You're a woman in your 20s. How can you not be able to have children?" Suddenly, as if thinking of something, her expression changed drastically. "Did you party too hard abroad and damage your body?" Ava smiled at her without speaking. This made Monica even more certain she'd guessed right. Her daughter had been dating Adrian before going abroad. Her daughter had always been popular with boys. She'd heard the study abroad circles were very messy and had never agreed to let her daughter study abroad. But her daughter had insisted. "You didn't listen to a word I said. Now look what's happened. Who will want to marry you like this?" Monica was beside herself with rage. How could elite circles accept a daughter-in-law who couldn't have children? If she couldn't have children, she could only choose someone with worse conditions and would have to accept her husband having children with other women outside, even bringing illegitimate children openly into the home. My body did have problems. Ava's smile remained unchanged. Monica was so angry she nearly had a heart attack. Such a major issue, yet her daughter acted like nothing was wrong, as if there was nothing improper about this at all. Utterly incorrigible. However, Ava's eyes curved into crescents. "If you want to know, go ask Uncle Marcus. I think he'd be quite happy to tell you." "What does this have to do with your uncle?" Monica's brow furrowed tightly. She reflexively thought of that mall fire 20 years ago. Her younger brother had never been interested in business since childhood. After graduation, he'd become a firefighter. This had infuriated their parents enough to declare they wouldn't acknowledge him as their son. That day, after she'd taken Grace out of the mall, she'd run into her brother getting off the fire truck. She'd begged him to save her daughter. "Sis, what brings you to see me today?" Having just finished training, Marcus Morgan opened a bottle of water and wiped the sweat from his face with the towel on his shoulder. Ever since he'd become a firefighter, their parents had kicked him out and refused to acknowledge him, feeling he was an embarrassment. He rarely contacted his older siblings either. Monica's expression was grave. Long after Marcus asked for the second time, she finally forced out the question. 20 years ago, when you took Ava to the hospital, what did the doctor say? At those words, Marcus was somewhat surprised. After 20 years, his sister had actually come in person to ask about this. When he'd brought Ava to the hospital, the scene had pretty much wrapped up. He'd only recently joined the force then. The captain, knowing Ava was his niece, had told him to stay at the hospital and take good care of her. He didn't need to return, because Ava had been so critically injured at the time. It was no exaggeration to say she'd been pulled back from death's door. Ava was in emergency surgery for a day and night. The operation was successful, and her subsequent recovery was good. The doctor said under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be any lasting effects. Good thing I made the split-second decision to sign consent for the hysterectomy. The doctor said if we'd waited any longer, they might not have been able to save her. Chapter 1-8. Favoritism. Sis, what were you doing then? I called you so many times and no one answered. When Ava was in the ICU with an oxygen mask, she kept calling for her mom. Now that Monica had suddenly brought it up, Marcus's doubts resurfaced. The fire station was pretty busy. Hart family servants had come to take care of Ava at the time. He'd only visited when he had time off work. But in all those visits, he'd never once run into his sister. Previously, he'd thought it was coincidence. Now that his sister was suddenly asking about events from 20 years ago, he vaguely sensed it wasn't as simple as he'd thought. Why did you have to remove the uterus? Monica's voice trembled, her lips quivering. She's a girl. If she doesn't have a uterus, what will she do in the future? She can't have children. Marcus's expression gradually became serious. Sis, you haven't known this whole time? He and his wife also had a daughter. Though his work kept him busy, he knew every detail of his daughter's life, big and small. Based on his understanding of his sister, after marriage, she'd definitely become a wealthy housewife looking after the kids. Something this major happened to her own daughter, and she didn't even know. I was very busy during that time. I didn't have time to go to the hospital. I didn't know. Monica's face showed pain. She gripped her brother's shoulders and shook them. Why did you sign the surgical consent form? Don't you know you ruined her whole life? Sis, calm down. Marcus removed the hands from his shoulders. When I rescued Ava, a steel beam had fallen on her lower abdomen and gone straight through to her lower back. The doctor said the steel beam had ruptured her uterus. She was hemorrhaging badly. They had to remove it, or she would have died. Not being able to have children isn't such a big deal. If Ava really likes kids, she can adopt one from an orphanage. His sister's reaction was clearly beyond Marcus's expectations. Compared to whether she could have children, of course staying alive was more important. Monica sat on a bench under a tree in the square, gripping her purse tightly. Her fingertips were pale. Sis, aren't you the one who hates parents who play favorites? Ava is your only daughter. How do you know nothing about her? Her brother's words kept echoing in her mind. Yes, she clearly hated parents who played favorites most because their parents had always favored her older and younger brothers. At home, she was always the one being ignored. She used to secretly vow that if she had a daughter, she would treat her daughter like a little princess. She would never be like her parents. But now, looking back over the 25 years since her daughter's birth, from a tiny baby to the graceful young woman she was now, her memories of her daughter were strangely faint. She vaguely remembered that before age 5, her daughter had always been very well behaved and obedient. After age 5, her daughter never again voluntarily sought her affection. Previously, she'd always thought it was because that fire had scared her, causing a dramatic change in temperament. She never imagined her daughter had undergone such major surgery. What had she been doing then? She'd been at home with Grace because Grace had been frightened and could only fall asleep being held by her each night. Whenever she left even briefly, Grace would wake up looking for her with teary eyes. Her heart had ached terribly. She'd stayed by Grace's side every moment. At the time, she'd called Mrs. Quinn to the hospital to care for her daughter. Mrs. Quinn had cared for her daughter since childhood and was better at caregiving than her, so she'd felt comfortable leaving it to Mrs. Quinn. Monica lowered her head, burying her face in her hands. What had she been doing all these years? Marrying a husband who didn't love her, doting on her husband and his late wife's daughter as if she were her own, completely neglecting the daughter she'd struggled to bring into the world. Her husband didn't love her and didn't love their daughter either. She'd spent nearly 30 years tormented by such a man, from her 20s to her 50s. She'd given him all her best years, only to end up estranged from her daughter. Monica lifted her head and wiped away the tears on her face. A look of determination rose in her eyes, as if she'd made some decision. "Miss Ava!" A clear, childish voice rang out from the entrance. In the living room, Ava was sleeping on her side, covered with a light blanket. Hearing the voice, she slowly opened her eyes. She turned and leaned on the armrest. She saw Adrian setting Lily down. The little girl came running over with quick steps. Ava rubbed her eyes and sat up on the sofa, catching the flying Lily in her arms. "What brings you to see me today, Lily? No homework? Uncle Adrian said he'd teach me." Lily looked back at Adrian walking toward them. Then she turned to look at Ava. "Uncle Adrian said you were sick, so he picked me up from school and brought me to see you." "You're such a good girl, Lily." Ava stroked the top of Lily's head. She appraised Adrian from the corner of her eye, thinking that Adrian's compassion was really overflowing these days, actually leaving work to pick up Lily from school. "Has Lily eaten?" Ava asked in a low voice. Lily shook her head, saying earnestly, "Lily wants to eat with Miss Ava. And Uncle Adrian, too." "Then sit for a bit, Lily. I'll go upstairs to change, and we'll go out together later." Lily obediently climbed out of Ava's embrace and sat properly on the adjacent sofa. Ava went upstairs wrapped in her blanket. As she was about to close the bedroom door, it wouldn't close. She turned to find a foot wedged in the doorway. "Adrian, are you changing too?" Ava showed an expression that was a smile, but not a smile. She figured he'd followed to take advantage of her. "Can't I change?" Adrian raised an eyebrow. He tugged at his cufflinks, then said, "If I remember correctly, this is my bedroom." Ava faltered. Yes, it was his bedroom. If her body had fully recovered, she'd really want to leave immediately. While Ava was distracted, Adrian had already gripped her shoulders, pushing her inside. "Adrian, I don't need your help changing. My hands aren't injured." Ava raised her hand to stop Adrian's motion to help her undress. His movements were really practiced. She really didn't know how many times he'd done this for Grace before. "Really?" Adrian pointed to the scrape on Ava's forearm. "Isn't this injured?" Ava. This little thing didn't mean she couldn't change her own clothes. But there was no reasoning with Adrian. He ended up helping her change anyway. Today, he didn't choose a white dress, but instead a white dress with small blue flowers and a blue cardigan over it. The three of them left together and went to a restaurant they'd frequented before. Near the end of the meal, Ava saw two familiar figures. Stella Hale let go of Maxwell Hale's arm and walked toward her. Ava didn't miss the flash of awkwardness in Stella's eyes. During her relationship with Wesley, she and Stella had always gotten along well. She'd left the hospital so hastily that day. Wesley must have guessed the reason. The Hale family probably all knew by now that she'd overheard that conversation. Chapter 109. Arranged Marriage Candidate. "Ava, are you feeling better?" Stella asked with concern. The worry in her eyes didn't seem fake. Ava wouldn't reject someone being friendly to her. She maintained the same sweet smile as before, speaking gently. "Nothing serious. The doctor said I just need to rest for a couple days." "Then, which hospital are you at now?" Stella ventured cautiously. Her second brother had been going crazy looking for Ava these past few days. If only they'd known not to let their mother say those things in the hospital room. Now it had come to this. "I'm not in the hospital. I'm recovering at home." At those words, Stella instinctively looked at Adrian Pierce sitting across from Ava. Her brother had been to the Hart House more than once. Ava wasn't there at all. She wasn't at her villa in Imperial Gardens either. The only explanation was she was at Adrian's place. Shock flashed through Stella's heart. Seeing the three of them eating dinner, Stella didn't say more. She turned back to Maxwell, and they walked together toward their private room. "Maxwell, should I text Wesley?" Stella was torn. Maxwell pursed his lips and shook his head. "They're not compatible. They would have broken up eventually." "How are they incompatible? I think they're perfect together." Stella was somewhat dissatisfied with her brother's words. It was just because Ava couldn't have children. Stella looked at Maxwell's profile and sighed heavily in her heart. Wesley wasn't very happy during his relationship with Ava. Even if Ava could have children, the problems between them would still exist. Ending it now is the best outcome. Maxwell naturally didn't tell his sister about investigating Ava. Ava was hypocritical and selfish, while his brother had a sincere heart. Perhaps at first he'd accept Ava's imperfections out of love, but Wesley was a perfectionist by nature. What Wesley liked was the Ava he'd first met, kind, lively, positive, and bright. But such an Ava never existed in the world. Wesley simply couldn't accept the real Ava. Otherwise, they wouldn't have become like this in less than a year and a half together. Very unlike Wesley. But they love each other. Can't love overcome all obstacles? Stella looked up, her eyes showing confusion. Maxwell shook his head. Love can't overcome all obstacles. Mom and Dad have such a good relationship because their family backgrounds are equal, their upbringings are the same, and their values align. Stella nodded with only partial understanding. Don't go pick up Lily so often from now on. After dropping Lily off at the orphanage, Ava looked at Adrian beside her, her tone taking on some seriousness. Adrian looked at her questioningly. She's 6 now. She remembers things. The more often you pick her up, the higher her expectations of you will become. When you get married and have children later, when you have your own family and kids, you won't be able to visit her often. She'll be disappointed. A faint emotion rose in Ava's eyes. You need to let her learn independence. Adrian's lips curved slightly. The way you talk, I sound like some heartless cad. Ava grumbled internally. Wasn't he heartless enough to Grace? Would you do that? Adrian's non sequitur left Ava completely confused. I mean, when you get married, would you stop visiting Lily? Of course not. I'm not having children anyway. In the dim light, disappointment flashed in Ava's eyes. She looked at the orphanage entrance, seeming to still hear the children playing inside. That fire had stripped away her right to be a mother. I won't have children either. The faint male voice dissipated in the air. Ava was utterly shocked. She turned to look at Adrian. Do you have a condition? Ava's expression was completely serious. With such a large Pierce Group empire, if Adrian wasn't having children, he must have some medical issue, right? Adrian's face darkened. So, you're allowed not to have children? But I'm not? He snorted coldly and grabbed Ava's neck to turn her around. Let's go home. Go home then. Why was he grabbing her neck? Ava smiled sweetly and hugged Adrian's waist. Adrian, you hurt my neck. Can you let go? Someone with a medical condition can still hurt you? What a petty man. Ava rested for about half a month. On the day she recovered, her father actually called her. Ava leaned out to look at the balcony. No red rain, no hail either. What was up with her father? Come home for dinner tonight. I have something to say. With that, he hung up without waiting for her response. Ava felt utterly baffled. The next second, Lena sent her a link. She clicked it to find Heart Group had released a statement saying Grace and Adrian had terminated their engagement. The statement simply explained that the original alliance was because Heart Group had faced a crisis. Now that the crisis was resolved, she and Adrian had no feelings for each other. They'd ultimately agreed to cancel the marriage. That's what the statement said, but Ava knew it wasn't true. Grace loved Adrian to the point of losing herself. She was probably afraid Adrian would be criticized, so the statement was worded this way. No wonder her father had called her. Losing such a golden son-in-law, her father was probably furious. At this thought, Ava immediately jogged into the bedroom, heading straight for the walk-in closet. Time to go home and watch the show. When Ava got home, she immediately sensed something was off about the atmosphere. Mrs. Quinn hurried over and pulled her to the back garden. Sir and Madam had a fight. This news was like a bomb, leaving Ava stunned. Her mother had changed? She actually dared fight with her father? Truly extraordinary. It seems Sir found out you broke up with the Hale boy and wants to arrange a marriage for you. The person he chose? Mrs. Quinn paused and sighed. The person isn't very good. He arranged a marriage candidate for me? Ava frowned. What was Philip Hart thinking? Grace and Adrian had broken up. He was afraid no one would support Heart Group in the future, but he didn't want to wrong his precious daughter Grace, so he was using her instead. Philip Hart was really underestimating her. If she didn't want to marry someone, no one could make her. Sir said there's a guest coming for dinner tonight. It's probably the marriage candidate he wants you to meet. Do you want to leave first and come back in a couple days? Mrs. Quinn said worriedly. Ava waved her hand. It's fine, Mrs. Quinn. I'm also curious what kind of person my father thinks I'm worthy of. At dinner, Ava looked at the fat, big-eared man across from her who kept giving her lecherous looks. She suddenly began to regret staying for this meal. This kind of trash, even if he pursued her, she wouldn't give him a chance. Yet her father wanted her to marry him. Ava finally couldn't hold back and put down her chopsticks. "I'm done eating. I'm going back now." Philip Hart looked up and barked sharply, "Sit down." Chapter 110. Divorce. "Dad, my boyfriend is waiting for me? You all keep eating." "Boyfriend? You mean Adrian Pierce?" Philip Hart slammed his chopsticks down on the table. "You can't just have a proper relationship. You have to go after your sister's man." "Dad, don't listen to what she's saying. Adrian and I don't have anything going on." "Mr. Hart, don't get upset. I believe Ava isn't that kind of person." The man sitting across from Ava spoke cheerfully. His gaze made Ava sick to her stomach. "Charles is more than good enough for you. Don't aim so high. You can't even have children. Do you think you can still marry Adrian Pierce? You'd better know your place." Suddenly, a spoon was slammed into a soup bowl. "Philip Hart, have you said enough? If this marriage is so wonderful, why don't you have your daughter marry him?" Monica Mann's eyes reddened as she stared at Philip Hart. The moment those words left her mouth, the other three members of the Hart family froze, especially Grace. She looked completely shocked, never expecting the mother who had always doted on her would say such a thing. In the living room, the atmosphere was oppressive. Mrs. Quinn saw Charles out, and when she returned, this was the scene before her. The lady of the house sat on the sofa, lips pressed tight, looking like she'd reached her limit of endurance. The master stood by the coffee table, arms crossed, frowning as he stared at his wife on the sofa. Ava and Grace each sat on separate armchairs. "Because I'm arranging a marriage for her, you want to divorce me? What family like ours doesn't do arranged marriages?" "Did you have an arranged marriage?" Monica shot back. "When your father wanted you to marry me in an arranged marriage, did you agree? You were even willing to give up being the heir to Hart Group to marry Evelyn Bennett. Why is it that when it comes to my daughter, everyone has to have an arranged marriage?" Evelyn Bennett came from a humble background. Philip Hart's father had looked down on her from the start. Philip's parents had liked Monica since childhood and wanted her to marry Philip. In college, she and Evelyn had been roommates. Because Evelyn's family was poor, she had helped Evelyn a lot, and the two became close. Through her, Philip met Evelyn. The two began dating without her knowledge. In their senior year, both families' parents had dinner together. Both sets of parents had intentions of uniting the families, but Philip showed up with Evelyn. Evelyn was pregnant. Though heartbroken, she knew love didn't work on a first-come, first-served basis, so she gave them her blessing. Later, Evelyn passed away, but she still never let go of those years of secret love. She took on the responsibility of caring for Grace and caring for Philip. Even though Philip didn't love her or their daughter, why did he have to humiliate her like this? Finding such a playboy and wanting her daughter to marry him. Last time she came home and confessed to her husband about what happened, she was hoping he would see how much their daughter had suffered. That he could use some shares of Hart Group to compensate their daughter. Her husband hadn't immediately agreed at the time. He only said he would handle it properly. She never expected that his way of handling it properly was to find someone like this for her daughter to marry. She finally saw things clearly. Having already wasted more than 20 years, she didn't want to waste any more time with such a person for the rest of her life. "Have your lawyer draft the divorce papers for me? You had me sign a prenup anyway. You never intended to give anything to us, mother and daughter. We won't have any disputes over property." Monica finished speaking and got up to go upstairs. Grace immediately stood up. "Dad, go comfort Mom." She watched Monica's figure disappear at the stairway with concern. "Besides my sister's mother, Dad probably hasn't comforted any other woman, right?" Ava shrugged. "Since Mom and Dad are getting divorced, I'll go upstairs and pack my things too, before Dad drugs me and sends me to someone else's bed next time I come back." "Ava, can you stop making things worse?" Grace said sternly. "Do you really want Mom and Dad to get divorced that badly?" Ava smiled sweetly and nodded. "Yep." "Are you really getting divorced?" Ava crossed her arms, leaning against the doorframe of the walk-in closet. Monica was putting clothes into a suitcase. It really looked like she was leaving. Ava was quite surprised. Her mother was in her 50s, and she was suddenly saying she wanted a divorce. It was really unexpected. Monica paused, then looked at her daughter. I wasted decades on him before. For the rest of my life, I want to do what I want to do. Please don't tell me what you want to do is make it up to me. I'm sorry. It was all Mom's fault before. Ava wasn't used to Monica being like this. She dropped a line. I'm going to pack my things. And left. She didn't want to come back here anyway. This was a good opportunity to take everything with her, to prevent her dad from plotting against her in the future. Shortly after Ava left, Grace came in. She watched Monica packing, not understanding why things had turned out this way. They had been such a happy family not long ago. How did they get to the point of divorce? Mom, if you don't like Charles, I'll have Dad decline the Whitmore family and find other marriage prospects for Ava. Dad isn't good with words. Please don't be angry with him anymore, okay? Monica, do you think Charles is worthy of Ava? Grace sighed softly. Mom, Charles himself is indeed quite mediocre, but as Dad said, few people can accept Ava's situation. Dad is doing this for Ava's own good. Monica casually tossed the clothes in her hands onto the suitcase. She stood up. She looked directly at this stepdaughter she had doted on for over 20 years. How had she never noticed before that she took after Philip Hart? No wonder she was the daughter Philip had doted on since childhood. Didn't your dad tell you why Ava can't have children? It's because back then in the fire, I took you out first even though you were completely uninjured. I left her inside. She nearly died and had to have surgery to remove her uterus. She's your sister no matter what. Even if you blame her for taking Adrian from you, but as a fellow woman, why don't you have any empathy? Do you still think I'm being unreasonable with your dad right now? Grace shook her head. No, Mom, I didn't think that. I also feel sorry that Ava can't get pregnant, but she has to get married eventually. If you were the one who couldn't have children, would your dad marry you off to someone like that? Grace was stunned. Dad loved her so much. Even if she never married, he wouldn't marry her off to a playboy like Charles. I'm sorry, Mom. That's not what I meant. Monica closed the suitcase. You don't need to try to persuade me. Your dad and I can't go on, and it's not just because of this. This was at most the trigger. Mom, are you abandoning me? Grace grabbed Monica's hand, saying urgently. Chapter 111. Need time to adapt. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone screen on the coffee table lit up. Ava only glanced at it indifferently and didn't choose to answer. Miss, the lady has been settled in the guest room. The housekeeper came down from upstairs. Ava nodded and told her to rest early. She took her phone and left the villa. She returned to her own place. Although this was also an Imperial Gardens estate, it wasn't the villa she lived in. This place was only a 2 or 3 minute walk from her villa. The late September night had gradually turned cold. She pulled her thin jacket tighter around herself. As she walked toward the villa, a figure at the entrance came into Ava's line of sight. Her phone vibrated again. Adrian's call came through once more. The phone's vibration sounded especially clear in the quiet night. It startled the man standing at the villa's entrance. Ava! The moment he saw her, joy flashed in Wesley Hale's eyes. He strode toward her. Seeing him reach out to embrace her, Ava stepped back, avoiding Wesley's arms. Her movement made the expression in Wesley's eyes freeze. What is it? Ava's voice was flat, carrying almost no emotion. Under the streetlight, the face that usually wore a bright, sunny smile was like winter ice and snow, cold, indifferent. This version of Ava was undoubtedly unfamiliar to Wesley. He was briefly stunned. Are you feeling better? Wesley asked with concern. He had been looking for her for a long time. Today he finally spotted Ava's car coming back and guessed she would definitely return to stay here, so he came to wait at her door. I'm already better, but my physical condition shouldn't concern Mr. Hale. After all, we're already over. Ava looked at Wesley blandly. What do you mean, over? I never agreed to that, Wesley said urgently. He gripped Ava's shoulders. Ava, if you're unhappy about something, you can tell me. Please don't say we're over so easily, okay? Are you happy? Ava asked in return. As Wesley stood stunned, Ava continued. Are you happy being with me? Of course I'm happy. Wesley's gaze was somewhat evasive. At the beginning of being with Ava, he had been very happy. But when he discovered Ava's strong possessiveness, he gradually became less happy than before, especially after he tried many ways to give Ava a sense of security, but Ava showed no change whatsoever. He slowly grew weary. Being with Ava often gave him a suffocating feeling, but he was very clear that he didn't want to break up with Ava. He just hadn't found a solution yet. Once he found a solution, things between them would get better. If you're happy, why did you lie about going on a business trip? Wesley's breath caught. I'm sorry, Ava. I didn't mean to. I just wanted us both to calm down. I didn't cheat, and there's no one else. From beginning to end, the only person I've liked is you. Wesley lowered his head. He didn't choose to continue lying. If he lied again, there would be no room left with Ava. It's not only cheating or falling for someone else that warrants a breakup, I can tell you clearly. I'm not happy with you. I've become unlike myself, so I'm breaking up with you. Actually, you can't accept the real me at all. I only showed you less than a third of who I am, and you already felt suffocated and wanted to escape. Don't make promises you can't keep. Ava pried his hand off her shoulder, bit by bit. Wesley's hand dropped powerlessly. His lips trembled. He opened his mouth, and only after a long moment did he make a sound. That's not it. I just need some time to adapt. Dating requires time to adapt? A magnetic male voice cut between the two of them. Wesley looked toward the sound to see Adrian Pierce in light gray casual wear, his hands lazily crossed in front of his chest as he strolled toward them. Wesley's brow furrowed slightly. Ava's eyelid twitched hard. How did Adrian find his way here? He was truly relentless. If dating requires time to adapt, Mr. Hale might want to consider whether you are not suited for relationships and are better suited to being single for life. Adrian stopped beside Ava, looking coolly at Wesley's unpleasant expression, offering his reminder with great kindness. Have you been with him this whole time? Thinking of the recent series of events, no matter how he searched, he couldn't find Ava. In New Harbor, there were only a handful of people who could hide someone from him. Adrian Pierce was one of those people who could do it. Combined with the Hart family's announcement breaking off the engagement, the outside world thought it was an arranged marriage, but he'd been dating Ava for nearly a year and had eaten at the Hart home several times. He naturally knew whether Grace truly loved Adrian or not. His instinct told him the broken engagement had something to do with Ava. Ava, do you remember what you promised me? Wesley felt deeply betrayed. She had promised him she wouldn't get involved between Adrian and Grace again. She had broken her word. We've already broken up. Naturally, I can't remember some things. You don't need to rehash old accounts with me here. I hope you won't come here anymore, or I'll have to move, which would be quite troublesome. After speaking, Ava pushed open the gate and walked inside. Wesley wanted to follow, but Adrian blocked him with his body. Don't pester her after a breakup. She doesn't like it. Adrian curved his lips in a light smile. Mr. Pierce, do I need to remind you? You two broke up 7 years ago. Wesley smiled without warmth, meeting Adrian's gaze directly. You're going back and forth between the two Hart daughters. What do you plan to have people say about the Hart family? About Ava? Adrian shrugged slightly. No one will have the chance to speak. After all, I'm different from you. Mr. Hale probably doesn't have enough ability to resist your family yet. Just the fact that she can't have children is enough to throw you into chaos. Is it really your family who can't accept being childless, or is it actually you who can't accept it? Wesley's brows knitted tightly. I can accept it. A light laugh issued from Adrian's throat. He raised his eyebrows. If you could accept it, you wouldn't have hesitated when your mother said those things. If you could accept it, Ava probably wouldn't be so disappointed in you. You say you can accept it with your mouth, but whether you actually can or not, you know better than anyone. Ava was caught by the back of her neck before she could sneak into her bedroom. Why didn't you answer the phone? A cool male voice came from behind. Ava gave a dry laugh and turned her head to look at Adrian. Wesley kept harassing me. I didn't have time to answer. Ava shifted all responsibility onto Wesley without batting an eye. She could guess that if she didn't answer the phone, Adrian would definitely ask when she was coming back. She wasn't dating him, and she certainly wasn't living with him. He was quite good at inserting himself into situations. I arrived an hour ago. Ava didn't expect her lie to be exposed so quickly. Being with Adrian was so boring. He had to expose her lies. Was it fun? You're deliberately playing me, aren't you? Ava struck first, breaking free from Adrian's restraint and huffing as she walked into the bedroom, then threw herself onto the bed. Chapter 1 to 12. kissed my ex's brother. You're the one who lied, so how is it me deliberately playing you? Adrian followed Ava into the bedroom. He stood by the bed, looking at Ava playing dead with a half smile. I'm going to sleep. Ava's voice was muffled, but she was thinking, this damn man Adrian wouldn't be planning to sleep here tonight, would he? No way. But to her surprise, Adrian only said, and after a moment, he left her bedroom. Ava lifted her head, looking toward the tightly closed bedroom door. Since when did Adrian become so considerate? Well, that was fine. She really didn't have time to deal with Adrian today. Not having seen Wesley for this period, she thought she'd completely forgotten him. But seeing him again still stirred ripples in her heart. The first time she let herself go had led to such a result. She couldn't help but feel unwilling to accept it. Half an hour later, Ava sat down next to Lena in a provocatively tight mini dress. When she appeared, the eyes of all the men around went straight. Ava, why'd you suddenly change your style today? Zeke Joe asked. Broke up, changing my mood. Ava curved her lips in a smile. She moved her glass over, letting Zeke fill her wine glass. Broke up? Ava's words were like throwing a stone into a calm lake. After Ava started dating, she didn't come out to play with them much. Now, suddenly hearing that Ava had broken up, the happiest people were none other than Ava's admirers present. How did you two break up? Another friend asked curiously. Incompatible personalities. Ava didn't want to elaborate, just brushing it off with 4 words. Seeing she didn't want to talk about it, everyone simply changed the subject. Halfway through drinking, someone suggested playing Truth or Dare. In the first round, Ava drew a particularly bold dare. Pick another one. Zeke tried to take the card from Ava's hand, but Ryan Jong stopped him. If everyone did it like you, how would we keep playing? Zeke stomped hard on Ryan's foot under the table. Ever since this guy fell head over heels for Mandy Cooper, he'd stopped caring about anyone else. It's fine, it's just a kiss. Ava shook her head, refusing Zeke's goodwill. The card she drew said to kiss the 5th person from the left at the bar. It was absolutely ridiculous. She was getting the short end of the stick. Now she could only pray that person wasn't bad looking. Just kiss them on the cheek. Don't let anyone take advantage of you. Autumn looked at Ava with concern. Ava was beautiful and kind-hearted, gentle even when rejecting people. If she ran into a creep, Ava would be the one at a loss. Ava gave them both a reassuring look. She supported herself on the booth as she stood, her steps a bit unsteady. She went downstairs and walked straight toward the first-floor bar. Autumn and the others crowded by the glass railing, watching Ava's direction with concern. Ava had drunk a bit and her head was spinning, but she wasn't too drunk. She walked to the bar and counted the backs. The 5th person wore a white shirt with broad shoulders. Her gaze slowly moved down, his waist. Nice waist. The legs wrapped in dress pants looked long. Ava suddenly felt a bit interested. She tapped the man's shoulder, praying in her heart that he wasn't a from-behind killer. The moment his face turned around, it was an exceptionally handsome face. Before Ava could think, she leaned in and kissed him. Her kiss landed at the corner of the man's lips. The man turned his face slightly, and her lips covered something soft. Ava wanted to pull back, but the next second, someone gripped the back of her neck, and the man kissed her fiercely. Not until she was nearly out of breath did the man release her. Looking at the face before her, she felt it was very familiar. Miss Hart, if you can't handle alcohol, don't drink so much. The familiar male voice was like a hammer, scattering the fog in her brain. Ava's eyes widened in shock. Mr. Reed. Embarrassment flashed through Ava's eyes. Talk about not recognizing your own allies. She'd actually kissed a man who liked men. But he was the one who actively kissed her back just now. Could Samuel be by? But didn't Ian say, "Sorry, I was playing Truth or Dare with my friends. I didn't expect you to be here." Ava laughed awkwardly. For a moment, she didn't know which was more embarrassing, kissing her ex's older brother or kissing a gay man who was disgusted by women. It seemed like every time she met Samuel, there was some degree of awkwardness involved. If I weren't here, you were planning to kiss someone else? Ava nodded honestly. In the dim lighting, Ava didn't notice Samuel's face darkening in that instant. Drowning your sorrows after a breakup? Samuel glanced at Ava's overly sexy outfit, completely different from her usual style. Mr. Hale and I were just in a business arrangement. We parted ways after finding we weren't compatible. It doesn't count as heartbreak." Ava smiled. Samuel gave a meaningful, "Oh." He picked up his glass. "Want to have a drink together?" Ava looked up at her friends on the second floor who were ready to rush down, made a gesture to them, then naturally sat down next to Samuel. She thought, Samuel liked men. Perhaps they could have a marriage of convenience. After all, what she wanted was just power and influence. As for what her future husband did outside the marriage, she wouldn't care much, as long as it didn't blow up publicly and hurt everyone's reputation. She hadn't considered Samuel before, not only because he was Ian's brother, but also because he didn't like women. After this whole ordeal with Wesley, she suddenly realized she'd been too narrow-minded before. So what if he was her ex's brother? Was she really that moral of a person? The answer was no. "Does Mr. Reed come here to drink often?" Ava propped her face with one hand, looking at Samuel. Occasionally. Ava discovered that Samuel was truly a man of few words. Communicating with him was even more exhausting than talking with Adrian. If they got married, that would be great. It would be like marrying a mute. Quiet. After drinking for an hour, Ava was drunk and somewhat out of it. Samuel looked at the person sprawled ungracefully on the bar, a helpless smile floating to his lips. "Miss Hart?" Samuel called several times before Ava opened her eyes. She fumbled through her bag for her car keys. "Designated driver. Call me a designated driver." After speaking, she collapsed into Samuel's arms and fell asleep again. The softness in his arms made Samuel's body stiffen. He stood in place, momentarily motionless, until the driver came to call him and he snapped back to attention. He lifted Ava horizontally into his arms. "Take Miss Hart home first." Samuel settled her in the back seat, then spoke to the driver up front. Ava leaned crookedly against the seat back and patted the driver's seat. "Go to Rosewater Lane." The driver said, "Okay." Samuel turned his head. Mottled light and shadow fell on Ava's face, dividing it into many sections, making it impossible to see her expression clearly. If he remembered correctly, Ava didn't live there. Chapter 113. Determined to draw a clear line. Am I here yet?" Ava sat bolt upright, rubbing her temples. She said thank you, then pushed open the car door and got out. Only after Ava's figure disappeared at the entrance did Samuel tell the driver to go. The driver moved his stiff arms. After sitting for over half an hour, his legs were going numb. On this side, Ava hung her bag on her wrist and lowered her head to enter the password. Beep! The lock opened. She pushed open the door, kicked off her shoes, tossed her bag casually in the entryway, and walked straight upstairs. Bang! Ava kicked open the bedroom door. The person sleeping soundly in the bedroom was startled awake. He raised his hand to turn on the light, and the instant the light came on, a shadow pressed down, falling straight onto him. The strong smell of alcohol spread through the air. "Didn't you say you were going to sleep? How'd you get this drunk?" Adrian pushed Ava into a sitting position. Ava leaned softly against him, not even lifting her eyelids. "Sleep. Don't be noisy." She raised her hand to cover Adrian's mouth. Adrian's brow furrowed slightly. "Go take a shower." Not going. I want to sleep." Ava gave Adrian a push, flipped over and rolled to the side, wrapping herself in the blanket. When Adrian reached out to pull her, she rolled backward. Suddenly, a huge crash sounded in the room. Ava fell off the bed, blanket and all. Although the floor was carpeted, she still felt like she was dying from pain. "Did you hurt yourself?" Adrian strode off the bed and crouched beside Ava, wanting to help her up from the floor. Ava swatted his hand away. "What are you doing? My bones are about to break." It hurt so much. Ava's voice carried a crying tone. Damn, Adrian. They just had incompatible magnetic fields. You were the one rolling around on the bed. You rolled off, so how is it my fault? Your bed is too small. Okay, my bed is small. Tomorrow you can go pick a bigger one. Adrian lifted the blanket-wrapped Ava from the floor and placed her on the bed. Ava clung to the blanket with all four limbs. Adrian wanted to pull the blanket away and take her to shower, but Ava had quite the grip. In the end, Ava went into the bathroom hugging the blanket. "Where am I?" Ava sat up abruptly from the bed. She knocked on her heavy head. Why did she feel like she'd seen Adrian last night? The next second, she discovered she really was in Adrian's bedroom. Ava looked down. She was wearing a light blue nightgown. He'd taken advantage of her again? Pierce Group. Justin Shaw knocked on the office door and tossed the folder in his hand in front of Adrian. Grace's statement was your idea, wasn't it? He bent down, hands braced on the desk, and gave a light tsk. You're pretty shameless. You want to break off the engagement yourself, but you make Grace take the fall. If you care about her so much, why don't you show your face around her more? Maybe you could take advantage of the situation. Adrian leaned back, smiling as he looked at Justin. Justin's expression stiffened slightly. His gaze fell on the scabbed area on Adrian's lower lip. Is Ava still at your place? Using her full name suits you better. What I call her. You're going to control that too. You two aren't boyfriend and girlfriend now, are you? You sure manage a lot. Justin scoffed lightly. Adrian's fingers interlaced, resting lightly on his knees. His profile in the sunlight looked less cold than usual. Only his voice remained as indifferent as ever. Wedding gift. Remember to make it expensive. His cool tone was lazy, carrying an air of certainty. Justin swore he'd never seen anyone this thick-skinned. Adrian wanted to marry her, but he should first see if Ava was willing. Yet he was already asking him to prepare a wedding gift, really pushing his luck. Are you sure she'll be willing to marry you? Ava didn't show even the slightest sign of wanting to marry Adrian. At most, she was playing around. At least she wouldn't be willing to marry you. Adrian curved his lips, his knuckles tapping lightly on the desk. Justin, there was no point talking to him. Mrs. Lynn, are you cooking? Ava took another nap before washing up and coming downstairs. She hurried into the kitchen, poking her head out from behind Mrs. Lynn. Mrs. Lynn smiled at her kindly. The master said you eat more than usual after a hangover, so he told me to make extra. Ava was slightly stunned. She didn't expect Adrian would remember something like that. I've been here so long, and I've never seen the master care so much about anyone's affairs. During the time you've been staying here, he comes home on time every day. Before, he often didn't come back until the early morning hours. Mrs. Lynn chattered on, saying a lot about Adrian. Ava's face wore a smile. Adrian treating her differently was certain. Whether that difference was because of the life-saving debt, or because of the unwillingness to accept being abandoned, she wasn't clear. The only thing she was certain of was that they couldn't have a future, because they started with a lie. And after that came many more lies piled on top. Perhaps she should draw a clear line with Adrian completely. Anyway, Adrian and Grace had already broken off their engagement. As long as Grace had even a shred of dignity left, she wouldn't get back together with Adrian. Dumpling! Ava crouched down to pick up the cat and sat on the sofa. We probably won't be able to see each other anymore. Will Dumpling forget me really quickly? Dumpling meowed, rubbing its head against Ava's palm. This Maine Coon that Adrian picked up was very affectionate. Ava had lived here for a while, and every day Dumpling followed her around, thinking about not coming here anymore. She even developed the urge to steal the cat. Too bad she couldn't keep it at home. At home, there was a dog with extremely strong possessiveness. Ava played with Dumpling for a while longer, then went to eat. After eating, she changed clothes and left the villa. As she went to get her car, she received a call from Lena asking her to go shopping together. Ava happened to be bored. She turned the car around and headed to the address Lena sent. Ava, how was it yesterday? The moment she appeared, Lena and Autumn winked at her suggestively. After they saw yesterday that the person Ava kissed was Samuel, they didn't go disturb them. A catch like Samuel could barely match up to Ava. They wouldn't be so tactless. Don't gossip. Mr. Reed doesn't like women. How could we possibly have anything going on? Ava gave her friends a helpless, reproachful look. Mr. Reed doesn't like women? Autumn's mouth fell open. I haven't heard that. Lena, I really can't tell that Mr. Reed doesn't like women. No wonder after all these years there's been zero romantic gossip about him. Turns out the paparazzi were barking up the wrong tree. At that, the three of them burst into laughter. Okay, never mind him. New winter collections came in recently. There are a few pieces that would really suit you. Autumn and I already picked them out for you. Go try them on. Lena pushed Ava toward the fitting room. Ava didn't refuse. Just as she was about to enter the fitting room, she caught sight of two familiar figures in the mirror. Grace Hart and Diana Morgan. Chapter 114. Taking the Initiative. Some people steal their sister's boyfriend and still have the nerve to spend their sister's money. Diana Morgan shot Ava a cold glance, the corner of her lips curving into a mocking arc. Are you jealous? Want to spend it but can't? Ava looked at Diana with a smile. Now that Grace was in charge of most of Heart Group's affairs, the card she swiped could naturally be said to be spending Grace's money. She had nothing to do with Heart Group's shares. What was wrong with spending a little money? Not only would she spend it, she wouldn't show any mercy at all. You follow your sister around all day, standing up for her at every turn. Doesn't she take the initiative to spend money on you to show her gratitude? Ava feigned confusion. Diana was so angry she nearly lost it. Grace pulled her back, shaking her head. Don't think you can drive a wedge between me and Grace by saying things like that. We're not like you and these two next to you. Fake sisterhood. Autumn burst out laughing. Who are you calling fake sisters? Lena chimed in. Exactly. Only people whose own lives suck think everyone else's feelings are fake. The two went back and forth, leaving Diana speechless. Grace wasn't the type to argue with people, leaving only Diana fuming. Diana, why isn't your good friend helping you out? Ava laughed coquettishly with a reproachful look. Oh, so this is what Diana calls friendship. She covered her mouth, looking very surprised. Ava, you don't need to sow discord here. Grace looked at Ava with displeasure. She was a bit angry. She believed she hadn't done anything to wrong Ava. But since Ava returned to the country, she'd repeatedly targeted her, knowing how important Adrian was to her, yet seducing him time and again. Grace, why would you say that? I'm just concerned about Diana, worried she'll get so angry she'll have a heart attack. I'm just showing concern. Please don't misunderstand me. Ava's pure, beautiful face was full of innocence and hurt. Autumn and Lena naturally couldn't stand it. As the older sister, I really don't understand why you're so petty with Ava. She's 5 years younger than you. Can't you be more tolerant of her? Thank goodness my sister isn't like you, or I'd be miserable. Autumn, Lena, don't say anymore. Grace doesn't like me. She's always blamed my mom for stealing Dad away. Grace was infuriated by Ava's words. When had she ever blamed Monica for stealing Dad? Her relationship with Monica was even closer than her relationship with Philip. Ava's mouth was too good at twisting right and wrong. Where's Mom? Send me the address. I want to see her. Grace didn't want to argue about these things with Ava. She just wanted to find Monica. Mom hadn't been home lately. The house was cold and empty. It didn't feel like a home at all. Mom probably doesn't want to see you right now. Ava curved her lips, speaking sweetly. I think I should remind you, although you and I are blood relatives, you and Mom aren't related by blood. After Mom and Dad divorce, she won't be your mother anymore. If you want to see your mother, you can visit the cemetery more often. She is my mother. Grace frowned, emphasizing. Ava shrugged indifferently. Then it depends on whether she wants to be your mother. Ava called over the store clerk holding the clothes and entered the fitting room. Ever since Monica learned about the fire incident, her guilt had been overwhelming. She'd been trying to repair her mother-daughter relationship with Ava, even though Monica knew this matter couldn't be blamed on Grace. After all, Grace had only been 10 years old at the time. It was Monica who chose to take the traumatized Grace out of the fire first. But human nature was like that. Monica subconsciously couldn't help but resent Grace. If Monica hadn't chosen to take Grace out first, she wouldn't have had to have her uterus removed, unable to be a mother for the rest of her life. This was Monica's biggest psychological knot. Ava hung up the phone and returned to the dining table once more. She looked at Samuel across from her, smiling. Would Mr. Reed consider sponsoring our dance company? She placed her hands together on the edge of the table, staring intently at Samuel. Is Miss Hart switching careers to become an agent? Samuel leaned back slightly. He didn't quite understand what Ava was up to. The dance company Ava was with never lacked sponsors, because Ava herself was a well-known name. Yet now she was actively soliciting sponsorship. This seemed strange, no matter how you looked at it. Getting some early practice. Maybe I'll really switch careers to become an agent in the future. Ava smiled lightly. If Samuel weren't so difficult to deal with, why would she use such a clumsy excuse? Trying to win over a man who liked men really wasn't easy. Sometimes she wondered if she should just be straightforward, but who was she? She was Ava Hart. She'd never actively pursued anyone. She'd never taken the initiative to confess her feelings. She would only take the initiative to flirt a little, then see if the other party caught on. She had no interest in men who didn't get it. Samuel's lips curved in a shallow arc. "I can consider it." Ava took out her phone and waved it at Samuel. "Then could Mr. Reed leave his contact information? If you're interested, you can contact me anytime." Samuel didn't refuse. His gaze rested in the distance as he opened his phone and added Ava's contact information. "I have a meeting later. Miss Hart, take your time. I've already paid the bill." With that, Samuel picked up his jacket and stood up. Ava smiled with crescent eyes as she said goodbye to Samuel. After he left, she happily cut a piece of steak and put it in her mouth, her eyes and brows tinged with pleasure. "Since when are you so close with Mr. Reed?" A familiar, low male voice sounded overhead. "Cough, cough, cough." The steak Ava had just swallowed nearly got coughed back up. She reached for water, but the glass had already been picked up by Adrian and handed to her. Ava gulped down a big mouthful before her coughing slowly stopped. "Adrian." When she looked up at Adrian, a faint hint of guilt flashed through her eyes. After all, just minutes ago she'd told Adrian on the phone that she had to go back to the dance company today and did not have time to eat with him. "Since when does Mr. Reed go to your dance company too?" Adrian pressed one hand on the edge of the table, leaning down close to Ava. So close that when he spoke, his warm breath sprayed on Ava's nose. Ava suppressed her guilt and smiled. "Linda had something come up today. She had an appointment with Mr. Reed to discuss sponsorship, so I came to meet him on her behalf." "Is that so?" Adrian laughed mockingly, looking at Ava with an ambiguous meaning. Ava's expression didn't change as she said yes. "Have you been avoiding me lately?" Ava's heart clenched. He noticed that too. Adrian and Grace had already broken off their engagement. Of course, she didn't want to be more entangled with Adrian. "No, I've just had a lot going on at the dance company lately." Ava denied it without batting an eye. "Adrian, I'm done eating. I need to go back. I won't eat with you." Ava spoke while picking up her bag from the side. She backed away, carefully standing up. Just as she stood up and was about to walk out, a large hand covered her waist. It pulled her over. Her lips hit Adrian's shoulder, and the pain made her see stars. Damn, Adrian, was he made of iron? Chapter 115. Marriage Proposal. Adrian, pulling and tugging in public isn't very appropriate. Ava poked Adrian's chest with her index finger. In broad daylight. What if they got photographed? Adrian hummed, turned her around, and pulled her outside. Ava had a feeling Adrian had deliberately come to catch her. When they were together before, occasionally she'd tell little lies to go out and eat with Autumn and the others, and Adrian always seemed to have a radar installed on her, appearing just as she was about to finish eating. Then he'd take her away. But this time, she'd checked her phone. Adrian hadn't installed anything. "Adrian, have you seen Grace lately?" Ava asked casually. After those two broke up, they seemed to never appear together in public again. Though the Hart and Pierce families had many collaborations, they must have met privately. Ava was very concerned, afraid the two would get back together. Adrian looked up at her, his fingertips on his knee curling slightly. "Every day." "Every day?" Ava clenched her hand at her side. Had that lovesick fool Grace lowered herself to go back to Adrian again? Ava's eyes misted over as she imperceptibly leaned toward Adrian. She grabbed Adrian's hand, thick guilt floating in her eyes. "I'm sorry, Adrian. It's all my fault. I made Grace misunderstand. Why don't you arrange a time to meet with her? I'll explain to Grace. She'd definitely add plenty of embellishments. Make Grace give up completely." "Isn't your dance company very busy? You have time to worry about my affairs?" Adrian said with a half smile. Ava cursed inwardly. Would it kill him not to expose her? Damn, man. She really didn't understand what Grace liked about him. "Of course, your matters are more important to me than the dance company." The girl's voice was charming and playful, with a hint of sadness beneath. In an instant, that faint sadness seemed to envelop her entire being. Her beautiful eyes held an inescapable melancholy. "If I'm so important, why did you leave so decisively 7 years ago?" The man turned his face slightly, his refined features expressionless, clearly not believing her words. Ava's brow twitched. She'd been back in the country for a year. Why did he keep bringing up old matters? Adrian, I'm not lying. Since childhood, you've always been the most important person in my heart. I was just spoiled by you. I thought you'd only be angry with me for a while, then wait for me to come back. A crystal tear fell from Ava's eyes. She lowered her head. Tears fell like broken pearls, one after another, all landing on Adrian's dress pants, creating small wet stains. She'd practiced this crying method in the mirror for a long time. The key was looking pitiful. If you want me to believe you, bring your household registration book tomorrow morning at 9. I'll come pick you up. Those words left Ava somewhat dazed. What did he mean? Bring the household registration book? Did Adrian want to marry her? She didn't want that. If they got married and her lies were exposed, wouldn't Adrian be able to do whatever he wanted with her? Would she even survive? Adrian, don't marry me just because you're upset with Grace. Marriage isn't a small matter. I don't want you to regret it forever. Ava's words were full of concern. Adrian almost laughed in frustration. Is it really because of Grace or because you don't want to marry me? Ava's expression stiffened for a moment. After a while, she looked up, gazing at Adrian through tear-blurred eyes. From the moment I met you, my dream has been to marry you. How could I not want to marry you? I just don't want you to do something you'll regret out of impulse. Adrian raised his hand to wipe away the tears on her face. Then congratulations. Your dream will come true very soon. Ava. Being too good at acting was also a headache. Adrian believed without question that she loved him. I can't have children. Seeing there was really no other way, Ava could only use her trump card. She didn't believe Adrian, someone like him, truly didn't care about having an heir. I don't particularly like children. At that, Ava choked on her own saliva. He didn't like children? When he took care of Lily, he didn't look at all like someone who didn't like children. Adrian, I'm not joking with you. I can't have children. I'm not worthy of marrying you at all. I'm sorry. Ava turned around, leaning against the car window, letting tears fall. This was the first time she'd brought up not being able to have children with someone. After so many years, whether or not she had children wasn't actually that important to her. She just didn't want it to become a point of gossip, so she didn't want to bring it up with people. But since Adrian was insisting on marrying her, she couldn't worry about all that. The reason she didn't say she was child-free by choice was because she was afraid Adrian would be like Wesley, thinking he could change her. After all, many people who firmly claimed to be child-free before marriage ended up compromising after. Tomorrow at 9, I'll come pick you up. The car stopped outside the villa. Ava couldn't help but roll her eyes internally. Was this guy unable to understand human speech? Ava suddenly remembered the household registration book was still at the Hart House. She cheered internally, though her face still wore a pitiful expression. But the household registration book isn't in my possession. Go to the Hart House. Adrian spoke to the driver. Ava's lips immediately drooped. Adrian, I can go get it myself. If you go to the Hart House now and Dad finds out we want to get married, he definitely won't give me the household registration book. Ava quickly grabbed Adrian's hand. At worst, she'd just say Philip refused to give it to her. That wouldn't be her fault. Fine, you go get it yourself, but... Adrian paused, a faint smile curving his lips, his voice somewhat lazy. I do not want you to tell me tomorrow when I come to pick you up that your dad wouldn't give you the household registration book. Ava's pupils contracted. Was Adrian a mind reader? This made Ava even more certain she couldn't marry Adrian. If she married Adrian, it would only accelerate the exposure of her lies. No, that won't happen. I'll beg Dad properly. I'll beg him to give me the household registration book. Ava's face was full of sincerity. If you marry me, I'll give you all the shares under your father's name as a wedding gift. Adrian looked at her intently. Ava's heart jumped hard. All the shares under her father's name. She couldn't help but be tempted. Her dad was currently still the largest shareholder of Hart Group. If all the shares under his name were transferred to her, she would become the largest shareholder of Hart Group in the future. Grace would have to work for her. Just thinking about it made her happy. But she was also a bit afraid to take it. If Adrian had the ability to make her father transfer his shares to her, in the future, he'd definitely have the ability to make her transfer those shares to Grace. Chapter 116. Too late. Is too late. Miss, the lady is here. Ava handed her bag to Mrs. Quinn, then heard her say, "The lady is cooking." Ava wasn't surprised by this. Her mother had been coming frequently lately, either cooking or making desserts. Even if Ava didn't eat them, her mother kept at it tirelessly. "Has she been very idle lately?" Ava muttered. If she had so much free time, she might as well go out for beauty treatments or afternoon tea. "The lady just wants to repair her relationship with you." Mrs. Quinn gently tried to mediate. Ava pursed her lips. She was 25 now, and her mother was just now realizing she should repair their relationship. What had her mother been doing for the first 25 years? Just as Ava was about to go inside, the doorbell rang. She casually opened the security monitor and looked out. This was incredible. Philip Hart had actually come. This place had been quite lively lately. "Don't open the door for him." After saying that, Ava remembered the matter of the household registration book and pressed the door release button anyway. Mrs. Quinn shook her head helplessly, watching her young miss being tough on the outside, but soft on the inside. Ava opened the main door and went straight into the living room. She had just sat down on the sofa when Monica, wearing an apron, walked out of the kitchen. "Ava, you're home. Dinner will be ready soon." A gentle smile hung on her face. She looked exactly like a tender, loving mother. Ava felt a bit dazed. This was the scene she'd looked forward to most as a child. But in the past, when she came home from school, Monica's gaze always rested on Grace. Every time Monica called Grace, Grace would run over and throw herself into Monica's arms, affectionately asking what they were having for dinner. Then the two would warmly go into the kitchen together to wash their hands. She always watched their backs. Then, Mrs. Quinn would come remind her to wash her hands for dinner. "Stop coming here to cook every day. I don't like anything you make," Ava said flatly. Some things, when they're too late, they're too late. No amount of making up could erase the hurt caused back then. Monica stood in place, somewhat at a loss. The dishes she made for her daughter were all things she'd asked Mrs. Quinn and the previous housekeeper about, all picked according to her daughter's favorite flavors and dishes. It wasn't that her daughter didn't like eating them. Her daughter just didn't want to see her. She tightened her hands slightly, gripping the edge of the apron. "Then next time before I buy groceries, I'll ask you first. Whatever you want to eat, Mom will make." Her daughter's coldness made Monica very uncomfortable, but thinking back on those past years, she knew just how outrageously wrong she'd been. She just wanted to do everything she could to take care of her daughter more. Before Ava could finish speaking, Philip Hart's voice came from the entryway. "Have you had enough of living outside? If so, hurry up and come home." The man's tone carried faint impatience, as if he hadn't taken Monica's mention of divorce to heart at all. He only thought Monica was throwing a tantrum and leaving home. "Didn't I already have the lawyer send you the divorce papers?" Monica frowned. She'd originally wanted Philip to draft the divorce agreement, but since he kept dragging his feet, Monica found a lawyer herself. A few days ago, she'd had the lawyer deliver it to Hart Group. "What exactly are you making a fuss about?" Philip's brow was tinged with faint displeasure. "If you don't like him, I'll change to someone else. We've been married over 20 years. Are you really going to threaten me with divorce?" His wife had been so virtuous and proper all these years. Now in her 50s, she was suddenly throwing tantrums at him. "Can you not understand human speech? Who's making a fuss? I said divorce means divorce. You're not welcome here. Please leave quickly." Philip's high and mighty attitude infuriated Monica. He had the nerve to bring up the marriage prospect. That kind of man, to this day, he still thought that man was more than good enough for her daughter. It was ridiculous. "Mrs. Quinn, show him out." Monica couldn't be bothered to say more to Philip. In his heart, there was only Evelyn Bennett and the daughter Evelyn bore him. Talking to him was like playing a lute to a cow. "Monica, I'm giving you a way out. Take it. At your age, acting like a young girl throwing tantrums." Monica ignored his words and called for Mr. Quinn to throw him out. Mr. Quinn, hearing the commotion, came in from the back garden. "Mr. Hart, please. The lady didn't make dinner for you tonight." Mr. Quinn's face was all business. Philip was so angry his chest hurt. "Evelyn was the one who hired you back then. You said you wanted to resign, and now you've run here. Mr. Hart, my wife and I are getting old. Miss Hart feels for us and had us come here to retire." He and his wife, though they ostensibly came here to work, But the house also had a housekeeper and a maid. This place wasn't as big as the Hart house. 2 people were more than enough. He and his wife had nothing to do most of the time. They just had to walk Miss Hart's dog at a fixed time each day. "Ava, you're just going to watch your father get thrown out?" Philip called toward the sofa. Hearing this, Ava turned her head. She was half lying on the sofa, looking very surprised. "When did Dad get here?" "Dad's usually so busy with work. Why did you get off so early today?" His daughter's innocent look made Philip even angrier. They'd been making such a racket just now. Not only did his daughter ignore it, she pretended not to know anything. "Mr. Quinn, please take Dad home and bring my household registration book back while you're at it." Ava smiled sweetly at Mr. Quinn, then turned back around to continue looking at her phone. "What do you need the household registration book for?" Philip's brow furrowed slightly. Ava didn't turn her head, saying flatly, "Aren't you and Mom getting divorced? What's wrong with me taking it back? Unless when you divorce, you're planning to have me go with you and Grace go with Mom? Fine, take it. You'd better take your mother's too, and don't come back to the Hart house ever again." Philip stormed out angrily. Mr. and Mrs. Quinn looked worriedly at the figure on the sofa. Mrs. Quinn pushed Mr. Quinn, telling him to hurry and follow. The decisions Miss Hart made were always well thought out. She must have her reasons. Mr. Quinn said okay and quickly followed Philip out the door. When he reached the car, Philip had already opened the back door and gotten in. Mr. Quinn naturally got in the driver's seat. The car drove out of the villa complex and merged into the main street. Philip in the back seat was breathing heavily, looking quite upset. Mr. Quinn sighed inwardly. "Sir, don't blame the lady for being angry. If I had a daughter as excellent and thoughtful as the second miss, I wouldn't want to marry her off to someone like that either." Mr. Quinn really didn't understand what the master was thinking. The second miss was so beautiful, a graduate of a prestigious school with a good reputation. What kind of man couldn't she find? Yet the master insisted on choosing for the second miss a playboy whose appearance was hard to describe, with nothing redeeming about him except his family background. "I'm doing this for her own good," Philip said in a heavy voice. "Miss Grace is 5 years older than Miss Ava. Why doesn't the master settle Miss Grace's marriage first?" Mr. Quinn asked. Philip didn't even think, his tone carrying a hint of impatience. "Grace is different. Aren't they both your daughters? How are they different?" Chapter 117. Grace Hart Comes Calling. Grace. Philip Hart's words caught in his throat. Grace was his and Evelyn's daughter, born after days upon days of hopeful waiting. She was the crystallization of their love, heaven's greatest gift to him, and the last thing Evelyn had left behind. He didn't want to force her to marry someone she didn't love. So even though he didn't approve of his elder daughter's relationship with Adrian Pierce, he'd swallowed his objections because she liked him. But his younger daughter was just an accident. After Evelyn passed away, he'd never intended to remarry or have other children. He'd promised Evelyn that Grace would be his only child in this lifetime. But he and Monica Mann had lost control after drinking, and there was the younger daughter. He hadn't wanted her at all, but Monica said she did, and his elder daughter liked her too. He'd had no choice but to break his promise to Evelyn and let Monica give birth to the younger daughter. The younger daughter's very existence was a constant reminder. He had betrayed their love. She was living proof of his broken vow. So from the day she was born, he hadn't held her or grown close to her. He tried his best to ignore the younger daughter's existence. Neither spoke again. When they returned to the Hart residence and the car stopped, Grace came hurrying over. As the back door opened, she peered inside. When she didn't see Monica Mann beside Philip, the smile gradually faded from her face. "Dad, didn't Mom come back?" Grace's disappointment was impossible to hide. "She's not coming back." Philip walked inside with a dark expression. Grace froze for a moment before quickly catching up. "Dad, what do you mean? Are you really going to divorce Mom?" "She wants the divorce, not me." Philip looked irritated. Today's trip to see his younger daughter had subjected him to more frustration than he'd experienced in years. He definitely wouldn't go pick up Monica Mann again. "Dad, Mom's probably just upset. If you sweet-talk her a bit, she'll be fine." Grace grabbed Philip's hand and shook it playfully. His elder daughter's coaxing dissipated much of Philip's frustration. He let out a long sigh and promised to talk with Monica Mann again. "Why is Mr. Quinn taking so long?" Ava glanced at the time. It was so late and he still wasn't back. Had Philip changed his mind? Ava was about to get up when she heard a car engine outside. She rose and walked out. Mr. Quinn had already gotten out of the car, but he walked around the front to the back door and pulled it open. Just as Ava was wondering who Mr. Quinn had brought back, she saw a head emerge as someone bent down to exit the car. Why was Grace here? Where's Mom? Before Ava could speak, Grace had already strode up to her, demanding answers with a cold expression. Mom went back home, of course. She doesn't live with me. Ava looked at Grace with unhurried composure, a slight smile playing on her lips. Why doesn't sister contact Mom yourself? She hasn't changed her phone or WeChat, has she? Or is she ignoring you? Ava's face lit up with realization. She covered her mouth lightly in mock surprise. Sister, I thought you and Mom were closer than actual mother and daughter. Did you make Mom angry? Is that why she doesn't want to talk to you? No wonder Mom's been coming to cook for me every day lately. Turns out she's had a falling out with you, her stepdaughter, and is ready to make it up to me, her biological daughter. Ava's sweet voice rang out especially clear in the night, but to Grace's ears, it was unbearably grating. That day in the walk-in closet, after she told Mom about her sister's marriage arrangement, Mom's expression had changed. After that, Mom stopped replying to her messages. She wouldn't answer phone calls either. Mom wouldn't treat me like this. Grace's delicate brows knitted together as she looked displeasedly at Ava standing in the doorway. You don't need to keep emphasizing stepdaughter versus biological daughter to me. You're Mom's biological daughter, but do you know what she likes to eat? What her hobbies are? What she likes to do in her spare time? Do you know any of that? You don't understand Mom at all. Even if you're her biological daughter, you're completely inadequate. No wonder Mom doesn't like you. All these years, it had been her keeping Mom company. For Mom's sake, when Ava took things from her, she'd always turned a blind eye. She didn't want to argue with Ava because she was afraid fighting with Ava would make Mom sad. These words seemed to have no effect on Ava whatsoever. She simply leaned casually against the doorframe, her body tilted to one side, arms crossed, a sweet smile on her face. She raised her eyebrows slightly, showing faint confusion. If you understand her so well, don't you know why she doesn't want to see you? But I really don't know her that well. Why don't you tell me, sister? She comes to cook for me every day, and I find it quite annoying. Since you're so close to her, I'm asking you, please take her back soon. I have plenty of people to cook for me. I don't need her. Ava, don't go too far. Grace clenched her fists. Mom only cooks for you because she loves you. Ava burst out laughing. Then why didn't she cook for me the first 25 years? Was it because she only loved you back then? Now that she's older, she's switched to loving someone else? Grace was left speechless by Ava's words. She'd never been good at verbal sparring. Besides, she hadn't come here today to fight with Ava. She wanted to persuade Mom to come home. I already told you she's not here. Ava wasn't surprised by Grace's intentions. Grace had been a typical mama's girl since childhood, practically unable to function without Monica Mann. With Monica not at the Hart residence these past weeks, Grace probably couldn't stand it anymore. How could you let Mom live alone? Grace said angrily. Ava rolled her eyes. Sister, I'm already being generous by giving Mom a place to stay. Unlike you and Dad. One made her sign a prenup and only lets her use a supplementary card after marriage without giving her a single penny of her own. The other only thinks about getting her to come home after she left the Hart family, never once considering that she has no money and nowhere to live. How could Mom have no money? Grace reflexively objected. You don't think Dad was kind enough to keep her supplementary card active after she left the Hart family, do you? Monica had been married for years, devoting herself entirely to Philip and Grace. She usually used Philip's card. She had no savings of her own. That Monica could endure this kind of marriage for over 20 years, Ava genuinely admired her for it. No, Dad wouldn't treat Mom that way, Grace murmured to herself. A mocking curve appeared at the corner of Ava's lips. Dad always says I'm selfish, but I don't think I can compare to you, sister. You and Dad are the same. Equally selfish, equally demanding that others give to you while completely disregarding their situation. Dad's true love was your real mom. Don't tell me you don't know that. How much Mom has suffered at Dad's hands all these years? I don't suppose you'd know that either, would you? But what did you do about it? Nothing, because what you want is for both of them to love you. As for whether they're doing well or are happy, that's completely outside your concern. No wonder your real mom, knowing full well the guy was someone her good friend had liked for years and who'd helped her so much, still got together with him behind her friend's back. This selfish, self-serving nature, she passed it right down to you. Chapter 118. She only lies to me, not to others. Ava had no intention of defending Monica Mann. She was just annoyed by Grace's innocent act. Playing innocent in front of her, it was basically challenging her green tea mastery. That's not true. They were genuinely in love when they got together. Grace shook her head. There was still a room at home dedicated to her mother's belongings. Every year on her mother's death anniversary, after taking Grace to the cemetery, Dad would spend the entire day in that room. Her memories of her mother were already blurred. For as long as she could remember, it had always been Monica Mann by her side. In her heart, Monica was more important than her biological mother who'd passed away so early. Still, she was moved by her parents' love story. Even though her mother had been dead for over 20 years, Dad's love for her hadn't faded with time. Yeah, their love was so great. If he loved her that much, why didn't he stay celibate for life? Wasn't it just that he couldn't control himself and slept with another woman? Ava let out a light scoff. Turns out men's love is all talk. They're so in love, but that doesn't stop them from getting married and having kids, neglecting their wives while reminiscing about the deceased. Ava clapped her hands together twice, heavily. What a great love story. No wonder you could still be with Adrian Pierce knowing he was hung up on me. Turns out you learned it from Dad. Ava was genuinely amused. Grace's logic was truly bizarre. Grace's face flushed red, then pale, looking quite unpleasant. A faint anger rose on that cool, beautiful face. You stole credit for saving him back then? That's the only reason he met you. Ava's heart skipped a beat. Was Grace planning to tell Adrian? Her expression didn't change as she lazily lifted her eyelids. She said calmly, "Who told you not to expose me? But even if you had exposed me back then, Adrian probably wouldn't have believed you anyway, right? Sister, don't covet things that don't belong to you. The men I've used, even if I don't want them anymore, it's not your turn to pick them up. Back then, I just used a little scheme, had some media outlets post a few things about Lily being my illegitimate daughter, and Adrian couldn't wait to call you over and warn you." Grace's expression gradually darkened. "That was you! The news framing me for coming between you and Adrian, did you have that posted too?" Grace's voice rose sharply. Though she didn't like Ava being in contact with Adrian, she was busy with work and really wasn't the type to have that kind of free time. She would never manipulate public opinion online. That time, Adrian had called her over, shown her the paternity test, and told her to stop targeting Ava. She'd felt so wronged. She hadn't done any of it, but Adrian didn't believe her at all. Ava shrugged. That incident wasn't actually her doing, but she didn't deny it, because even if she denied it, Grace wouldn't believe her anyway. "Oh, by the way, sister, Adrian and I are getting our marriage license tomorrow. I hope you can give us your blessing." Ava hugged one arm across her body, her right index finger lightly tapping her chin, smiling both smugly and brightly. Instantly, Grace's entire body froze. It took her a long while to find her voice. You're getting married? Does he know that you..." Grace's gaze dropped to Ava's abdomen. With Ava's habit of lying, there was no way she would tell Adrian the truth. Ava followed Grace's line of sight downward. She smiled. "Sister, not every woman's value exists only in her uterus. There are plenty of women who can bear children, but someone as beautiful and outstanding as me? 1 in 10,000. No matter how fertile you are, Adrian won't marry you." Ava covered her mouth and giggled, a picture of triumphant smugness. She figured she probably looked just like those villainous second female leads in TV dramas who steal the male lead and then foolishly taunt the female lead. But so what if she was the villainous second lead? As long as she was happy. If being the female lead meant living so pathetically for the sake of a man, she'd rather be the villainous second lead forever. Does he know? Go ask him yourself. Then you'll know whether he knows or not. Ava, you've gone too far. You keep deceiving people like this. Aren't you afraid of karma? Grace turned around angrily and got in her car, starting the engine and leaving. The whole way, her hands were shaking. She couldn't tolerate the person she loved being deceived again and again. She had to expose Ava's true nature to Adrian. Since it was nighttime and there was no traffic, she quickly arrived at Rosewater Lane, Adrian's villa. Mrs. Lynn opened the door and froze when she saw Grace. "Miss Hart, is Adrian here?" "Mr. Pierce, he—" Before Mrs. Lynn could finish, Grace interrupted her. "I need to talk to him." Mrs. Lynn hesitated for a moment, but still let Grace in. "Why are you here?" As Mrs. Lynn led Grace into the entryway, Adrian happened to come out of the kitchen holding a bottle of water, his puzzled gaze directed straight toward them. "I have something I want to tell you." Seeing Adrian's cold expression, bitterness rose in Grace's heart. "It's about Ava." Adrian told Mrs. Lynn to leave first. A faint, bitter smile appeared at the corner of Grace's lips. She walked slowly into the living room and stopped by the sofa. Adrian sat upright on the couch, lifted his eyelids to glance at her, and spoke blandly. "What is it?" Grace took a deep breath, her hand at her side clenching slightly into a fist. "The online posts smearing Ava before, I didn't have them posted." "You came to see me over something this trivial?" "It's not trivial. Grace's words were cut off. Adrian looked at her calmly. "You want to say Ava posted them herself?" Grace nodded. But somehow, a bad feeling rose in her heart. She's still young. Even if she really did post them, it was probably because I was going to marry you back then. Grace thought her ears must be malfunctioning. "She's 25. Is that still young?" "She deliberately posted those things to make you misunderstand me. She wanted to break us up. She had bad intentions." Grace's eyes rimmed with red. Why, even at this point, was Adrian still defending Ava? And then what? Adrian leaned back, looking at Grace with confusion. "So, what if she lied to me?" "She only lies to me, not to other people." Chapter 119. Overcome with shock and rage. Grace was so stunned by Adrian's words that she couldn't speak. She remembered the last time she'd told Adrian that she was the one who saved him. His reaction had been exactly the same as now. "You knew all along?" Grace's voice trembled faintly. She didn't want to believe that the man she'd loved for years was someone who couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Adrian lifted his lashes, his tone indifferent. "Do you really need me to spell it out for you?" The cold glint in his eyes seemed to transform into ice blades flying straight at Grace's heart, piercing her beyond recognition. That pain spread to every part of her body. She had known him first. Why was all his love for Ava? Was it just because she hadn't spoken up about the truth back then? During the time Adrian and Ava spent together, he'd gradually fallen in love with Ava. Loved her so much that even after being abandoned and deceived, he remained willingly devoted. "When did you find out I was the one who saved you?" Grace dug her nails into her palm, using every ounce of strength to ask this question. "I was already 15 at the time. She was only 10. There's no way she could have pulled me out of the ocean." Grace's body swayed unsteadily as she took a step back. "You knew from the very beginning that she didn't save you. So why did he publicly announce that Ava was his savior to everyone? Why was he so good to Ava? Why had he pretended not to know all this time in front of her, and kept using the excuse that Ava had saved him to go to her side, again and again?" "Because I already liked her. Whether she saved me or not, I would love her." Adrian pressed his lips together. His fingers curled slightly. "Just like how you love me. I lie to you, treat you coldly, misunderstand you without reason, and you still love me. By the same logic, no matter what she does, I'll still love her." Grace instantly lost the strength to speak. She stood there in a daze for a long time. The crystal chandelier cast light on her, stretching a long shadow across the carpet. Her face, bare of makeup, looked especially pale under the lights. Every hair on her body stood stiffly on end. A tear slid from her eye socket, rolling down her cheek, bone-chillingly cold. "Then why did you date me? If she hadn't come back, you would have married me as planned, right?" The woman's hoarse voice was choked with sobs. She seemed to be interrogating Adrian, but also speaking to herself, as if trying to convince herself. Convincing herself that if it weren't for Ava returning to the country, she would have become Adrian's legitimate wife. But this dream was quickly shattered. The man's thin lips parted slightly, uttering two words that chilled the woman to her core. Two emotionless words. "I wouldn't," made Grace's tears flow endlessly. Her emotions gradually became agitated. "If you wouldn't have, then why did you bring me to your house? Adrian, you're just being deceived by Ava, right?" Grace refused to believe it was all fake. That day they had dinner together at a restaurant she really liked. Afterward, Adrian invited her to his house. If Adrian hadn't had something come up that day, they would have taken things to the final step. Adrian gently rubbed his temples. He seemed to have a headache. He thought to himself, no wonder Ava didn't like Grace. She really was difficult to communicate with. Because Ava was at my house that day. I deliberately brought you home to make her jealous. I never intended anything with you from start to finish. Do you understand now? I told you to leave that day because I'd achieved my goal. I didn't need you there getting in the way. Instantly, all of Grace's fantasies shattered. Her eyes rolled back and she fainted, crashing onto the carpet with a heavy thud. Adrian's brow furrowed imperceptibly. He irritably ran his hand through his hair. She sure knew how to pick a place to faint. "Adrian, why is your front door wide open?" Just as Adrian was about to call an ambulance, a familiar voice came from the entryway. His expression relaxed as he turned off his phone. When Justin Shaw came closer, Adrian turned his head and smiled. "Perfect timing. Take her to the hospital." Only then did Justin notice the person lying on the dark carpet. Grace's face was abnormally pale. Justin was startled. "Adrian, what did you do? What happened to Grace?" She probably fainted from being overcome with shock and rage. Adrian nodded with a frown, his expression carrying a hint of seriousness, as if he were quite certain this was the reason. "What did you say to her? You actually made her faint from anger." "Me?" Adrian pointed at himself, looking completely innocent. "I only said that Ava and I are getting married. She probably couldn't accept it." He shrugged helplessly. Justin, who had been crouching down to pick up Grace, froze mid-motion. He stiffly turned his neck. "She agreed." Adrian seemed amused and laughed. "The way you put it, we live in a society with rule of law. I can't exactly force Ava to marry me, can I? Someone who's never been in a relationship like you wouldn't understand." Adrian lifted his chin toward the unconscious Grace on the floor, kindly reminding him, "Hurry up and take her to the hospital. I need to sleep too. I have to get up early tomorrow to pick up Ava." "Why are you just standing there? Unless you want to throw me a bachelor party, forget it. What fun is a bunch of guys?" Adrian continued talking to himself as he walked toward the staircase. Before going upstairs, he reminded Justin to close the door for him. Justin's mouth twitched. What was there to be so smug about? When he got back, he'd dig up those videos he'd taken of Adrian crying like a baby and send them to him. Justin withdrew his gaze and looked at the unconscious Grace on the floor. He let out a long sigh. Loving someone you shouldn't love. His voice was very soft, as if lamenting Grace's foolishness, but also warning himself. Last year, when he went to see Adrian, Adrian had been in a meeting. While waiting in Adrian's office, bored, he'd wandered around and accidentally knocked some documents off the desk. As he crouched down to pick them up, he saw a medical report. He had already discovered his different feelings for Ava by then, so when he saw Ava's name in the patient field, he looked more closely. He'd heard about that fire. He vaguely remembered that Grace had been there that day too. He hadn't known the details of Ava's injuries. When he saw the words hysterectomy, he'd been stunned for a long time. Though he felt heartache for what Ava had suffered as a child, he was very clear about one thing. He couldn't stay faithful for a lifetime to a wife who couldn't bear children, so he hadn't dared to harbor any other thoughts. But feelings. Sometimes they weren't something people could control. Ava sat hugging her knees by the floor-to-ceiling window. Dumpling lay at her feet, seemingly sensing her bad mood, not making a single sound. A golden ray of light broke through the gray-white sky, then gradually spread outward. Brilliant sunlight filled the entire back garden. Little by little, it slanted toward the villa. Ava stared at the osmanthus tree by the flower bed in the back garden. The fresh morning air carried the sweet fragrance of osmanthus. This marriage, should she go through with it or not? One moment she wondered if Adrian was deliberately playing with her. The next she wondered if he really wanted to marry her. If it was the former, that would be fine. But if it was the latter, wouldn't she really be tied to Adrian forever? Yet thinking about what Grace had said yesterday, she couldn't wait to immediately get the marriage license with Adrian and throw the marriage certificate in Grace's face to make her see for herself. How dare she say she was inadequate as a daughter? Chapter 120. Getting the license. Suddenly, the sound of a car engine came from downstairs. Ava's heart tightened. Damn Adrian. Why was he here so early? He said 9 o'clock, and he really meant 9 o'clock. Miss, Mr. Pierce is here? Mrs. Quinn's voice came through the door. Ava looked down and tugged at her pajamas. She didn't want to go. She'd sat up all night. Other than running away, she hadn't found a better solution. I know. I'll come down after I change. Ava dragged her feet as she walked toward the closet. Dumpling wagged his tail and followed her in. She deliberated for several minutes before finally selecting a somewhat formal white dress with a light coffee-colored coat over it. Half an hour later, Ava finally came downstairs. In the living room, the man wore a perfectly tailored black suit. He was looking in her direction. It was her first time getting married. Ava was a bit nervous. She unconsciously avoided Adrian's gaze. I'm ready. Ava walked to the sofa and flashed Adrian a sweet smile. She still hadn't figured out whether she actually wanted to get married, but Adrian had already set the stage. Even if she didn't want to go through with it, she had no choice now. The next second, her hand was captured. A cool sensation came from the back of her hand, even colder than hers. Ava grumbled internally. Adrian must be a snake reincarnated. Let's eat breakfast first. Miss, breakfast is ready. You'll have plenty of time to get the license after you eat. Mrs. Quinn's gentle voice came from the dining room. Surprise flickered in Ava's eyes. How did Mrs. Quinn know? She suddenly looked up at Adrian. It was hard to imagine what he'd said during that half hour downstairs. If you don't want to eat, we can leave now. Eat, eat, eat. Ava let Adrian lead her to the dining room. She felt something was off. This was clearly her house, so why was Adrian acting like it was his? When in Rome. Though Mrs. Quinn didn't understand why Miss was suddenly getting married to the Pierce heir again, she trusted that Miss's decisions were never wrong. After breakfast, the two of them left together. As the car drove out of the villa complex, it passed by a black Porsche Cayenne. Ava looked up toward the window. She met Wesley Hale's exhausted face. Wesley saw her too. Their eyes met for just a moment before Ava withdrew her gaze. Wesley patted the driver's seat and told the driver to stop. The driver pulled over and he pushed open the door and got out. The black Rolls Royce showed no signs of stopping. It just grew more distant until it disappeared from his view. What's wrong? Andy and Nathan Ning got out of the car one after another, looking at Wesley in confusion. Ava was in that car. Wesley's voice was hoarse. That car belonged to Adrian Pierce. He'd just caught a glimpse of Adrian in his peripheral vision. They'd spent the night together. She really didn't want him anymore. Wasn't that Mr. Pierce's car just now? Andy said casually. He quickly realized what Wesley meant. Ava and Adrian were both in the car. They'd gotten back together. I told you before, she's never short on suitors. Since she told you she wanted to break up, there's no way she'd wait around for you. Nathan patted Wesley's shoulder. Wesley, if it's not right, don't force it. Nathan nodded in agreement. When you were dating, you couldn't stand her controlling nature. Now that you've broken up, you can't stand losing her. If you keep this up, you'll drive yourself crazy. Get in the car. You've been drinking all night. Even if you're not afraid of dying suddenly, we're afraid you will. Wesley had been asking them out to drink whenever he had time lately. This frequency was higher than the past 20-plus years combined. After asking around, they learned Ava wanted to break up, but Wesley didn't. Ava seemed delicate, like a jasmine flower that needed careful care, but she actually had a very strong personality. Any decision she made would be hard to change. Wesley had gone to see Ava afterward, but Ava hadn't even given him a chance to meet. Outside the marriage bureau, Ava stared at the red booklet in her hands. Golden sunlight shone down on her, making her feel slightly dizzy. She was married. It still felt a bit unbelievable. You can look at it slowly when we get home. The man's voice came from above her head. The next second, the marriage certificate was pulled from her hands. She looked up. Adrian's casual, raised eyebrow expression entered her dark pupils. He had his back to the light, but she could tell he was in a good mood. Because he married her, thinking about how Adrian would react if he ever learned the truth about those things, she wondered if he'd still be able to smile. But who was she, Ava Hart? She wouldn't let Adrian find out. She'd already lied. For the sake of her wealth and comfort, she just lied to him for the rest of his life. "Adrian, do I need to move to your place?" Ava smoothly hugged Adrian's arm, pressing her whole body against him, smiling brilliantly. "Should I move to yours instead?" Adrian lazily glanced at her. "But you'd have to get your ex-boyfriend to move out first. I don't want to see him in that complex." Ava's mouth twitched. Was he making a dig about running into Wesley this morning? She was actually a bit surprised that Wesley had only gotten home this morning. Wesley wasn't the type to linger at nightlife venues. In the past, when they went out together, he'd always come home by 2 or 3. But they'd already broken up. Wesley's affairs were no longer her concern. Moving was fine anyway. It would keep Wesley from coming to find her. Last time, she thought she'd been clear enough. In this relationship, if analyzed rationally, Wesley's mistakes weren't that egregious. They were just incompatible, but she wasn't a rational person. Wesley had hurt her. He'd trampled on the sincere heart she'd offered up to him. Just thinking about those memories made her face burn. It was a terrible emotion mixing shame and humiliation. Wesley had made her feel like her sincerity was worthless. Just like with her mother, she'd loved Monica Mann just as sincerely back then. But Monica had dismissed it. So had Wesley. So she wouldn't forgive Wesley. They couldn't even be ordinary friends. What about sister's clothes in the closet? Should we have her come get them? Ava blinked her bright eyes, showing an innocent and sincere expression. A flash of amusement passed through Adrian's eyes. She should be at the hospital. Sisters in the hospital? Ava covered her mouth, looking shocked. Then her face filled with worry. "Adrian, let's go see sister. How did she end up in the hospital? With mom not home, sister doesn't know how to take care of herself." Ava pulled Adrian into the car, then had the driver go to the hospital. Chapter 121. Provocation in the hospital room. Ava's left hand hooked around Adrian's arm while her right hand intertwined with his fingers. With her cheek lightly pressed against his arm, she walked into the hospital room in this posture. Grace lay in the hospital bed, her face pale, receiving an IV drip. When she saw them, her expression instantly froze. "Sister, are you feeling better? Adrian and I only heard you were hospitalized after we got our marriage license. If I'd known you were in the hospital, I wouldn't have gone to get the license with Adrian. I definitely would have come to see you first." Ava mentioned getting the license in every sentence, as if afraid she wouldn't manage to upset Grace. "Sister, why are you alone in the hospital? Why didn't mom and dad come see you?" "Should I call mom?" She covered her mouth as if suddenly realizing something. "Mom's been busy divorcing dad lately, so she probably doesn't have time to visit sister. I should just hire a caregiver for you instead. Caregivers are better at taking care of people anyway. Are you done? If you're done talking, then get out. I don't want to see your fake face." Grace couldn't take it anymore. Clutching her chest, she said angrily, "Sister!" From the corner of her eye, Ava glimpsed the nurse coming in to change Grace's IV bag. She quickly withdrew her arm from Adrian's. Her clear eyes gradually widened. Tears pooled in her eyes, suddenly sliding down when the nurse said, "Excuse me?" Crystal teardrops fell one by one. Under the refraction of sunlight, each tear looked especially full and beautiful. The young nurse stared, somewhat dazed. She recognized Ava. She hadn't expected to see Ava here. Even less had she expected to see Ava crying like a pear blossom in the rain. "Miss Hart, are you all right?" the nurse asked with concern. Ava hastily wiped the tears from her face, forcing a smile. "Thank you, I'm fine. It's just that sister told me to get out and called me fake. I feel really hurt. I can't control mom and dad getting divorced. They're both adults. How could we as their daughters manage them?" After speaking, she looked at Grace on the hospital bed with teary eyes. "Sister, even if mom and dad divorce, we're still blood-related sisters. How could you say that about me? I already tried to persuade mom, but she said dad's heart has always belonged only to your real mother. All these years at the Hart family, she's felt like a housekeeper. She wants to live for herself for once. Sister, even though my mom didn't give birth to you, she's always treated you like her own daughter. I hope you can understand, Mom. These years haven't been easy for her either." After speaking, Ava covered her face and ran out. Grace's face flushed red with anger. How was she so good at stirring up trouble? After Ava left, Adrian naturally didn't stay either. Grace watched with her own eyes as Adrian chased after Ava's footsteps. Tears welled up in her eyes. She knew Adrian would never like her. The person he liked from beginning to end was Ava, but her heart still beat for him. They were married now. She would never have a chance. At this thought, Grace's heart felt as if it were being squeezed by a large hand, the pain making it hard to breathe. Miss Hart, divorce really isn't that unusual nowadays. Your sister is right. How can we as children interfere in our parents' affairs? The nurse couldn't help but speak up as she changed Grace's IV bag. Your sister seems like such a kind person at first glance. She's done so much charity work, sponsoring many impoverished children in mountain areas, giving them access to education so they can leave the mountains. If I had a sister like that, I'd be overjoyed. Don't be angry with her. The nurse's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Grace gripped the bedsheet tightly. She thought to herself, Ava sure knew how to act. Who couldn't spend money on charity? Ava had never liked children since she was young. When other people's children came to the house, she'd always give a perfunctory greeting and then hide far away. She absolutely didn't believe Ava would sincerely engage in charity work for children. Since Ava returned to the country this year, she'd been trending on social media multiple times because of her charity work. People who truly did charity wouldn't seek this kind of attention. I know exactly what kind of person she is. Grace closed her eyes, not wanting to hear the nurse speak anymore. The nurse was taken aback. She finished changing the IV bag and walked out. The difference between the two Hart daughters was really too great. She thought about the previous rumors about Ava's sister taking advantage of her absence abroad to steal her younger sister's boyfriend. She felt there was some credibility to it. When she returned to the nurse's station, she gossiped about what happened in the hospital room with several nurses she was close with. Within half a day, it had spread throughout the entire hospital. Auntie Ava, Uncle Adrian! Lily, with her backpack on, threw herself into Ava's arms. Ava caught her in one swoop. If Lily grows any bigger, I won't be able to hold you anymore. Ava bounced Lily up and down, then stood up holding her. Lily needs to grow up quickly so she can protect Auntie Ava. Lily hugged Ava's neck, her childish voice filled with determination, making Ava laugh. Only protect Auntie Ava, not Uncle Adrian? I'll protect both of you. Lily grabbed Adrian's outstretched hand, acting cute. What does Lily want to eat tonight? Adrian tilted his head slightly, looking at Lily with a smile. Whatever Auntie Ava wants to eat, I'll eat that. Ava carried Lily toward the car, saying that today Lily had to decide. She couldn't throw the choice back to her. Adrian opened the car door, and she bent down to place Lily inside. Lily held onto Ava's arm, her dark eyes moving back and forth between the two adults. She felt like something was different today. Uncle Adrian, did something good happen to you today? Lily asked eagerly. From the moment she saw Adrian until now, the corners of his mouth hadn't stopped turning up. This really wasn't like the unsmiling Uncle Adrian. The first time she met Uncle Adrian, when she saw that expressionless face, she'd wondered if he was some kind of bad guy. Adrian reached out and ruffled Lily's chubby face. Lily had been in New Harbor for almost a year now. Her initially sallow little face now looked pink and plump, like a soft, tender rice dumpling. Her soft cheeks felt wonderful to touch. Uncle Adrian married your Auntie Ava. Married? Lily's eyes went round. Her large eyes blinked several times, her long lashes fluttering like butterfly wings. Lively and adorable. Does that mean Uncle Adrian and Auntie Ava are going to live together now? When I go to Uncle Adrian's house, will I be able to see Auntie Ava? The corners of Adrian's eyes lifted high, and he nodded non-committally. Of course. From now on, Auntie Ava will always live with me. Whenever Lily comes to my house, you can see Auntie Ava. Yay! Lily clapped excitedly. She'd been wondering before whether Auntie Ava would end up with Uncle Adrian or with Wesley. After all, both of them seemed to really like Auntie Ava. Uncle Adrian was the superior strategist after all. Chapter 122. Time will pass, but I can't move. Past it after dinner, the two of them sent Lily back to the orphanage. Using the excuse of going home to pack her things, Ava went to a party that Autumn and Lena were attending. As soon as she walked through the door, Lena, dressed in a sexy outfit, appeared right in front of her. Why are you wearing so much? Lena tugged at the long coat Ava was wearing. It's cold outside. Ava's face showed a helpless expression. Her gaze moved past Lena's shoulder to see the casually yet elegantly dressed men and women inside. This was basically a mixer in disguise. Didn't you say there wouldn't be many people? Ava asked while changing her shoes. Lena had mentioned that 70% of them would be handsome men. If she wasn't mistaken, the person who just walked by was a currently popular A-list celebrity. Lena had actually managed to invite him too. Why did you invite so many men? Didn't you just break up? Autumn and I handpicked these guys. We've got every type. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lena blinked her eyes with a knowing look. A row of black lines appeared on Ava's forehead. With her charm, did she really need people introducing her to men? What if I told you I got married? Would that make all your hard work go to waste? Ava probed with a smile. Married? Lena stopped in her tracks. Don't tell me you got back together with Wesley and got your marriage license. They weren't clear on the reason for Ava and Wesley's breakup, especially since Ava seemed to be in a particularly bad mood. They hadn't asked too many questions. Wesley had been good to Ava, but there were plenty of men who wanted to be good to her. Wesley's kindness wasn't particularly outstanding, not even as good as Adrian used to be. Tui, why was she thinking about him? In the 2 or 3 months before Ava's breakup, they'd rarely seen Wesley. They'd vaguely suspected something was wrong. Am I the type to eat old grass? The last 2 words were forcibly swallowed back by Ava. Not only had she eaten it, she'd eaten the oldest grass of all. Ava's reaction made Lena even more convinced she'd guessed right. You didn't just listen to a few sweet words from him and impulsively go get a marriage license with him, did you? Sure, the Hale family is pretty good, but you two broke up before. He must have done something wrong. Ava, when a man does something wrong, you can't easily forgive him. Otherwise, he'll just keep pushing his luck. Lena earnestly advised her, like a mother who'd worried herself sick. Ava couldn't help but laugh. Lena, I really didn't marry him. I married Adrian Pierce. Instantly, Lena, who had just been chattering away, turned to stone. She stood in place, holding her breath. Her eyes blinked rapidly several times. Adrian Pierce? Lena rubbed her ears, almost thinking she'd misheard. The Adrian Pierce I know? How many Adrian Pierces are there in New Harbor? Ava rolled her eyes. At that moment, Autumn's voice cut in. Why are you two standing here instead of going in? She looked at the dazed Lena in confusion and asked Ava, what's wrong with her? Maybe she's so happy about the news of my marriage that she can't speak. Ava answered with a faint smile. Marriage. Autumn had cleared everyone out of the house. She and Lena sat across from Ava, looking at her seriously with the air of judges. Autumn spoke first. Spill, when did you two get back together? Lena, I thought you didn't like him anymore. Did he force you to marry him? Lena exclaimed in shock. Especially thinking about how Adrian's father had used forceful methods to marry Adrian's mother, she became even more convinced that Ava had been coerced by Adrian. Adrian practically rules New Harbor. If he insists on marrying you, you have no choice but to comply. Before Ava could answer, Lena had already drawn her conclusion. It's all your sister's fault. She's completely useless. She stayed by Adrian's side for so many years and still got dumped. If they'd gotten married smoothly, Adrian wouldn't have come to threaten you into marriage. Autumn said indignantly. Ava simply didn't bother explaining. Since others thought she was forced into marriage, so be it. Let Adrian bear all the bad reputation. She didn't want to lose the gentle, kind, pure, and harmless little angel persona she'd cultivated for years, just because of a marriage. Ava, if he hits you, you must tell us. Don't keep it bottled up inside. We'll expose him online. Ava didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She thought Adrian probably wouldn't hit women. She stayed at Autumn's house until 8 or 9 before leaving. When she returned to Imperial Gardens estate, someone blocked her way. Ava slammed on the brakes. Looking through the windshield at Wesley standing in front of her car, with his arms spread wide, she unconsciously frowned. All the anger that had been accumulating burst out in this moment. She unbuckled her seatbelt, opened the car door, and got out. If you want to die, there are plenty of ways. Can you please not drag me into it? I'm still young. I have a bright future ahead of me. I have endless money to spend. I haven't even properly enjoyed life yet. I'm not going to prison. In front of the car, the two stood face to face. The car's headlights shone on them, colliding with the dim yellow light cast down from the tall street lamp, creating an indescribable coldness. This was the first time Wesley had seen Ava speak so harshly and severely. Faint surprise appeared in his eyes. You don't need to look at me like that. You were with me for so long. You should have known long ago that the Ava you liked was fake. She doesn't exist. She was deliberately created by me. Ava, I don't care about any of that. Wesley hastily explained. Every day since their separation had felt like a year. Actually, what kind of person she was didn't matter at all. What mattered was being with her. You do care. You care very much. You care that I'm not the flawless Ava you imagined. You also care that I can't have children. You care even more about my controlling nature. When I dated abroad, I never cared about my boyfriend's whereabouts, because in my heart, they were just entertainment. I didn't care whether we broke up or not. But you're different. I seriously wanted to date you. When I gave my heart, my controlling nature became very strong. What I showed you wasn't even 1/10 of it. If you couldn't accept that, are you sure you can accept it when I fully express it? I really hate when people make false promises to me, so please don't say those hypocritical things to me anymore. Ava, every word I say is sincere. Wesley grabbed Ava's hand and pressed it against his chest, his expression serious. This is my first relationship. I don't have experience with many things. I messed up. Give me time. I promise I'll gradually change. Ava let out a cold laugh, a faint sound from her nose. Why should I give you time? When you lied and deceived me, did you think about giving me more time? Wesley, do you think the harm you caused me will slowly fade with time? Ava forcefully pulled her hand back. She took out a tissue from her pocket and methodically wiped her palm. It won't. Time won't take away the harm, nor will it take away my pain. Time will pass, but I can't move past it. The moment you opened your mouth to lie to me, we were completely finished. Chapter 123. Compensation. When she got home, Ava didn't pack much, just symbolically grabbed some toiletries to placate Adrian. Miss, Mr. Pierce's car is waiting outside for you. As soon as Ava came downstairs, Mrs. Quinn came over. She looked at the tiny suitcase Ava was carrying. Miss, is this all you're taking? It didn't look like she was moving in, more like she was planning to stay for a few days and come back. He has everything there. I'm too lazy to pack. Ava explained with a smile. Winter was coming soon. She'd max out Adrian's card if it killed her. Though Adrian's supplementary card hadn't fallen into her hands yet, she believed she'd have it tomorrow. I'll come back for Dumpling in a few days. Ava crouched down and ruffled Dumpling's head. The new place doesn't have your bed yet. Once I get it set up, I'll come get you. Be good these next few days. Dumpling whimpered twice, as if understanding Ava's words. Mrs. Quinn took the suitcase from Ava and walked her to the door. Outside, the driver stood by the car. When he saw Ava, he immediately opened the back door, revealing 2 legs and black pants inside. Ava sweetly said thank you and got in the car. Mrs. Quinn, get some rest early. Mrs. Quinn choked out a, okay, inexplicably feeling the reluctance of sending off a daughter in marriage. The car door closed. Ava turned to Adrian with a brilliant smile, saying sweetly, Adrian, why did you come? Didn't I say I could manage on my own? I came to see if a certain someone was packing to run away again. Adrian glanced down at her. Ava choked. What a petty man. Adrian! Ava's expression instantly changed. The brilliant smile vanished, replaced by a pitiful, delicate face. In the dim interior of the car, the tears glistening in her eyes were especially clear. I won't. It wasn't easy for me to get back to your side. I cherish it. No matter what happens in the future, I'll always stay by your side. Ava very sincerely held up 3 fingers. Even if my legs become disabled? Of course. You'd better mean it. A faint glimmer appeared in the man's eyes, making Ava's back feel a bit cold. She could say nice things, but as for doing good deeds, she definitely wouldn't. If Adrian's legs really became disabled, she'd run faster than anyone. She had to think about her happiness for the rest of her life. If a man became disabled, he probably couldn't, right? Ava coughed twice and quickly pulled back her increasingly wayward thoughts. She nestled into Adrian's embrace, smelling the faint, cool fragrance on him, her heart a bit uneasy. She'd fallen so low. She'd recycled a man Grace had used. But thinking about how upset Grace had been at the hospital today, she instantly felt comforted. At least making Grace unhappy made this marriage worth it. And the shares. In the car, because the driver was there, Ava hadn't asked. It wasn't until they entered the villa that she tactfully brought it up. "If you want me to work for you, what compensation are you going to give me?" The man's large hand suddenly gripped her waist, locking her in his arms. He lowered his head, looking at her with an ambiguous smile. Ava's heart trembled. Was Adrian playing her? Ava smiled sweetly. "Adrian, we're already married. What's mine is yours, right?" As if. Adrian lifted his chin, his tone lazy. "But I don't need those shares." Ava. Being rich was really something. "Adrian, you promised me." Ava's pink lips pouted slightly as she wrapped her arms around Adrian's waist coquettishly, her face charming. "I know Adrian always keeps his promises to me." Ava stood on her tiptoes and gave Adrian a heavy kiss on the cheek, then pushed him away and ran upstairs. "Adrian, I'm going to take a shower." Ava stood in front of the mirror, looking at her flushed face in the reflection. She turned on the hairdryer and dried her hair bit by bit, with the air of someone going into battle. She opened the bathroom door and peeked out. Adrian wasn't there. Ava looked down at her nightgown and couldn't help but doubt herself. Did Adrian have no interest in her? In the past, when she said she was going to shower, it was an obvious hint. On second thought, it was probably better that Adrian didn't come back. Ava walked to the bed, pulled back the covers, and lay down. She tossed and turned, unable to sleep. She kept looking toward the bedroom door, unable to accept the fact that she had no appeal to a normal man. Finally, Ava simply sat up. She opened the bedroom door and walked straight toward the study. The study door was half open, with light spilling through the crack. Ava approached. She immediately saw Adrian sitting at the computer desk. Anger rose in her. On their first day of marriage, he was in the study working overtime. It was just too much. Ava suppressed the anger in her chest and knocked on the door with her knuckles. "Come in." The moment she pushed open the door, Ava had already put on a sweet, charming smile. "Adrian, are you still working this late? Come here." Adrian beckoned to her. Ava really didn't like this dog-summoning gesture, but she had no choice but to go over. As soon as she reached Adrian's side, he lifted his hand and pulled her to sit on his lap. One arm around her, he reached over with his other hand to grab several sheets of paper from the nearby fax machine. When those A4 sheets were placed in front of her, she could finally see the content. Share transfer agreement. Ava looked up in delighted surprise. She sat sideways on Adrian's lap, affectionately wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing his cheek. "Thank you, Adrian." She picked up the pen and examined the clauses in the transfer agreement one by one. After confirming everything was in order, she signed her name at the bottom right of the last page. Half a minute later, the pen slipped from Ava's hand and fell to the floor with a crisp sound. For the sake of the shares, she didn't push Adrian away. Instead, she actively responded to his kiss. The second time she saw the sunrise, Ava was finally able to rest. She slept like the dead, and when she woke up again, she was still a bit dazed, until she grabbed her phone to check the time. 3 days had passed since she'd moved here. Ava cursed as she got out of bed. She put on a robe and got up. Before entering the bathroom, she inadvertently noticed the unopened bottle of glucose on the nightstand. Beside it were 2 empty bottles lying on their sides. She cursed beast in her mind. Adrian was really inhuman. He wouldn't even let the servants come clean up. She freshened up, and by the time she came out, the sunset had completely disappeared below the horizon. She was debating whether to go out to eat or have Mrs. Lin cook when a message from Jujun came in. "Ava, want to have dinner together tonight?" Ava didn't hesitate and immediately agreed. She hadn't left the house in 3 days. It was time to get some fresh air. Chapter 124. Running into Ian Reed. Again. The dinner spot was Ju Shun's choice, a hot pot restaurant outside a university. Business was booming. The two were lucky. When they arrived, there was just one small table left. Ava always ate very light foods, so she ordered a split pot. She only ate food cooked in the clear broth. Back when she and Jujun were abroad, they always loved going to Chinatown to eat domestic food. They'd shared hot pot together many times. Because of their dancing, they had to watch their diets. Before, both of them used the clear broth pot to cook their food. Now, however, Jushun was using the spicy oil pot. Ava had gradually gotten used to this change. "You didn't reply to any of my messages the past couple days. I was worried something happened to you." Jushun asked with concern. If Ava hadn't replied today, she'd been planning to go find her at the dance company. I got married. Been a bit busy these past few days. Ava tugged at the corner of her mouth. She certainly had been busy. She hadn't had time to look at her phone. You got married? Jushun was shocked. Last time they met, Ava had told her she wanted to break up. It hadn't been that long, and Ava was already married? Not to Wesley Hale, someone else. Jushun didn't know Adrian, so Ava didn't say much. She only mentioned he was someone she'd known before, that he'd proposed marriage, and she'd felt it was suitable, so she agreed. That really doesn't sound like you. The Ava she knew always prioritized her own feelings above all else. She never gave men she wasn't interested in a second glance. Jushun assumed Ava had been hurt by Wesley, so she'd thrown herself into the arms of someone who loved her more. Being loved was certainly easier. She didn't ask more questions. Dating and marriage are different. When you're dating, as long as you're happy, that's fine. But marriage, you have to think about your future life. He has the best conditions among all my suitors. In Ava's view, the result would be more or less the same no matter who she married. The only time she'd been foolish was with Wesley. Love couldn't last forever, but money could. She didn't know what methods Adrian had used. But now, all of Dad's shares had been transferred to her. She needed to find time to go to Heart Group and flaunt her status as the largest shareholder. Make Grace unhappy. Though Grace was a love brain, she valued Heart Group highly and had strong work abilities. After all, Philip had raised her as his heir since childhood. Now Adrian had helped her seize half of Heart Group. If Grace found out, she'd probably be so angry she'd vomit blood. If she ended up in the hospital again, Ava couldn't imagine how wonderful her days would be. That's good. Jushun smiled somewhat distractedly. Ava keenly sensed something was off with Jushun. But then, Jushun actively asking her out for dinner was odd in itself. Since getting married, Jushun had rarely appeared. In the group chat they used to share with friends, Jushun rarely spoke. When Jushun had left the dance company, their college friends and acquaintances from the Chinese community during their time studying abroad had all felt it was a pity. At the time, everyone had asked in the group chat why it was so sudden. Jushun had only given a simple explanation. After everyone learned she was giving up her dance career for a shotgun wedding, quite a few people had tried to persuade her, but Jushun still left the company and got married. Knowing they couldn't change her mind, everyone could only offer their blessings and ask Jushun to invite them to the wedding. But Jushun hadn't held a wedding in New Harbor. It was in Luke Field's hometown. Naturally, she hadn't invited anyone. Jushun was someone with an inferiority complex, yet extremely strong self-respect. She was stubbornly proud in her bones. Perhaps she'd already realized that Luke Fields wasn't the right person for her. Giving up the career she'd worked on for years for this marriage wasn't worth it, but she didn't dare admit it. How have things been with you and Luke lately? Ava asked, trying to sound casual. Jushun's expression was a bit unnatural. The word fine seemed stuck in her throat. No matter what, she couldn't get it out. In the end, she just tugged at her lips. Your daughter must be about 6 months old now, right? Jushun nodded. You could try weaning her and then finding a job. Staying at home all the time without exposure to new things, in the long run, you'll lose your work capabilities. Ava lowered her voice, speaking slowly. She didn't know if Jushun could take it to heart, but Jushun's current state was visibly haggard. Compared to their last meeting, she'd aged considerably. But she's still so small. If I go to work, what about her? Confusion clouded Jushun's eyes. Every day at home facing her daughter, her mother-in-law, and waiting for her husband who came home later and later, she knew this state wasn't good either. But her daughter was still too young. She couldn't bear to let her mother-in-law raise her. Hire a nanny. Have your mother-in-law help look after the child with her? Ava paused, then continued. It's only been a little over a year since you left the stage. If you manage your figure and practice more, you can return to the stage and continue dancing. If you drag this out for a few more years, you might never be able to dance again. Okay, I'll seriously consider it when I get back. Ava breathed a slight sigh of relief. She hoped Jushun would think it through this time. Ava, that person looks so familiar. Jushun looked up toward the window. Ava turned to follow Jushun's gaze and immediately spotted Ian Reed standing out in the crowd. He wore a light gray suit, his hair impeccably styled. That wild, unrestrained air about him had completely disappeared. In its place was a maturity she'd never seen before, along with a faint sense of pressure. At first glance, Ava was quite surprised. In just 1 year, Ian had changed so much. Though she'd heard that the new business line Ian was responsible for at the overseas branch seemed to be doing quite well. When she'd first heard, she hadn't been too surprised. After all, with Samuel Reed as an older brother, if Ian got serious, he wouldn't be too shabby. Is he dating someone? A vibrant young woman ran up to stop in front of Ian. We broke up a long time ago. It's perfectly normal for him to date. Ava withdrew her gaze, speaking flatly. Jusha nodded. She was just a bit wistful. Back when they were dating, whenever Ian wasn't in class, he'd come find Ava almost every day. He'd been completely accommodating to her. Whatever Ava said went. If she said east, he'd never go west. Such intense love had now faded too. So, what about her and Luke? How long could they last? Chapter 125. Seduced. After dinner, Ava took a walk around the campus. It had only been 3 years since graduation, yet stepping onto campus again made her feel strangely disoriented. She'd been very busy during college, and rarely had moments like this to stroll along the campus paths. Jusha had offered to walk around with her, but after receiving a call from her mother-in-law, she'd hurriedly left. As dusk fell, the campus streetlights lit up one by one. "Mr. Pierce, there's a dinner gathering later. Do you have time to join us?" The university president's voice sounded nearby, but Adrian's gaze had stopped on a cream-colored figure in the distance. He paused, his lips curving. "My wife is here to pick me up, so I probably don't have time." The president and another school administrator followed Adrian's gaze and saw Ava receiving an ice cream cone from a vendor. She took the cone with a smile, her eyes crinkling as she thanked the vendor. When she turned around, her skirt swayed slightly. She looked both sweet and gentle. "Mr. Pierce is married?" The president recognized Ava immediately. No wonder Adrian had donated so much to their school and insisted the dance studios be completely renovated. It was because he'd married a famous ballet dancer. Just recently, everyone congratulated Adrian in turn and asked about the wedding. Adrian: "My wife has been quite busy these past few days. We haven't settled on a date yet. Once we do, I'll send you all invitations." Logan Brooks couldn't help but roll his eyes internally. Ever since Adrian returned to work today, he'd been seizing every opportunity to mention he'd gotten married, even when no one asked. What a show-off. "Assistant Brooks, please see the president and the others out." Well then, time to shoo away the third wheels. Logan politely escorted the school administrators away, leaving Adrian alone. Ava licked her ice cream cone, her heart full of guilt. She swore this would be the only time she ate one this year. She could resist in summer, but as the weather got colder, she'd gotten greedy. "Ava!" A male voice penetrated through the noisy surroundings, though she couldn't quite make it out clearly. Ava looked up to find the source. When she saw Adrian, she instinctively hid the ice cream cone behind her back. She'd previously sworn to him she never ate this kind of junk food. Great. Her persona was ruined. "Adrian, what are you doing here?" Ava walked up to Adrian, steeling herself. "I followed you here." Adrian's gaze fell on the hand Ava had hidden behind her back. "Your ice cream is melting." Ava's pupils contracted slightly. Her eyes darted around before she smiled. "I just ran into a fan. She insisted on buying it for me. I couldn't refuse." She spoke earnestly, as if it were completely true. Adrian raised an eyebrow and hummed in acknowledgement. "Go ahead and eat it." Ava hooked her arm through Adrian's. "Adrian, I have nothing to wear." Ava looked down at her coat, frantically hinting that Adrian should give her his supplementary card. Last time she'd wanted to ask Adrian for it when they got back. But there'd been a small accident. That delay had turned into 3 days. "The latest winter collection is already in the closet. Didn't you see it?" Adrian's lips pressed together lightly, his voice low with a hint of laziness. Ava pouted. Why wasn't he getting the hint today? Of course she'd seen that wall of winter clothes. Sure, she had money, but who didn't like spending someone else's? "Adrian, I don't have any money to spend." Ava blinked her eyes. She was just short of saying, "Give me your supplementary card," outright. Adrian acted as if he didn't understand, only drawing out a long "oh." Suddenly, someone bumped hard into Ava's shoulder. The ice cream cone in her hand nearly slipped. Sorry. Ava shook her head with a smile. It's fine. Just be more careful walking next time so you don't fall. The female student felt even more ashamed and apologized twice more. My friend is going to confess his feelings. I'm helping him carry things, so I was in a hurry. I'll definitely be more careful next time. Only then did Ava notice the red box in her hands. Out of curiosity, she asked about it. Apparently, someone was confessing their feelings at the track field tonight. Ava had seen similar videos online before. Though many people had pursued her, no one had ever confessed to her so grandly, because she didn't like people pursuing her too openly. Normally, she might not be interested, but perhaps because she was on campus today, she felt a bit affected by the atmosphere. Adrian, let's go watch too. Ava finished the ice cream cone in one bite, tossed the wrapper into a nearby trash can, and shook Adrian's arm. Adrian showed no reaction, so Ava simply pulled him toward the track field. They walked around the campus's inner street to the outside of the gymnasium. They descended the stairs on one side underneath the gym into the track field. String lights were hung everywhere on the field. In the center of the lawn, roses were arranged in a large heart shape. String lights were wound around the roses, pale yellow lights blinking on and off. Next to it were drums and an electronic keyboard. Ava marveled internally at how leisurely today's students were. To think a confession could be this grand. She held Adrian's arm as they stood at the edge of the crowd. As the female lead was pushed onto the scene by her friends, the performance began. Students who'd come to watch surrounded the protagonists in a circle. Ava patted Adrian. "Pick me up. I can't see. I've never seen you this nosy before." The man's helpless voice carried a faint indulgence. He bent down slightly, held Ava's legs, and lifted her up. Instantly, Ava's view became much clearer. Inside the heart-shaped flower circle, the female lead was holding a bouquet of pink roses, staring intently at the boy playing guitar. Tears glimmered in her eyes. The outcome of this confession became immediately clear, but she still watched the entire performance. And then she watched as the boy who'd just been playing drums gradually walked into the heart-shaped flower circle. Ava's expression became somewhat dazed. It seemed she'd mistaken the male lead. The boy who'd been playing drums now knelt on one knee, gently holding the girl's hand. His eyes were full of the person before him, but the girl's gaze kept drifting toward the outside of the circle, as if waiting for the guitar-playing boy to make a statement. The guitar-playing boy turned his head away, avoiding the girl's gaze. The girl bit her lip. In the end, she accepted the boy's confession. Ava was shocked. So the female lead's tears weren't tears of joy. They were tears of sadness. She'd misjudged. What a melodramatic love triangle. She patted Adrian to let her down. Before Ava could withdraw her gaze, she felt something soft on her lips. Her eyes widened in alarm. "Adrian, we're outside." What if someone recognized her? After all, it hadn't been long since Adrian broke off his engagement with Grace. If news broke now about her being with Adrian, it wouldn't be good for her image. "Can't kiss you outside?" The man's voice was low and drawn out, the tail end carrying an indescribable sexiness. As if possessed, Ava leaned over and kissed Adrian's lips again. Only after the kiss did she react. She'd been seduced. Chapter 126. The Invitation. After the grand confession at the track field dispersed, Ava didn't linger. She and Adrian left quickly. On the way back, they ran into one of Adrian's college classmates who taught at the school. Only then did Ava remember that this was actually Adrian's alma mater. During college, Edward Pierce had wanted Adrian to study abroad, but Adrian refused. That fight had been quite serious. Edward had even cut off Adrian's living expenses. Back then, she'd had to give him a tenth of her allowance to help him out. Later, when Adrian enrolled, Edward saw it was a done deal. Other than treating Adrian even worse, he'd at least restored his living expenses. After all, Adrian was his only son. The classmate looked at their intertwined fingers and asked with a smile, "You two got married, right?" Adrian replied, "Just recently." Back then, our classmates were betting on whether you'd marry her right after she graduated. I remember in junior year, there was an exchange program spot that fell to you, and you told the advisor that studying abroad would affect your lifelong happiness. You really stunned him. He still uses you as an example for freshmen every year. The classmate spoke with amusement. Though Adrian and Grace had even gotten to the engagement stage before, he'd seen what Adrian was like when dating Ava. The difference was too great. He'd had a premonition early on that Adrian and Grace wouldn't last long. Sure enough, just as he'd expected. Hearing this, Ava turned to look at Adrian. She hadn't known about this, but it made sense that Adrian wouldn't want to go abroad for an exchange program. For most people, studying abroad was a great opportunity, but for families like theirs, it didn't really make much difference. If Adrian had really wanted to go abroad, he would have done so right after high school. Adrian's classmate was quite talkative, not at all bothered by Adrian's indifferent attitude. Ava figured that anyone who knew Adrian should be aware that he kept a straight face most of the time. Finally, the classmate mentioned there would be a class reunion in December and invited Adrian to bring Ava along. "Adrian, are you going to the reunion?" Ava asked, pretending to be very excited. She didn't want to go. She knew almost all of Adrian's college classmates, and Grace had been in the same class as Adrian. Quite a few classmates probably knew about Grace and Adrian's relationship. They were Grace's classmates. They'd probably side with her. She had no interest in dealing with these people. "Your sister will probably be there?" Adrian's non sequitur made Ava instantly change her mind. Go, she had to go. If she didn't go, what if people slandered her? "Adrian, do you want to go to the reunion to see sister?" Ava's voice dropped, and she unconsciously loosened her grip on Adrian's hand. "Is sister ignoring you now?" Ava dropped an "I'm sorry," and quickly walked toward the campus exit. Adrian stood in place, hands in his pockets, watching Ava's rapidly retreating figure, the corners of his lips curving slightly. After 2 or 3 minutes of walking without Adrian catching up, Ava had no choice but to slow down. Men really became less attentive with age, but actually, Ava was a bit worried that if Grace gave up cleanly, Adrian might become interested in Grace again. After all, a beautiful and accomplished woman had been his devoted follower for years. If she suddenly stopped halfway through, maybe Adrian would discover he'd fallen in love with Grace. Wasn't that how those novels always went? The female lead humbly stayed by the male lead's side, getting hurt by him in various ways. Finally, heartbroken, she'd leave him. Then the male lead would have an epiphany, realize he was madly in love with the female lead, and start seeking her forgiveness. Ava felt a wave of revulsion. If someone truly liked another person, even if they hadn't realized their feelings, they'd subconsciously treat that person well. Could people really be that terrible to someone they liked? She'd never been clear whether the male lead's regret was actually because he liked her or because he'd gotten used to being adored. When the female lead stopped adoring him, he wasn't used to it and mistook that discomfort for love. But men were such strange creatures. She'd treated Adrian that way, yet Adrian still married her. Grace had practically lowered herself into the dust for him, yet Adrian remained cold to her. Wait, why hadn't Adrian caught up yet? Ava stopped and looked back. There wasn't a trace of Adrian anywhere. Ava was so angry she nearly coughed up blood. Had Adrian really regretted it? If he regretted it, so be it. All of Philip's shares were in her hands now anyway. Even if they divorced, it didn't matter. "Looking for me?" A low male voice came from behind her. Ava reflexively turned her head and met Adrian's smiling eyes. She was startled. When had Adrian gotten in front of her? "Why'd you scare me like that?" Ava coquettishly tapped Adrian's chest. He caught her hand in his palm. That soft, "Let's go home," dispersed in the air as Ava affectionately leaned against him. Adrian used to always like her being very proactive with him. She didn't know if he'd changed over the years, but until she figured Adrian out, she wasn't planning to change her strategy. Their shadows stretched long on the campus path, the two shadows intertwining, intimate and ambiguous. After leaving the campus, they returned to the Rosewater Lane Villa. When they entered, Mrs. Lynn said there were guests, people claiming to be Adrian's parents. In her years working here, Adrian's parents had never visited. Today was the first time she'd seen them. Ava thought it was strange. Adrian's parents had been busy with their game of cat and mouse for years. Why had they suddenly come looking for Adrian? "You got married?" As Ava and Adrian entered the living room, Edward Pierce turned around. His look toward Adrian was far from kind, very stern, as if he were furious that Adrian had gotten married without notifying him. Ava was puzzled. She and Adrian had just gotten married. How did Edward know? "Do I need to report to you when I get married?" Adrian pulled Ava behind him, his gaze toward Edward very cold. They didn't sound like father and son talking, more like enemies negotiating. "She's just a manipulative White Lotus, stealing men from her sister, actively being a mistress. I really don't know what you see in her." Stella sneered. She looked at Ava with contempt, her disgust unconcealed. "Are you saying I inherited my dad's bad judgment?" Adrian shifted his gaze to Stella, his expression unchanged. Unfortunately, in the Pierce family, only my dad has bad judgment. At this, Stella immediately flew into a rage. Adrian Pierce? Are you saying I'm not good enough for your father? I don't even love him. He forced me to marry him. If it weren't for your father's obstruction, I never would have given birth to a disaster like you. Stella stood up from the sofa, pointing at Adrian and cursing him out with no regard for her image. Ava's temples throbbed. Her head hurt. Adrian's mother's cursing was extremely vulgar, using every vile word in the world, making it particularly physiologically uncomfortable to listen to. Chapter 127. Being straightforward and being classless are two different things. Auntie, when you're cursing, please watch your language. We won't spread what we've heard, but if the servants hear it, that's another story. You've been married into the Pierce family for 30 years now. Though Uncle didn't force you to learn the rules of a wealthy family wife, you're at least an educated intellectual. You should still consider the impact. The way you look right now, Ava peeked out from behind Adrian, her hand gripping his sleeve. She shook her head with regret and helplessness. Right now, you really look like a shrew. I know you think people like us who have manners and etiquette, who treat others gently, are all manipulative. You're above that, but you can't create this so-called straightforward persona just to distance yourself from us. Auntie, being straightforward and being classless are two different things. Ava blinked her eyes, looking completely innocent. Stella had never given anyone face. By the time Ava finished speaking, she was already red in the face with anger. She'd never liked the Hart family's younger daughter. So, fake. The moment Ava finished speaking, Stella grabbed a nearby pillow and threw it. Ava knew Stella's nature well. She quickly hid behind Adrian. The pillow grazed past Adrian's face and fell straight to the floor. Auntie, I should remind you, domestic violence is illegal. Ava poked her head out to sweetly say this, then immediately pulled it back. Last time she'd blocked a slap for Adrian to play the victim. She didn't need that strategy right now. She didn't want to get hit for no reason. Are you done? If you're done, then leave. Don't throw tantrums in my house. Adrian looked at Stella coldly. Stella wasn't the type to let things go easily. Edward Pierce had spoiled her rotten over the years. Whenever things didn't go her way, she'd curse and hit people. Most of the servants who'd left the Pierce household had been driven away by her scolding. Sometimes she'd even physically hurt people, but Edward had always used money to handle it. Your house? Stella burst out laughing as if she'd heard a joke. She laughed for a full 3 minutes before stopping. You crawled out of my belly and you dare say this is your house. Adrian Pierce, don't think that just because you've made something of yourself now, you can rebel against me. I'm your mother. No matter what position you reach, you'll always have to listen to me. She seemed half crazed. Her overly pale skin had turned red from laughing so hard. Ava's brow furrowed slightly. She seriously suspected Stella had other mental illnesses besides bipolar disorder. Take your wife away. Adrian glanced at Edward from the corner of his eye, showing no intention of acknowledging Stella's words. Don't think that getting married solves everything. Edward looked at Adrian with an ambiguous smile. He stood up and pulled back Stella, who still wanted to throw things. His gaze never moved, always fixed on Adrian. I told you. I gave birth to you. Your ending is destined to be the same as mine. Ava tugged at Adrian's sleeve. She clearly felt Adrian's entire body stiffen when Edward said this. The aura he gave off became even colder than before, the kind of icy coldness that created pressure. As Edward pulled Stella away, she was still cursing Adrian. The words she used were very ugly. Ava stood on her tiptoes and lightly touched her lips to his, then covered Adrian's ears with both hands. She smiled, her voice soft. Now you can't hear it. Adrian's heart softened. He pulled her into his arms and held her tightly. He lowered his head, burying his face in the crook of Ava's neck. I'm not like him. His voice was muffled, his emotions very low. Ava rarely saw Adrian like this. Her damn saintly compassion suddenly exploded. She nodded, affirming his words. Of course you're not like him. Though she wasn't actually clear what kind of not the same Adrian meant. It wasn't until they heard the car engine starting outside that Ava released her hands. Adrian was too tall. With him holding her like this, her neck was getting sore from looking up. but she still didn't speak, letting Adrian hold her for a long time. So long that Ava almost questioned her existence. She really didn't know what that old bastard Edward had said to Adrian. After her shower, Ava lay on the bed and pulled open the nightstand drawer to look for something. Not a single condom. Adrian had clearly promised to buy some. He didn't keep his word. Just as she was about to close the drawer, she noticed a photo album lying inside. It was a birthday gift she'd given Adrian. She couldn't remember which birthday anymore. Since Adrian didn't like taking photos, she deliberately bought an album and told Adrian to fill it up. Ava glanced at the bathroom where water sounds continued. She took out the album. She was quite curious whether Adrian had used this album during the years she was gone. Ava opened the first page and was instantly dumbfounded. If she remembered correctly, the first page used to have a photo of her and Adrian together, but now the first page showed a childhood photo of Adrian. He looked about 10 years old. He was even wearing a hospital gown. Ava thought to herself, Adrian was quite vain. After breaking up with her, he'd replaced it with a solo photo of himself. But having this hospital gown photo on the first page felt strangely odd. Ava flipped through more pages. All the photos she'd taken with Adrian before were still there. Most of them were solo shots of her. There were very few solo shots of Adrian. Such a handsome face, but in photos he always turned into a robot. Only when taking photos with her did he barely look like a normal person. When she got to the last photo they'd taken together before Adrian's car accident, she discovered there were actually more photos after it. Had Adrian fallen in love with photography after she left? Or were they photos with Grace? Just as Ava was about to see whether the photos were Adrian's solo shots or couple photos with Grace, a shadow fell over her. Like someone caught reading a diary, Ava quickly closed the album. Adrian, are you done with your shower? Ava laughed dryly twice, suppressing that subtle awkwardness. Why'd you stop looking? Adrian lifted his lashes toward the album in Ava's hands. His expression looked normal. For a moment, Ava couldn't tell whether Adrian really wanted her to look or was being passive-aggressive. Ava opened the first page and pointed at that photo, her voice sweet. Adrian, didn't you not like taking photos before? Why would you take a photo at the hospital? Could it be that he'd known Grace back then and she'd taken it for him? Ava thought her imagination was running wild. Maybe when she quit dancing, she could switch careers to screenwriting. Someone else took it for me. Adrian pulled the album from Ava's hands, bent down close to her, staring straight into her eyes. His voice was low and sexy. At City First Hospital, when you were 5 years old. Ava only heard the phrase, someone else took it for me. She hadn't expected it really was someone else who'd taken Adrian's photo. When she was 5 years old, Adrian was 10. Grace was also 10. Grace seemed to have known Adrian back then. Chapter 128. Rebirth. Who? Ava asked, trying to sound casual. As long as it wasn't Grace, anyone was fine. You know them? As Adrian spoke, he opened the album. Ava estimated he'd flipped to the pages after her photos with him. Her heart skipped a beat. It wasn't Grace, was it? That would be way too melodramatic. I do know quite a few people. Ava brushed it off lightly. She watched as Adrian's gaze fell on the album, his eyes gradually settling, his black pupils reflecting a serious expression. Ava simply hooked her arm around Adrian's neck and kissed him. Keep looking, keep looking. What if Adrian had a moment of insanity and really discovered he'd fallen in love with Grace? Adrian looked down at Ava sleeping in his arms. He reached out and picked up the photo album from the nightstand again. He opened the first page. The photo was quite old and slightly faded, but the scene from that day was exceptionally clear in his mind. The day the photo was taken was the third time he'd seen Ava, the first time he'd spoken to her, and the first time before she falsely claimed credit for saving him. The first time he saw Ava, she was covered in blood, being carried down from an ambulance. That time he'd only seen her face and her blood-stained clothes. The hospital had been too chaotic that day. The second time was when he was hospitalized again. On his way out, he passed by Ava's room. She sat cross-legged on the hospital bed, looking up to ask the woman standing before her, "Why haven't Mom and Dad come to see me? Do they really not love me at all?" Her body was so small, her silhouette looked so sad, her voice so soft, soft enough to be scattered by a gust of wind. Those words made Adrian stop in his tracks. All the peers around him had parents who loved their children dearly. He thought he was an anomaly, so he never told others that his parents didn't love him. Not until he heard those words that day did he realize he wasn't the only one in the world not loved by his parents. The woman standing by the bed bent down to comfort Ava. Ava threw her arms around Mrs. Quinn, her shoulders trembling. Tears rolled down one by one. A voice at the door calling, "Young master," made her forget to cry. She instinctively turned to look outside. The scars on her face hadn't completely healed. Crystal tears hung on her tender face. Adrian only glanced once before quickly withdrawing his gaze and leaving with the butler. The image of the girl with red, swollen eyes full of tears was deeply imprinted in his mind. He felt a sense of shared misfortune. On the way back, he learned from the butler that this was the Hart family's younger daughter, injured in the mall fire half a month earlier, Ava Hart. Adrian silently memorized the name. They met again 3 weeks later. As a child, his trips to the hospital were like a fixed schedule. This meeting wasn't in the VIP ward area, but in a regular 6-person room. By then, Ava's body had recovered quite a bit. She'd gotten familiar with everyone in the inpatient department. After her injections, she'd wander around visiting people. He admitted he deliberately sought out Ava. Otherwise, why would he appear in this 6-person room? When he entered, Ava was using a point-and-shoot camera to take photos of children her age in the room. "Hey, don't just stand there. Come take a picture together." The girl's pretty voice reached Adrian's ears. That sweet voice carried cheerfulness, completely unlike the tearful girl he'd seen last time. "Xiaoqi, go pull him over here." Ava spoke to one of the 6 children, a girl. The girl named Xiaoqi immediately jumped down from the bed and called Adrian over to take photos together. Though she was still young, looking at Adrian's face, she wanted to take photos with him too. Even though all 6 people from their room were already there, she wanted him in the photo anyway. She didn't care if he was from their room or not. Adrian avoided Xiaoqi's attempt to pull his hand and walked over with her. He stood on the far left, captured in Ava's lens along with 6 other children of different ages. After taking the photo, Ava brought the camera over to show them. Several children praised how good it looked and asked Ava to print it out. Adrian didn't join the conversation, but when Ava left the room, he asked if she could copy the photo for him. Ava was fiddling with the camera at the time. She didn't refuse. When she looked up, her eyes curved into crescents, her smile especially radiant. Adrian was somewhat stunned. After getting the photo, he cropped out the other 6 strangers and printed only his own photo. For a long time after that, he didn't see Ava again. His coursework was too heavy. He had almost no free time each day. They met again at classmate Grace Hart's birthday party. He saw Ava wearing a white poofy dress with her hair styled like a princess. She was like a butterfly, able to chat with nearly everyone, adults and children alike. In the second half of the party, Ava seemed tired. She pushed open the back garden door alone and walked out. As if possessed, Adrian followed her. Under the garden lights, the girl sat in a wicker chair. Pale yellow light shone straight down, her long lashes casting shadows beneath her eyes. She seemed shrouded in loneliness, her mood particularly desolate. Adrian wanted to approach her, but he wasn't eloquent. He didn't know what to say to her, so he just stood there quietly, watching Ava lean back in the wicker chair, motionless for a long time. Then she raised her head and wiped her face carelessly. Finally, she stood up, took a deep breath, and made a gesture as if cheering herself on. When she turned around, what fell into his eyes was a brilliant smile. He'd secretly watched Ava from the shadows for nearly 5 years. Just when Adrian thought it would continue indefinitely, an accident occurred. From childhood, his desire to survive had never been particularly strong. At 15, perhaps due to emotional turmoil, after being beaten by his mother again, he wanted to end it all forever. When he woke up, looking at the white ceiling, he felt no gratitude toward whoever had saved him, only that they'd gotten in his way. But that thought shattered the next second because, when he turned his head, he saw Ava's face. He knew Ava couldn't possibly have saved him, but he still asked, "Did you save me?" A flash of confusion crossed Ava's eyes, but she quickly smiled again. "Yes, I saved you. Did you accidentally drown?" Adrian pulled out a faint smile, tacitly accepting Ava's words. For him, that day was a rebirth, because he'd finally gotten to officially know Ava as he'd wished. The lie didn't matter. He never cared about such small things. Thummer Chapter 129. Cycle. Grandfather's 90th birthday? Ava took a sip of hot tea and wrinkled her nose. She really couldn't get used to this taste. Seeing her expression, Monica quickly had the servant prepare different tea. Ava waved her hand. "I have to go back to the dance company soon. No need to prepare anything for me." Her mother remembered all of Grace's preferences, but didn't even know what she liked to drink. "Have you gone back to the Morgan family to see your grandparents?" Ava asked. Monica hadn't returned to the Morgan family in all these years, but now that she was getting divorced, she suddenly knew to go home and see her parents. "Your grandmother was sick recently. I went back for a visit." Monica tugged at the corner of her mouth. In her memory, her mother had always played favorites. Now, she was so thin she was practically skin and bones. The day Monica went to the hospital, only her father was by the bedside. Her older brother was very busy with work. Her younger brother hadn't come home in many years either. Mom and Dad both looked much older, no longer spirited as they once were. Seeing her parents' gray hair, the regret in Monica's heart gradually magnified. Though her parents were traditional in their preference for sons, they truly hadn't mistreated her. Back then, when Philip married the pregnant Evelyn Bennett, her parents felt insulted. From then on, they forbade her from seeing Philip. But she was bewitched. She rejected all the promising young men her parents introduced, and after Evelyn passed away, she actively went to care for Grace, infuriating her parents, especially later when she got pregnant with her daughter and wanted to marry Philip. Her parents made her choose between Philip and them. When she was young, she'd been very resentful of her parents, feeling they didn't love her at all. Not until this time. When she said she wanted a divorce, Dad said nothing except that the shares they'd set aside for her were still there, and the dowry they'd prepared, but never had the chance to give her, was all in her bedroom at home. She went back to see. They were all priceless jewelry and accessories, multiple properties, and share transfer agreements. Father told her, "Your mother and I are traditional people. In our generation, having many sons was important. With many children, we inevitably couldn't attend to everything. We were also busy with work, but we never intended to use your marriage to advance our prospects. If we wanted to use marriage alliances to pave the way for the company, we wouldn't have let you associate with that heart boy in the first place. Your mother, she'll never say soft words her whole life. You're stubborn too. After you said those things and left home, she often got up in the middle of the night and sat on the balcony crying alone." Father's words were like throwing a grenade into the calm lake of Monica's heart. Only then did she realize how immature she'd been. She'd only seen what her parents did for her brothers, always felt her parents didn't do enough for her. "Grandfather and grandmother are getting old. They want to see you more often." Monica pressed her lips together. Her mother's health wasn't good. She might not have much time left. "If I have time, I'll definitely go. But if I go, I might need to bring someone." Ava gave Monica advance warning. She didn't know how the news of her marriage to Adrian had spread so quickly. Friends had been messaging her one after another these past few days. Her phone was exploding. Since she'd married Adrian, she had to maintain her relationship with him. After all, she was currently living off Adrian, though Adrian hadn't proactively given her his supplementary card. When she'd just taken it herself, Adrian hadn't said anything. Today she'd originally planned to meet up with Autumn and the others for a major shopping spree. Who knew she'd receive her mother's call first? "Since you're married, bring him to meet your grandparents." Monica's throat tightened. She'd learned about her daughter's marriage from someone else. Proof enough of what a failure she was as a mother. She knew her daughter was grown now. If she tried to manage these things, not only would her daughter not listen, it would worsen their relationship. So she held back and said nothing. Not until her daughter brought it up did she go along and suggest bringing Adrian. Ava was a bit surprised. Her mother had really changed. Knowing she'd secretly gotten married, she could actually say nothing about it. She'd originally wanted to leave early, but Monica kept insisting she stay for lunch. She reluctantly ate a meal before leaving. Monica watched the car disappear from view. She let out a long sigh and turned back to the villa. She'd just sat down when Philip's call came through. 2 o'clock. Don't be late." Philip's impatient voice came through the receiver. Monica said nothing, only letting out a flat, Philip had been dragging his feet about the divorce, always thinking she was just throwing a tantrum. Last time he came to see her, she'd completely torn off Philip's facade, including how Philip had been ambiguous with her at first, but later changed his heart to Evelyn and started being hot and cold with her, making her constantly doubt whether she'd done something wrong without knowing. During those days when Philip and Evelyn were secretly dating behind her back, he'd summoned and dismissed her at will. Perhaps Philip's pride was wounded. He'd flown into a rage and agreed to the divorce. Right at 2 o'clock, Monica and Philip entered the marriage bureau. Before long, they'd exchanged their marriage certificate for a divorce certificate. Standing outside the marriage bureau, Monica looked up at the cloudless blue sky. She felt like today's sky was even more vast. She exhaled deeply. The dark clouds weighing on her heart drifted apart, revealing blue skies and white clouds. She felt much lighter. Philip frowned at her. "If you regret it now," Monica interrupted Philip. "I've been curious for all these years. Why did you fall in love with Evelyn?" Throughout her youth, she'd been very competitive. Whether in academics or other areas, she had to do better than her peers to be satisfied. Philip was different from her. He was free. Like a gust of wind, she was deeply attracted to him. Whenever she encountered Philip, she stopped being herself. For Philip's sake, she paid even more attention to her appearance and figure. In her youth, she'd been one of New Harbor's most famous socialites from a prestigious family, countless suitors. But her gaze would only linger on Philip. Evelyn came from an ordinary background. Her looks were decent, but far inferior to hers. Evelyn's greatest advantage was being positive and upbeat, with excellent grades. Back then, she told herself that everyone has different tastes. Philip liked Evelyn. Naturally, he had his reasons. But she'd thought about those reasons for 30 years without understanding them. Philip looked ahead, a faint tenderness rising in his eyes. "She took care of me for 2 days and nights when I had a high fever." Philip's parents were very busy with work. Since childhood, it had been the butler who lived with him in the villa. Though the butler took care of him, ultimately it was just doing a job for money. That time, he had a high fever and was unconscious for 2 days and nights. During his unconsciousness, it was Evelyn who'd cared for him. That warm feeling was something he'd experienced for the first time in all those years. He'd fallen hopelessly in love with Evelyn. "You mean that time when you got caught in the heavy rain after fighting with your dad?" Philip nodded. Monica suddenly laughed. All the past grievances seemed to lift in this moment. So that was why. "You'd fall in love with whoever took care of you?" Monica ignored Philip's puzzled look and got in her car. She'd also been caught in the rain that time. She'd taken care of Philip for 2 days and nights while sick. On the morning of the 3rd day, when Evelyn brought soup at her request, she'd just opened the door for Evelyn and fainted. When she woke up, she was already in the hospital. So Philip had always thought it was Evelyn who'd taken care of him. He was really stupid. That apartment had been hers. Had he never wondered why Evelyn would bring him back to her apartment to care for him? So many years had passed. Monica no longer had any desire to reveal the truth. After all, Evelyn had been dead for over 20 years. She wouldn't stoop to competing with a dead person. Besides, Evelyn had taken credit for her deed. Evelyn probably never imagined that 11 years after her death, her daughter's life-saving grace would be claimed by the daughter of the friend whose credit she'd once stolen, right? When her daughter had stolen credit for saving Adrian from Grace, she'd actually felt quite guilty. Grace had been sent to the hospital soaking wet, and Monica had been the one accompanying her. How could she not know who'd really saved Adrian? She'd chosen not to speak up, instead trying to make it up to Grace with more companionship. Who could have imagined this was actually a cycle? The sins Evelyn committed ultimately brought karmic retribution on her own daughter. Chapter 130. Adding fuel to the fire. Ava had just finished rehearsal when Linda Morrison told her someone was looking for her. She threw on a jacket and walked out. Grace stood there in a crimson coat. Quite a few people had stopped to stare at her cool, beautiful face. This feeling really made Ava uncomfortable. She raised her voice slightly. "Sister, what brings you here today?" Everyone in the dance company knew Ava. This was the first time they learned Ava had a sister. Ava walked over to Grace and stopped, her usual smile on her face. So pure, so sweet, so radiant. It made Grace's eyes hurt. Since Ava returned to the country, her life had been thrown into chaos. Her boyfriend stolen, her parents divorced, her mother no longer speaking to her. "Are you satisfied now?" Grace looked at Ava coldly. "Mom and Dad are divorced." "Are you satisfied now?" "Sister." Ava covered her mouth, looking at Grace with surprise. Her clear, bright eyes were full of disbelief. "Sister, how can you think of me like that?" Mom and Dad divorced because their relationship fell apart. I know you blame me for not trying to reconcile them. But you're the daughter Mom and Dad love most, and even you couldn't persuade them. How much less could I, the daughter Mom and Dad have never taken to heart? I know you're afraid that once Mom and Dad divorce, Mom won't love you anymore. Even though Mom isn't your biological mother, she's treated you better than me, her own daughter, since we were young. There's no way she'd abandon you. Sister, don't worry. By the end, Ava's voice was choked with emotion. Sister, I won't compete with you. Because even if I tried, I couldn't take anything away. That last sentence was full of sadness. To the onlookers' ears, it sounded heartbreaking. They never imagined that Ava, usually so cheerful and kind, was actually a poor thing whose father didn't love her and whose mother ignored her. Their eyes filled with sympathy. The heavens will rain, and mothers will remarry. Who can stop it? This sister is being so unreasonable, actually blaming her parents' divorce on her younger sister. Ava is just too kind. She can actually speak so nicely to her. Chattering voices of discussion gradually rose around them. One of the girls walked over to Ava's side. She looked at Grace with a serious face. Some sister you are. You're just taking advantage of Ava's gentle nature to bully her, aren't you? What does your parents' divorce have to do with her? When your parents divorce, instead of comforting your sister, you actually come here to scold her? I've never seen such a mean sister. The girl spoke extremely fast. Grace's face flushed red then pale, like a color palette, looking terribly upset. Ava tugged at the girl who was defending her. She sniffled, her face full of strength. I'm fine. Because Dad transferred all his shares to me, Sister is angry. That's understandable. Originally, all of this should have been Sister's, but I don't know why Dad suddenly wanted to transfer it to me. Ava let out a soft sigh. Maybe it's because Dad wants to make up for neglecting me all these years. Actually, I really don't care about these material possessions. I just want our family to be happy together. Ava's considerate words made the surrounding people look at Grace with increasingly unfavorable eyes. Such a good sister, yet some people didn't know how to cherish her. Ava, you! Grace was so angry she couldn't speak. She really could twist the truth. But what was this about shares? Dad had never mentioned transferring shares to Ava. Since childhood, Dad had told her she was Heart Group's only heir. How could he possibly transfer all his shares to Ava? Grace had no mind to continue arguing with Ava. She was no match for Ava's ability to twist black into white. Right now, she wanted more to know what was going on with the shares. Under many pairs of disdainful eyes, Grace turned and left. She's feeling guilty. The girl standing next to Ava scoffed. Ava shook her head. Maybe after scolding me a few times, she felt better, so she left. She's always been like this. The girl was shocked. Your sister is too much. Ava put on a beautiful appearance and inadvertently fanned the flames, saying some things that weren't quite true. Then she told everyone she needed to go back to rehearsal. Those sympathetic gazes made Ava feel very comfortable. She hadn't gone looking for Grace. Grace had come to her door instead. She certainly knew why Grace left, because of the shares. With her dad's nature, he definitely hadn't told Grace yet. Ava rehearsed until very late before finishing. Walking out the main entrance, a black Rolls-Royce was parked outside. Ava said goodbye to her colleagues and walked toward the car. Everyone in the dance company knew Ava was a rich beauty, so they weren't surprised. Adrian? Ava opened the car door and got in. When Adrian wasn't paying attention, she slipped her hand under his clothes, placing her ice-cold hand on his abs to warm up. Freezing. The weather was getting colder and colder, especially at night. Adrian gasped sharply from the cold. Adrian, I didn't freeze you too much, did I? Ava blinked innocently. You'll find out soon enough. Adrian pressed down on her hand. If you move again, you won't have to wait until we get home to find out. Why do I have to wait until we get home to find out? Can't you tell me in the car? Ava smiled and leaned close to Adrian. The howling of the cold night wind sounded in her ears. Ava pressed close to Adrian's ear and whispered, Adrian, I'm still so cold. The next second, the back of her head was gripped. A softness covered her lips. Chapter 131. A wedding gift from Grandpa and Grandma. Dad, did you transfer your shares to Ava? Philip had just sat down when his office door was pushed open. He'd been feeling irritated from the meeting he'd just had. Seeing it was his elder daughter, he forced a smile. "Didn't you leave work early today? Why did you come back to the company?" Grace took a deep breath. She stood firmly in front of his desk. "Dad, I'm asking you, did you transfer all your shares to Ava?" Her expression was very serious. Philip pressed his temples, about to explain, when he heard his elder daughter say, "Dad, you promised my mom. You said Heart Group would be mine in the future. How could you transfer your shares to Ava? Didn't you sign a prenuptial agreement before marrying Mom? All your assets have nothing to do with Mom or my sister. How can you go back on your word?" Philip's expression already told Grace that Ava hadn't lied. Dad had really transferred the shares to Ava. She only had less than 10% of the shares. Those were what Dad had given her when she came of age. But Dad held 40% of the shares. He'd actually given all of that to Ava. Even when Adrian had been stolen from her, she hadn't felt this angry. Heart Group had belonged to her, yet Ava still wanted to take it. "Grace, the things under my name are mine to dispose of as I see fit." Philip's voice was heavy. He looked at this daughter he'd cherished for 30 years. For the first time, disappointment rose in his heart. He had promised Evelyn he'd leave all his assets to their daughter. All these years, he'd been grooming Grace as his heir. Transferring shares to his younger daughter hadn't been his wish. Adrian Pierce had threatened him with Heart Group's entire future and promised that if the younger daughter became the largest shareholder, Heart Group could reach even greater heights. After much deliberation and consideration, he'd agreed. Actually, he'd had no other choice. That little bastard Adrian had practically spelled it out. If he didn't transfer the shares to his younger daughter, he'd directly seize Heart Group and give it to her. If he couldn't fight Adrian, how could Grace? Fortunately, Adrian had agreed to continue letting Grace manage Heart Group's affairs. Ava would only take dividends and wouldn't work at the company. Everything he did was for his elder daughter's good. Yet now his elder daughter was questioning him with this attitude. "Both you and Ava are my daughters. There's no such thing as, all my assets belong to you?" Grace's eyes widened in disbelief. "Dad, is this because Mom divorced you? Are you trying to use this method to get Mom to come back?" Dad had never liked her sister. This was too abnormal. Philip withdrew his gaze, letting it fall on the photo frame on his desk. The photo showed two youthful faces full of vitality. Having known Monica Mann for so many years, he of course knew this marriage could never be salvaged. Regrets? Of course he had them. Whenever he felt moved by Monica, he'd remember what Evelyn had said to him before she passed. "I won't stop you from remarrying, but could you please not marry Monica?" Evelyn had always had some taboo about Monica that he didn't understand. Whenever it involved Monica, Evelyn was especially concerned. Perhaps it was because Evelyn and Monica had been close, and Monica was so outstanding with such a wealthy family background. It inevitably created a comparative mentality. He'd naturally agreed with her. He'd said he wouldn't remarry, but he'd broken his word. He'd compensated all his guilt to his daughter with Evelyn, trying to reduce the guilt in his heart. The next day, Grace drove to where Monica was living. She'd found Monica's location a few days ago, but hadn't dared to go. Today, she could no longer control herself. She felt like everything had changed. She wanted her mother's comfort. A middle-aged woman opened the door. After Grace stated her purpose, she led Grace inside. The two walked into the villa together. As soon as Grace entered the foyer, she heard conversation from the living room. "Grandpa, Grandma, I'm different from Mom. I have excellent sense of direction. I'd never get lost. Next time you go out, take me with you." After the sweet, lively voice fell, there was a burst of hearty laughter. "Auntie Ava, Lily doesn't get lost either." Grace glanced inside. Not only were Ava and Monica sitting in the living room, but also Monica's parents, whom she'd only briefly met twice, as well as the little girl Ava sponsored and Adrian Pierce. From where she stood, she could clearly see the expression on Adrian's face. When Ava spoke, Adrian's gaze continuously followed her, just like countless times 7 years ago. When Ava spoke, Adrian's eyes always carried a faint smile, his gaze moving as Ava moved. "Your grandfather and I are both getting old. We can't keep up anymore," Mrs. Morgan said with a laugh. "Have you two set a date for the wedding?" Because of Mrs. Morgan's question, the topic shifted from Monica always getting lost when traveling to Ava and Adrian's wedding. Ava sweetly said they hadn't set a date yet. Custom wedding dresses and rings take time. At the earliest, it'll probably be a year from now. Her wedding certainly couldn't be shabby. Adrian had plenty of money. If she didn't spend it on the wedding, when would she? Should she save it for another woman to help her spend it? This harmonious scene stabbed at Grace's eyes. She no longer had the courage to go in. She said something to the housekeeper and turned to leave. The housekeeper found it strange but still went in to tell Monica. Hearing this, Monica stood up. When she walked outside, she saw Grace's departing car. She let out a long sigh. She'd truly loved Grace. Adult matters shouldn't involve Grace, but people were creatures with very complex emotions, and always easily emotional. She knew she couldn't blame Grace, but she'd still subconsciously shift responsibility. She didn't know what mindset to use to face Grace. Right now, the best choice was simply not to meet. After returning from the Morgan family, Ava collapsed on the sofa. Taking care of sick people really wasn't easy. But thinking about the shares that had just been transferred to her name, Ava felt somewhat comforted. The shares her maternal grandparents had left for her mother didn't want them, and instead had the grandparents transfer them directly to Ava's name, as a wedding gift. Thinking back to when she was abroad and had to wear down her lips just to get a few $100,000 from Monica, now the gifts she received were in units of hundreds of millions. She lay there for a while before going upstairs to shower and change. Linda Morrison said the president of Reed Group wanted to meet with her about sponsorship. Originally, these matters were all handled by Linda, but Samuel Reed was karmic debt from her past. Going out again? As Ava was changing, Adrian hugged her from behind. Light kisses fell like drizzle on the side of her face. His breath hit the nape of her neck. It tickled a bit. Ava dodged to the side. "It's work stuff. I'll definitely be back within 2 hours." Ava turned and kissed Adrian's face. Just as she was about to push away his hands, she was swept up horizontally. Ava inwardly cursed. Her makeup was wasted. Chapter 1-32. A particular fondness for dance majors. Ava arrived at the restaurant an hour late, hurrying through the door. On the way over, she'd cursed Adrian Pierce countless times in her mind. He knew full well she had to go out, but couldn't even wait that little bit of time. "Sorry I'm late, Mr. Reed. Something came up at the dance company." Ava sat down across from Samuel Reed without missing a beat, her face perfectly composed. Last time she'd approached Samuel about sponsorship, it was just an excuse to get close to him. She hadn't expected that half a month later, Samuel would reach out to her again. Still, she wasn't one to turn down sponsorship. If Samuel was willing to sponsor them, she certainly wouldn't refuse. Samuel's lips curved into a slight smile. "I was beginning to think Mr. Pierce wasn't letting you leave." Ava froze slightly. Had news of her marriage already reached Samuel's ears? At least it was a good thing the idea of a marriage alliance with Samuel had only passed through her own mind. She'd never had the chance to propose it to him before marrying Adrian first. Marrying Adrian was high risk, but the returns were equally high. Besides, Samuel might not have agreed to a marriage of convenience with her anyway. Naturally, she'd chosen Adrian without much hesitation. "You're overthinking it, Mr. Reed. He never interferes with my work," Ava said with a bright smile. She promptly steered the conversation to the sponsorship. Samuel's fingers drummed against the edge of the table. He looked at Ava deeply for a moment, then lowered his gaze and began discussing the sponsorship details. Ava listened carefully, occasionally raising questions. When the server came to deliver their food, Ava was slightly surprised to see the steak placed before her. Samuel had ordered exactly what she liked. "Ian's back. You'll probably see him in a couple of days." Ava's hands didn't stop cutting her steak. She'd already seen Ian last time, along with Ian's girlfriend. The girlfriend looked quite young, probably a student at New Harbor University. Given Ian's personality, dating someone younger than him did seem more suitable. "I actually saw your younger brother and his girlfriend when I was having dinner with friends at New Harbor University last time." "Girlfriend?" Samuel raised an eyebrow slightly. Then, as if remembering something, he nodded. "Yvonne's friend's younger sister. She's a junior at New Harbor University, studies modern dance." "Seems like your younger brother has a particular fondness for dance majors." Ava didn't particularly care what the girl did. So, what if she did ballet? They'd already broken up. Ian's affairs had nothing to do with her. She'd ended things peacefully with every ex-boyfriend, except for Wesley Hale. Cutting ties completely wasn't her style. Everyone moved in the same circles, and you never knew when you might need each other in the future. The sponsorship was finalized in the end. Ava tactfully suggested that Samuel could have his assistant contact her company's agent going forward, but Samuel acted as if he hadn't understood, saying he'd contact her directly next time. She declined Samuel's offer to drive her home. When she walked outside the restaurant, a black Maybach pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Ian Reed's face. Ava was just thinking about how to greet him when a crisp voice called out from behind her. "Ian!" The girl's voice carried a lightness to it. Without turning around, Ava could already imagine the happy expression on her face. Ava stepped to the left to make way. "Your timing is perfect." The second Ava stepped aside, a girl in a caramel-colored coat walked past and opened the back door. Her eyes sparkled with smiles, looking thoroughly delighted. She appeared innocent and carefree. "I'm not here to pick you up." Charlotte Hayes had just lifted one foot to get in the car when she heard the voice from inside. She didn't take Ian's words to heart, climbing in anyway. After all, from the moment she'd met Ian, he'd always had that bad temper with everyone. "Miss Hart?" Yvonne Reed, walking over arm in arm with Isabella Hayes, only confirmed it was Ava standing by her brother's car when she got closer. She and Ava weren't particularly close. They were more the type to exchange pleasantries at galas. But Ava's connections to their family ran rather deep. First her younger brother, then her older brother. Ava returned a sweet smile and greeted Yvonne. Yvonne introduced her friend to Ava. As the two were talking, Ian's voice came from inside the car again. "Get out!" Yvonne glanced at Charlotte's somewhat aggrieved face inside the car, then swept her gaze over Ava's expression. She really wanted to give her rebellious brother a good thrashing right now. "Charlotte, why don't you ride in my car? Ian still has things to take care of and probably can't drive you today," Yvonne said gently to Charlotte in the car. She had no doubt that if she didn't get the girl out now, given her brother's foul temper, he'd probably physically drag her out. Charlotte bit her lip, turning to look at Ian. Seeing his face tight with displeasure, the grievance in her heart grew. It wasn't the first time Ian had given her the cold shoulder. But today there were outsiders present, and Ian wasn't showing her any face at all. For Charlotte, who'd been treasured by her parents all her life, it made her eyes sting with tears. She wasn't going to like Ian anymore. Charlotte abruptly turned back and got out of the car. She threw herself into her sister's arms, pulling her toward the parking garage. "We'll be going." "You two talk." Yvonne said goodbye to Ava before heading toward the garage as well. Ava was somewhat baffled. What was she supposed to talk to Ian about? Wasn't that girl Ian's girlfriend? His attitude toward his girlfriend now was really quite terrible. "Ava." Ian got out of the car and stood in front of Ava, looking a bit nervous. "Do I eat people or something?" Ava looked at Ian with amusement. Such a terrible attitude toward his girlfriend, but he changed his tune completely in front of her. Ian shook his head. "It's late. Let me drive you home." "If you drive me home and your girlfriend finds out, she'll be upset. I'll just have my driver come pick me up. You should go smooth things over with your girlfriend first." Ava shook her head with a helpless expression. "Didn't I tell you before? Don't be so harsh with girls." Her voice was extremely gentle, like a caring older sister. Ian ran his hand through his hair in frustration. "She's not my girlfriend. She's just my sister's friend. My sister keeps making me pick her up?" It was annoying as hell. His sister might as well have matchmaker tattooed on her forehead, but not liking someone meant not liking them. If it weren't for his sister constantly getting him in trouble with their parents, he wouldn't even bother picking her up. "Let's not talk about her. Let me drive you home. Don't you have a performance tomorrow?" Ava didn't ask how Ian knew about her performance. Being too charming was quite troublesome for her too. Good thing she hadn't gone through with a marriage arrangement with Samuel. Otherwise, wouldn't the relationships be a complete mess? If she was constantly around Ian, he'd never be able to forget her. Ava eventually got in Ian's car. "I didn't have a girlfriend during that year abroad. I was just working the whole time." At Ian's sudden explanation, Ava's eyebrow twitched imperceptibly, a faint smile floating to her lips. "You don't need to explain to me. It's perfectly normal for you to date. We broke up a long time ago." Even as she said this, the smile in Ava's eyes only deepened. Chapter 133. I Only Like You. Perhaps every bad woman enjoys being favored by men, especially the favoritism of well-bred, handsome men. Even though she no longer liked Ian and had no intention of getting back together, the The fact that he still liked her continued to bring her a sense of pleasure. But I feel it's necessary to explain to you, I told you before, as long as you turn around, I'll be there. If Adrian treats you badly, don't forgive him. The words "come to me" were ones Ian ultimately couldn't bring himself to say. He knew that Ava, at least for now, could never get back together with him. But that was okay. A lifetime was long. He had plenty of time to wait for her. Hearing this, Ava only smiled. She didn't respond. Ian was the most obedient and clingy of all her ex-boyfriends, with absolutely no boundaries when it came to her. Even if she'd cheated on him while they were dating, Ian probably would have accepted that she had someone else. But he fell just a bit short. If Ian had his brother's capabilities and achievements, she might have considered marrying him. But Ian was still growing. She wasn't willing to wait for someone to mature. Who knew if once the fruit ripened, someone else would pluck it away? She preferred to pick fruit that was already ripe. "Ian, thanks for driving me home." Standing outside the car with her bag, Ava curved her lips at the person in the back seat. The pale yellow streetlight bathed her, making her fresh face look especially gentle. She said, "Goodbye," and closed the door. The car started up again, but Ian's gaze remained fixed on the window, watching as Ava turned and walked through the villa gates. The car stopped outside a nightclub. Ian checked the message from his friend and headed straight to their usual booth. "Ian, why so late? Did you go pick up your little Charlotte again?" Seeing Ian, his friends immediately started teasing. Ian kicked the friend who'd spoken. "Could you please fuck off? Why would I go pick her up for no reason? Do I look that idle?" Lucas Bennett laughed. "Stop pretending. It's not the first time you've picked her up. Besides Ava, I've never seen you pick up any other girl. Now that Ava's married, dating someone would be good for you. You think I need you to tell me that?" Ian elbowed his friend. He'd come back to the country because he'd heard Ava and Wesley broke up. But the moment he got off the plane, Lucas came to pick him up and told him Ava had gotten married, as if he couldn't stand to see him doing too well. But seriously, they got married way too fast. How long had Ava even been broken up with Wesley? Another friend shrugged. Someone immediately chimed in. Could she have something in her belly? Had to get married? Suddenly, Ian's expression darkened. "Don't talk nonsense." Lucas shoved the friend who'd just spoken. "Watch your mouth. Don't you know Ava's child-free? I heard Wesley and Ava broke up partly because of that." He couldn't accept being child-free? Ian looked down at the first floor, asking his friend while scanning the crowd. Lucas nodded. "Seems like it." Ian shot up. "I'm leaving. You guys have fun." "Hey." Lucas had just opened his mouth when Ian was already gone like a gust of wind. He clicked his tongue and turned to the friend who'd speculated about Ava being pregnant. "You know full well that Ava's name is his trigger. Don't run your mouth in front of him next time." The friend laughed dryly. How was he supposed to know that Ian, after being dumped for nearly 2 years, still had feelings for Ava? In a dim alley, the dull thud of fists hitting flesh echoed intermittently. Under a street lamp, 2 men of similar build stood face to face. "You don't understand her at all, and you had the nerve to confess to her. I should have known from the start. You're fake as hell. You're completely wrong for Ava." Wesley didn't speak. Ian wasn't wrong. He was fake. He'd agreed to Ava's terms verbally, yet still tried to change her. It was precisely because of his hypocrisy that he'd gotten what he deserved. Ava had gotten married, so quickly, without giving him any chance to regret it. Before I left, I remember telling you that Ava isn't as happy as she appears on the surface. She's fragile and needs to be cherished. I told you to think carefully and not to hurt her. You agreed readily enough, but when it came to hurting her, you showed no mercy at all. Wesley's throat tightened. His hands at his sides clenched slightly. Ian had found him before going abroad and told him many things. Like not to restrain Ava from doing what she wanted. If he stopped her, she'd be unhappy. And that Ava wasn't as forgiving as she seemed. Don't try to change her, she wouldn't like it. There had been much more besides. Actually, at the time, he hadn't taken Ian's words very seriously because Ian was Ava's ex. When he said those things, it felt somewhat provocative. If he'd thought carefully, he would have realized that most of what Ian said about Ava was the real Ava. He'd already known Ava was not as innocent and cheerful as she appeared from the moment he saw those photos his brother had. Photos of Ava deliberately seducing Adrian. He had accepted that side of Ava. He'd never thought about changing her. When he learned how biased Ava's parents were, he'd lost sleep from heartache. He'd secretly vowed to treat Ava well for the rest of his life. So why had he lied to her? Was it because he discovered Ava was monitoring his whereabouts? Or was it because he'd received Ava's love, that intense, suffocating love? At first, he'd felt incredibly happy, but gradually, he'd found it hard to bear. He just needed to breathe. He hadn't stopped loving her. He hadn't fallen for anyone else. He just needed time to adjust. Who drove you home? When Ava entered the bedroom, Adrian was just walking in from the balcony. His gloomy voice filled the room. Ava wasn't surprised. Adrian's old habits were acting up again. When they were dating before, whenever she spoke more than a few words to another guy, Adrian would have a problem with it. She used to think Adrian was a psycho, never thought she'd turn out to be one too. Ian. The moment Ava spoke, a large hand covered her waist, and her entire body crashed into Adrian's embrace. Ava looked up at him, his lips pressed tight, his jawline taut. He looked very unhappy. Ava wrapped her arms around Adrian and stood on her tiptoes to kiss him. He was dropping someone else off and I was on the way, so he gave me a ride. We broke up ages ago. I don't even like his type at all. I only like you. Chapter 134. Rejecting Sunflowers. You can only like me. As the man's voice dissipated into the air, Ava's slightly parted lips were sealed. She'd initially wanted to push Adrian away. She had a performance tomorrow night, but Adrian didn't like being defied. After only 3 seconds of hesitation, Ava pushed Adrian down onto the bed. She figured since they'd already done it once before she left earlier, this time could be quick. Well, she'd underestimated Adrian. In the end, Ava had to plead pitifully with tears in her eyes about tomorrow's performance and needing to rehearse during the day before Adrian finally let her go. As Adrian blow-dried her hair, she sat on the bathroom counter lost in thought. Wasn't it supposed to be that men went downhill after 25? Why didn't Adrian show any signs of that? If it weren't for her good stamina from years of dancing, she really couldn't handle Adrian's energy. What are you thinking about? Adrian turned off the hairdryer and lightly tapped Ava's forehead. Ava snapped back to reality and immediately put on a weak but sweet smile. I was thinking about whether you'd come watch my performance tomorrow. Did you save me a ticket? Adrian raised an eyebrow. Ava choked. This performance had been scheduled before she married Adrian. She hadn't saved him a ticket, but she had saved one for Wesley. And that ticket had already been given to Wesley long ago. She really wanted to ask for it back. But thinking about how she'd have to see Wesley to get the ticket back, Ava abandoned the idea. After all, the performance was tomorrow night. They'd already broken up. Wesley might not even come. Back then, I thought you hated me, so I didn't save one. Ava clung to Adrian's arm coquettishly. From now on, I'll save you a ticket for every performance. You have to come to every single one, okay? Ava wrapped her arms around Adrian's neck. Adrian lifted her up and carried her out of the bathroom. Ava! After finishing her makeup and changing into her costume, Ava was surprised to hear Amelia Zune's voice. She looked up and saw Amelia's face in the mirror. Amelia wore a long black down jacket that made her entire figure look quite bulky. The other company members were momentarily stunned when they saw Amelia. Not having seen her for over a year, they almost didn't recognize her. But after recovering, they greeted her one by one. Amelia rubbed her hands together, facing her former colleagues in their ballet costumes and elaborate makeup. She seemed somewhat at a loss. Ava came over to rescue her from the awkwardness. Did you come to see me today because something happened? Ava pulled Amelia into the inner changing room. Since leaving the dance company, Amelia had deliberately avoided her old friends. Perhaps she couldn't accept such a drastic change in her life, so she'd chosen to escape. If it wasn't something important, she would never come backstage to find her. Luke! Amelia bit her lip, her eyes rimming with a faint redness. Seeing her like this, Ava knew something major had happened. I think he's cheating. Ava froze. Did you see it yourself? Luke was quite chauvinistic, but he treated Amelia well throughout their years together. Though men's feelings could be fleeting, she hadn't expected that less than 2 years into their marriage, he could do something like this. Amelia shook her head. Today while I was cleaning, his phone rang. I was about to answer it for him, but the moment I picked it up, he snatched it away. That panicked expression, even though Luke explained it was an important client, They'd been together for 8 years. How could she not tell whether he was telling the truth or lying? "Ava, it's time to go on stage." Linda Morrison's voice came from outside. Ava patted Amelia's shoulder and told her to wait here, and they'd continue talking after the performance ended. With that, she opened the door and left. Amelia poked her head out, watching her former colleagues walk out in their ballet costumes. Longing filled her eyes. After everyone had left and the dressing room door closed, Amelia walked out of the changing room and stood before the vanity mirror. Looking at her bulky jacket, she unzipped it and rose onto her toes. The dance she used to excel at now felt clumsy and heavy. Amelia stopped, staring at the unfamiliar face in the mirror. She laughed self-mockingly. Her childhood dream had been to stand on the world's biggest stage and dance for a lifetime. She'd achieved the former, but why had she given up on the latter wish? Halfway through her performance, Ava's peripheral vision inadvertently caught the seats in the center of the first row. She nearly thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. She looked again to confirm. The 3 people sitting side by side were indeed Wesley, Adrian, and Ian. Adrian sat in the middle. What was this? An ex-boyfriend's alliance? Ava suppressed her shock and immersed herself back into the performance. As the final movement ended, thunderous applause erupted from below the stage. After leaving the stage, her colleagues crowded around asking, "Ava, did you get back together with Wesley?" When they'd mentioned Wesley a while ago, Ava had said they'd broken up. They hadn't expected to see Wesley here today and assumed the two had reconciled. "We didn't get back together. I just forgot to get back the ticket I'd given out." Ava shrugged, her tone helpless. "I'm already married. I won't get back together with him." "Married?" Her colleagues were shocked, their voices making Ava's eardrums vibrate. Facing her colleagues' barrage of questions about who she'd married, Ava only said that her partner's identity couldn't be casually revealed. Her colleagues assumed Ava's husband worked in a classified government position and didn't press further. Ava, flowers from a fan. When they returned to the dressing room, her assistant held a bouquet of sunflowers. Ava gave them a cursory glance. She didn't need to guess who'd sent them. "Don't accept flowers from fans anymore. I've been a bit allergic to pollen lately, so I can't receive flowers." Hearing this, the assistant immediately hid the flowers behind her back and stepped back 2 paces to stay far from Ava. "Sorry, Ava, I didn't know. I'll go throw them away right now." The assistant carried the flowers out of backstage and came to the venue's exterior. Wesley stood by the stone steps, looking at the flowers in the assistant's hands, his eyes filling with desolation. "Mr. Hale, Ava says she's been allergic to pollen lately and can't accept flowers. You should take these back." A bitter taste rose at Wesley's lips. She wasn't allergic to pollen, she just didn't want to accept his flowers. "Adrian." When Ava came out with Amelia, Adrian was standing by the car, arms crossed, body leaning slightly against it. She jogged over and hugged him, kissed his cheek, then said with a smile, "Adrian, I need to come home a bit late tonight." Her voice carried a hint of petulance and subtle coaxing. Adrian held Ava, his gaze looking forward and landing on Amelia. "Remember to be home before 11. "Got it." Ava pulled away from Adrian's embrace and made a saluting gesture. "Adrian, you take a cab home. I need the car." Without waiting for Adrian's answer, Ava pulled Amelia into the car and told the driver to go to a famous hot spring resort in the suburbs. Home before 11? More like before midnight. No, Chapter 135. Did I cause her hardship? "Your husband?" Amelia asked curiously. For some reason, she felt the man looked familiar, but couldn't remember where she'd seen him before. For now, yes. Amelia's eyes widened. What did she mean, for now? Ava smiled slightly. "If nothing goes wrong, he should be my husband for good." Adrian was so wealthy. Unless he discovered the truth and asked for a divorce, she would never bring up those 2 words herself. She figured her luck couldn't be that bad. "How did you 2 meet?" Amelia was curious. Ava wasn't someone easy to pursue. Her previous boyfriends had chased her for at least half a year. Ian had even pursued her for over a year. "First love." Ava shrugged, and facing Amelia's shocked expression, she didn't explain further. Even she herself was surprised to have married Adrian. Back then, going abroad had been specifically to break up with him. After all, stealing credit for saving someone's life was a major landmine. She didn't want it exploding someday and obliterating her. But he'd offered so much. It was really hard not to be tempted. For the shares in her father's hands, she could only make a big gamble, betting that Adrian would never discover the truth for the rest of his life. When they arrived at the hot spring resort, Ava took Amelia to the small courtyard she always visited. The hot spring pool was on the right side of the yard. Ava had the server bring the wine she'd left here previously. The server opened the bottle, poured wine for both of them, then left. Ava picked up her wine glass, gently swirling the purple-red liquid. "It's been a long time since you've had a drink, hasn't it?" Amelia smiled bitterly. "Yeah, it's been forever." Ever since getting pregnant, everything she ate or drank had to prioritize the baby in her belly. Even after giving birth and finishing her postpartum recovery period, she had to take care of her daughter every day. If she spent even a little extra time out buying groceries, her mother-in-law would call. Today, she'd use the excuse of taking out the trash to leave the building. She'd turned off her phone when going to see Ava. The cab fare had come from the last $50 bill she'd taken from a drawer. She had no money in her phone account. The daily grocery money was all cash. She knew about this hot spring resort. It was famous for its service. Of course, the decor was also luxurious. The prices here were enough to deter ordinary working-class people. Most who came here were either rich or privileged. When Ava brought her here and she faced the staff's courteous reception, she felt somewhat uncomfortable. Her first reaction was that this place was expensive, beyond what she could afford. In that moment, Amelia suddenly realized such places seemed so far removed from her life. Yet before marriage, she'd been able to frequent such places freely. Over these past years, she'd earned quite a lot. Ava clinked glasses with Amelia and took a small sip before slowly speaking. "What do you plan to do about Luke?" She couldn't gauge whether a mother with a child would decisively choose divorce. Her maximum patience was listening to Amelia vent. As for advice, she wouldn't give a single word of it. "I want to confirm it first." Amelia's hand tightened slightly around her wine glass. "You want me to help you find someone?" Ava quickly understood what Amelia meant. As a housewife, Amelia probably didn't even have much discretionary money now. Catching Luke's mistress wouldn't be easy. "He's very cautious, and his mother's at home watching me and watching our daughter." No problem. I'll definitely find that mistress for you within a week." Ava paused. "When you get back, don't confront him directly because you're upset. He won't admit it, and he might become even more cautious, which would make it harder for me to find the mistress." Amelia nodded and said, "Thank you." Back then, she hadn't listened to a single word of Ava's advice. Now her life had turned out this way, yet she had to trouble Ava. "Do we really need to use those 2 words between us?" Ava laughed and patted Amelia playfully. She leaned against the edge of the pool, gazing ahead seriously. "A person's life is long. It's perfectly normal to make 1 or 2 wrong choices. When you discover a mistake, just correct it in time. Taking the wrong path really isn't scary at all. What's scary is knowing you're wrong, but insisting on staying on that path until the bitter end." These words imprinted themselves deeply in Amelia's mind. Giving up her career for marriage, looking at it now, that decision was absurdly wrong. She'd known since childhood that besides herself, no one else could be relied upon. Yet, as an adult, caught in the whirlpool of love, she'd gradually forgotten this. When Amelia got home, the living room lights were still on. Unsurprisingly, Luke and his mother were both sitting in the living room. Amelia walked in with an expressionless face and headed straight toward the bedroom. Seeing this, Mrs. Fields immediately became angry. She slapped the sofa and stood up, beginning to scold. Amelia turned a deaf ear. Luke tugged at his mother's hand, telling her to stop. Then he quickly followed into the master bedroom. Upon entering, Amelia went to check on her daughter in the crib. The baby was already asleep. Looking at her daughter's sleeping face, Amelia finally felt a trace of comfort. Though she regretted marrying Luke, she didn't regret giving birth to her daughter. She knew Luke's mother didn't like her daughter and had been frequently pressuring her and Luke to have a second child. No matter how much she loved Luke, she would never have a second child. The suffering she'd endured herself. She would never let her daughter experience it. Her daughter would grow up happy, no matter what. "Amelia, why are you so late getting back? Your phone wouldn't go through either." Luke watched Amelia's expression, asking tentatively, "That phone call today?" He'd overreacted. He felt like Amelia had sensed something. "Ava needed me for something, so I came back late." Amelia dodged the arm Luke reached out to put around her shoulders. She got up, found some pajamas, and went into the bathroom. After giving birth, because her figure had changed somewhat, Amelia hadn't changed clothes in front of Luke. Luke didn't find this strange. He thought maybe he was overthinking things. Amelia wasn't someone who could hold things in. If she discovered his affair, she couldn't possibly be this calm. His phone screen lit up. Luke picked up his phone and looked at the message notification. His brow furrowed slightly. "Brother, did sister get home?" "I'm sorry, I really didn't think sister would pick up your phone. I just missed you so much. You haven't come to see me in a week." Luke impatiently ran his hand through his hair and sent a reply. "Don't call randomly next time." He just turned off his phone when Amelia walked out in her pajamas. Luke smiled and reached out to hug Amelia. She dodged sideways. Luke's smile froze. "Honey, are you in a bad mood? Did Mom say something to upset you again?" "Mom just has a sharp tongue but a soft heart." "Don't take it to heart." "You know she raised me all by herself. It wasn't easy for her. For my sake, please don't be angry with her, okay?" Luke said gently. Amelia sat on the bed and gave him a cold smile. "Did I cause her hardship?" Chapter 136. Sitting high, the view is good. Ava didn't yet return to the big bed in her room from the courtyard's hot spring pool until after 2 a.m. Damn Adrian. She had no idea how he'd found her. Jushun had just left when he showed up right after, and he had the audacity to say it was because she hadn't come home before 11. Please, it was only 10:30 when he arrived. "You're following me again," Ava grumbled, lying in Adrian's arms. Adrian denied it. "I'm not." "You exposed your own whereabouts?" Ava suddenly remembered she'd used Adrian's supplementary card today. Careless. She angrily pinched the soft flesh at Adrian's waist. He was really so idle, constantly monitoring her. Ava's eyes lit up. She rolled on top of Adrian and kissed his face. "Adrian, can you help me find someone?" If she found someone herself, she'd have to spend money. Having Adrian do it was perfect. "What are you planning to trade for it?" Adrian's eyes curved slightly as he pulled Ava closer, drawing out the last syllable seductively. The sound made Ava's ears tingle. She'd encountered a male siren. "I'm planning to..." Ava blinked playfully, enunciating each word. "Drain you dry." The next afternoon, Adrian spotted Luke at a famous dance academy in New Harbor. Luke wore a suit, with a beautiful young girl holding his arm and carrying a cup of bubble tea. Ava pulled out her phone and snapped away. She watched as the two entered a hotel next to the school, then looked away and sent all the photos to Jushun. "Adrian, you'd never do this to me, would you?" Ava leaned against Adrian's shoulder, looking up at him, her eyes tinged with fear. Jushun dated her husband for 8 years before marriage. Who'd have thought that less than 2 years after marriage he'd cheat? She's so pitiful. As she spoke, Ava symbolically shed a few tears. Adrian pulled out a handkerchief, cupped her face, and wiped away the tears. "Do you think I would?" There was an imperceptible hint of amusement in the man's voice. Ava sniffled. "I know you're definitely not that kind of person, but I love you so much that I'm insecure, afraid you'll change your mind." She threw her arms around Adrian, smearing all her tears on his white shirt. Ava spoke with such genuine emotion that even she almost believed herself. But then again, having already secured the position of Mrs. Pierce, she had no intention of giving it up. Sitting this high, the view really was excellent. "Adrian, can you help me find a few people?" "What for?" Ava smiled sweetly. "To beat someone up." When Jushun arrived at the hospital, Luke had already had his wounds treated. His face was bruised and purple, his forehead wrapped in gauze. He looked utterly disheveled. A young, pretty girl stood beside him, looking at Luke with concern. Who's so awful they just attack people randomly? "Brother, does it hurt a lot?" The girl's voice carried a sobbing quality. Jushun stood in place without moving. Ava had already sent her the information about Luke's affair partner. Amelia Zun, 19 years old, ballet major at New Harbor Dance Academy. When she'd seen the information, Jushun hadn't known whether to laugh or cry. Her beloved cousin, whom she doted on since childhood, had become the interloper in her marriage. How ridiculous. Walk too many dark roads and you'll eventually meet a ghost. Don't you think so, Luke? Jushun looked at Luke with a smile. Luke, who'd been looking down, suddenly raised his head at her words. The moment he saw Jushun's face, he abruptly shook off Amelia's hand. Ju-shun, don't misunderstand. It's not what you think. Luke strode to Ju-shun, urgently explaining. Misunderstand? Ju-shun laughed. Luke, I've known you all these years, and only today do I realize you're such a coward who can't own up to his actions. Sis, don't talk about Luke like that. Amelia wrung her hands, stopping in front of Ju-shun. I'm the one who has feelings for him. It's really not what you think. Don't call me that. It disgusts me. Ju-shun pulled out her phone and shoved it in their faces. Don't tell me that when you're embracing and kissing with saliva strings between you, it's still an innocent relationship. Seeing the photos clearly, Luke's face turned deathly pale. Ju-shun, let's go home and talk about this. Panic crept into his tone as he grabbed Ju-shun's hand urgently, pulling her toward the exit and leaving Amelia behind. Ju-shun had no intention of confronting Luke at the hospital, but she wasn't planning to go home either. Luke's mother was at home. She would defend Luke without considering right or wrong. Let's talk right here. When they reached the parking garage, Ju-shun violently shook off Luke's hand. Luke told her to get in the car. She looked at him coldly. Last month when I was in the car, I found used contraceptives. You said you'd lent the car to a friend. In reality, you were that friend, weren't you? Under the pale yellow lights, Luke's face looked especially ghastly. His mouth opened. Ju-shun, I was just momentarily confused. I was wrong. I promise there won't be a next time. For our daughter's sake, please forgive me this once. How much sincerity was in his words. Ju-shun no longer had the energy to investigate. When did it start? She video called Amelia frequently. Amelia had even attended her wedding. Luke knew Amelia was the only family member she cared about, yet he'd still chosen to betray her. She could never forgive him. Luke ran his hands through his hair, burying his face in his palms. The wedding day, I was forced to drink too much. When I came to, I found myself in bed with her. Ju-shun's hands at her sides clenched into fists, not even noticing as her nails dug into her palms. We didn't actually do anything that time. She lied to me. He'd seen red marks on the sheets and thought he'd taken advantage of Amelia while drunk, so he felt guilty toward her. He naturally didn't dare let Ju-shun know. Amelia said that as long as he was her boyfriend for one day, she'd promised to bury this secret forever. He'd agreed. After that date ended, he'd driven Amelia back to school. But before getting out, Amelia had suddenly embraced him. Her kiss was clumsy and inexperienced. He didn't want to betray Ju-shun. He had tried to refuse, but Amelia said she just wanted memories for later and wouldn't hold him responsible. In that moment, faced with such a pretty young girl's adoration, his reason was defeated. Only when it actually happened did he realize he'd been deceived. Nothing had happened between them that first time at all. But at that point, how could it easily end? Afterward, he'd blocked Amelia on all platforms, but Amelia had found him again. Ju-shun had been over 7 months pregnant at the time. Initially, he hadn't wanted to deal with Amelia and thought she was shameless, constantly pursuing her own cousin's husband. But ultimately, he couldn't resist the temptation. While Ju-shun napped, he'd betrayed her again. After that, it had spiraled out of control. Chapter 137. Surgery. Amelia gave him a completely different feeling. She always looked at him with admiration. He gradually began to enjoy that gaze. Because Ju-shun never looked at him that way. Ju-shun was too exceptional. She didn't need to look up to any man, and she only showed that bright, sparkling expression when dancing. She was completely different from Amelia. Ju-shun was strong, while Amelia was a little girl who needed constant care and protection. But he was very clear that the only person he loved was Ju-shun. Even if she wasn't as pretty as before, and her figure wasn't as good as it used to be, she was still the only person he wanted to spend his life with. Amelia had just thrown herself at him. He could never truly like that kind of loose woman. You certainly live up to the word shameless. Ju-shun pulled her lips into a smile. Even though she'd mentally prepared herself early on, when she witnessed Luke's infidelity with her own eyes, her heart still ached unbearably. It was like a large hand had brutally drilled into her chest, turning her internal organs upside down. 10 years of feelings, ending in such a sordid way. You know I can't tolerate even a grain of sand in my eye. I'll take our daughter. As for the money, I know your mother won't give it to me, so consider it tuition for my blindness. After saying these words, Ju-shun seemed to lose all her strength. All those compromises she'd made before were based on Luke's love for her. She'd firmly believed in Luke's love, so she felt that suffering a little grievance for him wasn't much. But he'd cheated. He was tainted. She never wanted any connection with the Fields family again. She only wanted to take her daughter. "Jujun, don't divorce me. I won't agree." Luke grabbed Jushun as she was about to turn away, his eyes rimming red. "Jushun, we said we'd be together forever." "Let go." Jujun looked at the hand on her wrist with disgust. Just thinking about how that hand had embraced Amelia countless times made her nauseous. "Ava, what are you doing at the hospital? Are you sick?" Ava turned to see Dr. James Foster in his white coat. She smiled and called out, "Dr. Foster, I'm not sick. I'm accompanying a friend. She's having a minor procedure." Dr. Foster's gaze fell on the 3 large characters reading obstetrics and gynecology. He suddenly curved his lips, his words carrying deeper meaning. "How have things been since you married Adrian?" Ava only half understood but vaguely guessed what Dr. Foster meant. "Dr. Foster, you're not worried that Adrian has some after effects from when his leg healed, are you?" "Don't worry, he's perfectly fine." What a conscientious doctor, even concerned about Adrian's abilities in that department. "That's not it." Dr. Foster shook his head with a smile. "Last year, Adrian had a vasectomy. I was worried he might have complications from that." Vasectomy? Ava froze slightly. Why would Adrian have that surgery? "Speaking of which, I should apologize to you. I accessed your medical records without permission and gave them to him. But you know Adrian's temperament. What he wants, he gets." "When did he have the surgery?" After Dr. Foster told her the time, Ava suddenly remembered the scene in Adrian's office when he'd touched her tattoo and asked if it hurt. He'd known then? No wonder when she'd said she couldn't have children, Adrian hadn't been surprised at all. "Adrian cares about you too. Don't be upset." Ava waved her hand to indicate she wouldn't be. Only then did Dr. Foster leave. As he turned, he raised an eyebrow. Adrian really was tight-lipped. If he hadn't mentioned it, Ava might never have known in this lifetime. When Adrian had first asked him to schedule the surgery, he'd been shocked. After learning Ava couldn't have children, he'd imagined many possibilities for Adrian's reaction. Giving up on Ava altogether, or perhaps throwing money at researching artificial wombs. He'd never expected Adrian to be so extreme. After Dr. Foster left, Ava pressed her hand against the chair back and slowly sat down. She hadn't yet recovered from the news. Was it because of her? Actually, this answer didn't require much thought. Adrian had the surgery after learning she couldn't have children. It could only be because of her. Did he love her that much? Before Ava could think further, Jushun had already walked over. Her face was quite pale. Ava pressed her lips together, just discovering Luke's affair, then immediately finding out she was pregnant. Jushun was truly unlucky. She stepped forward to support Jushun. "Let's go to my place first." Jushun raised her hand to touch her lower abdomen, forcing a weak smile at Ava. This child was destined to have no fate with her. Ava took Jushun to Imperial Gardens estate. With Mr. and Mrs. Quinn watching over her, she felt at ease. Most importantly, her life motto was to never overestimate human nature. She would never let her man have too much contact with her female friends. Though she was beautiful, lovely, and exceptional, men were creatures that sometimes just like to eat shit. So there was no way she'd take Jushun to the place where she and Adrian currently live together. Ava explained the precautions to the housekeeper and comforted Jushun a few times. "No matter how much your mother-in-law dislikes your daughter, Nina is still her granddaughter. Wait until you've finished your recovery period before talking to Luke about divorce, so you don't leave your body with any complications." Jushun also understood now wasn't a good time to go back. Her body was too weak. She followed Ava's arrangement. Ava sat with Jushun for a while. After the housekeeper prepared the meal, she asked Mrs. Quinn to help her find a food container. "Taking food to Mr. Pierce?" Mrs. Quinn asked while helping Ava pack the dishes. "Going to check up on him." Ava smiled. Ava left with the food container Mrs. Quinn had packed. After arriving at Pierce Group, she smoothly made it upstairs. When she got off the elevator, she ran into the secretary from the executive office who used to tip her off. "Mrs. Pierce, are you bringing Mr. Pierce food?" Ava was a bit confused by the form of address. "How did you know we got married?" The female secretary covered her mouth and laughed. The day you registered your marriage, Mr. Pierce had HR give everyone in the company a big red envelope, saying it was to share in the joy. Ava finally understood why news of their marriage had spread so quickly. So Adrian was the culprit. Ava's face showed nothing as she chatted with the female secretary with smiles, asking about Adrian's recent situation at the company. Don't worry, Mrs. Pierce. Mr. Pierce's heart is as clear as the sun and moon when it comes to you. No woman besides you can get close to him. However, the secretary paused slightly. Recently, a new person came to the executive office. She's a bit like you. Like me? Ava's eyes curved slightly. The female secretary shook her head again. Actually, she doesn't really look like you. You're much prettier than her. Maybe it's because your clothing styles are similar. That's what makes her seem a bit like you. Hearing this, Ava became somewhat interested. She wanted to see just how similar this person was to her. Chapter 138. The person, not the situation. Lena, take this file to Mr. Pierce. Fiona handed the document to Lena, and as she looked up, she saw Ava. Mrs. Pierce, so we have a new hire. Ava looked the girl standing beside Fiona up and down. The girl's appearance could only be described as plain, but as Lily had said, her clothing style was very similar to hers. She had quite the delicate, innocent flower quality about her. Fiona leaned down to whisper Ava's identity to Lena. Lena flashed a bright smile. Mrs. Pierce. Ava raised an eyebrow. I'll take the file to Adrian. You all carry on. She took the document from Lena's hands and walked toward Adrian's office in her heels. When she pushed open the office door, Adrian was looking down at documents. Ava lightened her steps, carefully walking up behind Adrian and heavily patting his shoulder. He looked up and turned to face her, meeting her radiant smile. Adrian's gaze moved downward, seeing the food container and file folder in Ava's hands. The corners of his lips curved slightly upward. What made you think to bring me food? Adrian stretched his legs forward, the chair rolling back. He reached out to pull Ava onto his lap, taking the items from her hands and placing them on the desk. Wrapping his arms around her waist, he kissed her. Ava wrapped her arms around Adrian's back. Good thing she was clever. Knowing what Adrian was like, she hadn't worn makeup when coming to bring him food. Ava lightly kicked Adrian, saying coquettishly, I heard the new secretary in the executive office is a lot like me. Adrian stopped drying Ava's hair. His left hand cupped Ava's face, turning it toward him. He examined her carefully, his expression particularly serious. Is there anyone in the executive office as beautiful as you? I haven't noticed. Ava lightly punched Adrian, chiding him. Of course, no one's prettier than me. But after eating delicacies all the time, one would eventually crave simple porridge and side dishes. If you don't like her, I'll have HR fire her. Wouldn't that make me too spoiled? Ava giggled, wrapping her arms around Adrian's neck, hanging entirely on him as she kissed his face many times. Adrian's brow softened with amusement. This isn't the first time you've been spoiled. Really? Ava pretended not to understand. I'm very well behaved, Adrian. Then be good and sleep here. Adrian carried Ava out of the break room's bathroom and placed her on the large bed. Ava pouted. She'd only come to bring food. How did she end up unable to leave? I'll wait for you to get off work. Ava hugged the blanket, only revealing a pair of clear, bright eyes, looking at Adrian seductively. Adrian bent down, covering Ava's eyes with his hand. Keep looking at me like that, and you won't be sleeping. Hearing this, Ava immediately closed her eyes. Adrian's words had 1,000% credibility when it came to being a beast. This wasn't their first time in the office. They'd done it 7 years ago too, but today had been a bit excessive. She was exhausted now and had no interest in continuing. Besides, it was already past 2. Lunch break was over. If someone knocked on the door, how awkward would that be? The moment Adrian left, Ava fell into a deep sleep. Mr. Pierce, Miss Hart has arrived. Logan Brooks led Grace Hart into the office, carefully scanning the room. At noon, Mrs. Pierce had brought Mr. Pierce food, but no one had seen her leave his office. There was no sign of anyone in the office now either. His gaze finally landed on the tightly closed door of the break room. He sighed inwardly. Mr. Pierce had changed completely since getting married, like he'd become a different person. Logan looked at the back of Grace's head and shook his head. He'd thought Mr. Pierce simply didn't understand romance. Turned out Mr. Pierce was selective about the person, not the situation. Following Adrian's instructions, Logan left the office. Grace pulled out the chair in front of the desk and sat down across from Adrian with an expressionless face, adopting a businesslike attitude as she took documents from her bag and handed them over. "This is the new proposal. Mr. Pierce can take a look." Adrian hummed in acknowledgement and opened the folder. During this time, Grace turned her head toward the floor-to-ceiling windows, her peripheral vision catching the high heels lying askew on the carpet by the sofa and the cream-colored coat casually draped over the sofa's armrest. Her chest felt like it had been lightly tapped with a small hammer, sour and numb. She remembered 6 months into their relationship, because she and Adrian had never engaged in any intimate behavior, she'd come to discuss business with him. When she'd entered, Adrian had been standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows, lost in thought as he gazed outside. She'd gathered her courage to hug him from behind, but the moment her hand touched the hem of his clothes, he'd turned around. He'd stepped aside, dodging her. "Grace, I hope we can keep business and personal matters separate, okay? I don't like doing things beyond work in professional settings." His brow had been slightly furrowed as he spoke. He'd looked quite displeased. After that time, she'd become even more afraid to take initiative. So this was how obvious the difference between loving and not loving was. With Ava, he wouldn't say things like, "Keep business and personal matters separate." Fine. Dense pain spread from deep within her body, like a huge net wrapping tightly around her. She thought it was time to withdraw from this relationship. Like Diana had said, Adrian wasn't worth her affection at all. She gathered her emotions and began discussing business with Adrian. "Adrian!" Halfway through their conversation, the break room door opened. Grace turned at the sound, only to see Ava wearing a white shirt, a very large one that reached mid-thigh. Even though the shirt was quite oversized, one could still glimpse Ava's graceful curves. "Grace?" Ava covered her mouth in surprise. "Are you discussing business? Did I interrupt your work?" She wrung her hands, standing uncertainly in place. This innocent appearance struck Grace as particularly grating. She only found it extremely annoying. Before, when Diana had told her Ava was a manipulative tea girl, she hadn't taken it to heart. Now she understood. She'd been blind before. This half-sister of hers was the best actress of them all, but men just ate this act up. "Why did you come out wearing so little? There's a blanket on the sofa. Go get it." The coldness in Adrian's eyes dissipated, looking at Ava somewhat helplessly as his gaze shifted toward the sofa, indicating she should go there. "I just woke up and heard Grace's voice, so I came out. I haven't seen her in so long. I really missed her." Ava looked completely innocent, like a good child who'd made a mistake. Grace couldn't help rolling her eyes. Since when had she and Ava been on such good terms? And Adrian believed this? She was genuinely curious how Pierce Group had flourished under his leadership with such an unclear mind. "You two catch up first. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. I'll go to the restroom." Adrian closed the file, stood up with his jacket, and walked out. Ava mentally snapped her fingers. Rare for Adrian to be so perceptive. Chapter 139. Calculated. Again. Ava walked around the desk and sat down in Adrian's seat. She hadn't followed Adrian's suggestion to put on a blanket. The top button of her white shirt was unbuttoned, revealing her delicate, beautiful collarbone and the faint red marks beside it. Even though Grace didn't want to look, she couldn't avoid seeing the marks Ava had deliberately exposed. What a joke. Before coming out, Ava had specifically grabbed Adrian's shirt to change into in the bathroom, arranging everything in front of the mirror before opening the door. She had to make sure Grace saw everything. Because of her dancing, it was impossible to wear high collars during practice. Adrian generally didn't leave marks in obvious places, but today it was because she deliberately provoked him, causing him to leave marks in visible spots. "Grace, I really admire you, getting dumped but still able to come discuss business with your ex like nothing happened." Ava crossed her arms, smiling as she leaned against the leather chair back. Her tone was quite flippant. "You're not far behind yourself, lying through your teeth." Grace smiled without warmth. "Lots of people are switching careers to acting these days. I think you'd be quite suitable." Ava let out a long sigh, extremely helpless. "Can't help it. Adrian likes me. Even though I abandoned him when he was at his lowest, as long as I crook my finger, he rushes right over. I was gone for 6 whole years, you know. I gave you 6 years, and you still couldn't capture Adrian's heart. Ava laughed lightly, looking like a smug villain who'd achieved success. Grace, how about you pay me some tuition and I'll teach you? Otherwise, all your admirers will be like Justin. I just smile at him once, and he immediately falls for me instead. Grace's expression shifted slightly. She wasn't stupid. Of course she'd known Justin used to like her. She hadn't wanted to reciprocate those feelings, so she'd always pretended not to understand. Besides, Justin was one of Adrian's few friends. She had indeed used Justin to see Adrian. Justin had never refused any request she'd made, but starting last year, Justin had changed a bit. It wasn't until she saw the way Justin looked at Ava at a gala that she understood the reason for his change. "Does seducing men give you such a sense of accomplishment?" Grace said coldly. "Well, the sense of accomplishment is just so-so." Ava made a tiny gesture with her fingers. She casually propped her legs on Adrian's desk, like a thoroughly spoiled bad woman, her sweet, soft voice carrying undisguised provocation. What a pity. No matter how much you throw yourself at him, Adrian will never like you. Find someone else to love, Grace. Watching you pine after him for so many years, even if you're not tired, I'm exhausted for you. Ava, do you really think there are no walls without cracks? Grace's expression grew increasingly cold. Then she curved her lips. I heard that when you went abroad, you supposedly had bone cancer. But I asked Mom, and she never transferred any surgery fees to you. I also couldn't find any records of you being treated at any hospital in France. You went abroad back then because the doctor said his leg was ruined, right? That he might never walk again. You were afraid of being dragged down, so you couldn't wait to leave the country. You two really are a perfect match. One selfish and self-serving, the other stupid as a pig, completely fooled. Every word Grace spoke dripped with sarcasm. Ava's heart sank. How did Grace find out about her faking her illness? Without even thinking, she knew it must have been Justin. Damn Justin. She needed to find a way to teach him a proper lesson. Grace, are you slandering me because you can't have him? I never lied to Adrian, and he's not the stupid pig you're making him out to be. Really? Adrian? Ava turned her head, biting her lip as she looked innocently at Adrian, who had just pushed open the door. Grace's heart sank. Calculated again. Adrian, didn't you go to your meeting? Why are you back? As Ava spoke, she pulled her legs down from the desk. That posture was too arrogant. It broke character. Adrian had pushed the door open too suddenly. Came back for my phone. Only then did Ava look down and see the phone that had been under her calf. She picked it up with a smile and jogged over to hand it to Adrian. Her peripheral vision landed on Grace. Though Grace hadn't turned her head and was only looking at the desk, her hand resting on her knee had clenched into a fist. She was clearly watching her and Adrian from the corner of her eye. Ava's lips curved into a smile. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Adrian's lips. Though she was kissing Adrian, her attention remained entirely on Grace. The moment she kissed Adrian, Grace gripped her skirt tightly, her entire being radiating a faint sadness. Ava released Adrian in good spirits and straightened his tie. Adrian, hurry to your meeting. Adrian looked at her deeply, so deeply that Ava's scalp tingled. She pushed Adrian out of the office and firmly closed the door. She walked back to the desk with light steps and sat down. Grace, are you not wearing blush today? Your face looks a bit pale. I recently bought a blush that works really well. Want me to recommend it? Grace glanced coldly at Ava. Can you shut up? I'm here to discuss business, not chat about this nonsense with you. Ava nodded as if understanding. You're right, Grace. I do talk too much. You're working so hard to make money, partly so I can get more dividends. I'm being so inconsiderate, interrupting your work. She made a zipping motion across her lips with her thumb and forefinger. Keep it up, Grace. Ava made a cheerleading gesture. Grace's face twisted with anger. Though she didn't want to admit it, she was indeed working for Ava now in a sense. She held a small share. When the company made money, Ava was always the one who took the lion's share. Oh, Grace, did Dad tell you why he transferred his shares to me? Ava blinked, speaking playfully. It's because your beloved Adrian made him transfer them to me. As for what methods he used, I think you can guess. Nothing but threats. Grace's face froze. She'd always thought it was because Dad wanted to win Mom back. Only today did she learn it was actually Adrian's doing? Did he hate her that much? Even if he didn't love her, she had once saved him. Yet Adrian disregarded any sentiment and easily gave what she valued most to Ava. Grace, don't blame Adrian. He only made Dad give me the shares so I would marry him. If not for those shares, I wouldn't have considered marrying him. You! Grace slammed the table and stood up, her voice trembling. He actually married you for... Grace's throat seemed blocked. She opened her mouth but couldn't make any sound. The man she'd loved for so many years had taken away everything she had for the sake of her sister. Loving him was too painful. She didn't want to love Adrian anymore. She didn't want him anymore. Chapter 140. The Same Blood Flows. Grace, you keep waiting. I'm going back to sleep. Ava yawned, rising languidly with a smile as she looked at Grace's pale face. Grace had always been in poor health since childhood. Better not make her faint from anger. That would be hard to explain to Adrian when he returned. A considerate girl like herself making her sister faint wouldn't fit her character at all. Ava walked around the desk, pivoting to stop beside Grace. She pressed one hand against the desk edge, leaning her leg against it, her body tilting back slightly, her tone lazy and casual. Grace, some things shouldn't be said. I suggest you keep them to yourself. Forget about whether Adrian would even believe you. Do you really think I don't have anything on you? Grace's hands clenched tighter. You don't need to turn the tables. Besides, I have no interest in telling him about your affairs. Since Adrian loved Ava so much, let him be fooled for the rest of his life. His affairs had nothing to do with her anymore. You saw me pinned down and unable to move that day before you said you were scared, didn't you? Ava curved her lips, her expression calm. Before the fire, Grace and Monica had gone to the restroom. When the fire broke out and chaos erupted in the mall, Ava had been looking for Monica. The fire was too intense. There were too many people and she'd been knocked down. A reception desk outside the restaurant had fallen, pinning her leg. She was certain Monica had intended to come to her, but Grace had cried out in fear, and after a few seconds of hesitation, Monica had carried Grace away instead. As a child, she'd thought about telling Monica about this, but Monica had been the one who made the choice. What good would telling her do? As she grew older, the idea of bringing it up faded even more. But it was perfect for threatening Grace. Grace wasn't good at hiding her emotions. Upon hearing Ava's words, panic visibly crossed her face. I don't know what you're talking about. The fire was so intense that day. I didn't see you at all. Ava raised an eyebrow and said, Oh, so you've been nearsighted since childhood, Grace. She drew out the last syllable, looking at Grace with a half smile. Her black and white eyes were like two sharp knives, dissecting Grace's true nature and exposing it for all to see. Grace, Adrian's not here. You don't need to pretend in front of me. We're sisters after all, with the same blood flowing through us. We both inherited Dad's selfishness. Don't tell me you think you're some considerate person. Ava smiled with pressed lips, taking one last look at Grace's ugly expression. She turned and walked toward the break room. If Grace were truly a kind person, she wouldn't have monopolized Monica since childhood. So what if Grace's biological mother died early? Families with 2 children didn't have one child monopolizing the parents. Grace acted obedient in front of Monica, saying she'd treat Ava like a real sister. But wasn't Ava already Grace's real sister? Grace's hostility toward her as a child had been no small thing. Whenever Ava got close to Monica, Grace always found ways to divert Monica's attention. Ava had only taken Adrian and the Hart Group shares. Hadn't Grace gotten their parents' love? Wasn't that what Grace cared about most? She'd gotten it. So why was she angry again? People were truly fickle. When Ava woke from her nap and looked out the window, a red sun hung in the western sky. The sunset painted the pale blue sky fire red, casting its glow on the pedestrians below. Ava threw off the covers, changed clothes, and left the break room. The office was completely silent. Just then, the sound of the doorknob turning came from the office entrance. Ava thought Adrian had returned. She arranged her expression and put on a sweet smile. However, she didn't see Adrian. Instead, she saw a familiar face. Secretary Hartman, here to deliver documents again? Ava's smiling eyes swept over Lena's empty hands. Lena pulled her lips into a smile. Mrs. Pierce, I'm just here to tidy up Mr. Pierce's desk. Secretary Hartman moonlights as a cleaner? Ava raised an eyebrow. Embarrassment colored Lena's face. Tears gathered faintly in her eyes. Mrs. Pierce, Fiona asked me to come get some materials. I just thought I'd help tidy Mr. Pierce's desk while I was here. The office door was wide open, and Lena's voice, neither too loud nor too soft, drew sideways glances from people working in the office area. Ava's slender fingers tapped her chin. She asked in confusion, Secretary Hartman, why are you crying? I only asked what you were doing here. Why are you so aggrieved? Did Mr. Pierce give you grief? If he did, just tell me. I'll teach him a lesson for you. Ava's voice was warm and gentle, like a caring older sister. The executive office secretaries who heard this thought Ava was far too kind. Ava often brought them afternoon tea to reward them and gave them free tickets to sold-out performances. She was worlds apart from Mr. Pierce, that cold-faced demon. Lena usually plays the victim with us, but now she's even doing it to Mrs. Pierce. Lily couldn't help complaining. She'd never liked Lena's behavior. Taking advantage of being hired by Secretary Lee, she constantly used business as an excuse to enter Mr. Pierce's office. Even secretaries who'd been here 3 or 4 years rarely entered Mr. Pierce's office. She just wants to climb up. Mr. Pierce's standards could never be that low. The secretary sitting across from her whispered. As they were talking enthusiastically, Lena had already walked out of the office with red eyes. Inside the office, Ava closed the door and returned to sit at the desk. She didn't actually take such women too seriously. Adrian's status, position, and looks meant countless women would throw themselves at him one after another. As long as Adrian didn't cheat, neither would she. But if he cheated, she naturally would too. Sitting in the chair, Ava casually pulled open the desk drawer. The drawer contained only a single book. She recognized this book. It was out of print. She'd given it to Adrian before, claiming she'd searched every bookstore in the city to find it. Actually, an admirer had given it to her. Adrian had been looking for this book at the time, so she'd given it to him. He really did love this book. Ava took out the book and flipped through a few pages. After confirming with her eyes, it wasn't the type she liked to read. As she closed the book to put it back, something fell out. Ava bent down and picked up what had fallen by her feet. When she turned the photo over, Ava paused slightly. This photo? It seemed to be from the first time she danced the White Swan. That performance could be said to be the starting point of her ballet career. Because of that show, she'd gained fame and become well known, opening a new chapter in her career. Why did Adrian have this photo? Chapter 141. Photo Album. Ava stirred the coffee in her cup, tilting her head to gaze absently at the gray, overcast sky outside. Ava, what are you spacing out about? Jujun tapped Ava's shoulder and sat down across from her. Ava withdrew her gaze and smiled. Finished talking with the lawyer? Because Luke refused to agree to a divorce, Jujun had no choice but to hire a lawyer and prepare to file for divorce directly. All done. Jujun pressed her lips together. Filing for divorce might take a very long time, but there was no other option right now. Luke was using their daughter to threaten her not to divorce. If it were any other issue, she would definitely compromise. But cheating, she couldn't turn a blind eye to that. She was worried about her daughter. She just wanted to get the divorce over with as soon as possible. Why do you look so preoccupied? Jujun asked with concern. Ava shook her head. There's just something I can't figure out. She naturally hadn't asked Adrian about the photo, but lately she kept thinking about it. It was just a photo. She didn't understand what she was so concerned about. Your husband? Jujun probed. Ava smiled. Do you remember our first stage performance? Of course, Jujun remembered, though Ava's topic jump was quite abrupt. Suddenly, Jujun's brow furrowed. Ava, I just remembered where I saw your husband before. At our first performance, I left my phone at home. Remember? Luke brought it to me. Jujun's tone faltered when she mentioned Luke's name. She suppressed the stiffness on her face and continued. When I came back with my phone, I saw someone holding flowers. He left them at our dressing room door and left. At the time, Jujun had thought it was a fan of someone in their dance company. After all, some people in their company were already somewhat famous then. Ava paused slightly. What kind of flowers? Jujun thought for a moment, then gave her answer. Bellflowers. Because Adrian had such striking looks, she'd remembered him. though over the years his face had gradually blurred in her memory. That's why when she saw Adrian last time, he'd only seemed familiar. Today, when Ava mentioned that performance from years ago, it all came back. Ava choked on the coffee she'd just swallowed. She grabbed 2 tissues to cover her lips and coughed a few times, her face flushing slightly. Adrian had actually gone to watch her performance. She'd had a boyfriend then. Based on the timing, it should have been when she was dating her 3rd boyfriend. Her boyfriend at the time had been there that day, and they'd left together after the performance. Adrian had known all along she had a boyfriend abroad. When she told Adrian she didn't have a boyfriend abroad, he hadn't exposed her lie. Was he just watching to see how she'd perform? Ava internally screamed for help. She'd been caught. Ava suddenly seemed to remember something and shot to her feet. I just remembered I have something to do. I'm leaving first. Juzun watched Ava's hurried departure, somewhat confused. Was she going to find Adrian? If she remembered correctly, Ava and Adrian had been broken up for a long time back then. She'd never even heard Ava mention Adrian's name before. Ava stood by the roadside waiting for the driver to pick her up. If she'd known she'd be going home this quickly, she wouldn't have sent the driver away. A black Maybach stopped beside her. Ava put away her phone and slowly looked up. The window rolled down, revealing Ian's face. "Ava, where are you going?" "No need." Ava had just opened her mouth when suddenly a petulant voice came from the back seat. "It's not on the way. I need to go back to school." Though the voice wasn't very familiar, Ava immediately recognized who it was. It was Yvonne's friend's sister. She'd recently heard about Charlotte chasing after Ian. Ava originally didn't want to get in the car, but faced with such an unfriendly attitude, she absolutely had to take this ride today. "Ian, I need to go home. Is that inconvenient?" Ava bent down slightly, smiling sweetly at Ian, her voice soft and sweet. The breeze blew past, her long hair dancing in the air, adding a touch of delicate beauty to her pure face. "It's not inconvenient. Get in." Ian unbuckled his seatbelt and leaned over to open the passenger door. As he straightened, he shot a cold glance at Charlotte in the back seat. Charlotte looked at Yvonne with grievance. Yvonne just felt a headache coming on. Her awful brother only stopped being emotionally dense around Ava. With other girls, he acted like some arrogant prince. Even if she wanted to matchmake, with her brother acting like this, who knew when he'd give up on Ava? After getting in the car, Ava noticed Yvonne was also there. She greeted Yvonne with a smile, then gently greeted Charlotte as well. Charlotte huffed and turned her head away, not wanting to acknowledge Ava. She'd already learned about Ian and Ava's history from Ian's friends. After rejecting his proposal and dumping him, she was now acting like nothing had happened. And Ava was married, a married woman getting a ride from her ex-boyfriend. If that wasn't being a manipulative T-girl, what was? She hated T-girls the most. "Charlotte, is this how the Hayes family teaches manners? If you're going to be this rude, get out of my car." Ian glanced at Charlotte in the rearview mirror. Charlotte felt completely wronged. Why was he so unreasonable? Yvonne sighed helplessly and tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. When her brother lost his temper, he didn't care about anyone. If Charlotte didn't apologize, he really might kick her out of his car. Charlotte reluctantly apologized to Ava, then turned to the window with red eyes. "It's fine. You don't need to apologize specifically. You're still young. I won't take what you said to heart," Ava said with a smile. She turned and chided Ian with a glance. "Didn't I tell you not to be so harsh with girls? You should be more gentlemanly." "Ava, you're just too kind-hearted." Ian started the car, the corners of his eyes lifting. Watching Ava's gentle expression from the corner of his eye, his smile deepened. Charlotte's teeth itched with frustration. Damn T-girl, she was so angry. Yvonne mentally gave a thumbs up. Why weren't her exes this obedient? After breaking up, they acted like enemies. Perhaps, maybe, probably because she'd been too harsh when breaking up. She'd only beaten him badly enough to send him to the hospital. As long as his life wasn't in danger, that shouldn't count as harsh, right? Entering the villa, Ava headed straight for the upstairs bedroom. She walked around the foot of the bed and stopped in front of the nightstand, bending down to open the drawer containing that photo album. Looking at the album lying in the drawer, she hesitated for a long time. Finally, she picked it up. She flipped to the photos she hadn't looked at last time. The moment she saw them, her eyes widened. She flipped through several in succession. They were all of her. In class, dancing, having meals with friends, Adrian had been secretly photographing her. What are you looking at? Adrian's voice came from behind her. Ava turned at the sound and the album slipped from her hands, landing on her foot. Chapter 142. Spending Money to Vent. In her daze, Ava was already scooped up and placed on the bed by Adrian. He removed her slippers and socks, revealing her reddened foot where the album had struck it. How can you be so careless? The man's cool hands gently massaged her slightly burning foot. Ava grumbled internally. Wasn't this all his fault? Adrian, why do you have those photos? Did you come to France to see me? Ava asked with an expectant expression. Adrian's movements paused slightly. His peripheral vision caught the fallen album on the floor, open to a page showing photos of her surfing in a swimsuit. He deflected. You look very good in a swimsuit. Ava looked down at the photo in the album. When they were together, he hadn't allowed her to wear such revealing clothing. Even swimsuits for the beach had to be conservative styles. But when she went to the beach abroad, she always wore bikinis. After all, with such a great figure, she had to show it off, right? Ava swallowed and said with a grin, That day I forgot my swimsuit and borrowed my friend's. Your friend has the exact same figure as you? Adrian raised an eyebrow. Ava blinked and nodded. Not to be conceited, but her perfect proportions were natural, born with them. Though she also had to control her diet and exercise to maintain it, some things couldn't be achieved through exercise alone. Among the people she knew, there really wasn't anyone with a figure as perfect as hers. But if she said there was, then there was. Her figure is so much better than mine. If you met her, Adrian, you'd definitely like her. Ava's words carried a hint of grievance. She looked at Adrian with glistening eyes, pitifully saying, Adrian, do you only like girls with really good figures? Ava, are you hinting at something? Adrian crouched by the bed, holding Ava's foot as he looked up at her, his words carrying innuendo. Ava scoffed internally. Big pervert. Still pretending. She blinked, looking completely innocent, not understanding what Adrian meant. Hubby, what am I hinting at? Ava drew out the last syllable, deliberately teasing. She pulled her foot back and lightly kicked Adrian. Then she was pushed down onto the bed. Ava stared at the ceiling with tear-filled eyes. Damn Adrian, how could he be tempted so easily? It was just a form of address. She remembered the question she'd asked Adrian in the heat of the moment. Adrian had admitted to going to France to see her, but he wouldn't admit to stalking her. Those photos, how could he take them without stalking her? This pervert dared to do it but wouldn't admit it. However, if you love someone, wanting them in your sight at all times didn't seem that abnormal. When they were dating before, though she constantly reported her whereabouts to Adrian, she knew Adrian had always been monitoring her. If she was out of Adrian's sight for even a few minutes, his call would definitely come. She thought the reason she'd treated Wesley that way was probably because she'd been infected by Adrian. Dating a psycho for her first love had turned her into a psycho too. This was what they meant by, you become like those you're close to. The bedroom door opened and Adrian walked in carrying a tray. The aroma of food wafted into Ava's nose, and her stomach rumbled again. Ava, get up and eat! Adrian placed the food on the nightstand and spoke gently. Ava glared at him, using her eyes to accuse him, indicating she had no strength at all. Adrian chuckled, bending down to scoop her up from the bed. Ava pouted and said sarcastically, At least today you know to give me food. She hadn't forgotten the grudge from when Adrian had fed her glucose. Ava, I asked you before. You said you didn't want to eat. Adrian wrapped Ava snugly in the blanket, then reached for the bowl of rice. Ava was speechless with anger. That was because Adrian had been too rough that time. She'd been sulking at him. Who knew he'd be such a dog about it? He'd gone out and came back not with food, but with glucose. He was even worse than Seven. Tomorrow she'd have the servants prepare a doghouse next to Seven's for Adrian too. Ava chewed vigorously on the cartilage in her mouth, making loud crunching sounds as she glared fiercely at Adrian, as if she were treating the cartilage as Adrian himself. Don't chew so hard. Your jaw will hurt later. Ava nearly choked. Adrian Pierce, you're doing this on purpose. I'm just concerned about you. How is that doing it on purpose? Adrian asked in confusion. Ava angrily slapped Adrian's shoulder hard. If you keep this up, you're not allowed to touch me anymore, Ava said indignantly. Ava, we're legally married. Ava choked. This money really wasn't easy to earn. Just watch her max out his card tomorrow. Ava sat in the audience, extending her slender, fair fingers to point at the clothes on the model who just walked onto the runway. I'll take that one too. Ava took all the clothes worn by the next several models as well. Ava, what set you off today? Autumn leaned over curiously. Today's show was by a famous domestic luxury brand. Though called a fashion show, it was really just a way for ladies and misses from wealthy families to select clothing. After all, trying on clothes was exhausting work. Thus, this profession had emerged. These runway models were essentially professional clothing testers who displayed the outfits for them. Too much money, my hands are itching. Ava's words carried a hint of gritted teeth. Adrian had tormented her all night. She hadn't even slept before making plans with Autumn and Lena to go shopping. If she didn't spend a few $100 million today, it wouldn't be enough to vent her anger. Lena, I despise you rich people. If you see something you like, buy it. I'm paying. Ava waved her hand magnanimously. On the other side, after finishing his meeting, Logan handed Adrian his phone. Mr. Pierce, your card. He pointed at the notification showing a 700 million yuan charge. Logan even suspected Adrian's card had been stolen. To swipe that much in one transaction. I upset Ava yesterday. She's spending money to vent. Amusement flashed in Adrian's eyes. Since childhood, Ava had always been like this. When angry, she definitely had to spend money to calm down. Logan clicked his tongue internally. Getting 700 million swiped and still showing off his relationship? Unbearable. This worthless appearance bore no resemblance to the cold, ruthless Mr. Pierce who dominated the business world. Mr. Pierce, the documents. Suddenly, Logan's shoulder was bumped. He turned to see Lena Hartman's face. Logan's brow furrowed imperceptibly. Give them to Logan. Adrian glanced indifferently at Lena and walked toward his office. Give them to me. Logan reached for the documents in Lena's hands, but she dodged. Logan smiled and said, Secretary Hartman, Mr. Pierce wanted to fire you last time. It was only because Mrs. Pierce said you just graduated that he kept you on. If you continue to overstep like this, you'll probably need to pack your things and leave Pierce Group. Lena's face paled slightly as she handed the documents to Logan. Chapter 143. The Inside Story. Well, well, if it isn't our famous dancer Ava Hart, what brings you to our class reunion? Ava turned her head to see Marcus Hartwell's sarcastic face come into view. What bad luck. The first person she encountered was actually Marcus, that cheating scumbag. When Justin had been sarcastic to her because of Grace, she'd still been in the mood to crook her finger at him. But Marcus's class was too low. If she flirted with him, it might become a dark mark on her life history. Justin. Catching sight of someone approaching from the corner of her eye, Ava immediately switched to a delicate, innocent demeanor, looking at Justin helplessly. Justin walked to Ava's side and asked, What's wrong? Am I disrupting your class reunion by being here? Ava's tone was utterly helpless, like a child who'd done something wrong. I told Adrian I wouldn't come, but he insisted I come. Now that I'm here, it seems I've upset your classmates. Ava lowered her gaze slightly, her curled lashes dotted with teardrops. Justin shot Marcus a cold look. The reunion allows family members, doesn't it? You certainly have plenty of free time. Marcus choked. He knew full well he couldn't afford to offend Justin. He awkwardly apologized to Ava and pushed open the private room door. Ava was still softly sobbing. Amusement crept onto Justin's face. All right, he's gone. Huh? He just left. I still wanted to apologize to him. Ava pretended to wipe away tears, looking thoroughly surprised. Why are you out here alone? Where's Adrian? Ava sighed lightly. Called away by his little mistress. Justin's mouth twitched. She really didn't blush at all when lying. Do you want to keep waiting for him here? Or come in with me? Justin asked. Adrian told me to wait for him. Justin understood. As he pushed open the private room door, a fair, slender hand appeared at the crook of his arm. Justin, are you so eager to go in because you want to see Grace? Curiosity sparkled in the girl's innocent eyes. You like Grace so much. No wonder you told her about me being sick when I was abroad. Grace even went to Adrian to accuse me of faking illness. Adrian almost believed it. If I hadn't found evidence, he would have been ready to divorce me. Ava's voice carried a sob. Justin froze. Grace had come to him, saying Adrian always abandoned her because of Ava. He'd inadvertently mentioned it while comforting Grace. He hadn't expected Grace would use this information to sabotage Ava and Adrian's marriage. As for Ava's illness, he'd never verified it. Since Adrian believed it, he'd taken it as true. However, Adrian wanted to divorce Ava. He found that hard to believe. Was Adrian really that fragile? Didn't seem like it. Justin, Adrian, and I are already married. Please help me persuade Grace not to keep trying to break us up. Adrian and I truly love each other. Even though she keeps trying to sabotage us, she's my sister. I won't blame her. I hope she finds her own happiness soon, and I hope you're the one who gives Grace that happiness. She spoke with such sincerity. Bitterness rose in Justin's throat, his smile becoming extremely forced. Ava withdrew her hand. Let him suffer. Having the girl you like tell you to go, give another girl happiness, that must feel quite unique, right? Who told him not to control that broken mouth of his? Adrian, you're finally here. Ava's eyes curved with smiles as she took Adrian's arm, practically plastering herself against him. Adrian looked at Ava's radiant smile, then at his friend's pale face. What did you say to upset him? Adrian pushed open the door, leading Ava inside together. Ava said quietly, I didn't say anything. I just said, Grace seems to have brought a boyfriend to the reunion today, and then Justin's face went white in an instant. Does Justin like Grace? Ava covered her mouth as if suddenly realizing something momentous. Adrian raised an eyebrow and languidly hummed in acknowledgement. Then why don't you matchmake them? I feel like Justin and Grace are a good match. Ava pressed her lips together. Adrian, do you not want to let Grace go? Adrian stopped walking and looked at Ava meaningfully, curving his lips slightly. Want to go to the bathroom now? I'll use actions to show you whether I can't let her go. Ava's cheeks flushed slightly. Adrian, don't joke around. Her profile was facing Grace directly. From the corner of her eye, Ava caught Grace's smile freezing for a moment when she saw her. Early this morning, Ava had received a message from Diana saying Grace would bring a boyfriend to the reunion. She hadn't expected Grace would actually bring a man, but this man looked quite familiar. After entering the private room, Ava naturally greeted Adrian's classmates. Back when Adrian was in college, she'd attended almost all his class gatherings and was quite familiar with this group. Last time Tom mentioned you two got married. Why didn't you notify us? The class president teased. The wedding date hasn't been set yet. We'll send invitations when it is. Adrian pulled Ava to sit down. Ava's seat was directly across from Grace's boyfriend. She hadn't known Owen Fields had changed his type and actually fallen for Grace. Grace, is this your boyfriend? Why not introduce him to everyone? Ava spoke with a smile. Though her words were directed at Grace, her gaze landed on Owen. This is Owen, my cousin and also Grace's boyfriend. Diana picked up where Ava left off, smiling. My cousin has been in France for years and only recently returned to take over the family business. What a coincidence. I was in France before too. Ava tilted her head. Then her palm stung with pain. Looking down, she saw Adrian pinching her palm. Ava grasped Adrian's hand and leaned closer to him. Seeing Owen sitting beside Grace, transformed into Grace's boyfriend, had surprised her so much she'd neglected Adrian. How good you are at making connections. France is so big. So what if you were there? Diana rolled her eyes. Why did she have to insert herself everywhere? Right after she finished speaking, her cousin glared at her. Don't be so aggressive when you speak. Diana was exasperated. Cousin! Did he even remember why she'd asked him to come? He was actually defending that T-girl Ava. Wasn't her cousin supposed to stay away from women? How did he change completely upon seeing Ava? This was utterly baffling. She seriously suspected Ava had some kind of universal charm system. Diana doesn't know any better and speaks without tact. Let me drink this glass as an apology to Miss Hart on her behalf. It's fine. I know Diana is afraid I'll steal Grace's boyfriend. I want to clarify in front of everyone today. I've never had any intention of stealing Grace's boyfriend. Adrian and I married for business reasons. Because Grace felt Adrian lacked romantic sensibility, she canceled the wedding. With no other choice, I had to take her place as the bride. At this point, Ava's expression fell. Even though I had a boyfriend I truly loved at the time, for the sake of the family business, I had no other choice. Hearing this, The classmates' gazes toward Ava and Grace shifted. When Grace had suddenly announced the wedding cancellation and Adrian quickly married Ava, they'd assumed Ava and Adrian had rekindled their old flame, and that Adrian had wronged Grace. They hadn't expected there was such an inside story. Chapter 144. Prepared a surprise. What are you talking about? Clearly... Diana was so furious at Ava's words that she shot to her feet, but before she could finish, Adrian cut her off. Yes, Ava and I married for business reasons. Don't misunderstand, everyone. Adrian's voice was deep and magnetic, his attitude purely businesslike. Diana wanted to speak again, but received a warning look from Adrian. His dark pupils held thin ice, and when that gaze shot straight at her, it was bone-chillingly cold. A chill ran down Diana's back. She opened her mouth, but ultimately could only sit down, swallowing her anger. Was Adrian blind? Ava was clearly using him to upset Grace. Yet he went along with her story about a business marriage. Business marriage? Those 4 words were laughable. But her classmates seemed to believe it. They'd all witnessed how Adrian used to love Ava, yet they believed this nonsense about a marriage arrangement. This was infuriating. Grace's hands hidden under the table gradually clenched. She'd already decided not to love Adrian anymore, yet her emotions were still so easily affected. This feeling disgusted her. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about refuting Ava's words, but she had to consider Heart Group. When Adrian had made her issue that statement about calling off the engagement, insisting it was her decision, it must have been to prevent Ava from attracting gossip after marrying him. How devoted of him. But he'd never thought about how deeply he'd hurt her. Diana nudged Grace. Grace, don't mind that pair of dogs. Grace forced a shallow smile. I'm fine. From the corner of her eye, she saw Adrian picking fish bones out for Ava, and a faint mockery touched her lips. When they ate together, Adrian had said fish had too many bones and was too troublesome. He never ordered fish. Even though she loved eating fish, fish never appeared on the table when they dined together. Owen, I never expected that after a few years, you'd transform into my brother-in-law. Ava crossed her arms, smiling warmly. She leaned lazily against the glass railing, looking at Owen standing beside her. Ava had to marvel at the connection between her and Grace. Grace just loved finding men Ava had already used. What peculiar taste. I also didn't expect that after 5 years, you'd go from being a non-marriage advocate to a married woman. Owen's brow moved slightly as he turned his head, his words carrying a hint of coldness. Business marriage. Didn't you hear just now, Owen? Ava casually withdrew her gaze. Right. You're dating my sister now, so naturally you wouldn't pay attention to my affairs. I should go. My husband is waiting for me. With that, Ava turned to leave. As she was about to walk away, her arm was suddenly grabbed. She's not my girlfriend. Owen softened his voice, a hint of helplessness in his tone. My cousin just asked me to act the part. A faint smile rippled through Ava's eyes. Is that so? How could her ex possibly fall for Grace? But I really am married. Ava turned, peeling Owen's hand away finger by finger. Actually, my sister is quite nice. She's so close with Diana. You could try getting to know her better. Maybe you'll come to like her. You know I won't. Why say such things to wound me? Owen's gaze fell on Ava's face. Since you've changed your mind, why not come find me? When we broke up, I told you I'd keep waiting for you. Ava pressed her lips together, a faint melancholy touching her brow. My husband is extremely powerful. I couldn't refuse him. I have to think of my family. Owen's brow furrowed. He threatened you? Ava remained silent. The reason she'd broken up with Owen was actually also because of a proposal. Owen was 7 years older and had wanted to marry her when she turned 20, which had terrified her. Getting married at 20? How desperate would she have to be? She still had her whole wonderful life ahead of her. How could she give it up for Owen? So, she'd fabricated the lie about being against marriage. Owen had seemed greatly shocked at the time. Like Wesley, he couldn't quite accept it. But she hadn't given Owen a chance to hesitate or struggle. She'd broken up with him directly. Owen hadn't agreed to the breakup at first. He'd said if she didn't want to marry, they could continue dating. He didn't mind being strung along. but she'd found it boring, so she'd broken up without hesitation. When they broke up, Owen had told her that if she changed her mind, she could find him anytime. He'd always be waiting. Owen took her silence as confirmation. He actually dared threaten you. Anger flared in Owen's eyes. I'm doing quite well now. You don't need to stand up for me. I should head back. It's cold here. You should go back soon, too. Ava was afraid Owen might impulsively run off and fight with Adrian. That wouldn't be good at all. If you need help, you can come to me anytime. I won't be returning to France for now. Ava softly said, "Thank you." How's Seven doing? Owen asked. Seven's doing well. I'll bring him to see you when I have time. If there's no time, don't blame me. Right now, Seven lived at the Rosewater Lane Villa. The chance of him coming out to see Owen was nil. If Adrian found out, she'd be finished. Ava didn't say more to Owen and turned to leave the terrace. Walking back to the private room, she found Adrian waiting for her at the door. She broke into a smile and took his arm. Adrian, why are you out here? Seeing how long you'd reminisce with your old flame? Adrian looked at her with a half smile. Ava's heart sank. She suddenly remembered that photo album. Adrian knew all her exes. I was just telling him to treat Grace well and not let her find out I dated him before, so she won't suspect I'm trying to steal her boyfriend again. Adrian, let's go home. I prepared a surprise for you. Ava blinked at Adrian. Adrian pressed his lips together and said coolly, "Now I'm not your emotionless husband you were forced to marry for family reasons?" Ava mentally cursed his pettiness. Adrian, you know the nature of my work. If I didn't say that, people would misunderstand that I was the third party who came between you and Grace. Ava shook Adrian's arm coquettishly. I'm sorry, okay? At worst, tonight whatever you say goes. I promise I won't contradict you one bit. She held up 3 fingers in a swearing gesture. You're sure? Adrian's brow arched slightly, his eyes holding ill intent. Ava's right eyelid twitched violently. She had a premonition. She was in for a rough night. Of course. Ava smiled sweetly. If Adrian really pushed her too far, don't blame her for losing her manners. Adrian put his arm around Ava's shoulders and walked out. The reunion really wasn't that interesting. With their purpose achieved, Adrian naturally had no desire to stay longer. When they walked out of the restaurant, the driver was already waiting. Ava got in the car first. Once Adrian sat down, she pressed against him, hugging his waist. Adrian, I've already chosen the wedding dress design. The design sketches are on my tablet. I'll show you when we get home. Her wedding ring and dress were both designed by very famous international designers. The 2 designers had only sent her the sketches last month. Some details needed modification. They'd only been finalized yesterday. She was also selecting the suit Adrian would wear. Look at them tomorrow. Adrian's fingers traced over Ava's face, his tone carrying deeper meaning. He lowered his head and kissed Ava's pink lips heavily. Didn't you prepare a surprise for me? Do you really think there'll be time tonight? Big pervert. Ava leaned forward and kissed Adrian back without backing down. From the corner of her eye, she glanced at the windshield. Seeing the green light ahead, she deepened the kiss without reservation. Crash! The violent impact made Ava's pupils dilate suddenly. Before she could see what had happened, darkness engulfed her vision. Chapter 145. I've always loved you. The world spun violently as waves of pain emanated from every part of her body. Warm liquid flowed onto her face. Ava tried to raise her hand to wipe away the sticky substance, but found she couldn't move. Adrian, are you okay? She was held tightly in Adrian's arms, unable to pull her hands free. She could only raise her voice to ask about his condition. I'm fine. A weak voice came from above. Ava breathed a slight sigh of relief, but soon she noticed something was wrong. More and more blood dripped onto her face. It wasn't her blood. It was Adrian's. God, was she about to become a widow right after getting married? Adrian, you're bleeding so much. Ava's voice trembled. She quickly called out to the driver, wanting to ask if the car locks could still open. The car had flipped. There was a high probability it would explode, but she never got a response from the driver. Ava's heart sank heavily. The truck had rushed out from the left intersection, heading straight toward the driver's side. If Adrian hadn't pulled her over, she'd probably be in no better shape right now. Can you still move? Ava asked softly. Phone. Call Dr. Foster. Ava looked down and immediately saw the large hand stained red with blood. The phone was also covered in blood. She struggled to pull out her hand, took the phone, found Dr. Foster's number, and called. "Dr. Foster, Adrian and I were in a car accident." Ava told him their location, and the phone slipped powerlessly from her hand. Rather than waiting for an ambulance, telling Dr. Foster would be faster. She felt like her clothes were completely soaked. Adrian was bleeding too severely. "Adrian, don't sleep. I'm scared." Seeing Adrian's eyes about to close, Ava quickly spoke. If he fell asleep, he might sleep forever. She couldn't help but think of that fire from her childhood. She'd kept telling herself not to sleep. If she died, no one in this world would remember her. She didn't want to be someone who came quietly and left quietly, nameless and forgotten. "Don't be afraid. I'm here." Adrian pulled his lips into a smile, his weak voice carrying tenderness. "Dr. Foster will arrive soon. If you talk to me, I won't be scared." Ava bit her lip, then spoke. "Since you went to see me abroad every year, why didn't you tell me? I was always waiting for you to find me." "You had a boyfriend." Ava choked. She defended herself. "I had periods when I was single." "You were the one who didn't want me first." Adrian's lashes lowered, a faint sadness coloring his pale face. Ava grumbled internally. Why was he still stuck on that issue? But considering Adrian was injured, she wouldn't argue with him. "I applied to the school very early. I was just afraid you'd be angry, so I didn't dare tell you. I didn't go abroad because of your leg injury." "It doesn't matter anymore," Adrian said flatly. They were already married. He didn't want to dwell on who was right or wrong in the past. "My leg hurts so much." Ava's heart jumped in alarm. Adrian's leg had been injured before. If it happened again, would he never be able to stand? "If my leg can never stand again, will you still leave?" Adrian's tone grew heavier. Ava didn't answer immediately. In normal circumstances, she would unhesitatingly say no, because she would definitely leave. But right now, facing this situation, she couldn't bring herself to insincerely say no. "Ava, did you ever love me even for a moment?" Ava's heart trembled slightly. She opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Adrian's head dropped powerlessly, resting on Ava's shoulder. "I've always loved you. If I'm gone, you can't find another man too quickly, or I'll haunt your dreams every night. You'll be fine." Ava's voice was hoarse, her eyes stinging. She really didn't like these kinds of sentimental scenes. "I had Lawyer Brooks draw up a will before. He's Logan's brother. If something happens to me, he and Logan will help you." "Stop talking! Save your strength. Dr. Foster will definitely arrive soon." Ava covered Adrian's mouth. She didn't want to hear him say anything more that sounded like last words. "I do love you. If you're gone, I'll definitely find lots and lots of men and bring them all back to the villa you bought, so you'll have no peace." Crystal tears slid from the corners of Ava's eyes. "So you absolutely cannot die." When Ava opened her eyes, everything before her was white. She turned her head to see Monica's worried face. Ava tried to speak, but found her throat terribly dry. She pointed at her throat. "Water." Tears rimmed Monica's eyes as she hurried to pour water. She helped her daughter sit up and gave Ava water. "Where's Adrian? Is he okay?" Ava asked. Monica's expression froze for a moment. "Ava, you should rest first. I'll have the doctor come check your condition." Ava's heart sank as an ominous premonition rose. She grabbed Monica's hand. "I'll ask one more time. Where is Adrian?" Chapter 146. His leg. "Is it okay?" Seeing her daughter's firm attitude, Monica didn't hide it. "He is in the ICU. He hasn't escaped the danger yet." The doctor said the chances of regaining consciousness were slim. He might very likely become a vegetative patient. Monica didn't say the rest. Her daughter was still injured and couldn't handle the shock right now. "Get a doctor to examine me." Though Ava was worried about Adrian, she was more concerned about her own physical condition. She'd been unconscious, and her leg had hurt badly. Now her whole body felt weak. She didn't know if there were any serious problems. Monica pressed the bedside button and called Dr. Foster. After examining Ava, Dr. Foster said there were no major issues. With some rest in the hospital, she could be discharged. "Adrian shielded you during the crash, so you didn't suffer serious injuries. His injuries are severe, multiple fractures, internal organ damage. Whether he can wake up is still a question." Dr. Foster sighed. By the time he'd arrived, Adrian had barely any consciousness left, but was still maintaining the position of holding Ava. It took considerable effort to separate them after getting them on the ambulance. He might not wake up? Ava was stunned. An inexplicable emotion rose from her heart, rampaging through her chest. The possibility is high. Ava's hands hidden under the blanket clenched slightly. Can I get out of bed? I want to see him. Dr. Foster nodded, then found a wheelchair and pushed Ava out of the room. Monica, waiting outside, only sighed but said nothing in the end. She watched Dr. Foster push her daughter away until they disappeared from sight, then withdrew her gaze. Monica, how's Ava? Monica turned at the sound to meet Philip Hart's anxious face. Her expression cold, she said mockingly, Mr. Hart actually has time to visit Ava at the hospital? The sky must be falling. This was their first meeting since the divorce. She'd only sent a message to Philip's assistant about their daughter's accident, asking him to notify Philip. As for whether Philip would come, she'd never held any hope. A dark shadow flashed in Philip's eyes. Is Ava inside? Let me see her. No need. She's not here. Philip's expression stiffened slightly. No matter what, I'm Ava's father. Of course I need to see her after she's been in an accident. He thought Monica was preventing him from seeing their younger daughter. After all, she'd just been in an accident. How could she not be in her hospital room? If you don't believe me, go look for yourself. Monica pushed open the door, gesturing for Philip to go in. Philip glanced inside to see only an empty bed. His expression grew more serious. She just had an accident. Why isn't she in her room? Philip Hart, are you here to interrogate me? Monica's face turned cold. Monica, that's not what I meant. I'm just worried about Ava. Philip's momentum weakened. Monica took a deep breath. Don't call me that. I don't like it. Don't call me that. I don't like it. Monica's expression was cold, her voice devoid of emotion. The memory from years ago flooded into Philip's mind like a tide. After he'd brought Evelyn Bennett home, his parents had strongly opposed it. His parents had intended to form a marriage alliance with the Morgan family at the time. Monica probably thought his parents liked her very much, but he knew the most important reason was the Morgan family's status. That day, he'd brought Evelyn home in front of the Morgan family, causing the two families to cease contact. Naturally, his parents took out their anger on him and Evelyn, threatening that if he married her, they'd kick him out of the Hart family. Young and hot-headed then, deeply in love with Evelyn, he'd moved out without hesitation. He and Evelyn had lived in a tiny apartment. Evelyn never complained, even saying that as long as they were together, she didn't care about money. During Evelyn's pregnancy, she'd still looked for part-time work. Once she'd fainted from exhaustion and been hospitalized, and he hadn't even had money for her medical bills. He'd asked Monica for help. A young man he'd never met came to the hospital with Monica, clearly from his dress someone of high status, at least better than the Morgan family's background. When Monica gave him money, she'd still called him by his childhood nickname, as she always had. For some reason then, he'd said those words. From that day on, Monica never called him by that nickname again. Mother. A clear voice inserted itself between them, breaking through their barrier. Grace walked to Monica's side and habitually took her arm. Monica withdrew her hand somewhat unnaturally. Why are you here? Grace looked at her suspended hand, a sense of loss rising in her heart. She explained, I heard Ava was in a car accident yesterday. I came to see her. She needs rest. Come back when she's better. Mother, have you eaten? Why don't you go eat with Dad? I'll stay here and watch over Ava. As Grace spoke, she gave her father meaningful looks. Hope flickered in Philip's eyes only to be shattered the next second. I've eaten. My parents are coming later. I imagine you don't want to see them either. Take Grace with you when you go. Mother. Grace stared blankly at Monica, tears welling in her eyes. Let's go. Philip opened his mouth, but ultimately only said those two words to his daughter. Ava's hand lightly touched the glass, looking at Adrian lying in the hospital bed, covered in tubes. He looked in very poor condition, worse than 7 years ago. That summer, 7 years ago, had been exceptionally hot. She'd lied to Adrian, saying she was going to dance class when she'd actually gone out to sea with Autumn, Lena, and the others. Adrian had made dinner plans with her. Though she often disobeyed him behind his back, she almost never stood Adrian up. But that day, the yacht encountered some problems. She hadn't shown up at the restaurant as promised. She didn't get back to shore until the next morning. When she returned to New Harbor, the first message she received was that Adrian had been in a car accident. By the time she rushed to the hospital, Adrian was already in the ICU. Dr. Foster had just started working at the hospital then. He wasn't Adrian's attending physician, but Dr. Foster had still given her Adrian's phone. After the accident, Adrian had called her over 20 times with no answer. Because he hadn't called an ambulance in time, he'd missed the optimal treatment window and might have to spend his life in a wheelchair. Ava had only been 18 then. She'd felt guilty and had considered whether to go abroad for school as planned. But thinking Adrian might never stand again, plus the landmine she'd planted before, she'd ultimately chosen to go abroad. "His leg, is it okay?" Ava asked quietly. Dr. Foster nearly choked. He'd said Adrian might never wake up, yet Ava was still concerned about his leg. "His leg is fine." Dr. Foster actually couldn't guarantee Adrian's leg would be fine when he woke up, but to avoid scaring Ava away and having Adrian kill him after waking up, he could only say it was fine. "Actually, as long as you're here, he'll do everything possible to do rehabilitation. You don't need to worry about his leg." Ava caught the implication in Dr. Foster's words. She turned, confusion in her eyes. 7 years ago, after you left, Adrian went to nightclubs to drink himself into oblivion. But it only lasted a week before he arranged for his private jet to fly to France. Chapter 147. He always knew. He lived near you the whole time. I helped him find the best doctors in the world. Where he lived, there were more doctors than servants. He spent a year in France before he could walk normally again. Hearing this, Ava was utterly shocked. She'd only known that Adrian often went abroad to see her. She hadn't expected he'd gone to France so early. "Then why didn't he come find me?" Ava murmured. "He did come find you. That day he bought flowers, brought gifts, and went to your school to find you." But Dr. Foster hesitated. Even without him saying the rest, Ava could guess. A year after breaking up with Adrian, she'd had a boyfriend, Owen. She and Owen had been dating for about a month at the time. Though Owen was working then, he often came to pick her up from school. If she was practicing dance, he'd wait for her. In short, he was very clingy. In her friend's words, wherever Ava appeared, Owen was there too. If Adrian had gone to her school to find her, he must have seen her with Owen. And then he went back to the country? Ava's voice was very soft as she looked at Adrian lying in the hospital bed with weak breathing. Even if Adrian had appeared before her that time, she wouldn't necessarily have broken up with Owen to get back together with him. At 18 or 19, she hadn't been that bold. She hadn't dared gamble that big. "If you have time, you could fly to France. The password to his place there is your birthday. Perhaps you'll change your mind a bit." Adrian is the type who does rather than talks, but his feelings for you have never changed. His need for control might be a bit strong, but I think you should be able to understand him. His parents are even worse than yours. He has no sense of security. His way of expressing love might have some small issues, but if you don't like it, you can tell him directly. He's not that difficult to talk to. Of course, that last part only applied to Ava. With him, Adrian was very difficult to talk to, and he'd worried about Adrian dying alone. Maybe he was a reincarnated angel? He's always known that you didn't save him. This was something Adrian had told him on the plane to France after Ava left, when Adrian had him find doctors. Adrian said he'd first noticed Ava because he felt they were similar, both unloved by their parents. Later, he'd been attracted to Ava because her determined way of living was beautiful. Such a small person, yet seemingly filled with endless energy. He'd watched Ava gradually transform from a reserved, well-behaved girl into the center of attention in any crowd. But Adrian wasn't the type who was good at socializing, especially since Ava was always surrounded by different people. Wherever she went, crowds flocked around her. Adrian could only watch her from afar, until that suicide attempt. He deliberately guided Ava into saying she was his savior, and using that debt, he'd given Ava the best of everything within his means. After listening, Ava didn't come to her senses for a long time. She was shocked beyond measure. She'd only had that thought on the spur of the moment initially, just wanting to maintain her image. It wasn't until Adrian asked if she'd saved him that after only 3 seconds of hesitation, she'd said, yes. After saying it, she'd actually been a bit anxious. With her build, it would indeed be very difficult to save Adrian. Surprisingly, Adrian had believed her. She'd always thought Adrian's brain had been a bit addled from choking on water. She hadn't expected that she was the prey all along. On the first day Ava woke up, visitors came in an endless stream. She found it annoying and simply refused to see anyone. After returning from outside the ICU, she never went to see Adrian again. The shock had been too great. For the moment, she didn't know how to face Adrian. "Mom, I want some water." Hearing the hospital room door open, Ava didn't even turn her head. She sat in her wheelchair, quietly looking out the window. The trees on the lawn behind the hospital had bare branches, and the blue sky was gradually being eroded by gray. It looked like rain again. Footsteps gradually approached, and a water cup was held before her. Without looking up, Ava reached for it. Only when she inadvertently touched the hand holding the cup did she realize something was wrong. She turned to see Wesley. "Why are you here?" Ava drank half the cup and set it on the nearby table before addressing Wesley. She hadn't seen Wesley in a while. He looked a bit haggard, quite different from the sunny, passionate person in her memory. "I heard you were in a car accident." Wesley's voice was slightly hoarse. "Is your body okay?" "In what respect?" Ava stared at Wesley's features with a smile, her pale fingers tapping lightly on the wheelchair armrest. "If you're referring to having children, then you'll probably be disappointed." The girl's sweet, soft voice carried a hint of mockery. Wesley's face paled slightly. "Ava, that's not what I meant." "It doesn't matter." Ava curved her lips, smiling brightly. "We've already broken up. You can freely find girls who can bear you children. My husband doesn't care whether I can have children or not. The only person he cares about is me." Ava cut Wesley off. "Last year, as soon as he found out I couldn't get pregnant, he got a vasectomy. If you say you don't care about having children, I suggest you show me with actual actions, not just dry words about not caring." Hearing this, Wesley froze. "Last year, you two..." Ava was practically amused. "I was seducing him before, remember? He got the surgery while being someone else's boyfriend. What, are you surprised? Wesley, did my love make you forget to look in the mirror when we were together? You're not my only option. Don't be so rude as to randomly appear in someone else's hospital room next time. My husband is still in a coma. I'm not in the mood to scold people right now. If you want to be scolded, wait until my husband wakes up and come back then." Every sentence from Ava mentioned Adrian. Her words were like blades stabbing fiercely into Wesley's heart. The pain made it hard to breathe. He fled the room in panic. Outside, he saw Stella. "Don't go in. She probably doesn't want to see you." Stella pouted. She actually quite liked Ava. She hadn't expected things to turn out this way between her and her brother. "She's not seriously hurt, is she?" Stella asked with concern. "She should be fine." "Wesley, do you think Mom and Dad could accept adoption?" Stella turned her head, asking tentatively. She'd heard the probability of Adrian waking up was very small. Her brother and Ava weren't completely without a chance. "It's useless." Bitterness touched Wesley's lips. After hearing from Ava that Adrian had the surgery before even being with her, he understood he and Ava could never be together. He couldn't be as resolute as Adrian. Just like Nathan had said, he still loved Ava now and felt he could barely accept it. But as time passed, no one could guarantee this love would remain unchanged. Then, children would become the biggest issue between him and Ava. Perhaps now was already the best ending for them. Chapter 148. Testing. 2 beeps sounded, and the villa's main gate automatically opened. Ava pushed the door and walked in. Photos of her dancing hung on the entrance wall. She opened the shoe cabinet to find new slippers inside. She remembered what Dr. Foster had told her. "Before going to find you, he had people send over lots of clothes and shoes in your size. He said you were just studying abroad. 3 years would pass quickly. Transportation is convenient now, so he could visit you often." Ava changed her shoes and walked into the living room. Everywhere she looked were photos of her. Many were photos she'd never seen before, from her years abroad. Ava surveyed the living room, then went upstairs. Dr. Foster had said Adrian's bedroom was the innermost room on the 2nd floor. She walked toward it step by step. Standing at the bedroom door, she hesitated for a long time before placing her hand on the doorknob. She pushed open the door. A faint jasmine fragrance wafted toward her. She immediately saw the enlarged photo hanging on the wall above the bed. In it, she wore a white dress and Adrian wore a black suit. She held Adrian's arm, smiling radiantly. The background was a famous church abroad. That time, she and Adrian had attended the wedding of an older friend she was close to. After the photo was taken, while looking at it, she joked with Adrian that they looked like the bride and groom. Adrian had then asked what kind of wedding she wanted. She'd said she wanted something super luxurious, a grand wedding that everyone would envy. Adrian hadn't said whether he'd give it to her, only humming in acknowledgement. At the time, she hadn't thought about marrying Adrian, but she'd known that whatever she wanted, Adrian would give her. Starting from age 10, or rather, from when she'd met Adrian, her life had taken a completely different path from before. Ava stopped at the desk. A camera sat on it, with a notebook beside it. She pulled out the chair and sat down, casually opening the notebook. Get better soon. Go see Ava soon. Opening the first page, this was what was written. Ava suddenly felt her eyes stinging. So stupid. If his attitude had been a bit more forceful, she wouldn't have been unwilling to visit him. Right. Adrian had promised her he would never be like his father. That was after she'd just learned about Adrian's parents. Having falsely claimed credit for saving him, she'd felt guilty, afraid Adrian had inherited his father's extreme personality and would come after her when he learned the truth. She'd avoided Adrian for several days, struggling internally over whether to tell him the truth. Adrian had thought she was afraid he'd imprison her like his father. He'd promised her that would never happen. He would respect her wishes. Ava turned to the second page. Seeing its contents, her heart trembled. She flipped through several more pages until reaching the last one. All contained the same content. Ava flipped through it again. After confirming she hadn't misread it, she stared at the diary for a long time, unable to process it. Was she really that important? Ava turned her head, her gaze landing on the camera. After opening it, she found it was full of videos of her performances. She spent the entire afternoon watching the videos Adrian had filmed. Every single performance, including school celebration performances before she became famous, not a single one was missed. This was the first time Ava truly felt that Adrian deeply loved her. Before, she'd always thought Adrian had fallen in love with her because of the life-saving debt. Adrian's kindness toward her, she actually hadn't taken it too much to heart. Or rather, she hadn't dared to. Having seen how humbly her mother loved her father, she'd sworn from a young age never to become like her mother. This relationship built on a lie. Naturally, she hadn't dared invest her heart in it. Many years later, today, she finally learned that Adrian had known all along from the very beginning. Ava, when did you come to France? While waiting at the airport, Ava ran into Mandy Cooper and Ryan Jong. She smiled and greeted them, then sat down beside Mandy. Today. And you're going back already? Mandy asked in surprise. Flying back and forth for over 30 hours would be exhausting. She suddenly remembered hearing a few days ago that Adrian had been in a car accident and was apparently still in the hospital, so she changed the subject. Hey, this is the first time I've seen you wear this necklace. Mandy looked at the ruby necklace around Ava's neck. The ruby refracted dazzling light under the fluorescent lamps. This was the necklace Ava had lost before. At the time, Ava had paid a high price to find it. After she'd returned it to Ava, she'd never seen Ava wear it. Previously, she'd thought maybe Ava found it too valuable to wear. But after learning about Ava's background, she figured that couldn't be the reason. She hadn't expected that after several years, she'd see Ava wearing this necklace. Mr. Pierce gave you this necklace, right? Ryan chimed in from the side. The valuable ruby had been purchased by Adrian at auction. Everyone knew who Adrian had intended to give it to. Later, at Ava's 18th birthday coming-of-age party, she'd worn this ruby necklace. Ava touched the pendant, then nodded. This was the only gift from Adrian she'd taken when going abroad to study. New Harbor, hospital room. Dr. Foster and Adrian on the bed stared at each other. He really knew how to pick his timing to wake up. Ava had just left, and he woke up. Sure enough, as he'd predicted, the moment Adrian woke, he asked for her. Adrian, she's your wife, not mine. How would I know where she went? Dr. Foster guiltily touched his nose. If Adrian knew he'd sent Ava to his place in France and deliberately had the servants place his camera and notebook on the desk, Adrian would probably kill him. She asked you about my leg situation, didn't she? Adrian said coolly. Dr. Foster laughed awkwardly twice. Your leg is fine, but wasn't this to help you test Ava's love for you? I told her your leg was quite serious. Dr. Foster said with a straight face. Then she never came to see you again. She was discharged the day before yesterday. Who asked you to test her for me? Adrian's brow shadowed with darkness. If I get divorced, you can forget about ever getting married in this lifetime. Dr. Foster realized the joke had gone too far. Just as he was about to explain, another clear female voice interrupted. Dr. Foster, how can you slander people like that? After you told me Adrian's legs might never stand again, I went abroad to find doctors for him. You actually said I didn't care about him. You're too much. Ava looked at Dr. Foster with grievance. Dr. Foster's scalp tightened. Running into these two was his bad luck. Chapter 149. Being a good person. Seeing Ava, Dr. Foster very consciously gave up his spot. Staying here would only mean getting smeared. Better to slip away quickly before these two both threw mud at him. Adrian. Ava walked to the bedside and sat down, taking Adrian's hand. Do your wounds hurt a lot? Hearing this, Adrian immediately furrowed his brow in pain. They hurt so much. I'll call Dr. Foster back. Ava immediately started to get up, but Adrian pulled her back. Why weren't you at the hospital with me? When I woke up and didn't see you, my wounds hurt like hell. The man's words carried a hint of grievance. I went home for a bit. She'd just gotten off the plane when she received Dr. Foster's message saying Adrian had woken up, was going to kill him, and she needed to hurry to the hospital. She hadn't even had time to go home before coming to the hospital. She still hadn't processed what she'd seen at that house in France. Ava didn't plan to tell Adrian right now that she'd gone to France and learned about those things. She was too tired now. She'd find time to slowly process it later. Adrian's gaze swept over Ava's weary face and slightly disheveled hair. Darkness flashed in his eyes, but ultimately he said nothing. He gripped Ava's hand tightly. Stay here with me. When you're not here, I can't sleep. Okay. Ava lowered her head and kissed Adrian's lips. I'll be here. Sleep now. Dr. Foster had told her Adrian had woken at dawn. He wouldn't sleep, and he wouldn't let Dr. Foster sleep either. The two had sat in the hospital room for a full 10 hours. I can't sleep? Adrian raised his hand and pointed at his lips. You haven't kissed me in so long. Nonsense. I just kissed you. Ava glanced at Adrian reproachfully. His ability to lie with his eyes open was getting better and better. I mean, before today. Adrian looked completely matter-of-fact. Thinking about it, Ava actually found Adrian's words quite reasonable. She'd been hospitalized for half a month. Adrian had been in a coma for over half a month. One more kiss, and then you sleep. Ava held up her index finger, softening her voice like coaxing a child. Before, when Adrian was sick and didn't like getting shots, she always had to kiss him before he'd agree to the injection. After all these years, he was still the same. A strange thought suddenly arose in Ava's mind. During the 6 years she hadn't returned to the country, Adrian's time seemed to have stopped. She felt this inexplicable thought was rather absurd, until Adrian called her name and she smiled, kissing him again. This time she didn't pull away so quickly. She simply pressed her lips lightly against his, feeling that rare peace. The heavy stone that had pressed on her heart for years suddenly seemed to have been lifted, leaving her feeling incredibly light. Adrian's mouth was really tight. If she'd known from the start that Adrian didn't like her because of a life-saving debt, she might not have thought to run far away to university, distancing herself from Adrian and breaking up with him. But as Dr. Foster said, if Adrian could say it out loud, he wouldn't be Adrian. Like Grace, having a mouth but not knowing how to use it. Tighter than a duck's mouth, dead for 10 days. After Adrian fell asleep, Ava finally freed her hand to get her phone. She hadn't looked at her phone during this time. When she took it out today, the messages had exploded, all asking about her condition. After flying for 2 days straight, she had no energy to reply one by one, so she simply posted on social media to report she was safe. The moment she posted, messages from Ian and Owen came in almost simultaneously. What surprised her was that Samuel had also sent a message. She even wondered if Ian had forced Samuel to send it. Ava looked down at the sleeping Adrian. He held her hand against his chest, his brow slightly furrowed. He wasn't sleeping very peacefully. She suddenly felt a bit embarrassed to continue keeping backup options. Ava turned off her phone and put it in her pocket, then leaned down on the edge of the bed, her face pressed against the sheets, her gaze falling on Adrian's face. Since they were married, they should be together properly. Adrian's suffocating, obsessive love. Probably only she could bear it, right? Then she'd be a good person and not let him out to harm other girls. A faint smile touched Ava's lips. She lay there for a while, her eyelids growing heavy, and unknowingly fell asleep. She woke again to the sound of a door being roughly opened. "Adrian Pierce, now you're not even giving me money?" Stella Pierce stormed in from the doorway. Ava sat up straight, her expression darkening. "Shut up!" Ava turned to check on Adrian, still asleep. She stood up, strode to Stella, and pushed her out, then closed the door. "I'm asking my son for money. What business is it of yours?" Contemptuous laughter hung in Stella's eyes. She hadn't even interfered with Adrian marrying this woman, yet she was interfering with Adrian giving her living expenses. "Didn't you see he just woke up from a car accident?" Cold seeped into Ava's sweet, soft voice. When beating Adrian, she hadn't held back at all. Yet she still had the nerve to demand living expenses so righteously. "He's not dead, is he? Should I cry for him?" Stella scoffed. 2 car accidents and he still didn't die. Bastards really did have tough lives. When pregnant with Adrian, Edward hadn't let her abort. To miscarry, she'd even rolled down the stairs from the 2nd floor once. But even so, he'd remained safely in her belly, like a parasite. If you look down on him so much, don't use his money. Go find your husband and have him give it to you. Panic flashed in Stella's eyes. "What business is it of yours? I carried him for 10 months and gave birth to him. He has an obligation to support me." "Did you ever support him?" "Why should I support him? I'm not the one who wanted him born. If you keep making unreasonable demands here, I'll tell Adrian's father that you ask Adrian for living expenses every month to support your first love." Ava curved her lips, revealing a pure, flawless smile. "What do you think Mr. Pierce would do to your first love if he knew you were still secretly involved with him behind his back?" Ava shook her head and clicked her tongue twice. "Probably couldn't keep his other leg either, right?" "How pitiful. I don't know what you're talking about." Despite her words, Stella still hurriedly turned and left. Her retreating figure looked very flustered. Chapter 150. Returned a Fake. Ava had discovered Stella's connection with her first love shortly after marrying Adrian. She'd made plans to go shopping with Autumn and the others. After dinner, while paying the bill, she saw a couple enter through the door. The woman was Stella, and the man beside her had a slight limp in his left leg. Still, dressed in a suit, he looked refined and scholarly enough. But he truly couldn't compare to Edward Pierce. Though Edward had mental issues and was somewhat of a super male, his looks were undeniable. Though Stella was beautiful, standing next to Edward, she'd still be overshadowed. Adrian's appearance had completely inherited Edward's good features. Later, she'd had someone investigate and learned he was Stella's first love. Stella's first love was married with a wife and 2 children, a son and daughter. Both Stella's first love and his wife came from ordinary families. His eldest son had attended ordinary public schools for kindergarten and elementary school. In middle school, he'd enrolled in a famous private school in New Harbor known for its faculty. The tuition was very expensive, over $1 million per student annually. Not something an ordinary family could afford. She'd checked Stella's bank transactions and found that since Adrian started working, she'd been transferring money to the same account. And that money all came from Adrian's account to Stella's card. Now Stella's first love's son had graduated from a famous foreign university and returned home, currently working at Pierce Group. Stella's first love's daughter was still studying abroad. She'd checked Stella's call records. She frequently called her first love's children and often bought them things, so she could love people after all. Just not the biological son who'd crawled out of her own belly. Ava turned and entered the hospital room. "You heard?" Ava looked at Adrian, now awake in the hospital bed. He looked rather listless overall. Adrian pulled his lips into a smile. "I know." Ava wasn't surprised by this. Adrian was so smart. When Stella asked him for money, he would naturally investigate where that money went. Ava sat back down by the bed, holding Adrian's hand without a word, just sitting there quietly. Adrian wasn't as indifferent towards Stella as he appeared. Perhaps because he'd never received his parents' love, he yearned for it even more. No matter how many times he was disappointed, he still held onto a thread of hope. "Luke won't let you see your daughter?" Ava pulled her coat tighter, holding her hot coffee as she listened to Jujun talk about the divorce. Luke kept refusing the divorce. After Jujun filed for divorce, he simply wouldn't let her see their daughter anymore, saying that if she insisted on divorcing, he'd have his mother take the child back to their hometown so she'd never see her daughter again. Jujun's daughter was still nursing. Custody would definitely go to the mother in a divorce. But even if the judgment came down, if Luke hid the daughter and didn't give her to Jushun, there wasn't much she could do. Getting your daughter back is simple. How? Ava took a small sip of coffee and smiled. Take her back. Take her back? Jujun was stunned. He was immoral first. You don't need to be so principled either. Thinking about it, Jujun found this quite reasonable. Luke was banking on her love for their daughter, trying to use her to force compliance, but this time was different. She couldn't tolerate cheating even a little bit. I might need your help again this time. Jushun looked at Ava. Ava smiled. Of course, no problem, but I can't leave the hospital. I'll have my husband's assistant help you. I'll give him your contact information later. He'll reach out to you. Is your husband doing better? He woke up the day before yesterday, still under observation, but the doctor says if he can wake up, there's generally nothing seriously wrong. Just very clingy. She'd been back for 2 days and hadn't left the hospital once. Her phone in her pocket rang. Ava took it out. Sure enough, it was a message from Adrian, urging her to come back. He's rushing me again. I'll go first. Be careful going home. Jujun nodded, smiling as she watched Ava walk away. She felt that when Ava mentioned Adrian now, her tone was different from before. Before, it had been very flat, but now there was a hint of helplessness. But thinking about it, it made sense. After walking through death's door, one would see some things clearly. She was just slower. When giving birth to her daughter, she'd also walked through death's door, yet she'd still allowed herself to muddle through in confusion. Adrian, why are you awake again? Ava narrowed her eyes. She deliberately coaxed Adrian to sleep before going out to meet Jushun, but the moment she reached the hospital entrance, Adrian had sent a message. She had reason to suspect he'd been pretending to sleep. I can't sleep when you're not here. Adrian took Ava's hand, gently caressing her fingertips. Didn't you say you'd stay with me? Where did you go? Jujun came to see me. I just said a few words to her at the hospital entrance. What did she want? Divorce. Adrian pulled Ava over in one motion. The Pierce family doesn't do divorce, only widowhood. Ava suddenly tumbled into Adrian's embrace. The necklace hidden under her sweater inadvertently fell out. She quickly reached up to cover it, but no matter how fast she moved, it wasn't faster than Adrian's eyes. Ava, let go. Adrian tapped Ava's hand with his knuckle. Ava's scalp tightened. Ultimately, she still let go. The ruby pendant fell straight into Adrian's view. He picked up the pendant and examined it, then narrowed his eyes. Where did you buy that necklace you returned to me? Ava put on an ingratiating smile. That one wasn't cheap either. It had cost her tens of thousands, a high-quality fake. She'd guessed Adrian wouldn't look at it carefully, so she'd returned a fake to him. The ruby around her neck had cost Adrian hundreds of millions at auction, which he'd then made into a necklace for her. He'd proposed to her with this necklace because she'd said proposing with a ring was too cliché. She'd naturally accepted his proposal then, so when they broke up, she'd returned the necklace. But she really loved this ruby necklace too much. Money couldn't buy it. She'd ultimately spent tens of thousands to have someone make a high-quality replica and mailed it to Adrian. Adrian, I've already married you. This necklace belongs to me anyway, right? I just took it early and possessed it for a few extra years. Ava grinned and kissed Adrian's cheek. Seeing Adrian remain silent, she decided to take the offensive. Where's the necklace I sent you? Don't tell me you gave it to Grace. Ava blinked, her clear eyes reflecting innocence tinged with mischief. Oh, so you're not saying anything. You must have given it to Grace. With that, Ava made to get up, looking indignant as if to storm out. A gentle smile floated into Adrian's eyes, spreading along the corners to fill his entire face. Do I have such poor judgment? You tried to fool me with something worth tens of thousands. Oh no, he'd discovered it long ago. Damn, Adrian. His mouth was really tight. I didn't want to give it back to you because I didn't want you to marry anyone else. Ava hugged Adrian, burying her face in his chest. Adrian, why didn't you come see me even once when I was studying abroad? Did you hate me back then? Ava tactfully probed Adrian, waiting for him to confess. What she finally got was, quite hateful. This made Ava bite Adrian's neck in frustration. Hateful, yet he stalked her every day. Pervert, big pervert. Chapter 151. Nothing but youth. Half a month after returning to the country, Ava was finally discharged from the hospital. Tonight, she was going to her grandfather's house for dinner. Her youngest uncle had also returned. His family hadn't come to grandfather's birthday banquet last time. Her youngest uncle's relationship with her grandparents was very strained. It was only after her mother went to find him that he agreed to bring his wife and daughter back for dinner. After showering at home, Ava looked at herself in the mirror, planning to go out for a beauty treatment. Recently, taking care of Adrian in the hospital had exhausted her to the point of developing dark circles. After her facial, Ava was curling her hair and picking out clothes. Her hand had just touched a light green coat when someone snatched it away first. An old woman still wearing such bright colors. A young, immature voice reached Ava's ears. She turned with a smile. Miss Hayes and I seem to have remarkably similar taste. Ava deliberately emphasized the word taste. However, Ian was completely out of the picture for me 2 years ago. If Miss Hayes wants to pursue him, go ahead and pursue him properly. Don't come looking for validation in front of me. Otherwise, Ava curved her lips. I'll make sure Ian never accepts you. Just because you say he won't doesn't mean he won't. Charlotte was so angry at Ava's smiling face that she stamped her foot. You're already married, and you're so old. Ian will stop liking you very soon. Miss Hayes, when someone repeatedly emphasizes how young they are, it means youth is all they have. Ava sighed helplessly. What a pity. Ian likes older women. You have no chance. Why don't you try changing your birth year on your ID to make yourself a few years older? Ava kindly offered the suggestion. Charlotte grew anxious. You're the one with nothing going for you. Ian's just been blinded by you. In a few years, he won't like old women like you anymore. Charlotte huffed. What man didn't like young girls? It was only because Ian was still young that he'd been deceived by a manipulator like Ava. Miss Hayes, I think I need to remind you, I'm 25. 25 is young. Ava's pink lips parted to reveal white teeth, her smile radiant. Ian wasn't wrong at all. The Hayes family's upbringing really does need improvement. I see you're quite fond of mentioning Ian. I just sent him a message. He should be here soon. You two can chat. Don't thank me too much. Ava made a waving gesture at Charlotte, then continued looking at clothes. She'd seen plenty of young girls like Charlotte, overestimating themselves while being self-righteous. When she was dating, girls like this had come to provoke her too, but it was useless. Forget whether she bought into it. None of her ex-boyfriends did either. After all, they'd already tasted premium manipulation. When faced with amateur attempts, their palates had become refined. They couldn't stomach it. Ava picked out an outfit and was about to enter the fitting room when she looked up and saw Stella Hale. She politely greeted Stella. Though her attitude seemed no different from before, it had lost its former intimacy, carrying a faint distance. Ava, have you recovered? Stella asked. When Ava had been hospitalized, she'd wanted to visit. That one time she went, her second brother said Ava probably didn't want to see her. Later, guards had been stationed outside Ava's room, so she'd never been able to visit. Pretty well? Stella, how about this one? A clear, charming voice interrupted them. Ava looked toward the sound and met a radiant, smiling face. Your friend? Rachel Song put her arm around Stella's shoulder, then looked at Ava in surprise. Are you Ava Hart? You're so much prettier in person than on TV. Rachel's eyes lit up as she looked at Ava. Ava smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Rachel before turning to enter the fitting room. Such an enthusiastic, outgoing personality was too similar to the Hale family. It wasn't surprising she was Stella's friend. Stella, she's so beautiful in person. I've only seen her on TV before. Rachel shook Stella's shoulder, extremely excited. Stella thought to herself, how could she not be beautiful? If she weren't beautiful, she couldn't have become the white moonlight in every young master's heart in New Harbor. If she weren't beautiful, her second brother wouldn't have fallen so deeply. Though saying this made her brother seem shallow, with love at first sight, wasn't it the face you fell for initially? Let's hurry. My parents and yours should already be at the restaurant. They'll scold us for dragging our feet again. Rachel nodded. Ava ultimately chose a white wool coat. When she came out after changing, Ian had already arrived. He stood before Charlotte, his face colored with anger. A smile deepened in Ava's eyes. She walked toward them, and by the time she stopped beside them, she'd already put on a concerned expression. "Ian, Miss Hayes is a girl. Don't be so harsh with her." "Shut up!" Charlotte glared fiercely at Ava with reddened eyes. This was all her fault. She'd never been so wronged in her life. The few times she had been wronged were all because of Ava. "Charlotte, Ava means well. Don't push your luck." Ian's patience had run out. Because the Hayes and Reed families were old friends, and his sister was close with Isabella and especially liked bringing Charlotte along, whenever his attitude towards Charlotte was bad, his sister would scold him when he got home. He'd put up with it many times already. But Charlotte didn't seem to know how to write the words, know when to stop. She kept testing his limits again and again. "Ian, don't argue in the store. There are lots of people here. It's not good for Miss Hayes' reputation." Ava seemed to be persuading Ian not to argue, but was actually getting him to take the person outside to argue. She wanted to quietly get her hair done. "Come outside with me." Ian understood what Ava meant. He shot Charlotte a cold look, then turned and walked out. Charlotte huffed at Ava. "I'm leaving with Ian. You can keep trying on clothes by yourself." Her words were full of a young girl's pride. Ava raised an eyebrow. She wondered if Charlotte would still be able to smile later. Ian walked outside and stopped under a tree by the road. Arms crossed, he looked coldly at Charlotte approaching. Charlotte smiled. "Ian, have you had dinner? Let's go eat together." "Charlotte, I'm saying this one more time. I have no intention of dating, much less getting married. If you keep bothering Ava, don't blame me for disregarding our family's relationship." Ian's tone was heavy. Behind him was the endless flow of traffic. For the first time, Charlotte realized Ian's face wasn't just rebellious. He could be this cold, too, just because she'd said a few words about his ex-girlfriend. "What do you even like about her? She's already married. Are you planning to never date for the rest of your life?" Charlotte bit her lip. Ava was just a bit prettier and better at pretending, that's all. Why was Ian so stubborn? At the very least, she wouldn't casually slander others like you do. "Charlotte, you really have no manners." A faint sound came from Ian's nose. "It seems that during these years abroad, you really didn't learn proper etiquette. Since you've come back to study, learn it well. If you still can't learn, go back where you came from." His words carried a faint warning. Chapter 152. The Truth. "This is Lily, your youngest uncle's daughter. She's a junior at New Harbor University." Mrs. Mann took Ava's hand, had her sit down beside her, then introduced the granddaughter sitting on her other side. It was the first time seeing her granddaughter after all these years of growing up. Her personality was a bit shy. "Hello, little sister." As Ava spoke, she pulled out a blue velvet box from her bag. "When Grandpa and Grandma said you were coming, I didn't know what you'd like, so I just bought you something. If you don't like it, I'll take you shopping next time." Lily Mann had been in a daze since arriving at the Mann residence. Yesterday, her mother said she was bringing her to Grandpa and Grandma's for dinner. All these years, she'd never heard her parents mention grandparents. She'd always thought her father was an orphan. Today, when the car stopped outside the Mann family villa, she thought her father had taken a wrong turn. But her father said they were at the right place. This was Grandpa and Grandma's house. Yesterday, she'd been agonizing over whether a phone costing $8,000 was too expensive. Today, her father told her she was a granddaughter of a wealthy family. The contrast was enough to shock her for days. She dazedly accepted the gift from the cousin she'd only seen on her phone before. Opening it, her eyes nearly popped out. She'd seen a female celebrity she liked wearing this bracelet before. If she remembered correctly, it should be 7 figures or more, right? Their house wasn't even this expensive. Lily immediately wanted to return it, but Mrs. Mann pressed down on her hand. "Your sister gave it to you. Just accept it." She felt a bit heartbroken watching. Her youngest son had a stubborn temper. When he said he was cutting ties, he meant it. All these years, he hadn't come back even once. Looking at her granddaughter's clothes, she didn't know how much hardship they'd endured outside over the years. "Your brother went to pick up your sister-in-law. They'll be here soon. Once they arrive, we can start dinner." Looking at the people sitting in the living room, Lily felt a bit anxious, like she'd accidentally entered the lives of the wealthy. Not like it was exactly that. Ava sensed Lily's nervousness and asked with a smile if she'd like to walk in the back garden. Lily thought about the cold weather outside, then looked at the room full of people and ultimately said yes. Outside the villa, the back garden had a giant glass house with everything one could need inside. It was completely like another living room. Grandma's family is quite large. Come a few more times and you'll get used to it, Ava said gently. Grandfather had 2 younger brothers. The 3 brothers had stayed very close over the years. Her 2 granduncles each had 3 children, truly a large family. Ava had somewhat different feelings toward this youngest uncle she hadn't seen in years. She admired his determination to do what he wanted, regardless of everything else. Moreover, it was this youngest uncle who had saved her back then. That's why she'd given Lily a more valuable gift. Previously, when meeting her grandfather's and granduncle's cousins, she'd only given 6-figure gifts. She'd had Ms. Ray help her choose those. Only Lily's gift had she personally selected. Ava and Lily sat in the glass house for a while and quickly became familiar with each other. Soon, someone came to call them for dinner. Ava walked into the living room arm in arm with Lily. When she saw the woman beside her cousin, she paused slightly. She couldn't help but marvel at how small the world was. "Sister-in-law," Julia Fields called out softly, then suddenly realized her brother and Ava had broken up years ago. Vincent Mann looked at his girlfriend in confusion. "What did you say?" Julia shook her head. She looked toward Ava and asked, "Who is that?" "She's my aunt's daughter, my cousin. My aunt had some conflict with Grandpa and Grandma before, so she hasn't come back much. Last time at Grandma's birthday banquet, Julia had been abroad with business and couldn't make it back, so she'd never met his aunt and cousin." "Your cousin?" Julia thought to herself. What a coincidence. She used to call Ava sister-in-law. 5 years later, she'd become Ava's cousin-in-law. "Does your cousin have a boyfriend?" Julia asked, pretending to gossip. Ever since her brother was dumped by Ava, he'd been in that miserable state, not letting even a female mosquito get close. Her? She's already married to that Mr. Pierce. Julia was shocked. Well, now her brother could finally give up completely. After dinner, Ava didn't stay long, only sitting for a while before leaving. She just walked out the main gate when Julia followed right behind. "Ava, you should just call me by my name." Ava smiled. Julia was her cousin's girlfriend. The two planned to marry next year, and she'd have to call Julia sister-in-law too. "It's a bit hard to get used to." Julia shrugged. "You're not staying a bit longer?" It wasn't even dark yet. She'd wanted to chat with Ava for a while, but hadn't expected her to leave so early. "My husband hasn't eaten at the hospital yet. I'm bringing him food." Ava pointed at the thermos in her hand, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. Adrian had practically become a little princess. She wouldn't go back unless she went back, and he wouldn't eat until she did. He kept threatening her with his health, absolutely spoiled rotten. Julia shook her head internally. She'd originally wanted to get in line for her brother, but seeing how in love they were, she couldn't say such things. "You'd better go then." After saying goodbye to Julia, Ava got in the car. Her condition really wasn't great lately. Dealing with the entire Mann family was truly draining. However, because she'd married Adrian, they were all very polite to her. Even the matter of her mother cutting ties with her grandparents to marry her father, no one dared mention it. "Miss, the master came to the villa looking for you?" As the car merged into the main road, Mr. Quinn in the front seat suddenly spoke. "What did he come for? To ask me for shares?" Ava leaned against the seat back, quietly looking out the window. She'd originally wanted to go to Heart Group to show off and give her father and Monica some entertainment, but then this whole mess happened. The master looked quite haggard. He probably just wanted to see you. She didn't want to see him. Ava suddenly remembered something she'd inadvertently learned recently. Her eyes brightened. "Mr. Quinn, if he comes again next time, help me tell him something." "What?" Mr. Quinn was a bit surprised. He thought the young miss wasn't planning to acknowledge the master anymore. Just tell him to ask himself why the person who took care of him for 2 days and nights back then was Grace's mother. Yet he woke up in my mother's apartment. Did Grace's mother have the ability to call Dr. White to treat him at home? Mr. Quinn didn't quite understand what Ava meant. However, after dropping Ava off and returning, he saw Philip Hart. He repeated what Ava had said to Philip, whose expression immediately changed upon hearing it. Philip couldn't help but recall what Monica had asked him on the day of their divorce. After he told her about this incident, Monica had shown an expression of relief. He hadn't understood then, but now he completely understood. She'd been completely disappointed in him, thought the reason he'd fallen for Evelyn was a joke. Before this incident, his relationship with Monica had been quite ambiguous. They'd only needed to break through that thin barrier. But because of this incident, he'd transferred his affections. Yet in the end, the person who'd taken care of him wasn't Evelyn at all. From beginning to end, it had been Monica. Under the streetlight, Philip's face was deathly pale, as if he'd aged 10 years in an instant. Chapter 153. Romance. Outside the hospital room, a woman in a dark blue coat was peering inside. Ava curved her lips and stopped one step away from Grace. "Grace, are you here to see Adrian?" She held a thermos in both hands, smiling at Grace. Grace's cheeks flushed with heat as shame washed over her. "Adrian should be awake right now. Why aren't you going in?" Ava asked with feigned confusion. Grace's mouth hung slightly open, momentarily speechless. A gleam of mischief flashed in Ava's eyes. She walked to Grace's side and very considerately pushed her inside. "Adrian, Grace came to see you." Ava gripped Grace's arm, looking radiantly at Adrian propped up in the hospital bed. The joy in Adrian's brow faded when he saw Grace. He glanced at Ava. Helplessness flashed briefly in his eyes. "Why did you come?" Adrian's tone was flat, tinged with coldness. The heavy stone in Grace's heart finally settled when she saw Adrian was fine, but looking at his cold demeanor, she couldn't help feeling sad. "Ava thought I came to see you and pushed me in." Grace pressed her lips together. Her cool voice held no emotion. Ava was taken aback hearing this. Grace had grown. Ava walked to the bedside with a smile, placing the thermos on the nightstand. "Adrian, Grace came specially to see you. Don't be so cold. You'll make her sad." "I won't be sad." Grace wanted to turn and leave, but her feet seemed nailed to the floor. She watched Ava pour soup from the thermos into a bowl, then coax Adrian to drink it. The faint scent of medicinal herbs mixed with chicken soup wafted through the room. Adrian clearly disliked the taste, his brow furrowing into a straight line as he swallowed. But whenever Ava pouted, Adrian would endure his distaste and continue drinking. Grace felt her presence today was an absolute joke. She told herself countless times in her mind. They were over. Adrian was married. She didn't know why she'd still come to the hospital today. Right now, her heart felt like a huge lemon, smashed open, crushed, the sourness spreading through her entire being. Grace suppressed the sting in her eyes and rushed out the door. "Grace, why are you leaving?" Ava's insincere voice came from behind. Grace only wanted to escape this place. She slammed the door heavily and walked toward the hospital exit. Walking too hastily without watching where she was going, she was knocked directly to the ground. Sorry. Are you all right?" Grace looked up, scalding tears sliding from her eyes. Through her tear-filled vision, she couldn't see the person's face clearly. She could only see those beautiful blue eyes like gemstones. "Adrian, why do you think Grace just left?" Ava sighed with a hint of regret. She hadn't even deployed her full arsenal yet. How boring that she'd left. "I'm not a worm in her stomach. How would I know?" Adrian frowned as he drank the chicken soup Ava fed him. "Adrian, your charm is too great. Even though you're married, Grace still can't forget you." Ava grinned sarcastically. "What a pity." Adrian hooked Ava's hand. "My charm is only displayed for you. Too bad Adrian can only lie in bed right now and can't exert your charm on me." Ava lifted her chin defiantly. Her gaze swept over Adrian. "I can't, but you can." Adrian scratched Ava's palm, like a feather, lightly brushing by. An itch rose in Ava's chest. "What if I break you?" Ava blinked, her tone utterly innocent, but her eyes held thick provocation. "Try it and find out." Ava placed the bowl back on the nightstand. Eagerness flickered in her eyes. She'd never bullied a patient before. It was indeed quite novel. Ava smiled and cupped Adrian's face, kissing him. "Adrian, do you remember when we used to play house? You always liked playing the doctor, and I was always the patient." Adrian's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice taking on a hoarse quality. I remember," Ava said playfully. "Today it's my turn to be the doctor and give Adrian his injection." The day Adrian was discharged coincided with New Year's Eve. Ava and Adrian stopped by the orphanage to pick up Lily. She'd spoken with the director. Lily would stay at her place for the next few days over the holiday. After the new year, she'd send her back. When they arrived home, Ms. Lynn and Mrs. Quinn had already prepared the meal, just waiting for them to return before eating. The moment the door opened, a cat and dog came rushing over. Not having seen Ava in a long time, Seven kept whimpering at her feet, as if suffering tremendous grievance. Ava petted Seven's head before going to change her shoes. "Dumpling, come here." After changing her shoes, Lily called Dumpling inside as she walked in. It wasn't that she didn't want to call Seven. That dog was biased, ignoring everyone else and only listening to Ava. "Why is your dog so clingy?" Adrian bent down, resting his chin on Ava's shoulder from behind. "My charm is too great." Ava nodded seriously. She thought to herself, Seven probably took after his father, Owen. After breaking up with Owen, her subsequent boyfriends were never liked by Seven. Even when they tried to please him, Seven remained completely aloof in their presence, only clinging to her. Now it was the same with Adrian. Though he'd lived here for so long, every time he saw Adrian, he'd raise his chin arrogantly. Very haughty. "Who gave him to you?" Adrian said flatly. Ava's heart skipped a beat. Did Adrian know that Owen had given her the dog? "A friend?" Ava tried to brush it off casually, but Adrian insisted on asking which friend. How could she dare say? He'd just been discharged. The doctor said he shouldn't receive major shocks and needed proper rest for a while. "A friend from when I was abroad. You don't know them." "Your sister's boyfriend?" "Cough, cough, cough." Ava choked on her saliva and coughed violently. Adrian's large hand gently patted her back. "What's the rush? I'm not going to eat you." Ava thought to herself, You will, you absolutely will. Last time at the hospital, once that gate opened, it had hardly stopped since. Later, she'd started to wonder whether the patient was actually Adrian or herself. "Let's go eat." Ava pulled down Adrian's hand from her back, instead holding it in hers, leading him toward the living room. "Mrs. Quinn, I told you they definitely went to secretly hold hands." Seeing the two walk in hand, Lily leaned close to Mrs. Quinn, whispering in her ear. On the way back, she'd sat between them. Uncle Pierce had wanted to hold hands, but Aunt Ava wouldn't let him. So after arriving home, she'd very tactfully entered the living room first. Chapter Wonder 54. Concern. After lunch, Ava received a message from Ms. Ray. There was a local TV station performance tomorrow night. She needed to go back to rehearse. She picked up the clothes Adrian had thrown on the floor and put them on. The person beside her was still sleeping. Seeing how soundly Adrian slept really annoyed her. Before getting out of bed, she deliberately kicked Adrian's shin. Adrian woke with a start. "Where are you going?" He grabbed Ava standing by the bed. His usually cold voice had become somewhat clingy. "Going back to the dance company. There's a company dinner tonight, so I might be back late. Remember to pick me up." Adrian gently rubbed Ava's slender fingers, the corners of his eyes carrying a smile. "It's too cold. I don't want to go out." Ava snorted softly and pulled her hand away. She said reproachfully, "Then be careful someone else doesn't pick me up instead." After changing clothes and finishing her makeup, Ava came out to find Adrian already fully dressed. "I'll take you." Ava raised an eyebrow. "Not afraid of the cold anymore?" "The bed is colder." As Adrian spoke, he made a gesture of being frozen. Ava laughed at him. She stepped forward and took his arm. "Then I'll have to trouble you, Adrian." The two went downstairs together. In the living room, Lily was playing with Tommy, while the cat and dog lay to one side. Right after they'd finished eating earlier, Justin had stopped by, dropped Tommy off, and left. He said Tommy missed Ava and came specially to see her. It left Ava completely baffled. She'd only played with Tommy and Lily for a while before Adrian dragged her away. "Lily, Tommy, we're going out for a bit. If you get hungry, tell Ms. Lynn, or you can tell Mr. and Mrs. Quinn." The two children were absorbed in their play. Without looking up, they simply responded with a quick, "Okay." When Ava reached the dance studio, it was noisy inside with a group of people gathered together. Chattering voices kept coming through. "What's going on?" Ava walked into the studio. Hearing her voice, the crowd automatically parted. Someone sat on the floor, brow furrowed, expression tinged with pain. Ava asked with concern what had happened. The person sitting on the floor was a veteran member of the company. She'd been with the company for many years. The company had seen many people come and go, but she'd always stayed. She was generally quite respected. "Sophie, did you hurt your foot?" Ava's gaze fell on Sophie Reynolds' ankle. Sophie had an old injury in her foot. She'd even had surgery abroad before to continue dancing. "I'm fine." Sophie stood up despite the pain. The girls around her looked extremely worried. They urged Sophie to go to the hospital, but Sophie refused, saying there was a performance tomorrow and she couldn't delay rehearsal. "Sophie, go to the hospital." Ava used a declarative sentence. Looking at the cold sweat on Sophie's forehead, she felt a wave of helplessness. Sophie was too stubborn. Originally, Ava hadn't wanted Sophie in this performance because of her foot. She was afraid something might go wrong. Tomorrow's performance was being broadcast live. If there were mistakes, it wouldn't just be irresponsible to the audience in the theater and watching on TV. It would have a huge impact on the company as well. But Sophie was a veteran member. She insisted on performing, and ultimately Ava could only agree. "Director, I really can." A stubborn light flashed in Sophie's eyes. "You all continue rehearsing. I'm taking her to the hospital." Ava ignored Sophie's stubbornness. In Sophie's condition, she probably couldn't perform tomorrow. Ava felt somewhat irritated. During the New Year period, everyone without a performance had gone home. At this critical moment, where would she find a replacement? "Director, You can't dance at all in your current state. If you stay here, you'll only disrupt rehearsal." A hint of authority entered Ava's sweet, soft voice. Hearing this, Sophie said nothing more. Her foot. Ava supported Sophie as they walked out. Adrian's car was still parked outside. She tapped on the window. The window rolled down. Joy colored Adrian's brow. "You're done already? Get out. I need to go to the hospital." Ava wasn't in the best mood right now, so her tone with Adrian wasn't particularly good either. After all, Adrian knew what kind of person she was. It was fine to slack off occasionally. Adrian followed Ava's gaze to see the person she was supporting. He pushed open the car door and got out, then got into the passenger seat. The driver wasn't surprised by this. Previously, the missus had directly kicked the master out of the car and made him take a taxi home. This time, she was only making him sit in the passenger seat. Much better treatment than before. Though it was just a brief glimpse, Sophie still clearly saw Adrian's face. She was extremely surprised. She knew Ava's family seemed quite wealthy, but she hadn't expected her husband to be Adrian Pierce, the richest man in New Harbor. Adrian often appeared on various financial magazine covers. It was hard not to recognize him. To be able to marry Adrian, Ava's family was probably no simple matter. At least, not just some moderately wealthy nouveau riche, probably much wealthier than she'd imagined. The car drove all the way to the hospital. Since Adrian was following along, Ava simply sent him to find Dr. Foster to fast-track things. The test results came out quickly. "Ms. Reynolds, your foot injury is very serious. I recommend you be hospitalized for treatment as soon as possible." Could I wait until the day after tomorrow? Just postponing 2 days? She thought it should be fine. If for personal reasons, you must postpone until the day after tomorrow, that's possible. But you can't do strenuous exercise these 2 days. Don't put too much pressure on your foot. Sophie's heart sank heavily. She bit her lip. "Doctor, could you give me a cortisone injection? I have a performance tomorrow." "Nonsense." The doctor's expression became serious. "Looking at the condition of your foot, this isn't your first cortisone injection, is it? Your previous doctor should have told you, one more injection and your foot might be ruined." Forget dancing. Even normal walking will be a problem in the future. Ava stood in the doorway without speaking. Of course, she didn't agree with Sophie getting a cortisone injection, but this was the company's first time on television in all these years, and during the New Year holiday at that. It was completely normal for Sophie not to want to give up this opportunity. People in the arts, perhaps they all had a bit of a screw loose. If she were facing Sophie's situation today, she might make the same request to the doctor. Whether something was worth it, only the person involved could know. Is there anything wrong with your foot? Adrian lowered his head, his gaze falling on Ava's face. Ava shook her head. Dancers all had injuries to some degree, but she had money and spent a lot on medical care every year, just to ensure her body stayed absolutely healthy. After all, she still wanted to stay on stage for a few more years. "Adrian, are you worried about me?" Ava hugged Adrian's arm and looked up at him. Actually, Adrian didn't like her dancing for others to watch. When she'd chosen to take the arts route before, Adrian hadn't been happy. She'd acted cute for a long time before Adrian reluctantly agreed. Chapter 155. Picking her up after work. Sophie ultimately decided to get the cortisone injection. Ava had her stay in the hospital overnight and said she'd pick her up tomorrow. Ava returned to the dance company. After rehearsal ended, she told the company members to go home early and rest. Ava sat in the dance studio. Even if Sophie could perform tomorrow, she wouldn't be able to perform again in the future. A shadow fell over her, enveloping Ava. She looked up and back to see Adrian standing behind her, hands in his pockets. "Get up!" Adrian extended his hand to her. Only then did Ava feel the cold. She grasped Adrian's hand and stood up, softly falling into his embrace. "I haven't even texted you yet. Why did you come early?" Adrian opened his coat and wrapped Ava inside. The cold instantly retreated from Ava's body, replaced by warmth. Her teeth chattered slightly as she hugged Adrian's waist, absorbing his body heat. After a long moment with no response from Adrian, Ava looked up from his chest. "You didn't go back?" Adrian averted his gaze. Ava understood. "Wait for me a moment. I'll go change." Ava stood on tiptoe and kissed Adrian's cheek, then picked up the coat beside her and put it on. After changing, Adrian was waiting for her outside. Ava took his arm and said with a charming smile, "Adrian, are you planning to watch me from morning till night?" "Can't I?" Adrian tilted his head slightly, his voice low and magnetic. His tone was completely matter-of-fact. Ava suddenly remembered when she'd been with Wesley. Even during their honeymoon phase, Wesley hadn't been this clingy, though they'd seen each other frequently. Because Wesley's life included family, friends, love was only one part, not his entirety. His love had measure and restraint. He gave his partner enough trust and space. It was actually quite nice, just not what she wanted. "Of course you can. I want to see you every moment too." The corners of Ava's eyes lifted. She couldn't distinguish how much truth was in those words herself. She only knew that Adrian's behavior gave her an inexplicable sense of security. If you liked someone, naturally you'd want to see them constantly, want to know what they were doing. She was so considerate. How could she not satisfy Adrian? "Adrian, the doctor can make it to New Harbor tomorrow, right?" "How do you plan to thank me?" Ava pouted. So petty, always asking for thanks whenever she had him do something. One day she'd drain him dry. "Isn't spending New Year's with you the best thanks?" Ava tilted her head, eyes curved with a smile. She and Adrian hadn't spent the holiday together in a long time. Ever since meeting Adrian, every New Year's Eve and spring festival she'd spent at Rosewater Lane with him, just the two of them. Adrian didn't like others disturbing them. During the holidays, the chef only came to cook, then left after finishing. Similarly, the servants came at fixed times to clean. This year, Mr. and Mrs. Quinn and Lily had all come, much livelier than usual. Ava couldn't help thinking about those years she'd been gone. How had Adrian spent them? "Adrian, let's walk for a bit. I don't want to go home so soon." Ava's hand in Adrian's coat pocket hooked his pinky. Adrian nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. Ava grumbled internally. Adrian should just change his name to Adrian the Mute. The trees lining both sides of the street were wrapped in strings of lights. Though it was New Year's Eve, the shops along the street were still lit and open for business. Many pedestrians came and went. Ava hadn't walked down a street like this in a long time. She basically had cars picking her up and dropping her off. When shopping with Autumn and the others, they'd get out of the car and go straight into stores, waiting for sales staff to bring them the latest season's clothes and jewelry. So lively. Ava sighed. A fragrant aroma drifted into Ava's nose on the cold wind. She stopped and looked to the left. Street barbecue! Ava touched her stomach. No way! Too sinful. She'd gain weight. And it wasn't hygienic. 30 minutes later, Ava looked at the fragrant beef skewer in her hand. She bit into it with tears in her eyes. So delicious she wanted to cry. "Adrian, if I gain weight, it's all your fault." She'd said she wouldn't eat, but Adrian insisted he wanted some. After buying it, he gave it all to her to eat. He was so cunning. Afraid of gaining weight himself, he didn't stop her when she ate. He even passed his portion to her. Ava ground her teeth audibly. As long as she chewed the meat finely enough, she definitely wouldn't gain weight. Just once won't make you fat. Amusement touched the corners of Adrian's eyes as he took the empty skewer from Ava's hand and passed her another one. The two sat at a small table the owner had set up on the street. The owner had simply erected a canopy over the few tables placed there to block the wind. Ava and Adrian's outstanding looks drew frequent glances even in their simply styled clothes. Before long, the owner's few tables were full. Ava didn't notice. It smelled too good. In the past, when she was abroad, she and Jushan would occasionally indulge with guilty pleasure in heavy, oily food like this in Chinatown. But the foreign versions couldn't compare to even 1% of the domestic ones. She promised this would be the last time this year. After today, she would definitely reform and start fresh. Go pay the bill. I'm done eating. Looking at the beer at the next table, Ava only craved it for 3 seconds before immediately dismissing the thought. If she drank more, she'd only eat more. She pushed Adrian to go pay. As Adrian stood, her gaze drifted outside. An orange sports car entered her view. A tall man walked around the front of the car and opened the passenger door. The person who got out was her long unseen dear sister. Let's go. After paying, Adrian returned and lightly patted Ava's shoulder. Ava smiled and took Adrian's hand as she stood. Adrian, let's go see a movie. There's a new release at midnight. Ava withdrew her gaze, no longer investigating what relationship Grace had with that man. It was a good day. She didn't want Grace affecting her mood. What do you want to see? An adult film. Ava, speak properly. Adrian glanced at Ava, his tone somewhat helpless. Ava leaned close to Adrian's face, mischief sparkling in her eyes. You didn't have this attitude when you were looking for materials to study, Adrian. Enough, shut up. Adrian covered Ava's mouth, the tips of his ears tinged with a faint red. Ava found Adrian's reaction absolutely delightful. Back then, neither she nor Adrian had experience. Their sizes didn't quite match. Those first couple of times, she'd been in so much pain, she broke out in cold sweat. For a long time after that, Adrian hadn't touched her. She'd even worried whether she'd made Adrian uncomfortable, whether he'd lost interest in her. During that period, she'd wondered if she should find some materials to study properly. One day, she'd gone looking for Adrian. Not finding him in the bedroom, she went to the study. Outside the door, she heard indescribable sounds. Her face went white in an instant. She thought Adrian had found another woman. Ava hesitated for a long time. She quietly pushed the study door open a crack. She gathered her courage and looked inside. What she saw was Adrian sitting properly dressed in front of the computer, his brow furrowed into a straight line, staring intently at the screen, as if researching some problem of the century. Ava couldn't help laughing out loud. Seeing her, panic immediately crawled across Adrian's face. He frantically tried to close it. The more anxious a person is, the worse they perform. By the time Ava walked to Adrian's side and sat on his lap, he still hadn't successfully closed the video. That afternoon, Ava personally inspected Adrian's study results in the study. She gave him 200 points. Chapter 156. Jealousy. The movie theater was crowded everywhere. After picking up the tickets, Ava turned around but didn't see Adrian. Instead, she saw Mandy Cooper and Ryan Jong. Ava, you're here to see a movie too. A hint of surprise colored Mandy's voice. Ava appearing at a movie theater wasn't strange, but her appearing alone was… Did you come by yourself? Mandy's gaze swept over the 2 movie tickets in Ava's hand. Who was so clueless as to make Ava pick up the tickets? Ava's pure face revealed a sweet smile. I came with my husband. He's buying stuff. Only when Mandy greeted her did she notice Adrian at the counter in the distance buying cola and popcorn. He must have it out for her. This was basically a calorie bomb. Mandy and Ryan followed Ava's line of sight. Adrian held cola in his left hand, popcorn in his right. Truly unbelievable to actually see Adrian here, especially Mandy. She hadn't known Ava and Adrian had dated before. When she'd returned to the country, she'd only known that Grace had been pursuing Adrian. After Adrian and Grace started dating, she'd encountered them together at banquets several times. Adrian with Grace had been no different from his usual self. Yet Ava and Adrian's marriage was supposed to be an arrangement. So why did things seem different? When Adrian walked over, Ava took his arm and introduced Mandy. The two exchanged polite greetings. As Adrian withdrew his gaze, he cast a cool glance at Ryan. The latter felt a chill run down his neck. Ryan smiled ingratiatingly and greeted Adrian. Just because he'd once given Ava flowers and Adrian had caught him, how many years ago was that? Yet Adrian's hostility toward him hadn't diminished one bit. "Let's go. We should get going too. Our movie's about to start. Bye, Mandy." Ava waved at Mandy. Mandy smiled in response. She turned to look at Ryan, puzzled. "Why do I feel like Mr. Pierce has such hostility toward you? Like he wanted to devour him?" Ryan laughed dryly twice, refusing to answer the question. Everyone knew he used to like Ava. Of course, Adrian's hostility was strong. "Ryan, you're not going to tell the truth again, are you?" Mandy's eyes narrowed, her posture suggesting he'd be in trouble if he didn't speak up. Ryan only felt his head throb. Last year, Mandy had seemed like a different person. Yet he happened to be quite fond of this side of her. "When Ava graduated middle school, I gave her a bouquet of roses. He caught me." Ryan's gaze wandered uncertainly. He felt too guilty to look at Mandy. Mandy clicked her tongue. She'd known about Ryan liking Ava since Ava returned to the country, but as Ava had said, Ryan's feelings for Ava were more like a yearning for a distant moon hanging in the sky. Not necessarily deep affection, and besides, Ava had never liked Ryan back. Some things she cared about very much, but some things she felt weren't worth fussing over, like the fact that Ryan had once liked Ava. Her reaction surprised Ryan somewhat. Usually, if any women appeared around him, Mandy wouldn't be polite. He figured it was probably because Mandy was close with Ava, and Ava was married now. But why would Ava agree to a marriage arrangement with him? Mandy was a bit puzzled. Though Adrian could cover the sky with one hand in New Harbor with Ava's credentials, there was no need to demean herself by marrying her sister's ex. Maybe she likes doing charity work. Ryan shrugged. Adrian was sick, and only Ava could cure him. How was that not charity? Though both the Pierce and Hart families publicly claimed it was just a marriage arrangement, he'd seen how Adrian and Ava were when they dated. Did they think they could fool him? Ava handed the tickets to the attendant checking them. As the attendant tore the stubs, she turned to look at Adrian. "Why are you giving Ryan the cold shoulder? He has a girlfriend now. Are you still holding a grudge?" Ava found it amusing. It was just a bouquet of roses. Yet, he'd remembered it for over a decade. After catching Ryan giving her flowers that time, he never again allowed roses within his sight. During all those years she was with Adrian, he only ever gave her one type of flower, balloon flowers. She'd once asked Adrian why he didn't switch to a different flower. Adrian had said quite grandly, "I'm a devoted person. I don't like changing things easily." She had no particular requirements about flowers. As long as he didn't send gardenias, she didn't care. So she'd let Adrian have his way. "Ryan," Adrian gave her a sardonic look, then strode inside. Ava couldn't help laughing, grinning from ear to ear. So childish, jealous over a form of address. Even after finding their seats, Ava didn't coax Adrian. She wanted to see how long he could stay mad today. Ava felt guilty, but still took a sip of cola. She lightly bit the straw, pretending to ignore Adrian. Just then, Autumn sent a voice message. She opened it and nearly choked. "Ava, a few young models came by today, tall with long legs, each one looking absolutely fresh. Want to come play?" As Ava listened to the message, she felt the surrounding temperature gradually drop. She laughed dryly. "Adrian, I'm not that kind of person. Whether you are or not, you know in your heart." Adrian glanced at Ava. Ava grinned and shoved her phone in front of Adrian. "Look, I rejected her. I wouldn't..." Before she could finish, another message from Autumn came through. "Is Adrian next to you?" "No worries. I'll send you photos. If you like any, I'll give you their contact info." Ava hurriedly turned off her phone. She was afraid Autumn would say more outrageous things and expose all her old secrets. When Autumn and Lena visited her abroad, they would indeed find handsome models to drink with, and sometimes date ones they found appealing. Generally, they looked for unknowns. Famous ones might cause bad rumors. Autumn and Lena would occasionally pull strings to provide some resources, not minding supporting those poor but pretty boys. But she minded quite a bit. She wanted handsome guys, but she wasn't spending money on them. So she generally only dated once, and after determining their finances weren't up to par, there'd be no follow-up. Eventually, she gradually lost interest. She didn't lack men willing to spend money on her. There was really no need to pursue men at her own expense. "Adrian, the movie's about to start. Just as Ava was thinking how to make excuses, the theater lights went out and previews for upcoming movies began playing on the big screen. She lifted the armrest between their seats and leaned intimately against Adrian's shoulder. "Adrian, I promise my heart is true to you. Don't be mad. Next time if they send me this kind of thing, I'll definitely block them." She promised that next time she wouldn't open Autumn and Lena's chat window in front of Adrian. After chatting, she'd delete everything clean. "Is that so?" Adrian drew out his syllables, sounding like he didn't believe her. Ava leaned close to Adrian and kissed his lips. "Of course. I only like you. I have no interest in other men." The white light from the big screen reflected on Adrian's face. His handsome features lifted slightly. "Prove it to me when we get home tonight." Ava's smile froze. Damn, Adrian. Always looking for opportunities to take advantage of her. When they got back, she'd pull a surprise counterattack on him and see how he'd prove his love for her. Chapter 157. Adoption. By the time they got home after the movie, it was nearly 3 a.m. Ava went to check on Lily's room. The little girl was sleeping soundly. However, why were there 2 people in the bed? Ava leaned closer and realized it was actually Tommy. Had Justin just dumped his cousin at her place to raise? Not even picking him up at night, really didn't have a shred of big brother responsibility. "Aunt Ava." Lily groggily opened her eyes and grabbed Ava's hand. Her voice was sticky and soft, so sweet it melted Ava's heart. She tucked the blanket around Lily and gently patted her arm. The little girl quickly fell back asleep. Ava stood up and tiptoed out. Opening the bedroom door, Ava jumped in fright. She closed the door and glared at Adrian, who was leaning against the wall outside with his arms crossed. "Adrian, scaring people can kill them. If you scare me to death, you'll become a widower." "It's fine. If I scare you to death, I'll go with you." Adrian straightened and put his arm around Ava. "I won't have the chance to become a widower." Ava's heart skipped a beat. Adrian's words sounded like a joke, but coming from his mouth, they had 100% credibility. "I'm still very young, okay? Who wanted to die? You want to adopt a child?" Adrian's calm voice reached Ava's ears. She paused mid-step, her smile becoming somewhat forced. "Why are you asking?" "No reason." Adrian pressed his lips together and shook his head. "I just saw you really like Lily. Just asking." Ava said she didn't like children, but he could tell Ava actually liked kids very much. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dedicated herself to children's charities all these years. Last year, when Ava returned to the country, when she said she didn't like children and didn't want to have them, he'd found it strange, so he looked up Ava's medical records from childhood. The moment he saw the records, he understood why Ava said she didn't like kids. Ava was silent for a few seconds, then spoke. "I used to really want to raise a dog or a cat." Adrian nodded. Ava used to love going to cat cafes. He'd asked if Ava wanted to raise one, but she'd refused. Because whether it's a cat or a dog, they're living creatures. Once you raise them, you have to be responsible for them. Back then, I couldn't guarantee I'd have enough patience to care for them. I also didn't want to buy one, and then, when I didn't want it anymore, just leave it for the servants to deal with. Ava's clear black and white eyes reflected a faint coldness. Seven had come quite unexpectedly. When she was shopping with Owen, he saw she liked it and bought it for her the next day. The first time they met, Seven had very affectionately licked her fingers. Her heart had softened and she'd kept him. At first, caring for Seven had been quite taxing, teaching him to use the toilet, not to make messes everywhere, and dealing with his destructive tendencies. Seven had gradually been trained by her into the obedient dog he was today. Compared to a dog, a child was even less controllable. She really didn't dislike children. On the contrary, she quite liked them. But she had no confidence in raising a child well. Even if that accident hadn't happened in her childhood, she would still have chosen to be child-free. So she was willing to do charity work to help children who weren't doing well improve their living conditions. But she'd never thought about adopting a child. She didn't want to become a failed mother, nor did she want to lose herself for the sake of a child. In this life, she only wanted to be Ava Hart, to live as Ava Hart, not as someone's mother or someone's wife. Okay, Adrian's hand moved down to hold Ava's hand, interlacing their fingers. Whether they had children or not didn't matter. He didn't like kids. Though he'd previously thought about Ava having his child, it had been more about wanting a deeper bond with her. Having a child take away Ava's attention wasn't a good thing. After the performance ended, Sophie was sent to the hospital. Even though Ava had found the best doctors to treat her, her dancing career was over. At least with proper rest, it wouldn't affect her normal walking in the future. Ava stayed with Sophie for a while before leaving. Though she felt sorry for Sophie, she still had to start considering recruiting new people. Jushun's face floated into her mind. Recently, Jushun had enrolled in fitness classes to lose weight. She wondered how that was going. If Jushun's condition could return, she'd undoubtedly be the best choice. Ava wore a thick coat. When she left the venue, Adrian was already waiting outside, dressed in a dark gray suit with a black coat over it. "Aunt Ava!" Lily poked her head out from the passenger seat. After watching Aunt Ava's performance with Uncle Pierce, they'd waited outside for 20 minutes before seeing Ava come out. She was so happy. Aunt Ava said she'd take her out tonight and had her change into a really pretty dress. "Why are you sitting in front?" Though Ava was speaking to Lily, her gaze fell on Adrian, who was opening the car door for her. He'd actually made a girl under 7 sit in the front seat. "Aunt Ava, I get car sick, so I'm sitting in the passenger seat," Lily said crisply. She just didn't want to be a third wheel between the uncle and aunt, so she'd quickly climbed into the passenger seat. "Is that so?" Ava clearly didn't believe it. Adrian was quite helpless. "Am I really that heartless?" Ava: "Yes. There was a banquet tonight." Ava originally hadn't wanted to go, but thinking of Lily at home, she decided to take her to see the world. She was sponsoring Lily, so naturally she hoped Lily would grow into a confident and excellent person. Lily's personality was very shy. She needed more tempering. The car stopped outside the Ashford family villa. The Ashford family held a rather special position in New Harbor because most of their business was overseas. They were a renowned multinational corporation. The Ashfords also lived abroad year-round and rarely returned to New Harbor. The Ashford family wasn't involved in many industries in New Harbor, but due to their international influence and substantial wealth, countless people flocked to curry favor with them. Apparently, the Ashfords had returned this time to invest domestically. In short, they'd come with a large sum of money to give away. Many people had come today. As Ava got out of the car, she saw a familiar orange sports car, the same one that had picked up Grace before. A man bent slightly beside the rear door, extending his hand to someone inside. After Grace got out, she took the man's arm. Those blue eyes fell into Ava's view. Chapter 158. Does she really not care anymore? Ava, when did your sister hook up with the Ashford heir? Autumn and Lena squeezed next to Ava, looking at Grace in the distance, chatting with the Ashford parents while standing beside Dominic Ashford. The two simultaneously wrinkled their noses. So annoying. Grace is capable and beautiful. It's normal. Ava smiled sweetly. Grace's appearance took more after their father. Very beautiful. She had a naturally cool temperament, just terrible judgment when it came to men. She'd been secretly watching Adrian at the hospital before, yet less than 2 months later, another man had appeared by her side. Of course, Ava knew about the Ashford family. The Ashfords' headquarters was in France. They were famous French tycoons. The Ashford heir, Dominic Ashford, was mixed race. His father from New Harbor, his mother from a prestigious French family. The Ashfords were the largest shareholders of the university she'd attended. She'd seen Mr. and Mrs. Ashford at the opening ceremony. Mr. Ashford had typical Eastern strong features, while Mrs. Ashford was a blonde, blue-eyed beauty. Ava followed Autumn's gaze. Dominic Ashford had very fair skin, an androgynous face, and eyes like sapphires. Brilliant and exceptionally beautiful. Too bad you're married, Ava. Lena shook her head regretfully, giving such a catch to Grace. Truly upsetting. You go then. Steal him away. Autumn nudged Lena. I'm in the honeymoon phase. You go. Ava scanned the banquet hall. Adrian was nowhere to be seen. Lily had been taken by Tommy to meet children her age. She happened to be bored and looking for entertainment. Turning her head, she spotted Diana. Ava curved her lips into a smile. She took a glass of champagne and walked up to Diana. Diana, isn't Grace dating your cousin? How did she become Mr. Ashford's date tonight? Surprise flickered in Ava's eyes. Then she lowered her voice. Did your cousin lack charm, so Grace transferred her affections? After all, Grace has already met Mr. Ashford's parents. Mr. and Mrs. Ashford seemed to really like Grace. Diana was furious at Ava's manipulative act. Mr. Ashford fell for Grace at first sight. He's pursuing her. That's Grace's charm. I'm sure my cousin will understand. The last sentence was a last-minute addition from Diana. Her cousin had only been called to support Grace in the first place. Of course, she'd had those kinds of thoughts too. But her cousin was too difficult. To prevent Grace from walking the same path as when she was with Adrian, she'd dismissed the idea. Someone as enthusiastic and outgoing as Dominic was more suited to Grace's passive personality. Her cousin hadn't been like this before. After not seeing him for a few years, he'd completely changed. Her cousin had been quite cheerful in school. Diana is so magnanimous. I just wonder what your cousin would think if he heard that. Ava raised an eyebrow. An ominous feeling arose in Diana. She turned around. Owen stood right behind her. She was so startled her heart nearly stopped. When had her cousin learned these habits? Owen, your cousin really can't compare to your sister's charm. Ava blinked playfully and leisurely walked away under Diana's furious glare. Diana hated being compared to her cousin Julia most, because though Julia was younger, she surpassed Diana in everything. Their relationship had once been quite good, but after too many comparisons, they gradually weren't as close as before. Cousin, are you very close with her? Diana stamped her foot. She really wanted to hit someone. Owen's thin lips parted slightly. First love. Diana's eyes widened instantly. She even forgot her anger at Ava. She suspected her ears had malfunctioned. She'd heard her aunt say her cousin had dated a girlfriend abroad and was later dumped, developing a fear of women as a result. Her aunt didn't dare urge her cousin to date, much less get married. She. Diana's lips trembled for a long time without forming a complete sentence. She'd completely embarrassed herself. No wonder Ava had that tone and attitude. She thought Ava was jealous, but Ava had been laughing at her. Why didn't you tell me last time? Diana huffed at Owen. If he'd told her last time, she wouldn't have said those things today. How mortifying. You didn't ask. Owen shrugged. How was she supposed to know the world was so small that her cousin's ex-girlfriend was Ava? Wait, she'd heard Ava hadn't dated anyone abroad, though? Grace, did Ava have a boyfriend when she was abroad? Diana pulled Grace away while Dominic was off networking. I don't know. Grace shook her head. Why are you asking? I'm just wondering if Adrian knows. Diana leaned against the wall. Her cousin was so excellent, yet Ava had secretly dated him without going public. She'd never seen her cousin on Ava's social media. Infuriating. Grace took a deep breath. I don't want to deal with his affairs. She looked up toward the corner. Nothing there. Seeing her like this, Diana didn't mention Adrian again. It was good that Grace could let go of Adrian. After the two left, Ava emerged from around the corner. Arms crossed, she watched in the direction Grace had disappeared. A sweet smile on her face. Did Grace really not care about Adrian anymore? A smile gradually spread in Ava's eyes. She hoped so. On the second day of the new year, Ava went to her grandfather's for dinner. Adrian accompanied her. The conversation revolved almost entirely around her and Adrian, with occasional mentions of Lily. It gave her a bit of a headache. Still, she managed to deal with her grandfather's large family. She'd slept too late yesterday and was so tired she could barely keep her eyes open, yet still had to come to her grandfather's. After eating, she didn't stay long, saying there were guests at home before leaving early with Adrian and Lily. Adrian didn't mention going to the Pierce family home, and naturally, she wouldn't bring it up either. Adrian's parents were both mentally unstable. She didn't like dealing with them. However, upon returning home, she saw an extremely unexpected person, her father. Philip Hart sat in the living room. At first glance, Ava was startled. How long had it been since she'd seen him? Her father's hair had turned mostly white, and he looked much older than before. Dad, why are you here? Ava asked knowingly. Her father's eyes looking at her today were full of guilt, along with the loving gaze parents gave their children. When she'd had Mr. Quinn relay those words to her father, she'd known this day would come. Her father's thought process was peculiar. What he valued didn't seem to be those years spent together, but rather who had cared for him when he had a fever. Upon learning that Monica had been the one to care for him, all his affection would naturally go to Monica. His attitude toward her, the daughter he'd had with Monica, would naturally change too. Rather than saying Philip loved his daughter, it was more accurate to say he only loved the daughter born by the woman he loved. Before, it had been Grace. Now, naturally, it was her. Chapter 159. A Grand Gift. Lily, go upstairs with Ms. Lynn to take a bath. Ava patted Lily's shoulder. Lily obediently responded and left with Ms. Lynn. Philip looked at the little girl who bore some resemblance to his daughter, sourness rising in his heart. His daughter could never be a mother in this lifetime, yet he'd only thought about marrying her off. Dad, you came here so late? Does Grace know? A faint curve touched Ava's lips as she walked over and sat on the sofa. Dad has doted on Grace like the apple of his eye since childhood. Now that you're old, why isn't Grace taking care of you? Is Grace angry because you transferred your shares to me? Ava's delicate brows furrowed, perfectly embodying concern and obedience. If Grace is really angry, I should transfer the shares back to her. I hope you and Grace can reconcile soon. Only then did Philip realize how utterly wrong he'd been. His younger daughter was so well behaved, yet he'd turned a blind eye. My shares are mine to give to whomever I want. You don't need to worry about her. Philip's voice grew heavier. Upon learning that Evelyn had stolen credit for Monica caring for him, though he was angry at Evelyn, he didn't want to bring the previous generation's grudges onto the children. But lately, his eldest daughter often came home late. She showed no concern for his affairs. Even on New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, she'd only hastily eaten at home before going out. All those years of doting seemed to have been wasted. She was just like her biological mother, a thankless wretch. Monica had helped Evelyn so much back then, only to have Evelyn steal the credit. If not for that incident, he wouldn't have paid attention to Evelyn, much less married her and had his eldest daughter. He and Monica should have married a few years after graduation as planned, then had children of their own who would receive all their love. But Evelyn had ruined everything. Dad, have you eaten dinner? If not, I'll have the chef make something. I'm a bit hungry too. I'll eat with you. Ava intimately took Philip's arm. Facing his younger daughter's sudden closeness, Philip felt somewhat unaccustomed. His eldest daughter wasn't like this. She was usually closer to Monica. Still, he felt quite comforted. His younger daughter took after her mother with a kind nature. Despite how he'd treated her before, she held no grudges. He indeed hadn't eaten dinner. He'd secretly gone to see Monica, and seeing her bright and cheerful appearance, hadn't dared disturb her. Later, he'd come to his daughter's house and waited for several hours. His daughter's consideration warmed Philip's heart. Ava curved her lips into a smile. She wasn't without expectations for paternal love. It was just that after too many disappointments, she'd gradually become indifferent. She didn't necessarily need certain things, but who would hand them over to others? Though Philip had transferred all his shares to her, as the Hart family head, he still had many properties and savings under his name. She had no intention of letting Grace benefit. Moreover, when Grace discovered that her father, who'd always doted on her, suddenly became especially attentive to her sister, what would her reaction be? Ava looked forward to that moment. She thought it would surely be a masterpiece. Ava had the servants prepare food and drinks, then had Adrian accompany Philip for some wine. It wasn't that she couldn't drink, she just didn't want to drink with Philip. Ava had a basket full of pleasant words that made Philip beam with joy. When he was happy, Ava deliberately kept refilling his glass. Before long, Philip was drunk. Drunk Philip held Ava's hand and kept apologizing, saying he'd been wrong before and was sorry. Ava's eyes remained calm. Only when servants came to pull Philip away and send him back did she react. Since he was drunk, she had no mood to continue performing this father-daughter drama with him. Ava watched the door close. Only then did she withdraw her gaze. Suddenly, her shoulders sank. Adrian's chin rested on her shoulder, his arms tightly embracing her, squeezing until she could barely breathe. "Are you drunk?" Ava poked Adrian's head. He just lay on her shoulder without making a sound. Ava somewhat doubted whether he was truly drunk or faking it. "I can't breathe." As soon as she spoke, the force holding her loosened slightly. "Ava, get up. Wife, hug me, I'm cold." Adrian's face nuzzled against Ava's neck. Ava's facial muscles twitched. The house had heating. What was he cold about? He'd mastered the art of pretense to perfection. "Just hug for 3 seconds." "Too little." "Fine, then no hug. Let's go upstairs to sleep." Adrian whimpered and held Ava, not letting her go. "Wife, I have money. Lots and lots of money." Ava paused slightly, understanding what Adrian meant. She curved her lips. Then give me all your money. Once you have no money, you'll be motivated to earn more. Then you'd better treat me well. Ava's voice rose at the end, answering casually. Of course. What she hadn't expected was that on the 7th day of the new year, she received a grand gift from Adrian. He transferred all his assets to her name, including his Pierce Group shares. Ava felt a bit nervous accepting them. If she ran away after getting everything, Adrian would become penniless. But she didn't dare say this, afraid that one extra word would make Adrian regret it. After the lawyer left, Ava sat on Adrian's lap, cupped his face, and planted a heavy kiss on his lips. Just one kiss in exchange? Adrian raised an eyebrow, a faint, seductive gleam at the corners of his eyes. Ava shook her head seriously. Honey, you're just a working man now. You need to behave and not do personal business during work hours. And if I insist, how do you plan to punish me? Adrian gripped Ava's slender waist and leaned close to her ear. His warm breath sprayed against Ava's ear like an electric current, making her involuntarily shiver. Mr. Pierce, you can't go in there. Before Ava could finish, the office door was kicked open with a bang. Instinctively, she looked toward the entrance while holding Adrian's neck. Edward Pierce stormed in furiously, with Stella Pierce following behind him. Unlike Edward, Stella's eyes held a gloating smile. Logan Brooks stood at the doorway. Looking at Ava sitting on Adrian's lap and Adrian's darkening expression, this was bad. He was going to get scolded. Logan, please close the door. Adrian and I have something to discuss with Mr. and Mrs. Pierce. At that moment, Ava's voice was like heavenly music. Logan closed the door and ran for his life. Chapter 1-60. Next life. Don't choose me as your mother. Mr. Pierce, please sit down and calm yourself. Ava had intended to stand, but Adrian pressed down on her, so she sat back on his lap. For Adrian's parents to arrive at this moment, looking like this, it wasn't hard to guess it was related to what Adrian had given her. Once something was in her hands, it was hers. She had no intention of returning it. You've got quite the talent. At such a young age, you've got him completely devoted to you. Now he's even handed over Pierce Group shares. Edward gritted his teeth as he glared at Ava. Ava sat on Adrian's lap. The two looked perfectly matched. He was extremely grating to his eyes. Mr. Pierce, how can you say that? Hurt colored Ava's face. Adrian and I truly love each other. There's nothing impure about it. I didn't even want the shares. Adrian said he wanted to give me more security. He insisted I accept them. She had said she didn't want them. After all, she couldn't appear too eager. After Adrian said 2 sentences, she'd immediately agreed, afraid that if she overplayed it, the money would slip through her fingers. Transfer them back right now, Edward ordered in a low voice. The Pierce family's assets given to an outsider. He wouldn't know how to face his ancestors after death. What does it have to do with you? Adrian looked coldly at his father. Those are my things. I can dispose of them however I want. Ava is my wife. My things are naturally her things too. You rebellious son! Edward was so angry he grabbed a pen holder and hurled it. Adrian didn't dodge, but Ava had already pushed back her chair and moved away. She thought to herself that Adrian's personality really hadn't changed at all. He only knew how to stand still and take a beating. You dare dodge? Flames flickered in Edward's eyes. Mr. Pierce, I call you that out of respect for your seniority, but if you insist on being so disgraceful, I won't indulge you either. You're over 50 years old, only capable of raging impotently at your own son. No wonder your wife has been thinking about another man all these years. Say that again? When it involved Stella, Edward's entire face became sinister and terrifying. Ava was seeing this frightening side of Edward for the first time. Before she could adjust her expression, a large hand pressed against the back of her head, pushing her face into his chest. She said my mother has been supporting her first love with the money I gave her, Adrian said flatly. Adrian Pierce! Stella, who'd been watching the drama from the side, suddenly widened her eyes. Panic colored her expression. Is what he said true? Edward spun around suddenly, staring hard at Stella. Stella's face paled as she instinctively backed away. No, I didn't. He's lying. Though Edward didn't like this child who'd only been born to bind his wife, he knew his son wasn't one to lie. Combined with his wife's reaction, he immediately understood his son's words were true. She was still in contact with that man. I said, "If you see him one more time, he won't keep his other leg." Edward's tone was bone-chilling, dark energy radiating from him. Ava lifted her head from Adrian's embrace. This was the first time in all these years she'd witnessed the forceful possession between Edward and Stella. When she'd met Adrian, Stella had already resigned herself to her fate. She no longer tried to escape, only venting her anger on innocent people. Stella was Adian Shinkase of a pitiful person having detestable aspects. Before meeting Edward, Stella had had a happy family and a childhood sweetheart. Her life had been filled with sunshine and love. After meeting Edward, her life had changed drastically. She was forcibly dragged into a world that didn't belong to her, forced to marry and have children with someone she didn't love. Those who'd helped her all met bad ends. Under prolonged coercion, her mindset had long since changed. Unable to resist Edward, she turned her attention to the vulnerable, like the son she'd given birth to, and the household servants. Ava thought that Stella might not even still like her first love. After all, according to her investigation, Stella and her first love had never had any inappropriate interactions. On the contrary, Stella got along well with her first love's wife. When with her first love and his wife, Stella seemed like a normal person. She was probably just nostalgic for her former self, for her carefree life. As Edward grabbed Stella's hand, the office door was pushed open again. Logan entered with 2 security guards. He'd received Ava's message a few minutes ago, asking him to bring people to the office. But who were they supposed to apprehend? "Mr. Pierce is too emotional. Take him away to calm down." Ava waved her hand. "You dare touch me?" Edward's face darkened. Ava's voice also turned cold. "Take him away." Look at his age, still playing these forceful possession games. The guards looked at Ava, then at Adrian. Adrian kept his head down, playing with Ava's hand, showing no intention of speaking. Logan pushed the 2 guards. What was the point of looking at Mr. Pierce? He was completely under his wife's thumb now. The 2 guards flanked Edward on either side and carried him out. Edward cursed loudly until he was out the door. The door closed. Peace finally returned. Stella sat on the sofa, seemingly still frightened. Ava patted Adrian's hand, signaling him to release her. This time Adrian didn't refuse. He let go of Ava, watching as Ava stood and walked over to stop beside Stella. "If you want to leave, I can send you away. But once you leave, you probably can never return to New Harbor. You'll lose your status as a wealthy wife. The alimony Adrian and I give you won't be much. You won't be able to support your first love's children's education or live the luxurious life you have now." Stella stared blankly at Ava. She didn't understand why Ava would help her. Her attitude toward Ava had hardly been good. But this was her last chance. Regardless of how genuine it was, she wanted to gamble on it. "Okay." Adrian's hand on his knee stiffened slightly. He said nothing, silently accepting Ava's arrangement. Ava arranged everything quickly. That very night, she arranged for a cruise ship to send Stella away. Adrian ultimately accompanied Ava to see Stella off. Before boarding, Stella tightened her coat. She stood on the dock, looking into the distance. "I'm sorry." Ava's hand tightened. She looked up at Adrian's profile. His face remained cold and expressionless, but the hand holding hers unconsciously tightened. "Next life, don't choose me as your mother." With that, Stella picked up her suitcase and boarded the cruise without looking back. Adrian was the rope Edward had used to bind her. She hated Edward, and she hated Adrian too, much less loved him. When she'd first given birth to Adrian, maternal love had briefly sprouted. She'd carefully raised him for a while, until one day when Adrian was napping, she'd opened her diary. It was full of hatred for Edward and for the child in her belly. She'd almost forgotten all the pain she'd endured because of one child. Her life should have been bright and brilliant, but it had been destroyed. Chapter 161. I'll give you 100% of my love. "Ava, I don't have a mother anymore." The man's voice was especially desolate and lonely in the night. Ava's heart felt like a crushed lemon, sourness gradually spreading. "It's okay. You still have me. I'll always be with you from now on." She held Adrian's hand as they watched the cruise ship leave the dock, gradually disappearing into the distance. When When she was 15, she'd fallen seriously ill. Her parents had been abroad with Grace. In the hospital, she'd hugged Adrian and asked, "Why won't they give me even 1% of their love?" Adrian had gently stroked her back. "I'll give you 100% of my love." He'd said, "We just won't want theirs." Neither she nor Adrian were as carefree about not wanting their parents' love as they appeared on the surface. They'd just been hurt too many times and were unwilling to betray their former selves who had suffered so much grievance. So, even if they cared, they would never open their hearts to reconcile. "Where is he?" Adrian entered the living room and looked at the butler. The butler answered carefully, "Sir is upstairs. He just finished throwing a tantrum. The doctor is bandaging his wounds." Since Madam disappeared over this past month, Sir's temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. Nearly everything in the house had been smashed. Servants had resigned one after another. Now only he and the chef remained. Adrian headed upstairs. At the corner, he happened to run into Dr. Foster, whose forehead was bruised purple. "Adrian, has your old man gone crazy? Don't call me here next time." He wasn't taking this money anymore. "I'm not the one who called you." Adrian looked Dr. Foster up and down before saying flatly. Dr. Foster choked and nearly spat blood in frustration. "Fine, don't come looking for me when you're sick either." He'd never seen anyone so heartless. Adrian pressed his lips together and said seriously, "Find me a sanatorium, the kind that's completely isolated from the world." Dr. Foster was surprised. "Your old man isn't quite at that stage yet." Adrian only left behind the words, "as soon as possible," before leaving. Dr. Foster stood in place, watching Adrian enter Edward's bedroom. Ever since Stella had inexplicably disappeared, he'd vaguely sensed something big was going to happen to the Pierce family. As it turned out, his prediction was correct. Adrian was going to deal with his father. Inside the bedroom, Edward sat on the carpet beside the bed, quietly looking out the window. At his feet lay shattered glass. The gauze that had been carefully bandaged not long ago was now stained red again. "Do you think seeing you like this will make her feel sorry for you? That she'll obediently come back to you?" Adrian stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the dejected Edward on the floor. "Where did you hide her?" Edward's voice was much calmer than the first time he'd come demanding Adrian return her. After searching for a month, he had to admit he was old. The power in his hands had long been seized by his son. Before, as long as he wanted, there was no one he couldn't find. Now, he couldn't find any trace of Stella's whereabouts. "She's waited decades to escape from you. How could she possibly come back? You'd better give up that idea," Adrian said coldly. He slowly crouched down, eye level with Edward's face, which had aged rapidly due to Stella's disappearance. He placed his phone in front of Edward. "Look, without you, how happy she is." In the photo, Stella wore a light-colored long dress, barefoot on the golden sand. The breeze lifted her long hair. The smile on her face was as radiant as when Edward had first met her. He hadn't seen such a smile on Stella's face in many years. Edward was dazed for a moment. Happy or not, what does it matter? However happy she is, if she's not by my side, what does it have to do with me? A hint of madness flashed in Edward's eyes. He only wanted to be with the person he loved for life. What was wrong with that? "Do you think you're any different from me? You've never stopped monitoring Ava all these years. How are you any better than me? Once she finds out about everything you've done, let's see if she'll still stay by your side." Adrian's expression stiffened slightly. He put away his phone and stood up. "That's none of your concern. You'd better worry about yourself. From now on, your life won't include a son, a wife, or servants and butlers." Adrian left after speaking. Realizing what was happening, Edward suddenly stood. "You rebellious son, what are you doing?" He strode toward the door, but it was already locked. Adrian walked out and instructed the butler, "Watch him carefully. Tomorrow, I'll have someone come take him away." The butler quietly agreed. Adrian went straight downstairs. The huge villa was lifeless and eerily quiet. Adrian quickened his pace toward the exit. Only when he pulled open the villa door and saw the sunlight outside did the cold shrouding him gradually dissipate. He closed his eyes, feeling the warmth of the March sun. A breeze passed by, carrying a faint, sweet floral scent to his nose. Adrian opened his eyes. A meter away, Ava stood there in a white dress and pale yellow jacket. Her skirt hem fluttered in the wind, her black hair half tied back, gentle and radiant. "Why did you come?" Adrian's furrowed brow relaxed, his naturally cool voice tinged with tenderness. "To take you home." Ava's eyes curved with a smile. She opened her arms to Adrian and said sweetly, "Hurry over here. If you don't hug me now, I'm going home by myself." At that moment, the dark clouds over Adrian's heart rapidly dispersed. Golden light emerged bit by bit, illuminating his entire heart. He strode forward and gathered Ava into his embrace. He wouldn't be like his father, and Ava would always stay with him. Of course, he knew about Dr. Foster's manipulations. Just as Edward said, he'd always been monitoring Ava. How could he not know what she'd done? She knew, but hadn't chosen to leave. So he took it as her completely and entirely accepting him. He didn't need her guilt or compensation. He only wanted her love. "I heard Mr. Pierce's mother disappeared. Mr. Pierce Sr. went mad, and Mr. Pierce sent him to a sanatorium." Hearing this, Lena paused mid-step. She turned back to her seat, put away the files, then went to the break room. After brewing a cup of lemon tea, she knocked on Adrian's office door. "Mr. Pierce?" Adrian's gaze moved from the documents to the lemon and tea in the cup. His brow moved slightly. "I don't recall asking you to make me tea. Don't take matters into your own hands next time." Lena lowered her head slightly. Her long hair fell down, covering most of her face, making her look innocent and pitiful. "Get out." Lena had just reached the door when she ran into Logan. Logan silently cursed. What had she done this time to make Adrian angrily call him on the intercom? "Issue a notice. From now on, secretaries in the executive office must wear professional attire. No white dresses, and hair must be up. Anyone caught violating this will have their entire year-end bonus deducted." Logan clicked his tongue. He thought of how since Lena arrived, she'd always worn white dresses with long, straight black hair. That outfit really did look too much like Mrs. Pierce. When this notice was sent to everyone's email, those familiar with Lena immediately thought of her. Lena's face paled. She withdrew her gaze from the computer screen and looked at her phone conversation. "Everything is arranged." She clenched her fists and looked toward Adrian's office door. Chapter 162. Is this fun? "You drugged me?" Adrian braced one hand on the table edge, shaking his dizzy head. Only he and Lena were in the private room. The business partner he'd arranged to meet still hadn't shown up. He'd only drunk a glass of water from the table before feeling something was wrong with his body. That intense desire climbed from the depths of his heart, like countless ants gnawing at his willpower. Lena bit her lip. "Mr. Pierce, I just like you too much. I promise. After today, I'll never appear in front of you again." She walked toward Adrian, lightly biting her red lips. Her trembling lashes revealed her fear. She'd only taken 2 steps and hadn't yet reached Adrian when he hurled a glass at her. It landed at Lena's feet with a loud crash, shards scattering everywhere. Her body shook violently. "Mr. Pierce, get out!" Lena bit her lip and began removing her coat. Before it even left her body, she heard the man's cold, sinister voice. "Keep trying, and I guarantee no hospital will admit your mother." Lena immediately stopped. "Get out!" Lena trembled, hesitated for a moment, then grabbed her bag from the chair and rushed out the door. Her footsteps were extremely hurried. Adrian closed his eyes, sat down in a chair, and struggled to reach for the phone in his pocket. Outside the door, Lena shut the private room door with lingering fear. She looked at Ava, standing before her, her voice somewhat stuttering. I already did what you said. When will I get the money?" "I've already paid your mother's medical expenses. Also, the $1 million was just transferred to your account. You can check?" Ava curved her lips. Lena quickly pulled out her phone to check. Seeing the deposit notification, she breathed a slight sigh of relief. When Ava had first approached her, offering her $1 million to seduce her husband, she thought she'd encountered a scammer. But her mother was in the hospital then. She'd just graduated with a low salary, unable to afford the expensive medical bills. With a gambler's mentality, she'd agreed. After all, Ava said she'd arranged for her to enter Pierce Group. With her credentials, getting into Pierce Group wasn't easy. Officially, it was said that Ms. Ray had recruited her. Only she knew the truth. Ava had arranged her entry into Pierce's group. Before meeting Adrian, she'd found it incredible that someone as beautiful and refined as Ava would need to have someone seduce her husband to test his sincerity. But after seeing Adrian, she completely understood. Adrian often kept a cold face, showing hardly any warmth to anyone. But undeniably, he was very capable and charismatic. No wonder Ava worried. However, she was only after money. She naturally wouldn't harbor inappropriate thoughts. Thank you, Miss Hart. This sentence contained all of Lena's sincerity. She and her mother had depended on each other growing up. Without Ava, she really couldn't have gathered so much for medical expenses. You're welcome! Ava curved her lips. The next second, her phone rang. It was Adrian. Lena naturally saw this too. Ava made a gesture indicating Lena could leave. After saying goodbye, Lena turned and left. Ava took a deep breath, then answered the call. Adrian. Is this fun? The private room door suddenly opened. A hand reached out, pulled her inside, and pressed her against the door. Ava swallowed. Adrian was too smart, really difficult to deal with. Can I test you? Seeing Adrian had seen through her, Ava stopped acting. She hugged Adrian's waist. Even through his clothes, she could feel his burning skin. I went abroad to study, and you got together with Grace. Who knows if you'll fall for someone else in the future? Ava snorted lightly. You started the fire. You're responsible for putting it out. As soon as Ava got close, the last shred of reason Adrian had been clinging to completely vanished. Though inwardly he was elated, he couldn't show it. He needed to use this incident to extract more benefits from her. His scorching breath sprayed against her neck. Ava held Adrian's neck and jumped onto him. She felt something was off, but the fire was too intense. She was busy putting it out and had no time to think about where that odd feeling came from. Not until they'd moved to the car did Ava belatedly realize that the person she'd spent over $1 million to hire had become part of Adrian's scheme. He discovered it long ago, and his acting was quite good. You owe me $1 million. Ava angrily thumped Adrian's chest. Ava, next time be more thorough. Adrian was in a good mood as he kissed near Ava's lips. He smoothed Ava's hair, took the hair clip from her hand, and helped pin her hair up. When did you figure it out? Ava whined. Adrian's IQ of 200 really wasn't for show. The slightest flaw could be detected. Her credentials couldn't possibly get her into Pierce Group's executive office. Adrian's lips curved upward. Ava felt a bit defeated. He discovered it so early. Damn Adrian, playing her like this. Then why did you still forbid executive office secretaries from wearing white dresses with their hair down? He really could act. She thought he should switch careers to acting, maybe become the next best actor. Isn't this what you wanted? Adrian's voice was slightly hoarse as he hooked Ava's hand. Not at all. Ava looked out the window, a faint smile creeping onto her face. Yes, she just wanted everyone to know Adrian only liked her, and she wanted to see if Adrian could resist temptation. Only this time, what she'd done made her seem not too bright. Next time, she'd refine her approach. The man hugged her from behind, his face lightly pressed against hers, saying tenderly, I won't transfer my affections. I won't fall in love with anyone else. Besides you, there won't be anyone else. So you also can't transfer your affections or love anyone else. In the future, there can't be anyone else either. Won't transfer affections. Yet you dated Grace? Ava suddenly turned her head. Liar! Not a single true word from your mouth. It was just to trick you into coming to find me. Ava's pupils constricted. The next instant, softness covered her lips. Her eyes widened. She'd been calculated. To be fair, when she'd returned to the country, if Adrian hadn't been Grace's boyfriend, she indeed wouldn't have sought him out. After all, she'd tried every means to leave back then. There was no reason to walk into a trap. Besides, what if Adrian took revenge on her? But Adrian was precisely Grace's boyfriend, so she'd immediately cast all those worries aside, only thinking about making Grace unhappy. Was he a mind reader? Ava leaned into Adrian's embrace. Given how smart he was, she'd love him a bit more. After all, without her, Adrian couldn't survive. Chapter 163. Like your mother. Both ungrateful wretches. What exactly did you say to Dad? Ava had just finished trying on her wedding dress. Standing before a huge mirror, she watched Grace storm toward her furiously. As Grace approached and saw the wedding dress Ava wore, her face paled, because she'd once inadvertently seen the design sketch for this dress on Adrian's computer. At the time, she'd thought it was a surprise Adrian was preparing for her. Later, when trying on wedding dresses, Adrian had never expressed an opinion, only letting her choose from the shop. She'd thought perhaps it was just something someone had sent Adrian to look at. So this really was the surprise he'd prepared, just for her sister. Grace, what's wrong? Summer just arrived. Why are you so heated? Ava crossed her arms, her fingers tapping rhythmically. What did you say to Dad? Why is he taking all his real estate holdings to make up your dowry? Anger tinged Grace's voice, along with a hint of grievance. Dad's attitude toward her had become very cold lately. She'd only learned about this inadvertently from Dad's secretary. Grace, if Dad wants to give me a bigger dowry, it's because he loves me. Why are you so angry? I'm also Dad's daughter. Can't Dad give me things? Ava sneered. Grace, have you been so absorbed in your romance lately that you haven't noticed any changes in Dad? Ava sighed lightly, feigning helplessness. Dad has always doted on you so much. Aren't you curious why he suddenly transferred his love to me? That's impossible, Grace refuted without thinking. Dad loved her mother most, then her. Then, why don't you ask Dad not to give it to me and see if he agrees? Ava smiled innocently. After New Year's, Philip had been sending things every few days, mostly expensive jewelry, bags, clothes, and shoes. She'd accepted everything. She wouldn't turn away money. She'd completely ignored Philip's messages asking her to come home for dinner, always brushing him off with excuses about being busy with the dance company. Just like when she was little, and he'd always said he was too busy with work. Grace was so angry she turned to leave. After only 2 steps, she ran into Adrian. She looked straight ahead and walked past without even bothering to greet him. Why did she come? Adrian walked to Ava's side. Looking at Ava in her wedding dress in the mirror, amazement floated into his eyes. He'd known she would be the most beautiful bride in the world in a wedding dress. Pretty? Ava lifted her dress and did a spin. Take that. She'd charm him to death. Very pretty. The dress suits you perfectly. Adrian hugged Ava from behind, his gaze falling on the mirror. Ava's smile was radiant as she leaned against him without any guard. Their faces drew closer and closer. A gentle kiss landed on Adrian's lips. Ava's beautiful eyes brimmed with amusement. She came to question me about why Dad is preparing such a large dowry for me. I'm very unhappy. Philip had given Grace so many things before, and she'd never said a word about it. Now that their positions were reversed, Grace had the audacity to come question her. Who did she think she was? Did she think everything would be fine just because she'd latched onto the Ashfords? Dad, why are you giving Ava such a large dowry? Grace stood before the office desk. Her father had transferred all his Heart Group shares to Ava, though her father still had investments in other ventures that, while not comparable to Heart Group, still had quite considerable returns. If he gave everything to Ava, given Ava's personality, she definitely wouldn't take care of him in the future. His twilight years would surely be very bleak. She's my daughter. Preparing a dowry for her is natural and right. I hope this is the last time you discuss private matters with me at the company. Philip's tone grew heavier. Grace looked at Philip in disbelief. Dad, don't you love me anymore? Grace's voice was hoarse. Grace, you're already 31 years old. Dad, you promised my mother. You said you'd love me forever. Grace not mentioning Evelyn would have been fine, but as soon as she brought her up, Philip's expression became extremely ugly. Because of a lie, he'd ended up with this fate, his wife and children scattered. You're just like your mother, both ungrateful wretches. My things are mine to give to whomever I want. Get out. Philip's face flushed red with anger. His appearance frightened Grace. Dad, her voice trembled. Only now did she notice that Philip's hair had turned mostly white. Grace opened her mouth, wanting to say something more, but Philip shouted at her again. She ultimately left. She couldn't understand it. How had things come to this? Didn't Dad love her mother very much? Why was he so angry when she mentioned her mother today? Miss Hart, Mr. Ashford is in your office. Dominic Ashford's pursuit of Grace was known throughout Heart Group because Dominic was so high profile, coming every day to send flowers and gifts, and frequently treating everyone to afternoon tea. Grace nodded faintly, then pushed the door open. "What's wrong? You look like you're in a bad mood." Dominic leaned against the desk holding flowers. Seeing Grace enter, he straightened and handed her the flowers. "It's nothing." Grace shook her head. "Don't come anymore. I have no intention of dating right now." Without question, Dominic was a very good person, but her mind was too chaotic right now. She didn't want to rush into the next relationship. "I told you, I'm not in a hurry." Dominic handed the flowers to Grace, his smile radiant. "Grace, can you come pick up Adrian? He's drunk and keeps calling your name." Grace had just gotten into Dominic's car when she received Justin's call. She frowned. "If he's drunk, you should call Ava. He's already married. We broke up long ago." "Ava came, but he won't leave with her. He keeps looking for you." "Adrian Pierce, what do you mean by this? Do you want a divorce now?" A grieved female voice came through the phone. "When you begged to marry me, didn't you say you only loved me? What are you doing now?" "You and Grace broke up long ago. She has a boyfriend now. She won't come back." Dominic in the driver's seat turned his head. "Spam call?" Grace forced a smile. She'd looked forward to Adrian's love for many years, but the Grace who'd loved Adrian was already covered in wounds. She no longer had the energy to go to him. "Don't randomly harass other people's girlfriends in the middle of the night." Less than standard Mandarin came through the receiver. Ava leaned against Adrian, laughing until her eyes curved. How interesting. Chapter 164. Am I being too bad? Justin put away his phone. He'd never expected he'd do such an absurd thing one day. "You two keep drinking. I'm leaving." Justin stood up. Drinking with these two was purely self-torture. "Thanks, Justin. Next time I need to call Grace, I'll come find you again." Ava swirled the liquid in her glass, smiling as she said goodbye to Justin. Justin's peripheral vision fell on Ava's waist. Adrian held her in an absolutely dominant posture, as if intentionally or unintentionally declaring ownership. Justin didn't know whether he felt more speechless or bitter. "He likes you. Don't look for him next time." "But I only like you." Justin hadn't even reached the entrance when he heard these two sentences. He stumbled. Adrian did it on purpose, deliberately saying it for him to hear. The door at the entrance closed tightly. Only then did Ava push Adrian away to pour wine. "You provoked him like that. Next time he won't dare answer my calls." "Then don't call him." Adrian leaned forward, his chin resting on Ava's shoulder. "Find someone else next time." He didn't know what was wrong with Justin, liking Grace so well, then suddenly transferring his affections. "That won't work. If I change people, Grace might not believe it." Ava tilted her head and blinked. "Adrian, am I being too bad?" Adrian pressed his lips into a slight smile. "No, just right." "Ava, what are you looking at?" While helping Ava put on her veil, Autumn craned her neck to look at Ava's phone. She'd been staring at it since earlier. Otherwise, you'd think she was planning to run away from the wedding. "Asking where he is." Ava smiled. Because the bride and groom couldn't see each other 3 days before the wedding, she'd been staying at the Hart House these past 2 days. Originally, she'd wanted to come back just the last night, since she was being married from the Hart House. But thinking of Grace, she'd come back early. These past 2 days, she'd been giving Grace the cold shoulder everywhere. Grace should more or less believe that Adrian regretted things. Autumn was full of questions. That was a chat interface? It looked more like a location tracking interface. But Ava couldn't be that kind of person. Adrian doing such things would be more likely. She must be seeing things. After the bedroom quieted down, Ava rarely felt a bit nervous. She'd been legally married to Adrian for over half a year now, yet still felt nervous. How novel. In the future, I will definitely win back Adrian's heart. When Grace pushed open the door, this was what she heard. She walked up to Ava and placed the box in her hands on the table. Tears seemed to flash in Ava's eyes, but she quickly suppressed her emotions and put on a pitiful appearance. She opened the box Grace handed her. Inside was a diamond necklace, earrings, and bracelet set. She hadn't expected Grace to be so generous. This jewelry set wasn't cheap. Was it because she stood on the victor's side? "Grace." "Thank you." Ava spoke softly. She looked up at Grace in the mirror, biting her lip as if she had something to say but didn't dare. Grace frowned. "I have no interest in competing with others for a man." Since you think he's good, spend your life with him properly. Ava thought, what? Could they get divorced after a lifetime? But on her face, she still maintained a pitiful look. Grace, thank you for letting me have him, but could you please not meet with Adrian anymore in the future? Grace, you already have so much, while I only have Adrian. Without him, I can't live. She spoke with deep sincerity. Grace looked at Ava with complex eyes. I wish you get what you want. After speaking, she turned and left. Ava pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Of course she would get what she wanted. Now her parents' love, most of the Hart family assets, as well as Adrian's love and all of Adrian's property were all hers. The road ahead would be wide, flat, full of sunshine, and covered with flowers. She would always be happy. When Adrian carried her into the wedding car, Monica and Philip outside both had red-rimmed eyes. Though Ava sweetly comforted them, the expression in her eyes was faint. Both of them could sense their daughter's attitude, but they'd made too many mistakes over the years. They didn't seek their daughter's forgiveness. They only hoped to use their remaining time to properly compensate their daughter. Ava smiled again, the smile in her eyes becoming more genuine. She waved at Mr. and Mrs. Quinn. For her wedding, Mr. and Mrs. Quinn had also prepared a dowry for her. Though to her it wasn't particularly valuable, it was already the best Mr. and Mrs. Quinn could prepare within their means. Mrs. Quinn wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. Mr. Quinn supported her shoulder, his eyes also somewhat red. Though their son was an ungrateful wretch who only knew how to take and not give back, Ava had always been very good to them. Ava had been well-behaved and sensible since childhood, arousing pity. The two didn't dare say aloud that they considered Ava their own daughter, since the Harts were a wealthy family while they were just an ordinary household, servants of the Hart family. But from their hearts, they'd always loved Ava like a daughter. Now that Ava was getting married, though they'd still see each other often in the future, their hearts still felt somewhat empty. The car door closed, cutting off the outside sounds. As Ava withdrew her gaze, she met a pair of blue eyes. Dominic stood beside Grace, wearing a white suit. Grace wore a champagne-colored dress today. Standing together, one cold and one warm, they actually looked quite well matched. Suddenly, her view was blocked. Ava pulled down Adrian's hand, slightly dissatisfied. You didn't look at Grace at all when you carried me just now? What if she suspects? Not looking at others has become my fault? Adrian leaned forward slightly, blocking most of Ava's body. Fine, it's our wedding day. Whatever you do is right. Ava took Adrian's hand and interlaced their fingers. The car started. Ava leaned lightly against Adrian, looking out the window. Adrian Pierce, you have to treat me well for the rest of our lives, or I'll leave you. Her voice carried a hint of seriousness. Adrian tightened his grip, his lips gradually curving upward, and said tenderly, I won't give you that chance. Having finally possessed her again, he wasn't someone who didn't know what was good for him. No matter what happened, he would never let her leave again. After a busy day, not until they left the hotel and got in the car, could Ava finally breathe. As soon as Adrian got in, she leaned against him as if boneless. So tired, never getting married again. Adrian's lips twitched. How many times were you planning to get married? Depends on my mood. Ava turned her head, mischievous. The next second, her waist hurt. Adrian lifted her onto his lap. Ava loosened Adrian's tie, an ambiguous smile in her eyes. Adrian, do you like being tied up? Chapter 165. The act is over. Adrian's throat tightened. The clear sound of swallowing echoed in the car. Ava giggled. Adrian, please have some self-control. She hugged and kissed Adrian. I have a surprise for you today. Adrian's blood boiled with excitement. He didn't notice the cunning that flashed through Ava's eyes. After returning home, Ava went to shower first. She said she needed to prepare Adrian's surprise and wouldn't let him shower with her. She came out wrapped only in a bath towel, urging Adrian to shower. Adrian didn't think much of it. He kissed her forehead and went into the bathroom. Ava sat on the edge of the bed, swinging her legs, looking at the closed bathroom door with a brilliant smile. She hoped Adrian would really like her surprise. Adrian showered quickly. When he came out, he saw various items placed on the sheets. Surprise flashed in his eyes, tinged with a hint of delight. They'd never used these things before. Adrian, come here. Ava was under the covers, only her dewy eyes visible. She patted the spot beside her. Adrian didn't know what she was planning, but walked over, lifted the covers, and lay down. "Adrian, move over a bit." At her words, Adrian shifted toward Ava. As he moved left, so did she. "Adrian, lie flat." Click! As soon as Adrian lay down properly, he felt something cold restraining his ankle. Just as he was about to ask Ava, he saw her take his tie and bind his hands to the headboard. A row of black lines appeared on Adrian's forehead. "What are you doing?" "Tying you up? Weren't you looking forward to it, Adrian?" Ava looked at Adrian innocently. Adrian's temple throbbed. "You didn't say you'd tie me up like this." "Adrian, you didn't think you'd be tying me up, did you?" Ava said in surprise. Adrian still had one hand free. When Ava came over with another tie, he extended his hand. "What do you want to do?" "Don't you remember, Adrian?" Ava spoke while continuing her actions. She didn't tie it too tightly. She knew Adrian wouldn't struggle free. "Didn't you say on our wedding night I could paint on you?" Ava got off the bed and pulled out the easel she'd set up earlier. Adrian found that memory in his mind. It was his birthday. The leftover cake had been repurposed, things had gotten out of hand, and Ava had been a bit unhappy. Thus, this agreement was made. He hadn't expected her to remember. How vindictive. "You could have just said so. I wouldn't have refused you." Faint helplessness floated in Adrian's eyes. "But you're the one who said it." Ava picked up a paintbrush and dipped it in paint. "You like being tied up?" She smiled mischievously. Adrian closed his eyes. This wedding night was destined to be sleepless. "Ava, the Ashford heir stopped pursuing your sister." As soon as Ava's dress touched the chair, she heard Lena across from her say this. "Huh?" Ava appeared very surprised. Didn't Mr. Ashford really like Grace? Why did he suddenly stop? Is it because Grace still can't forget? As if thinking of something, Ava's voice abruptly stopped. Autumn took a big gulp of fruit tea and said angrily, "How long have you and Adrian been married? She still can't forget him." "I'd say Dominic's judgment is pretty poor too, falling for Grace of all people." "Hey, don't talk carelessly." Ava patted Autumn's hand. Just as Autumn was about to say Ava was too nice, she looked up and saw Dominic walking toward them. Awkward. "I've ordered. Going to the restroom." Ava picked up her bag and walked toward the restroom. Autumn and Lena both lowered their heads, pretending not to see Dominic. Neither of them had a good relationship with Grace. Who knew if Dominic might have a sudden impulse to pursue Grace again? Dominic only glanced at the two briefly before continuing inside, not stopping until he reached the waiting area outside the restroom. Ava sat there smiling, hands pressed back against the chair, head tilted as she looked at him. "What brings you here to find me?" "I missed you." Dominic lowered his head, his voice somewhat aggrieved. "The act is over. I don't have to pretend not to know you anymore, right?" "You can pretend you only met me after returning to the country." Laughter spread through Ava's eyes, filling her entire face. "But I should warn you, my husband is extremely jealous. He knows you're my ex. If you have too much contact with me, you might receive a big gift from him. Nothing more than stealing business, causing trouble for the Ashfords. More seriously, Adrian might systematically dismantle the Ashford business in New Harbor, making it impossible for them to stay in the country." "Why is he so petty?" Dominic's blue pupils flickered. "I wouldn't restrict who you associate with like he does." This tea-fragrant remark made Ava laugh out loud. Only you could say something like that. When Dominic dated her, he was always verbally magnanimous, but whenever she actually had more contact with any male student, he watched more closely than anyone, following her around every day, not even attending classes. "What's so good about him? He was with your sister when you went abroad." A faint grievance tinged Dominic's pleasant voice. The first time he proposed, she said she didn't believe in marriage. The second time he proposed, she said they should break up. When he'd just returned to the country, Ava had proactively sought him out. He thought she'd changed her mind. Turned out she wanted him to pursue her sister. If anyone else had made this request, no matter how good his temper, he couldn't help but scold them. But it was Ava who'd asked. Knowing Ava was married, he still couldn't refuse any request she made. "He's sick. I've changed careers to become a savior now." Dominic. "He should have pretended to be sick too. My parents want you to come home for dinner when you have time. They haven't seen you in a long time and miss you." "Sure, I'll visit Uncle and Aunt with my husband sometime." Ava agreed readily. She didn't have the energy to keep fish on the line now, but she couldn't control whether others liked her. A first love that was had but not kept was indeed hard to forget. Ava didn't stay long with Dominic. Adrian had loved monitoring her since childhood, not letting up even after they broke up. Given his personality, he couldn't have changed now either. On the other side, Logan walked into Adrian's office carrying a tablet. The tablet contained photos of Mrs. Pierce meeting with another man that had just been sent over. Logan couldn't help wondering, what would Mrs. Pierce think if she knew? Adrian took the tablet and casually flipped through it. "You can go," Logan said. "Okay." As he turned, he accidentally knocked over the pen holder on Adrian's desk. This pen holder was a gift from Ava. He quickly crouched down to pick it up. "Why so clumsy?" Adrian frowned. Logan quickly apologized. As he put the pens back in the holder and was about to stand, a small object by his foot caught his attention. He picked it up, his expression changing slightly. "Mr. Pierce, this..." Logan held the pinhole camera in his hand. Who had such audacity to plant a hidden camera in Adrian's office? Corporate spy? Was there a mole in the executive office? "Just put it on the desk." Adrian only glanced at it briefly, his tone very calm. So calm that Logan found it unbelievable. He had to admire him. Perhaps this was what it meant to do great things. Mount Tai could collapse before you without changing your expression. After Logan left, Adrian looked at the camera lens, his lips curving slightly. He put the thing back in its original position. On the other side, Ava looked at Adrian's eyes through the camera lens. That Logan! No afternoon tea for him tomorrow! Chapter 166. Grand Finale. "Isn't that your sister?" Jujun pointed in the direction behind Ava. Ava turned to look. Grace stood by the roadside as the orange sports car drove away in another direction. Grace's eyes couldn't hide her desolation. Probably had a fight with her boyfriend. Ava smiled slightly. The reason she'd had Dominic back off was, of course, because she'd discovered Grace had transferred her affections to him. Perhaps Grace hadn't completely forgotten Adrian yet, but Dominic was slowly replacing Adrian's position in Grace's heart. On the wedding day, Grace had looked at Adrian with very calm eyes. If things continued developing, she would definitely accept Dominic's pursuit. Now that Dominic had stopped pursuing Grace, the fact that Grace could bring herself to seek him out was enough to prove his importance to her. Unfortunately, the person Dominic liked was Ava. Grace was destined for a rocky road in love. "Let's go. Don't you still need to buy things for your daughter?" Ava linked arms with Ju Shun. "Okay." A bright smile appeared on Ju Shun's face. The divorce proceedings with Luke Fields had finally concluded. She got custody of her daughter, recovered all the money she'd given to Luke's mother during the marriage, and split the marital property 50-50. Though the lawsuit had been mentally taxing, at least she'd gotten a good result. After leaving Luke, her life seemed to improve again. Returning to the dance company to continue her beloved career, every morning she woke up, the world seemed bright. She no longer had to muddle through her days. Suddenly, Ava's phone rang in her bag. "Let me take this call." Ava smiled and released Ju Shun. She took out her phone and saw it was an unfamiliar number with no contact name. She hesitated for a moment, then answered. "Miss Hart, your father was in a car accident." Ava's smile froze on her face. When Ava rushed to the hospital, she happened to run into Monica. The operating room light had gone out, and Dr. Foster emerged. "My condolences." Dr. Foster removed his mask. Ava was extremely shocked. At noon today, Philip had been asking if she had time to have a meal together. Said he had something to tell her. But in just 2 hours, he was lying in the operating room. "Your father died on the spot. When he was brought to the hospital, he already had no heartbeat." Dr. Foster patted Ava's shoulder lightly. "Aunt Ava." A familiar voice sounded. Ava's waist was hugged. She looked down and saw Lily's still frightened face. On her way here, she'd learned her father had been in the accident trying to save a little girl. Ava hadn't expected it to be Lily. Ava comforted Lily with a few words, then entered the operating room alone. Philip lay on the operating table, eyes closed, face especially pale. "How could you just die like this?" Ava murmured in a low voice. Didn't he say he'd spend the rest of his life making it up to her? How long had it been? Monica gently put her arm around her daughter's shoulder. "He said Lily looked too much like you?" He didn't think, just rushed over. After Philip's accident, he'd called her. Since the divorce, she'd never answered Philip's calls. But today, possessed by some impulse, she had. He said he was sorry. If only he'd been more careful back then, he would have realized she was the one who'd cared for him, not Evelyn. All these years, he shouldn't have ignored her efforts, her existence. She didn't know how Philip had learned all this, but with time past, none of it held much meaning for her anymore. When a person dies, it's like a lamp going out. All that love, hate, and obsession seemed to vanish in this moment. Ava's voice was hoarse. When I was little, I never saw him love me like this. Monica remained silent. Whether Philip or herself, they both owed their daughter. Both she and Philip had valued the word love too much, getting stuck in their obsessions. She'd wanted Philip's love. Philip had wanted to keep his promise to Evelyn. In the end, their daughter had been hurt the deepest. Lily, this is the grandfather who saved you. Remember his face. Ava picked Lily up. Lily knew this was Aunt Ava's father, because he'd saved her, and Ava no longer had a father. From now on, Lily must live well so as not to waste his life-saving grace, okay? Lily nodded seriously. Dad, just as Ava finished speaking, Grace burst through the door, stumbling toward them. Ava stepped back, yielding her position to Grace. Let Grace perform this scene of deep father-daughter affection. The day Philip was buried was rainy. Ava got caught in some rain and fell ill after returning. She was delirious for a week. Her mind cleared on a night a week later. She pressed her temples, feeling uncomfortable all over. Ava, Adrian sleeping beside her, seemed startled awake and propped himself up to look at her. Seeing Ava was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. Are you uncomfortable? Adrian's palm holding Ava's hand was damp. These past days, Ava had been sweating cold sweats in her sleep, often waking up with her pajamas soaked through. Want a shower? A weak smile tugged at Ava's lips. Adrian got up, threw back the covers, and picked Ava up. Are you uncomfortable anywhere else? If so, I'll have Dr. Foster come over. Ava touched her stomach and grinned. I'm hungry. I'll have Mrs. Lynn get up and cook for you. Ava wanted to say it might be too late, but her stomach really was hungry. Though she'd been delirious these past days without full clarity of mind, she vaguely remembered sleeping for many days. How long was I asleep? Today is the 7th day. This cold really took a toll, Ava muttered. Adrian looked at her deeply, then pushed open the bathroom door and said in a low voice, After the shower, after eating, everything will pass. Ava buried her face in Adrian's chest, thinking to herself, annoying. She'd been seen through so easily. Whether sending Stella away or Edward, both those days, Adrian's emotions had been a bit low. She was good at saying comforting words, but in situations like this, she couldn't say any words of comfort. She'd only hold him tightly when night fell. Now their roles were reversed. Adrian was handling it almost exactly the same way. Perhaps they were meant to be together. Their childhood experiences had formed the habit of not being able to voice many things. But between them, they didn't need to speak. Just subtle reactions were enough to sense each other's thoughts and intentions. Adrian, after my performance ends, let's go on our honeymoon. Adrian lowered his eyes, meeting Ava's smiling gaze. A smile spread at the corners of his eyes. Okay. Bonus chapter. Adrian Pierce. Adrian looked at the person entering the Pierce Group building on the surveillance footage. She wore a white dress, her long hair reaching her waist. A bright, radiant smile bloomed on her pure, beautiful face. She stopped at the reception desk and said with a smile, I'm the second daughter of the Hart family. My sister asked me to come find my brother-in-law. 3 seconds later, a new message popped into the notification bar. Mr. Pierce, Miss Hart is on her way up. Adrian lightly tapped the conference table, withdrew his gaze from his phone, and continued listening to the reports from his subordinates. A meeting originally scheduled for 3 hours ended hastily in less than 2. Logan always felt something was off about his boss today. He suppressed the strange feeling and informed Adrian about the restaurant reservation. Adrian only hummed in acknowledgement, then waved his hand dismissing him. When he met Ava's smiling face under the office desk, Adrian's expression was exceptionally cold. But only he knew how turbulent the heart buried deep in his body was at this moment. This wasn't the first time he'd seen Ava in these 6 years. He'd seen her at her recent performance, but this was the first time in 6 years at such close range, and the first time in 6 years that Ava's gaze had focused on him. He knew. He'd bet correctly. This past year, he'd continuously maintained his persona in public as a devoted man who cherished Grace, all for this moment. The instant Ava pressed against him, he nearly threw all his plans aside. What he wanted was Ava's lifetime. No matter how urgent, he couldn't show a forgiving attitude so quickly. When he accidentally pushed Ava to the floor, panic flashed through his heart. His instinct was to crouch down and check Ava's injuries, but ultimately he restrained himself. He only covered Ava with his coat with a cold face and carried her out of the office. Meeting Logan outside the office, he snapped out of his daze. In the end, he only had Logan send Ava to the hospital. He drove and followed all the way to the hospital, only relaxing after confirming with Dr. Foster that Ava was fine. While at the hospital, he received a text from Logan. "Mr. Pierce, Miss Hart asked me to take her to Rosewater Lane." Adrian crossed his arms, looking at Ava in the distance who'd just gotten into the car. His lips curved slightly as he replied to Logan. "Take her there. Don't let her know I know." The fish had taken the bait. For dinner, Adrian ate with Grace as planned. During the meal, he was somewhat distracted. This feeling of eagerness to return home hadn't occurred in a long time. After dinner, he asked Grace to come to his place. Grace's cheeks flushed red as she agreed. Adrian felt nothing about this, only found it somewhat annoying. Toward anyone other than Ava, their affection brought him no pleasure. Before getting out of the car, he took out his phone to check the surveillance in the room. As he'd expected, there was a bulge on the large bed. In the past, when Ava secretly gave him surprises, she always liked to use this trick. A smile appeared on Adrian's lips. After entering the bedroom, he deliberately made noise, ensuring Ava could hear. Sure enough, as soon as Grace entered the bathroom, Ava threw off the covers. It had been a long time since he'd slept with Ava. At night, after Ava fell asleep, Adrian held her, gazing at the features of the person in his arms, his eyes filled with tender love. "Ava, you can't escape." During that year of rehabilitation after his injury, he'd fantasized about this scene every moment, returning to Ava's side, holding her as they slept. But he'd been a step too late. She'd fallen in love. Her first relationship lasted nearly a year, the second about the same. Only the third relationship lasted 2 years. But it didn't matter. They would only be passers-by in Ava's life. Only he would be the person by Ava's side for a lifetime. Her every word, true or false, hardly needed discerning. It didn't matter if she deceived him, at least it proved he had value, which was why she'd come to deceive him. After Ava returned to the country, everything went smoothly, developing in the direction he'd imagined. Only Wesley Hale was an unexpected variable. Ava was actually willing to give up making Grace miserable for his sake. She wanted to draw a clear line with him. When he said those 4 words, "We'll talk after," for an instant he'd nearly lost control of himself. At the last step, he saw the fear in her eyes. He remembered his promise to her. He would never force her. He let her go. He didn't directly cancel his engagement with Grace because he knew Ava wasn't someone who could be so compliant. Watching Grace be happy, she couldn't possibly just watch and do nothing. She would return to his side someday. He had plenty of time, enough to wait for her to turn back. The day Ava had her minor car accident, Adrian rushed to the hospital as soon as he received the news. Outside the hospital room, after hearing the Hale family's words, he understood. Wesley was about to be out of the picture, especially after he entered the room and saw Ava was awake. He did take advantage of the situation somewhat. Because Wesley couldn't accept never having children in the future, this matter had quite an impact on Ava. Perhaps in some moment she'd engaged in self-doubt, thinking that no decent family among New Harbor's elite could accept her condition. But Ava wasn't someone who would wrong herself. She wouldn't compromise. So he took the opportunity to express his view that he didn't want children either, using heart group shares as bait. Compared to Ava, who liked children, he really didn't like children at all. He didn't want anyone to take away Ava's attention. Because Ava liked children, after learning she couldn't have them, he'd considered adopting Lily, who resembled Ava somewhat. But ultimately, he left the choice to Ava. Ava was afraid she couldn't be responsible for a child. He also didn't want a third person inserted between them. Having Ava by his side was enough. Bonus chapter. Wesley Hale. What's wrong with you, not answering Rachel's calls or replying to her messages? Stella kicked the sofa where Wesley sat. Wesley lifted his eyelids and glanced at her coolly. I'm not interested in her. What's the point of replying? Right, you're interested in Ava, but she's already married. Stella pressed her hands on the sofa, speaking earnestly. Second brother, you two broke up a long time ago. You should try to start a new relationship. Ever since learning about Ava's marriage, her second brother had been severely affected, remaining listless ever since. Rachel Song was a friend she'd known abroad. Lively, cheerful, warm-hearted. The reason she'd introduced Rachel to Wesley was because Rachel's personality was actually quite similar to Ava's. She hoped her second brother could move on from that relationship. Why do I have to date someone? Wesley asked coldly. His tone was far from pleasant, almost aggressive. Stella opened her mouth but couldn't make a sound. The Hale family doesn't have only one child. Don't put all the responsibility of continuing the family line on me alone, and stop introducing me to girlfriends. Wait until you and Big Brother are both dating before you pressure me. Wesley put his legs down, grabbed his car keys, stood up, and walked out. I won't be home for meals recently. Don't message me. Stella watched Wesley leave, her expression somewhat dejected. How had things come to this? Wesley drove aimlessly around the streets. Every place evoked memories. Ava's smiling faces flashed continuously before his eyes. Even before they dated, they'd often gone out together. They'd explored nearly all of New Harbor. After they started dating, they still saw each other frequently. They went out often, just like before. They'd always been so happy, until he discovered Ava was monitoring his whereabouts. Everything seemed to change. He loved Ava, but he apparently couldn't accept and tolerate everything about her. When his sister first introduced him to Rachel Song, he had tried to get to know her. Nathan and Andy both said he only liked the cheerful, lively side of Ava. He might not be able to accept the real Ava. They said he just liked that type of girl. But after getting to know Rachel, he found it was different. Rachel, like him, had a happy family with loving parents. She was an only daughter who'd received all her parents' love, nurtured by affection. Her sunshine came from within, completely different from Ava. Rachel was like an innocent girl who knew nothing of the world. Ava's environment had shaped her into someone worldly wise and sophisticated, soft on the outside, but strong within. Yet despite all the hurt she'd endured, she still faced the world with a smile. Toward girls more vulnerable than herself, she'd reach out to help them. Ava was one of a kind. She was wonderful. It's just that no one had taught her how to love properly. He'd once thought he could be the one to teach Ava. Later, he realized he was wrong. After discovering Ava was monitoring him, he tried to accept it, tried to give Ava more security. During that process, he became increasingly miserable. He finally understood. He couldn't be a savior. And Ava didn't need anyone to save her, because she would climb up on her own, in her own way. Adrian! A pretty, pleasant female voice mixed with surrounding noise reached his ears. Wesley instinctively adjusted his seat lower. Through the car's side mirror, he saw a girl in a white dress running toward a man standing under a tree, wearing a white shirt and black dress pants. Her eyes curved in a smile. The man opened his arms and gathered her into his embrace. Without realizing it, he'd driven to the location of Ava's dance company again. Have you been waiting long? Ava looked up from Adrian's embrace and stood on tiptoe to kiss his face. A bit long. Remember, you owe me compensation. Who told you to come so early? What if there was traffic and I was late? Wouldn't you be angry again? I'm not that unreasonable. The girl pouted as she got in the car. The man's handsome face wore an indulgent, doting smile as he followed her into the car. Not until the black car had driven away for some time did Wesley snap out of it. A dull ache rose from his heart, gradually spreading. Bitterness spread across Wesley's lips. That kind of smile would never belong to him again. Bonus chapter. Grace Hart. Grace got married when she was 33. Her husband was a high school classmate who'd gone abroad after graduation. After returning to the country, he'd pursued her for over 2 years before she agreed to be with him. He came from a good family with excellent credentials and had always been gentle and considerate toward her. But she could never give her heart away again. The last person who'd pursued her for a long time was Dominic Ashford. Dominic was 3 years younger than her. When he pursued her, she'd used their age difference as an excuse to reject him many times. Dominic would always say with a grin, An older woman brings fortune. I just like girls older than me. It wasn't until much later that she learned he'd been lying. The person he liked was actually younger than him. When she first met Dominic, she hadn't completely forgotten Adrian. Dominic was the complete opposite of Adrian, like a sunny, cheerful boy who would always laugh off her rejections. He'd take her to eat things she liked, accompany her to plays she loved watching, prepare surprises for her. She'd loved Adrian for over 20 years. Even though they dated, she'd hardly received any response from Adrian. She was just an ordinary girl who also wanted to be cherished. With Dominic's meticulous care seeping into every part of her life, how could she not be moved? She thought once she'd completely sorted out her feelings for Adrian, she'd start a new relationship. But before she could sort things out, Dominic changed. The flowers that arrived daily stopped coming. He stopped sending messages, stopped making calls. She'd stare at Dominic's chat window in a daze. Finally, unable to bear the longing, she went to find him, only to hear, "I'm tired, so I've decided to let myself go." When he said this, his eyes held sadness. Grace wanted to explain, to clearly express her feelings to him, but Dominic had already gotten in his car and driven away. For a long time after that, she tried to contact Dominic. She could never reach him. He wouldn't see her until a certain banquet. Grace hadn't wanted to go, but Diana saw she was in a bad mood and insisted she come. "Grace, he only pursued you for a few months. If he's tired, it means his feelings for you weren't that deep. The world doesn't have only Adrian Pierce or only Dominic Ashford. There are many excellent men. Don't give up an entire forest for one or two trees, okay?" Diana gripped Grace's shoulders, looking at her very seriously. That damn Dominic. If he wasn't going to commit, he shouldn't have started. Pursuing halfway, then running off. Typical seduction without responsibility. Okay. Grace forced a smile. She told Diana she'd seen a business partner and wanted to go say hello. After turning around, she headed toward the back garden instead, because she'd just seen Dominic. She wanted to give herself one last chance to express her feelings. If they still couldn't be together, then they simply weren't meant to be. She didn't want to wrong herself in relationships anymore. "Ava, just reply to my messages occasionally. Adrian won't find out." Under the pale yellow light, a tall man looked down at the person sitting in the chair. That less-than-standard Mandarin made Grace's entire body freeze. She looked at Dominic in disbelief. What didn't she understand now? It wasn't that he was tired at all. The act was simply over. What if he finds out and divorces me? Right now his heart only has my sister. He's been waiting to catch me making mistakes. Grace stood rooted in place. She didn't notice the smiling eyes that glanced her way. She was only thinking, why wouldn't Ava ever let her go? Was it just because Adrian had fallen in love with her? But she no longer loved Adrian. After breaking up, she'd had no private contact with Adrian whatsoever. It was Adrian who'd proactively appeared outside the Hart family villa. He'd proactively said he was wrong, that Ava had deceived him, that he felt terrible about how he'd treated her. Hearing Adrian say those things, she hadn't been completely unmoved. But it was over. She wouldn't repeat her mistakes. Adrian loved to act, and Ava was willing to be deceived. They were made for each other. She wouldn't insert herself between them again. She'd once thought Dominic was the window heaven had opened for her, but it turned out to be a fake window artificially created. Dense, overwhelming pain completely enveloped Grace. Scalding tears slid from her eyes. The first 30 years of her life, she'd had her parents' love. Apart from being unlucky in romance, having received all her parents' love, her life had been filled with affection. That love had given her endless energy. But after 30, her father and mother's love seemed to have been withdrawn overnight. Her parents divorced. Her mother wouldn't see her anymore. Her father transferred his love to her sister. When he died in the car accident, he'd left words for her mother and sister. But for her, not a single word. Most of the property under his name had already been given to her sister. Of his remaining assets, according to his will, besides the Hart family house which he gave to her, everything else was split in two. One portion for her mother, one for her sister. Returning to the Hart house, Grace sat in the spacious living room. She looked at the photo on the wall of her with her father and mother, tears falling silently. She no longer had a father or mother. Grace's gaze fell on Ava's solo photo under the TV cabinet. She was her only blood relative left in this world, though they'd never gotten along well since childhood. She'd seen too many blended families where the original spouse's children were treated differently. From the moment Monica became pregnant, she'd been hostile toward that unborn brother. When Monica was pregnant, many people told her that once Monica gave her father a son, her father wouldn't love her anymore. She'd asked her father and mother over and over again for confirmation. They'd repeatedly assured her that even if they had other children, they'd love her most. Adrian was right. She really wasn't a good person. She was just an ordinary person who wanted all her parents' love. Of course, she could see her sister being treated unfairly, but her sister was her mother's biological daughter. What if her mother and sister became close, thereby neglecting her? Would it eventually become father, mother, and sister as a happy family of three, while she was just an outsider? She wouldn't allow that to happen. But in the end, she'd become alone anyway, living by herself in this villa, in this place filled everywhere with happy memories of her with her father and mother. Her heart felt like it had a huge hole that could never be filled. Bonus chapter: Ava Hart. Grace, I really regret it now. In the airport, Ava sat across from Grace with red-rimmed eyes. A small suitcase sat at Grace's feet. I shouldn't have taken Adrian from you. Now that I'm with him, I'm so unhappy. He barely pays attention to me. Every night in his sleep, he calls your name. Grace glanced at her coolly. And? What are you trying to say? Ever since learning you're getting married, Adrian comes home blind drunk every night. Ava appeared utterly heartbroken. Grace withdrew her gaze, looking into the distance. Don't you have so many admirers? Just pick another one. Her voice was flat. Ava's words seemed to have no effect on her whatsoever. Belated affection was cheaper than grass. Love, she would never expect it again. I love him too much. Grace looked at Ava, finding it somewhat unbelievable. So love could make not only her humble, but even someone like Ava who prided herself on being clear-headed could also sink into it. I need to board. I'm leaving. Ava wiped the corners of her eyes and stood up. Thinking of Grace's sympathetic look, Ava found it quite amusing. Her lovesick persona had probably taken deep root in Grace's heart. After passing security, Adrian was waiting for her. What took you so long? Ran into Grace. Ava linked arms with Adrian, smiling. If her life didn't have Grace in it, how much less fun would it be? Adrian's temple throbbed hard. He pretended not to hear what Ava said. Ava occasionally made him act in front of Grace. It started because she'd read a novel about chasing one's wife to the crematorium. She said the male lead was so cold to the female lead in the beginning, showing no sign of love. Later, when the female lead got together with someone else, the male lead suddenly realized he'd fallen in love with her. Though he'd married the second female lead, he discovered he no longer loved her. He loved the female lead, but the male lead still had a son and daughter with the second female lead. He gave the second female lead the best life and all his affection, but his heart only had the female lead. Ava believed the male lead didn't like the female lead at all. That day, because he'd worked a 24-hour shift and was exhausted, he hadn't responded to Ava's words promptly. And she'd subjected him to this torture, making him chase his wife to the crematorium. What wife was he supposed to chase? Hadn't she already let him win her back? But Ava was happy, and he couldn't refuse her, so he had to swallow his pride and act in front of Grace twice. Yet Ava seemed addicted, tormenting him endlessly. What's wrong? Afraid I'll make you act in front of Grace again? Ava laughed until she bent over. Adrian, who was usually afraid of nothing, acted like the sky was falling whenever she mentioned making him act in front of Grace. Adorable to death. All right, I won't make you go anymore. You're mine. If you keep going to Grace, I'll get jealous. Ava and Adrian boarded the plane together. Recently, she'd mentioned wanting to go scuba diving, so Adrian had cleared his schedule to accompany her abroad. This year marked their 7th wedding anniversary. There seemed to be no such thing as a 7-year itch between her and Adrian. Every day still felt like they were in the honeymoon phase. Ava actually didn't know herself when exactly she'd fallen in love with Adrian. Perhaps the seeds had been planted very early, but she hadn't dared admit it. The first person she'd monitored wasn't Wesley, but Adrian. Not because Adrian liked her controlling nature, but because she herself had a strong need for control. She'd never felt secure since childhood. With Adrian, she'd experienced being loved and cherished for the first time. How could she not be moved? But she'd deceived him into being with her. She'd always remembered this and warned herself not to develop feelings. She deliberately ignored all those moments when her heart fluttered. She told herself she was just acting. This performance would eventually come to an end someday. She'd set herself a deadline, 18 years old. She'd leave Adrian when she went to university. Before going abroad, Adrian had suddenly been in a car accident, a serious one. She'd stayed at the hospital for days and nights before he woke up. At that time, she'd been truly afraid Adrian would die. She had to admit, she'd really fallen in love with him. She'd almost decided not to leave. She wanted to stay with him, at least until he recovered before leaving. After this thought arose, she felt terrified, so being a lovesick fool could be inherited. She'd actually considered giving up her future for a man with whom she had no future. In the end, she still left. When Adrian chased her to the airport, her heart had softened. But she didn't dare indulge herself. Her future couldn't rest on a man, especially a man she'd deceived by stealing credit for saving his life. The most self-indulgent thing she'd done was take the proposal necklace Adrian had given her. She loved that necklace, not just because it was beautiful, but because the person who gave it to her was him. During the first 6 months abroad, her life consisted only of studying and dance practice. Things changed when Owen appeared. Initially, she hadn't intended to date, but Owen looked like her type and had the personality she liked. That inappropriate flutter was completely buried, and she began moving forward. All 3 boyfriends abroad were quite good, but she only maintained superficial affection. She didn't invest much emotionally until she met Wesley. She felt that flutter again. She gambled once and lost everything. What shocked her was everything Adrian had done for her. He'd been waiting for her to turn back all along. Someone as proud as him would bow his head for her. She thought people you stopped liking could never make your heart flutter again. But Adrian broke that rule. He loved her. Only her. She couldn't refuse such devotion. Her heart fluttered again. Adrian had long understood everything about her. The reasons she couldn't love him before had disappeared. She could be herself completely in front of him. She could allow herself to fall in love with him. Perhaps because her parents never loved her as a child, heaven had sent Adrian to her side to indulge her unconditionally without limits.